Upon arriving in the world of universal class transfer, I transitioned to the sole hidden profession of necromancer. However, I was deemed the weakest class in history, rendering me utterly incapable of playing. What a jest! I shall directly awaken a divine skill system. Other necromancers expend vast amounts of mental energy to summon a single dilapidated skeleton. My necromancer activates skills to summon one skeleton every second. In the realm of the college entrance examination, while others merely enter the secret realm, they are met not with monsters, but with a skeletal army that pervades every corner. In the abyssal battlefield, an endless horde of demonic creatures is swiftly overwhelmed by a deluge of undead beings. In the extraterrestrial starry sky, a colossal skeletal dragon obscures the sun, a corpse eater devours all, and a retribution knight tramples everything in its path. Years later, Yang stands at the pinnacle of power, gazing down upon all existence. Undeath is eternal. I am the harbinger of calamity. Chapter 1. Necromancer, do I require your assistance to elevate my status? Look, there is still half an hour until the novice dungeon opens, yet not a single soul is willing to team up with Yang. Indeed, though he awakened as a necromancer, the only hidden class, the skeletons he summoned shatter at the slightest touch, rendering him pathetically weak. Who would wish to ally with him? How pitiful! He once thought he would soar, only to find himself in such a predicament. Did the principal not claim this class would be formidable in the later stages? Is there truly no family willing to nurture him? Are you foolish? Who would invest in someone with whom they have no connection? TSK, when you put it that way, perhaps this is simply fate. In Longhua, Tianshui City, before the entrance to the novice dungeon, over 2,000 students stand in line, awaiting entry. It is now 8 in the morning, and in half an hour, the dungeon will open. However, when witnessing the once glorious genius Yang reduced to such a state, some students cannot help but feel a pang of sympathy. Within the team, Yang furrows his brow. Am I in a different world? As he regains his composure, astonishment washes over him. He had been up late reading novels, only to find himself having succumbed to exhaustion. Rubbing his temples, Yang organizes the information flooding his mind. So, I find myself in a world where universal class transfer exists, yet I have become a sole hidden class necromancer. With this realization, Yang's heart leaps with joy. Over 500 years ago, Blue Star entered an era of great upheaval, also known as the universal class transfer era. Upon reaching the age of 18, individuals may partake in the class awakening ceremony to become profession bearers. Profession bearers are also ranked, from the lowest F rank to the highest SSS rank. However, if a profession has never been seen before, it is classified as a hidden profession. Wait a moment, this profession seems exceedingly weak. Initially, upon discovering he belonged to a hidden profession, coupled with the sole hidden profession designation, one would expect it to be extraordinarily powerful. However, upon absorbing the memories and hearing the discussions of those students, his brows furrowed tightly. Name, Yang. Occupation, Necromancer. Level, 1, Strength, 10, Spirit, 10, Constitution, 10, Agility, 10, Talent, Soul Symbiosis. You can gain the vision of all your summoned entities. Skill, Summon Skeleton. Consumes 1 point of spirit to summon one skeleton to fight on your behalf. Summoning space, 0. After a professional transitions, they will automatically awaken a talent and a skill. Yang directly summoned a skeleton, eager to observe its attributes. Summon skeleton, a slight mental nudge. A skeletal figure, pale and seemingly on the verge of disintegration, materialized within the summoning space. Information, skeleton level, 1, Strength, 1, Spirit, 1, Constitution, 1, Agility, 1. Upon witnessing the attributes of a skeleton, Yang was momentarily taken aback. What on earth is this? All attributes merely at 1 point? It should be noted that those level 1 demonic rabbits possess 5 or 6 points in their attributes. In other words, this skeleton cannot even defeat a rabbit? Wasn't it promised that after crossing over, one would be invincible and supreme? How am I supposed to engage in battle? Am I a dignified necromancer, expected to personally wield my staff to bludgeon rabbits to death? Yang felt a wave of despair. It seems my earthly mother is truly leading me into a pitfall. Ding, detected host has become a necromancer. Divine skill system successfully bound. Ding, skill, summon skeleton has successfully evolved into divine. Summon skeleton. What the heck is system? Upon seeing these 2 notifications, Yang's expression shifted from gloom to brightness. Divine skill system? So, does this mean all my current skills have attained divine status? Narrowing his eyes, Yang scrutinized his skills. Divine, summon skeleton, consumes 1 point of spirit, automatically summoning 1 skeleton to fight on your behalf every second. Is this what a divine skill entails? It seems there's not much change. Wait. Just as Yang was about to voice his critique, he found himself frozen in place. The skill had indeed not altered in other aspects. The only difference lies in the fact that, after acquiring the divine effect, this skill transformed from summoning one skeleton for 1 point of spirit to automatically summoning one skeleton every second after consuming 1 point of spirit. My heavens! This is akin to a cow taking flight, utterly astonishing. 1 skeleton per second means I can summon over 80,000 skeletons in a single day. Not to mention, even if I merely wait for an hour, there would still be over 3,000 skeletons ready to pledge their lives to me. With such a multitude of skeletons, what monstrous creature could possibly withstand being overwhelmed? Not to mention, just as Yang was lost in thought, over a dozen skeletons had already appeared within his summoning space. Earthly Mother, I admit I spoke too loudly just now. This profession is simply extraordinary. Oh no, it's this system that is phenomenal. At this moment, a voice laced with disdain and contempt suddenly echoed in Yi Yang's ear. Yang, didn't I instruct you to abandon the novice dungeon? Why are you still here? With those pitiful skeletons you summoned, incapable of even defeating a rabbit, are you here seeking your own demise? Hearing the voice, Yi Yang turned to look. Before him stood a girl clad in a black and white JK skirt, her beauty accentuated by a touch of aloofness. The instant he laid eyes on her, Yi Yang's mind was flooded with her memories. Han Ishu, his childhood sweetheart. He had just absorbed the memories moments ago. Yi Yang knew that ever since his predecessor's parents perished in the magical tide 10 years ago while saving the Han family, his predecessor had yearned to be close to this childhood sweetheart. Whenever Han Ishu encountered any difficulties, he spared no effort in assisting her. With his predecessor's support, Han Ishu's academic and martial prowess soared rapidly. In fact, at Tinshui No. 1 High School, she dominated the top ranks for 2.5 years. However, in Han Ishu's eyes, the predecessor's efforts seemed to be taken for granted. Moreover, during yesterday's transition ceremony, Han Ishu awakened the SS-class origin priest profession, the daughter of Holy Light. Her accompanying talent boasted formidable healing enhancements, rendering her nearly invincible. Approaching Yang, Han Ishu maintained her haughty demeanor. However, since you're here, I shall reluctantly allow my boyfriend to guide you. As she spoke, the silhouette of a young man materialized before Yi Yang. Qin Yang. He had successfully awakened as an SSS-tier origin mage, the Flame Messenger, during the transfer ceremony yesterday. The damage of single-target skills increased tenfold, while the range of area skills expanded tenfold. He was truly invincible. In contrast, the original self had merely awakened as a necromancer capable of summoning those pitiful skeletons. Without allowing Yang a moment to speak, Han Ishu directly interjected. You must have heard of my boyfriend's profession, right? Once we arrive at the dungeon, simply position those skeletons in front of him for protection. There's no need for anything else. After defeating the final boss, hand him a skill scroll, and he will secure the first place in the dungeon, thereby obtaining a spot in the training camp. Despite witnessing the pathetic attributes of the skeletons summoned by Yi Yang yesterday, Han Ishu was reluctant to team up with Yi Yang. However, there was no alternative. The Han family had been saved by Yi Yang's parents years ago. Furthermore, if they could slay the final boss in this novice dungeon and acquire the unique reward, the exclusive profession skill scroll, they would claim the first position in the novice dungeon and secure eligibility for the special training camp in Dongshan province. Every student in Dongshan province understood that. Once one successfully entered the training camp, they would essentially be vying for admission to the 3 prestigious institutions of the Dragon Nation, Kyoto, Jinghai, and Jiangnan, upon the conclusion of the college entrance examination in a month. However, only one individual would be able to obtain the exclusive skill scroll. Thus, within the novice dungeon, all participants would be embroiled in fierce competition, even in a team. Ultimately, conflicts would erupt over the final ownership of the boss's rewards. After listening to Han Ishu, Qin Yang approached Yi Yang with a cheerful demeanor, patting him on the shoulder. Brother, I'm aware of your relationship with Ishu. Rest assured, in this dungeon, I'll lead you to victory, got it? Fool! Without a moment's hesitation, Yi Yang struck out, sending Qin Yang's outstretched arm flying. What are you doing? Han Ishu shot Yi Yang a glare. Yi Yang, how can you be so disrespectful to my future husband? Do you have any idea how much effort I exerted to allow him to accompany you? How can you be so ungrateful? Yi Yang couldn't help but chuckle. What are you laughing at? Han Ishu instinctively asked. She suddenly felt that Yi Yang seemed somewhat off today. Normally, Yi Yang would comply wholeheartedly with whatever she said. Why did he seem like an entirely different person today? Chapter 2. What kind of beautiful things are you dreaming of? I shall solo this. Why am I laughing? Yi Yang remarked directly. What gives you the right to expect my protection and to claim the rewards from the final boss for yourself? What delusions are you harboring? Han Ishu was somewhat taken aback. What else would you do if you don't protect us? Can't you see that this is all for your benefit? By following my boyfriend, you might at least gain some experience. Otherwise, who would want you? Do I particularly cherish your guidance? Am I expected to use my skeletons as shields for you? How audacious of you. Yi Yang was thoroughly disgusted. From his previous memories, he knew that Han Ishu often enjoyed manipulating others, but he never anticipated such egregious behavior. To have all his skeletons protect that Xinyang? What is he? An insignificant being? Even more appalling was Han Ishu's expectation that he would hand over all the rewards from the last encounter to her. What a farce. Even if I am to be treated like a beast of burden, one would expect some semblance of reward in return. Am I not being reduced to the status of a mere dog? Even dogs are entitled to the occasional bone. This is utterly beneath contempt. At that moment, Han Ishu suddenly sneered. Yang, do you truly believe I want to take you along? If it weren't for your parents having once saved my family, I wouldn't even bother with you. Yang chuckled coldly. No need for your so-called kindness. I shall solo this, and I don't require your assistance. Humph. Upon hearing this, Han Ishu burst into laughter. You think you can solo it? Not just her. Xinyang stepped forward to interject. All right. Ishu might just have awakened a profession that even a rabbit could defeat. Her mindset has likely crumbled. It's only natural, given that she was the top student for 3 consecutive years at school. Who could have anticipated that she would awaken such a useless class? Ha! As they spoke, Xinyang could not suppress his laughter. Observing this, Han Ishu's other teammates urged. Yang, just agree. Have you forgotten that Xinyang is an SSS-level profession? The Fire Envoy? This class is practically invincible. Indeed, as long as we protect her, she can lead us through effortlessly. Not to mention, just Han Ishu's strength as an S-level light maiden guarantees that she will soar to great heights. Having her as your childhood friend is something many would envy. Exactly. If Han Ishu is in our team, we can simply follow along, cheering 666 behind her. Hearing their discussions, Xinyang smirked slightly. Han Ishu also smiled, saying, Did you hear that, Yang? Your role is to protect us. Take these potions. Just summon more skeletons to shield us when the time comes. However, without a moment's hesitation, Yang accepted the potions and crushed them all. You bunch of sycophants, your desire to curry favor is your own concern. Also, take back these worthless things. I have no need for anyone's charity. The latter half of his statement was directed at Han Ishu. How blatant her intentions are. Knowing he can summon skeletons, she specifically offers him a few potions for mental recovery? Is she not attempting to drain him of all his value? Only a fool would agree. You've truly lost your mind. Han Ishu, infuriated, felt her chest heaving. Yang, I offer you my goodwill. Yet you refuse to appreciate it. A person like you would be the first to perish in a dungeon. Yang scoffed. Whether I live or die is of no concern to you. It would be best if I never encountered you in the dungeon. Or you want to know how you met your end. Just as Han Ishu was about to retort, the principal of Tianshui No. 1 High School, Zhao Guofeng, appeared before the students. Now, the dungeon is open. All students, enter the dungeon according to your teams. With that, the students stepped forward, entering the dungeon. Without a second thought, Yang took a bold step and entered the dungeon. Such audacity. How infuriating. Watching Yi Yang's disappearing figure, Han Ishu's eyes brimmed with resentment. Initially, she had hoped to exploit Yi Yang's ability to summon skeletons to protect her, making it easier for herself to clear the dungeon. Who would have thought he would be so ungrateful? Yi Yang, you clearly do not understand the worth of an S-class profession. Once inside the dungeon, I will, in front of you, shatter your pathetic skeletons one by one. Clenching her fists, her teeth ground together, she nearly ached to bring Yi Yang down right then and there. All right, Ishu, there's no need to let such a person anger us. Xinyang consoled her. In his view, Yi Yang, the necromancer, would not only struggle to grow stronger in the future, but even in this dungeon, he might find it challenging to defeat a mere level 1 rabbit. Such a person would likely perish the moment he entered the dungeon. Ding, you have entered the dungeon, the Azure Forest. Upon entering the dungeon, Yi Yang surveyed his surroundings. A dense forest with twisted branches and towering trees loomed overhead, with sunlight barely filtering through the meager gaps. After taking a few steps, a wild rabbit suddenly darted out from the chaotic roots, charging toward Yi Yang. Magic Rabbit, Strength, 4 Spirit, 3 Constitution, 4 Agility, 6. After a brief glance at the rabbit's attributes, Yi Yang swiftly summoned all the skeletons from his summoning space. Crack, crack, accompanied by the sound of bones grinding together. Over 300 skeletons surged to Yi Yang's side in an instant. In the next moment, the wild rabbit that had just emerged was immediately surrounded by the skeleton army. An icy aura of death swiftly enveloped the rabbit. Witnessing this scene, the rabbit, which had previously been furious, suddenly appeared bewildered. Wait a moment. I thought I was the one who was going to bully you, not the other way around. This isn't how we play. Kill. With a mere thought, Yi Yang commanded his skeleton army. Immediately, several skeletons standing around the rabbit raised their bone blades high. Then, they struck down with great force. Thud, thud. With just a few strikes, the magic rabbit struggled momentarily before being effortlessly annihilated. Bing, you have slain a LV-1 magic rabbit. Excellent. Yi Yang nodded in satisfaction. It must be said that my skeletal minions, with a mere 1 point in all attributes, truly seem rather feeble. Just moments ago, as the rabbit thrashed about, 2 or 3 of my skeletons were effortlessly dispatched. They truly shatter at the slightest touch. Nonetheless, The loss of these few skeletons is inconsequential to Yi Yang. It merely equates to a slight waste of 2 or 3 seconds. Moreover, during the time spent vanquishing that little rabbit, I summoned an additional 7 or 8 skeletons from the void. Essentially, I not only incurred no loss, but rather gained 5 or 6 skeletons. That is quite gratifying. I immediately commanded them once more, disperse and seek out other monsters to hunt. Soon, a series of notifications appeared. Ding, you have slain a LV1 magic rabbit. You have gained 1 experience point. Ding, 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 your level has risen, current, LV2. Ding, you have received upgrade rewards, 1 point in 4-dimensional attributes. 5 free attribute points. In just 2 or 3 minutes, as my skeleton army exterminated a multitude of monsters, a golden light enveloped Yi Yang. How delightful. All free attribute points were allocated to spirit. With a mere thought, Yi Yang solidified his allocation plan. For a necromancer, mental power is the wellspring of all. Thus, this allocation plan required no further contemplation. It was a straightforward decision to invest solely in spirit. As for safety concerns, what a jest. The 100 skeletons standing beside me are my very source of security. Not only can ordinary 1st and 2nd level monsters not approach, but even if all newly minted adventurers entering the dungeon were to converge upon me, they would be unable to breach this defensive circle. Name, Yi Yang. Profession, Necromancer. Level, 2 Strength, 11 Spirit, 16 Constitution, 11 Agility, 11. Moreover, as I leveled up, all of my skeletons ascended to level 2 as well. Chapter 3, what a bother. Why are there only skeletons in this novice dungeon? Information, Skeleton level, 2 Strength, 2 Spirit, 2 Constitution, 2 Agility, 2. It appears that the level of my summoned creatures rises directly in accordance with my own level. A glance reveals that the skeletons have not only doubled their attributes, but their subsequent growth rate has also increased to 0. 16. The reason is simple. My spirit attribute has been elevated to 16 points. No wonder it is said that necromancers are a late-game profession, even in these early stages. Although my spirit attribute can enhance my skeletons, the attributes that can be augmented are rather limited. After calculating, Yi Yang realized that this 0.16 enhancement effect, given the skeleton's current attributes, would only yield an increase of 0.32 points, truly negligible. However, in the later stages, once one possesses hundreds of thousands or even millions of points in spirit, that enhancement would become genuinely monstrous. Of course, concerning the initial strength of a necromancer, surviving to the late game is an entirely different matter. After all, with skeletons possessing only a single point in all attributes, it would likely require the demise of 2 or 3 of them just to slay a single monster. Without restorative potions for spirit, relying solely on meditation to recover mental power would mean I could summon but 1 skeleton per hour. This implies that to kill a rabbit, I would waste 2 hours. Who could withstand that? But now, with the aid of a divine skill, Yi Yang soared into action. 1 skeleton per second. In 2 hours, I could summon 7 or 8,000 skeletons. Absolutely invincible. Continuing the hunt. With a sweeping gesture, Yi Yang summoned dozens more skeletons from the void. Meanwhile, after Han Ishu entered the dungeon, she instructed her teammates to scout the surrounding terrain. Confirming it was safe, she directed her warriors to begin hunting for monsters. Suddenly, a magic rabbit, which had been lurking in the shadows, launched an attack on her. Huh, just a rabbit, is it? Seeing the magic rabbit charge towards her, Han Ishu deftly sidestepped the assault. With her agility nearly perfect, evading such an attack was child's play. Since the onset of the Great Mutation Era, or the era of universal class transition, over 500 years ago, the adventurer system has become exceedingly refined. In this age, knowledge of mathematics, literature, and sciences is no longer the primary focus. Instead, outdoor geography, monster lore, practical agility, and combat techniques are the paramount subjects for adventurers. As long as one graduates from school with satisfactory marks, defeating a similarly leveled monster is quite simple. Let alone someone like Han Ishu, who graduated with nearly perfect scores. Ishu, leave this little monster to me, Qin Yang said with a grin, stepping in front of Han Ishu, eager to demonstrate the might of his illustrious SSS class profession. The Flame Conjurer, Elemental Missile. With a flourish of his staff, a missile imbued with intense flames shot forth from the tip of his wand. The elemental energy was overwhelmingly potent. Truly worthy of an SSS class, such elemental power could easily obliterate this little rabbit in a single strike. Watching the elemental missile poised for release, Han Ishu could not help but marvel. If only she could partner with Qin Yang, their ascent would be effortless. However, before Qin Yang could unleash his elemental missile, dozens of skeletons suddenly appeared, swiftly surrounding the magic rabbit. With sickening thuds, the first few skeletons wielding bone blades struck, and the magic rabbit had no chance to retaliate, being mercilessly reduced to a pulp by the skeletons. Afterward, seeing the bloodied ground, yet unable to locate the magic rabbit, the remaining skeletons froze momentarily before promptly dispersing. Not only Han Ishu, but even Qin Yang was taken aback. What on earth? Why did so many skeletons appear out of nowhere? And seize his kill. The other teammates were equally bewildered. Skeletons? Could these possibly be the ones summoned by Yi Yang? Yi Yang skeletons? At this thought, Han Ishu's fury ignited. She turned to Qin Yang and declared, "Brother Qin Yang, those are Yi Yang's skeletons. Quickly, obliterate them all." Hee. That is indeed my intention. Qin Yang, instead of feeling anger, was filled with excitement. After all, losing a single rabbit was hardly a significant matter. If I could effortlessly crush the skeleton summoned by Yi Yang in front of Han Ishu, it would surely enchant her, wouldn't it? Elemental missile. Without a moment's hesitation, Qin Yang waved his staff and unleashed a fiery red elemental missile. Boom. One of the skeletons was struck and instantly obliterated. Ding. Your skeleton has been attacked by a neutral target. Do you wish to retaliate? Someone has attacked my skeleton? Yi Yang also received the attack notification. He closed his eyes and shifted his perspective to that of the skeleton. Qin Yang? Han Ishu? A faint smile graced Yi Yang's lips. Finally, some amusement had arrived to alleviate his boredom. He hadn't anticipated encountering them so soon. Indeed, after deploying all of his skeletons, Yi Yang found himself at a loose end. However, if other students were to learn of this, they would surely be infuriated. Goodness, while we are battling monsters, you are lounging under a tree, sleeping and yet still dissatisfied? He promptly commanded, "Counterattack. All skeletons within a radius of 1,000 meters, lock onto this target." Crackle. Upon receiving the order, the 30 or so skeletons turned and charged toward Han Ishu. Yi Yang was anxious. Witnessing this scene, Qin Yang remained unperturbed, retreating while casting elemental missiles, systematically obliterating the approaching skeletons. What could be done? The damage from the fire messenger was indeed formidable. Not to mention the elemental missile was a single target skill. Influenced by his SSS level talent, the catastrophe fire, the damage multiplied tenfold. Furthermore, the elemental missile had no cooldown and required no mental energy. It merely needed a 1-second casting interval. By the time the skeletons reached them, a significant portion had already been eradicated by Qin Yang. Yet, despite this, the remaining skeletons continued their relentless charge. It is essential to note that skeletons possess no awareness, nor do they experience pain or fear. Once given an order, they will launch an unyielding assault on their target. Mere moments passed. Dozens of skeletons surged forth, surrounding Qin Yang, Han Ishu, and the others. What the hell? Have these skeletons gone mad? Qin Yang felt a surge of panic. Despite his high damage output, he was still a mage. His body was too fragile. Even if the skeletons were relatively weak, a single strike from one would be too much for him to endure. Instinctively, he hurriedly maneuvered, dodging left and right, narrowly evading this wave of attacks. However, the continuous emergence of skeletons stunned not only Qin Yang and Han Ishu, but also the others. Why are there so many skeletons? Indeed, could it be that Yi Yang harbors a grudge against Sister Ishu and summoned all his skeletons to attack? It must be so. With his 1 point of mental energy, he could summon only one skeleton. Even if he had been summoning since awakening his profession yesterday, he could at most summon 1 or 200 by now, right? This is outrageous. How could Yi Yang be so petty? Humph, that's right. Yi Yang can summon at most 1 or 200 skeletons. So let us show him just how weak these skeletons are before us. With that, the team members arranged themselves, preparing to engage the skeletal horde in a decisive battle. Meanwhile, on the other side, Yi Yang reclined in the shade beneath a tree, switching his perspective to the nearest skeleton, keenly observing the unfolding battle. Chapter 4. Is this the SSS level profession? Qin Yang was driven to madness. Quite impressive. Qin Yang's combat awareness is commendable, though the attributes of the skeletons are a tad too weak, resulting in a painstakingly slow grind. However, that is of little concern. The slower it goes, the more time I can expend. Despite losing dozens of skeletons, Yi Yang felt no pangs of regret. In the half hour since entering the dungeon, the number of his skeletons had swelled to nearly 2,000, with their level now exceeding 70 experience points at level 3. A mere few dozen were but a drop in the ocean. Moreover, after reaching level 3, the skeleton's attributes had increased by 3 points across the board. Now, these skeletons could effortlessly dispatch monsters like the magic rabbits without suffering any losses. Even against the level 2 giant python, he might only lose 1 skeleton, if that. Compared to the initial stages, the current strength of the skeletons had improved significantly. Additionally, even if Han Ishu and Qin Yang could withstand the attacks of a dozen or even several dozen skeletons, what if there were hundreds or even thousands? Once the nearby horde of skeletons converged on their group, they would surely be trampled. SSS level mage profession, fire messenger? SS level priest profession, daughter of holy light? Apologies. Before my necromantic catastrophe, even if you were the true deity of fire or the divine maiden of holy light, you would only find yourself devoured. Onward. Damn. They were right. Yi Yang must have summoned all his skeletons to attack me. Truly a petty man. Seeing nearly 200 skeletons swarm towards her, Han Ishu couldn't help but chuckle. The more frenzied the skeletons attacked her, the more she understood Yi Yang's desperation. Yet, if Yi Yang were to hear this, he would likely burst into laughter. The quantity of these 1 or 200 skeletons was but a trifling matter, all directed at her. That would be an overestimation of her significance. Frankly speaking, Yang was merely feeling a touch of boredom. Otherwise, he could easily gather 1,000 or 2,000 skeletons for a collective charge. What would Han Yishu and her companions have to counter such an onslaught? On the other side, Chunyang ordered a warrior class to stand in front of him and cheerfully reassured, "Don't worry, Yishu, I'll protect you. These mere dozens of skeletons are nothing. I can extinguish them with ease. Today, I will let you witness the true value of an SSS-level profession." With that, a smile crept upon Chunyang's lips. To him, Yiyang's skeletons appeared as ants that could be crushed at will. Indeed, these skeletons could be easily dispatched. Yet, sheer numbers could be overwhelming. Even ants, when amassed in terrifying numbers, could bring down a giant elephant. Not to mention their situation. However, just as he spoke, Chunyang suddenly saw 300 to 400 skeletons rapidly converging from all directions. What the hell? Upon witnessing this scene, Chunyang was instantly gripped by a chilling terror. What on earth was happening? How could there possibly be so many skeletons? While he could comprehend 100 or so, how did these several hundred skeletons come to be? It wasn't just him. Han Yishu was equally bewildered. "Chunyang, can we possibly contend with so many skeletons?" she exclaimed. With a gulp, Chunyang swallowed hard. "With this many, are we even supposed to fight? If we can escape, that would be a miracle." Just as he was lost in thought, a skeleton had stealthily appeared behind him. In the next moment, the bony blade in its hand was slowly raised, then swiftly brought down. Thud. Accompanied by a cry of anguish, a portion of Chunyang's fragile health bar was instantly depleted. Damn it, this is overwhelming. If I get surrounded, I'm done for. At that moment, a sense of despair washed over him. A dozen skeletons he could handle with ease. Even 100 could be managed with the support of his teammates, but now, with hundreds of skeletons charging at him from all directions, he felt utterly devoid of any will to resist. To put it bluntly, these skeletons, each wielding a blade, could effortlessly reduce them all to a mere pulp. Without a second thought, Chunyang disregarded Han Yishu, turning and fleeing in another direction with frantic speed. Upon witnessing this, Han Yishu was left utterly dumbfounded. This guy actually abandoned her to run away. He thinks he can escape? Observing this, Yiyang smiled faintly. Surround him. With a single command. All the skeletons immediately formed an encirclement. However, due to the current weakness of the skeletons, they could not catch up to the already fleeing Chunyang, and could only encircle Han Yishu and her companions who remained frozen in place. It was over. Upon seeing that 400 to 500 skeletons had completely blocked all her escape routes, Han Yishu was left in utter shock. Chunyang had fled. Though she was an SS grade class, as a source priest, she had no offensive capabilities whatsoever. How could she possibly fight against hundreds of skeletons? What to do? Despair washed over Han Yishu. She had initially believed that with Chunyang's SSS grade class, they could easily crush Yiyang. Yet in the end, they were the ones facing utter annihilation. Adding insult to injury, that scoundrel Chunyang had the audacity to leave her behind. Horror, fear, disbelief, and a myriad of emotions surged within her heart. Even now, Han Yishu could not fathom why Yiyang, the necromancer, seemed so weak. How could he overpower her SS grade priest and Chunyang's SSS grade mage so effortlessly? Han Yishu, why have you faltered so? Seeing her in such a defeated state, Yiyang felt a wave of boredom wash over him. Struggle. Fight. Where has your self-proclaimed genius level gone? He had expected to enjoy a riveting battle to pass the time in this monotonous dungeon run. Yet, to his surprise, Han Yishu had crumbled so quickly. Even more amusing was that Chunyang had been scared off. This was quite the jest. Nonetheless, it mattered little. Before his endless legion of the undead, Chunyang had no hope of escape, unless he chose to abandon the dungeon entirely. Yiyang. Upon hearing one of the skeletons speak in Yiyang's voice, Han Yishu's fury ignited. How shameless you are to draw all the skeletons to attack us. Despicable. Unprincipled. Yiyang nearly laughed aloud. You think I summoned all these skeletons to attack you? Your arrogance is astounding. Han Yishu, do you truly believe I would waste time here with you for no reason? Why? It's simple, Yiyang replied nonchalantly, because I have over 2,000 more skeletons assisting me in farming monsters. If I didn't find some amusement, wouldn't I be far too bored? What did you say? This statement struck Han Yishu like a bolt from the blue, exploding in her mind. Boredom? Amusement? Was she merely a tool for Yiyang to pass the time? This life and death struggle for her was merely a diversion for him? In that moment, Han Yishu's mindset shattered completely. She could hardly believe the chasm that lay between her and Yiyang. Struggling against dozens of skeletons required her utmost effort, and yet he casually revealed he had over 2,000 more. Moreover, weren't you supposed to rely on your SSS grade boyfriend to crush me? Why did that guy run away then? You. Hearing these words, Han Yishu felt on the verge of collapse. Yet now that Chunyang had fled, she was utterly helpless against these skeletons. Enduring Yiyang's humiliation, she felt her face burn with shame. Having grown weary of wasting time, Yiyang's gaze filled with disdain as he observed her lack of any desire to resist. He slowly uttered a single word. Kill. Boom. In that instant, the encirclement of skeletons rapidly closed in. The skeletal army surged forward, overwhelming Han Yishu and her companions entirely. In mere moments, The members of Han Ishu's party were swiftly slain by the skeletal horde, expelled from the dungeon. Outside the dungeon, several principals from Tianshui City were gathered, engaged in conversation. Old Zhao, I truly envy you. I've heard that your school not only awakened an SS grade class, but this time you've struck gold. Upon seeing Zhao Guofeng, the principal of the third high school, Li Yuntian couldn't help but express his envy. It seems the final boss of this novice dungeon will surely be from your school. Too kind, too kind. Zhao Guofeng's smile was hard to suppress as he began to reciprocate the flattery. Your third high school is impressive as well, awakening the SSS grade mage, the fire mage. Oh, it's nothing to mention. Li Yuntian waved his hand, then suddenly recalled something. By the way, I heard your school has a student named Yi Yang who not only awakened a hidden class, but also possesses a unique trait. What is the story behind that? Suddenly recalling something, Li Yuntian inquired further. Don't even mention it. Zhao Guofeng shook his head. I've seen that kid's hidden class. It seems to be called a necromancer, capable of summoning skeletons, but those skeletons are utterly feeble. I worry he won't last an hour before being expelled from the dungeon. Is that so? Li Yuntian was somewhat taken aback. After much effort to acquire a hidden class, how could it be so feeble? It couldn't even last an hour? Chapter 5. Han Ishu was eliminated so quickly. It is known that enduring an hour in the novice dungeon is something that even the most abysmal F-class profession can barely manage. Zhao Guofeng's statement was quite explicit, implying that this class might even be inferior to the most basic professions like F-class warriors or mages. That said, hidden classes are typically professions that have never been seen before, so no one knows how powerful they truly are. Only after the individual has grown to a later stage and the strength is solidified and reported can the official organization assign a rank. This ranges from the commonly known lowest F rank to the highest SSS rank. Zhao Guofeng, indeed. I thought this time would be different, but to my dismay, this necromancer is so weak. I can't believe my student, a genius who topped the charts for 3 consecutive years in both martial and academic prowess, is associated with this. What a pity indeed. Li Yuntian chuckled inwardly while outwardly shaking his head in feigned lament. It appears that for your school to soar this time, you must rely on that Han Ishu. Yes, speaking of Han Ishu, Zhao Guofeng's face lit up with a hint of pride, but he cannot compare to your Qinyang. That lad, the SSS class fire messenger, is truly phenomenal. Too much flattery, too much flattery. Li Yuntian smiled, basking in the praise. Just as he was about to continue extolling, he suddenly noticed several figures emerging at the entrance of the novice dungeon. How could someone emerge so soon, just half an hour in? Li Yuntian wondered instinctively. Need you ask? Zhao Guofeng scoffed. It must be another arrogant fool, thinking their class is formidable, causing trouble in the dungeon. However, as soon as he finished his sentence, both Zhao Guofeng and Li Yuntian froze in shock. What? This is Han Ishu's team, isn't it? How could they come out so quickly? Inside the dungeon, not only Han Ishu but the other students were also besieged by the skeletal army. On another front, a blonde warrior raised his longsword, ready to strike the magical rabbit before him, when suddenly, a horde of skeletal warriors charged out, surrounding him and dispatching the rabbit in a flurry of blows. Before the blonde warrior could comprehend the situation, the skeletal figures swiftly vanished from his sight. What the hell is going on? The blonde warrior was dumbfounded. These skeletons are utterly unreasonable. They rush in, slay the monsters, and then disappear as if he, a towering figure of 1 meter 80, didn't even exist in their eyes. Skeletons? Could they be the skeletons of Yi Yang? At this thought, the blonde warrior's scalp tingled with dread. He was not alone. Other students in the dungeon were also wailing in despair. What on earth are these skeletons? This is ridiculous. I just spotted a monster, and it was killed by skeletons before I even had a chance to engage. It's impossible to find any monsters now. They've all been wiped out. How absurd. In the face of this skeletal army, there is no way to claim a kill, just as they were about to face monsters that required exceptional agility to defeat. These skeletons charged in with a flurry of unexplainable swordplay and dispatched them effortlessly. This is completely unreasonable. Meanwhile, ding, you have slain a LV2 giant python, earning 2 experience points. Ding, 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 your level has increased. Current level, LV4. Ding, you have received an upgrade reward, 1 point in 4-dimensional attributes, and 5 points in free attributes. How delightful, another level up. Without hesitation, he allocated the 5 free points to his spirit. Seeing his spirit attribute rise to 26 points, Yi Yang nodded in satisfaction. Not only that, but the attributes of the skeletons also increased to 4 points. Once he reaches level 10 and completes the 2nd-tier job change quest, he will awaken a new talent. My first talent is Soul Symbiosis, which allows me to share the vision of all summoned creatures. To be honest, this talent is incredibly powerful. The ability to observe danger without harm is just one of its many understated features. I wonder what my next talent will be. Every 10 levels, a practitioner triggers an advancement. Upon completing an advancement, they will receive a brand new talent. An SSS class profession will awaken a 2nd SSS class talent. An F class profession will awaken a 2nd F class talent. In simpler terms, the higher the profession's level, the greater the disparity with ordinary professions as they ascend. However, being the only unique hidden class, Yeong had no idea what the strength of his next talent would be. Regardless, the current talent, Soul Symbiosis, is already remarkably formidable. Feeling a slight anticipation, Yeong summoned over 100 additional skeletons from his summoning space, commanding them to continue dispersing and hunting monsters. At this moment, within the already modest novice dungeon, nearly 3,000 skeletons swarmed the area. Such a vast number of skeletons rendered Yi Yang's leveling efficiency nothing short of miraculous. While an ordinary person might take over a day to reach level 4, he had achieved it in less than an hour. It was simply exhilarating. It is said that after clearing a dungeon for the first time, one can obtain profession-specific skill scrolls. I wonder what skills I might unlock after conquering this dungeon. Will it be the ability to summon skeletal mages, or something else? Compared to reaching level 10, the rewards from this initial dungeon clearance are what Yeong truly anticipates. As a dual-ranking champion in both martial and academic fields, Yeong knows that practitioners typically earn very little experience from hunting monsters in the wild, and they rarely drop anything of value. Equipment and rare items like skills can only be obtained by entering and conquering dungeons. Furthermore, the higher the difficulty of the chosen dungeon, the better the rewards. For instance, the lowest ordinary difficulty dungeon has only a 10 chance of dropping a universal profession skill scroll. In contrast, the highest held difficulty dungeon guarantees a 100 drop rate for the exclusive profession skill scroll of one's own class. In this novice dungeon, the first individual to locate and vanquish the ultimate boss will assuredly be rewarded with an exclusive skill scroll upon successfully completing the dungeon. Subsequent participants can only hope to accumulate a modicum of experience within its confines. It can be said that this novice dungeon serves as a boon for all emerging professionals. Those wishing to obtain an exclusive occupational skill scroll in the future must venture into the perilous realm of the Shura difficulty level. Moreover, the player who defeats the final boss and claims the title of first in the novice dungeon will also secure a coveted spot in the East Mountain Province's special training camp. The allure of this training camp lies in its possession of a grand hall that encompasses dungeons from across the entire East Mountain Province. Once inside, participants can engage in reckless dungeon runs to bolster their strength. Should one fail to gain entry into the East Mountain Province's special training camp, they would be relegated to the wilderness for the month, grinding against lowly monsters that yield meager rewards and paltry experience. Relying on such meager incentives to strive for distinction in the national examination would be an almost insurmountable challenge. Chapter 6. The two principals are stunned. Is the necromancer really this powerful? Outside the dungeon, upon witnessing Han Yishu and her companions emerge at the entrance, Zhao Guofeng was about to inquire how they managed to exit the dungeon in such a short span when he suddenly noticed a throng of students steadily appearing at the entrance. What on earth is happening? How did you all emerge so swiftly? Where's that Qinyang? Not only Zhao Guofeng, but Principal Li Yuntian of the 3rd High School was also alarmed, rushing over to question Han Yishu. Initially reluctant to speak, Han Yishu found herself unable to resist the persistent inquiries of Zhao Guofeng and Li Yuntian. It was Yeong. After a moment's contemplation, she finally revealed. Yeong. Upon hearing this name, both principals were momentarily flabbergasted. Taking a breath, Li Yuntian suddenly recalled something, turning to Zhao Guofeng with an urgent query. Principal Zhao. This Yeong cannot possibly be the one who awakened the level 1 hidden class necromancer, can he? Swallowing hard, Zhao Guofeng incredulously affirmed. Yes, it is him. My heavens. Li Yuntian exclaimed in astonishment. Did you not say this class was weak? Just over half an hour into the dungeon, and he has already dispatched an SS level class. Is this what you deem weak? Zhao Guofeng, equally perplexed, replied, it is indeed weak. You have no idea. The skeletons he summoned possess merely 1 point in all attributes. It is no exaggeration to say that those pathetic skeletons could not even defeat a rabbit. Then how did he manage to defeat Miss Han, an SS level class? Li Yuntian pressed, unable to contain his curiosity. I have no idea either. Zhao Guofeng was equally baffled and turned to Han Yishu with a look of helplessness. To be honest, he too was keen to understand how Han Yishu, an SS level class, was vanquished by Yeong, who could not even contend with a rabbit. Yishu, could you perhaps elaborate on how you were defeated? Upon hearing this, a figure instantly materialized in Han Yishu's mind. Qinyang, gritting her teeth, she uttered, with my support, we could have easily dispatched Yi Yang's skeletons. But this coward fled in fear. Principal, how could we have fought without a damage dealer in our team? Qinyang. At this revelation, both Zhao Guofeng and Li Yuntian were left speechless. It is worth noting that Qinyang is the pride of their 3rd high school this year. Taking a deep breath, he pondered. Miss Han, I empathize with your experience of being defeated in the dungeon. However, you must not unjustly malign our Qinyang. You are aware that he is not only an SSS level class, but also an SSS level combat class. Once the national examination commences, it is not impossible for him to vie for the top 10, or even the top spot. Your SS level support class may falter, but do not disparage our Qinyang. Ha ha. Han Yishu chuckled softly. So Principal Li, You imply that you do not believe me? No, Li Yuntian immediately refuted. But I can assure you with my integrity that Chunyang, regardless of his shortcomings, would never fall before a worthless class that cannot even defeat a rabbit, let alone be frightened into retreat. It is simply impossible. Understanding the futility of further argument, Han Yishu decided to let the matter rest. Though she held a low opinion of Yi Yang, she had even less respect for someone like Chunyang, who fled in the heat of battle. Despite being an SS-level class, she was merely a support class and lacked formidable combat prowess. Yet, Chunyang was a bona fide SSS-level combat class, a fire envoy. With such extraordinary talent, how could he be intimidated enough to flee from Yi Yang's skeletons? What could she possibly say in his defense? I was truly blind to have taken a liking to such a person. What an SSS-level class, nothing but a waste. Indeed, the ancient masters were correct. There are no worthless classes, only worthless practitioners. If one's character is lacking, even the most legendary godly class would leave them trembling in fear. At this moment, Han Yishu was filled with profound regret. Not only in the future, but even now, the terrifying combat prowess exhibited by Yi Yang, the necromancer, was becoming widely known. Standing at the dungeon entrance, she could scarcely miss the numerous students being expelled from the dungeon every moment. In previous years, such occurrences were virtually unheard of. Even if such a situation arose, it would typically take several hours for the majority of students to converge in the core area of the dungeon, engaging in fierce competition over the final boss, leading to such outcomes. However, now that the dungeon had only been open for a little over an hour, nearly half of the students had already been expelled. This was utterly terrifying. In past years, let alone half, even a tenth of that number would have prompted the principals to question whether something was amiss with the dungeon. Yet, amidst this tumult, she had continuously belittled Yi Yang, compelling him to concede and yield to her demands. No, Yi Yang must be mine. I am the one closest to him. He has no family. I am the one who understands him best. With a silent resolution, she reaffirmed her determination. Han Yishu had already resolved to forsake Chunyang, opting instead for her childhood companion. Inside the dungeon, Yi Yang remained oblivious to the intricate psychological drama unfolding within Han Yishu after he had slain her and emerged from the instance. Nevertheless, even if he were to become aware of it, he would find little inclination to indulge her in needless conversation. Where were you during my low points? And now, on the crest of my success, who are you? When I awakened as a necromancer, enduring the scorn of others, you were among those who trampled upon me. Now that I have risen, you wish to attach yourself to me? What a farce. Ding, you have slain a LV6 coyote, earning 6 experience points. Ding, ding. Your level has increased, current, LV5. Ding, you have received upgrade rewards. 1 point in all attributes, 5 points in free attributes. Lacking any concern for Han Yishu's thoughts, after spending over 3 hours in the dungeon, Yi Yang was greeted by a delightful chime. Immediately thereafter, a familiar golden light enveloped him. Another level up. Following the customary allocation of those 5 free points into his spirit, Yi Yang glanced at his attribute panel. Chapter 7, The Arrival of Minor Calamity. Let us see how you escape this time. Name, Yi Yang. Profession, Necromancer. Level, 5 Strength, 15 Spirit, 40 Constitution, 15 Agility, 15. The glaring figure of 40 points in spirit nearly equaled the combined total of his other 3 attributes. Moreover, upon reaching level 5, even the attributes of his skeletons had reached a total of 5 points across the board, no longer resembling the fragile beings that shattered upon the slightest touch. Furthermore, after 3 hours had passed, Yi Yang's army of skeletons had swelled to over 10,000. It would be no exaggeration to assert that within the novice dungeon, the number of skeletons now exceeded the total number of participants from the entire Tianshui city. After all, a single school had merely over 2,000 students. The 5 major schools of Tianshui city collectively barely surpassed 10,000. Indeed, with a mere command, Yi Yang could easily clear the dungeon of all its participants using his vast legion of skeletons. However, if he were to actively seek them out, it would require unnecessary effort and time. Ultimately, everyone would have to converge on the core area to confront the final boss. At that juncture, it would not be he who sought them out. Rather, they would come seeking him. With a slight smile, Yi Yang casually shifted his perspective to one of his skeletons. Just as he settled down, Yi Yang's eyes lit up. Was that not Chunyang, who had just fled? How fortuitous to encounter him so swiftly again. The last time he had escaped, it was primarily due to the inadequacy of his skeleton's attributes, which shattered upon contact. The more significant reason, however, was their sheer numbers. With a subtle smile, Yi Yang issued a command for the surrounding thousands of skeletons to advance towards Chunyang. And these thousands were merely a fraction of his total forces. This time, he was quite eager to observe how Chunyang would attempt to flee. Outside the dungeon, after a half hour of waiting at the entrance without sight of Chunyang, Li Yuntian could not contain his laughter. Miss Han, you just claimed that Chunyang was fearful of Yi Yang's skeletons, yet after all this time, he has still not emerged? Upon hearing this, Han Yishu scoffed. It's merely luck. Luck? Li Yuntian laughed, casting a derisive glance at Han Yishu and Zhao Guofeng. In my view, It's your support abilities that are lacking, leading to Chunyang abandoning you. Haha. Do remember, you were once part of the same team. Even if Chunyang fled, why didn't you escape as well? It seems your SS level support profession is inadequate, and your fundamental skills in the school are equally unrefined. Are you implying my fundamentals are weak? Han Ishu's anger flared instantly. Do you consider Chunyang's combat skills, which failed 3 assessments during graduation, to be impressive? TSK, such a fiery temper for a young lady, Li Yuntian teased. Did I ever say that? But the facts speak for themselves. You claim Chunyang fled. If your skills are so superior, why didn't you escape? Oh, I remember now. Suddenly, Li Yuntian adopted a look of sudden understanding. I heard you have feelings for our school's Chunyang, right? So you're suggesting that you, Miss Han, sacrificed yourself to protect Chunyang? You. Han Ishu was rendered speechless, her beautiful eyes glaring fiercely at Li Yuntian. Yet she could not utter a word. What could she say? At that moment, after Chunyang awakened as an SSS-level fire mage, she had indeed been eager to team up with him. However, she had never anticipated that Chunyang would turn out to be such a coward. At the first sign of danger, he had thrown his teammates under the bus while he made his escape. Yet now, she found herself with no room to defend herself. Infuriating. She was truly on the verge of a breakdown. How could she have been so blind as to fall for such a worthless scoundrel? Had she kept Yiyang by her side, she would not only be rid of Chunyang, but would possess an army of hundreds, even thousands of skeletons, rendering her practically invincible in the novice dungeon. All right. Li Yuntian feigned sympathy, attempting to comfort her. Miss Han, I understand your sentiments. Once Chunyang emerges from the dungeon, having defeated that awakened necromancer, I assure you I won't mention your prior disparagement of him. I'll speak kindly to you. And Chunyang won't hold a grudge against your sudden retreat. His words nearly brought Han Ishu to tears. What misfortune had befallen her? She had initially hoped to ally with an SSS-level combat profession, complemented by her own SS-level top-tier support, envisioning a future of soaring success. Yet now, not only had she been abandoned as a shield by the scoundrel Chunyang in the dungeon, but others now misinterpreted her as having fled in fear. Was there not a shred of reason in this world? Yiyang, you must make Chunyang suffer for his cowardice and worthlessness. When that time comes, I will surely be with you. Silently vowing in her heart, Han Ishu's gaze blazed with intensity, fixated on the entrance of the dungeon. The moment Chunyang's figure appeared, she would unhesitatingly unleash all the grievances she had endured. And at that moment, within the confines of the dungeon, Chunyang, having just vanquished a diminutive rabbit, found himself delightfully elevated to level 2. Not only that, after escaping from Han Ishu's side, he had hastily gathered 9 other students to form a makeshift team. Initially, Chunyang regarded these individuals with disdain. After all, Han Ishu was an SS-rated extraordinary support class. Once she matured, she would undoubtedly possess explosive healing capabilities, alongside unparalleled buffs and protective effects, an impeccable match for him. In stark contrast, none of his temporary allies boasted even an S-class profession among them. The most formidable warrior among them was merely an A-class guardian shield fighter, whose only advantage was a slight increase in damage absorption, utterly inadequate compared to Han Ishu. However, there was little choice at that moment. Within the dungeon, he had to make do with what he had. As for fleeing before Han Ishu, Chunyang dismissed the notion entirely. It was ludicrous. In this world, strength reigned supreme. Having awakened an SSS-class profession, his ascent was inevitable. Even if he were to encounter Yi Yang's skeletons again after settling down, he would easily crush them. As they journeyed onward, Chunyang's temporary companions, witnessing his explosive damage output, could not help but boast about him, oblivious to the fact that a significant number of skeletons were stealthily closing in on them. Chapter 8. Want to charge out? Kill them. At this moment, as those teammates saw Chunyang effortlessly obliterate a level 2 giant serpent once more, they began to brag. With Chunyang's prowess, encountering Yi Yang's skeletons would be a mere walk in the park. Exactly. Chunyang simply underestimated the number of skeletons Yi Yang could summon. Who would have known he had been cheating since yesterday, summoning skeletons in advance? Indeed, those pathetic skeletons were hardly formidable. Chunyang wouldn't even need to lift a finger. His brothers could handle them easily. Right. As long as the 9 of us protect Chunyang, standing firm against those skeletons, they would be nothing short of annihilated. Hearing these words, Chunyang felt quite pleased. Moreover, he was unperturbed by the prospect of encountering Yi Yang. Though everyone initially doubted his ability to defeat even a rabbit, the sheer number of skeletons was overwhelming. Given Yi Yang's demonstrated class strength, it was only a matter of time before he crossed paths with him within this dungeon. Furthermore, they had now entered the core area of the dungeon. Even if it took a while, once they located the final boss, he would inevitably meet Yi Yang. Then, with a single strike, he would obliterate Yi Yang, and surely Han Ishu would have no choice but to curry favor with him thereafter. As he pondered this, even Chunyang couldn't suppress a sly grin. However, to think he could annihilate Yi Yang? Perhaps Chunyang was getting ahead of himself. Since entering the dungeon, Yi Yang had been resting at the periphery, never straying far from his position. This meant that regardless of how powerful Chunyang might be, capable of wiping out all the skeletons, he would never be able to lay a finger on him. Yet, just as Chun Yang reveled in his triumph, he suddenly felt a chilling breeze sweep past him. What was happening? Instinctively, he glanced around. In an instant, a shiver ran down his spine. What in the world? So many skeletons. At that moment, Chun Yang was overtaken by sheer terror. The number of skeletons he had previously encountered had barely reached a few hundred, but now, his eyes beheld at least 1,000 skeletons advancing toward them from the distance. Goodness, there are skeletons behind us too. To the left as well. How could there be so many? Quickly, protect Chun Yang. Yes, as long as Chun Yang is here, these skeletons are nothing to fear. Not only Chun Yang, but his teammates also saw the legion of skeletons encroaching upon them from all directions. Chun Yang, what should we do now? A solemn-faced warrior teammate inquired earnestly as he positioned himself before Chun Yang. Do not panic, Chun Yang replied with a cold smirk, as he relished the opportunity to avenge the earlier arrow incident. Since these skeletons had come knocking at his door, he had no qualms about demonstrating to Yi Yang the true strength of an SSS-class fire mage. You all protect me. Do not let those skeletons near. No matter how many there are, I can easily crush them. With his command issued, 9 sturdy warrior shields, alongside supportive healers, encircled him, ready to unleash their attacks. Huh. How serious they are. Yi Yang chuckled at this sight. He had merely dispatched a few thousand skeletons, yet Chun Yang appeared as if he were facing a formidable enemy. Since it was so, he thought, let us see just how powerful this SSS-class profession truly is. With a gentle smile, Yi Yang issued the command, charge. With a thunderous rumble, as the skeletons received Yi Yang's order, they swiftly traversed hundreds of meters, rapidly closing in on Chun Yang and his companions. What in the world? How many skeletons are there? It feels as if the ground is trembling. As he sensed the slight tremors beneath his feet, Chun Yang felt a pang of anxiety. Yet, at that moment, the area around them was entirely surrounded by skeletons. There was no way he could escape this time as he had done previously. Kill! With a booming shout from Chun Yang, 2 A-class warrior teammates charged forward. Yi Yang's skeletons were weak. With these 2 A-class warriors, surely he could find a way to carve a path through the encirclement. Watching the 2 warriors rush forward, Chun Yang felt a flicker of reassurance. As long as they could break through the encirclement, he could leverage his class strength to gradually eliminate all the skeletons. However, he could not have anticipated that as the 2 A-class shield warriors approached the army of skeletons, they were swiftly engulfed by dozens of skeletal minions within moments. Ding! Your teammate Lu Yuan has been slain by Yi Yang. Ding! Your teammate Wang Yi has been slain by Yi Yang. Upon receiving these notifications, Chun Yang was left utterly stunned. How could this be possible? Those 2 were pure A-class shield warriors. Why were they obliterated so swiftly before these skeletons? But what Chun Yang did not know was, before him lay the skeletal army, and at the moment Yi Yang ascended to level 5. All 4 of his attributes surged by 5 points, although there still existed a slight disparity compared to a typical novice professional. How could they possibly withstand the overwhelming onslaught of thousands of skeletal minions? It is no exaggeration to assert that, in the face of such sheer numbers, even if they managed to endure for a mere second, it would signify a terrifying strength in their profession. Simultaneously, upon witnessing the demise of the 2 A-grade warriors, the remaining 6 teammates were thrown into disarray. What the hell? Lu Yuan and Wang Yi actually fell so quickly. This is terrifying. Without a tank to absorb the damage, what are we to do next? We're doomed. There are far too many skeletons. We can't possibly handle this. Brother Chun, should we flee now? In the midst of their despair, everyone's gaze swiftly turned to Chun Yang, who appeared to be their last lifeline. Do not panic. What if 2 tanks have fallen? Stand firm. Chun Yang bellowed, his voice resonating with urgency. If they faltered now, it would truly spell their doom. At that moment, seeing Chun Yang's calm and resolute expression, the group began to regain their composure. Yes, we must protect Brother Chun. Before the words had fully escaped their lips, the remaining 6 teammates prepared to reform their formation. However, before they could even position themselves, the vast sea of skeletal minions had already surged before them. Chapter 9. Oh dear, how did you accidentally get yourself killed? Protect Brother Chun, we must hold the line. No, stay back, please. Spare me. I was wrong. Oh dear skeleton brother. In an instant, before any of them could mount a resistance, the skeletal army enveloped them entirely. Only Chun Yang remained, standing in a daze. Throughout the entire ordeal, he had not unleashed even a single elemental missile. However, even if he had the strength to resist, what could it achieve? An elemental missile, after all, was merely a single target skill. No matter how high Chun Yang's damage output, it would only suffice to annihilate one skeleton. Yet now, he stood before a veritable legion of thousands. How could they be so formidable? As he gazed upon the skeletal horde looming closer, despair washed over Chun Yang completely. Wasn't he this supposed to be a worthless profession? How could it be so monstrous? Here he was, an SSS-grade professional, yet before him, he possessed not an ounce of resistance. Could it be that there existed professions surpassing SSS-grade? Wasn't he supposed to flee? Why was he not running now? Just then, one of the skeletons before Chun Yang suddenly emitted Yi Yang's voice. I thought SSS-grade professionals were supposed to be powerful. Who knew you were so weak? You seem no different from the most ordinary F-grade professions. Far away, Yi Yang, having perceived Qin Yang's lack of resistance, quickly lost interest. He had initially thought that anyone deemed worthy by Han Yishu should possess some degree of competence. Yet, after witnessing the skeletal army trample over Qin Yang, it felt akin to crushing an ant, without even the slightest hint of struggle. Yi Yang. Upon hearing the voice, Qin Yang felt an immense sense of relief wash over him. Brother Yi Yang, you don't wish to kill me, do you? If you spare me this time, all the resources from this dungeon will be yours, including the final boss and everything else. Well, if I kill you, wouldn't those resources then belong to me anyway? Yi Yang couldn't help but chuckle at this. Moreover, if your SSS grade profession has such a feeble strength, perhaps it's best you don't show your face in public. With that, Yi Yang issued a direct command. Kill. In the next moment, Qin Yang, with a face full of despair, could only watch as an endless tide of skeletal monsters surged toward him. Until the last flicker of light was completely shrouded by the skeletons, he peacefully closed his eyes. Following this would be the search for the final boss, bringing this dungeon to a close. Yi Yang held high hopes for the ultimate reward of this dungeon. After all, it was an exclusive profession skill scroll. Upon opening it, one could acquire a skill pertaining to their own profession. It was nothing short of exhilarating. In contrast, the universal profession skill scrolls could sometimes require hundreds of attempts before yielding a skill that one could actually learn. Outside the dungeon, when Li Yuntian observed that most of the students had gradually been eliminated from the dungeon, yet he had yet to see Qin Yang's figure, he couldn't help but laugh. Brother Zhao, did you see that? Our Qin Yang is not the waste that Miss Han claimed, merely a coward who runs away. If he truly was just a coward, how come he hasn't been eliminated yet after 2 or 3 hours? Hearing this, Zhao Guofeng struggled to contain his amusement. Principal Li, our school Yi Yang hasn't emerged either. What joy do you find in this? Li Yuntian couldn't help but chuckle. Are you talking about your necromancer who can't even defeat a rabbit? Brother Zhao, I advise you at this point. The surviving students should be entering the core area of the dungeon, so it won't be long before your necromancer is eliminated. As he spoke, Li Yuntian couldn't help but laugh heartily. After all, Qin Yang was an SSS grade professional. As long as he could grow smoothly, not only would he excel in the college entrance examinations, but he would also undoubtedly be a standout in the esteemed Dragon Kingdom Military Academy. And what of that necromancer? What of Han Yishu's so-called SSS grade support profession? Before Qin Yang, the SSS grade flame envoy, they wouldn't even be worthy of carrying his shoes. However, just as Li Yuntian finished speaking, a figure suddenly emerged at the dungeon's entrance. As several pairs of eyes focused, they were astonished to find that the figure was none other than Qin Yang. Not only that, but he was accompanied by several of his former teammates from the temporary group in the dungeon. How is this possible? Qin Yang actually made it out alive? In that instant, Li Yuntian was utterly dumbfounded. Just moments ago, he had been boasting about how powerful Qin Yang, the SSS grade flame envoy, was, and now, within less than a minute, how could he have been eliminated? He had been hoping that Qin Yang would defeat the final boss, securing first place in this novice dungeon and earning a spot in the special training camp in Dongshan province. With a chuckle, Han Yishu remarked, Principal Li, it seems your student isn't too shabby after all, managing to hold out for so long before being eliminated. It appears that his skills in evasion are indeed commendable, managing to survive for such an extended period amidst the skeletal sea. At the very least, he has endured longer than you. Furthermore, he may not have been slain by your so-called necromancer. Li Yuntian felt his face burn with indignation. With a snort, he chose to say no more and directly approached Qin Yang. Qin Yang, what in the world happened? Did you encounter some formidable monster and accidentally found yourself in this predicament? Or did you simply fail to withstand the ultimate boss? Upon hearing Li Yuntian's words, Qin Yang's complexion turned ashen. Initially inclined to offer a defense, he hesitated upon noticing the companions who had also met their demise alongside him, rendering him unable to utter a falsehood. After a prolonged silence, he finally managed to stammer, I was merely caught off guard by those skeletons summoned by Yi Yang. Oh, how careless of you indeed. With 8 or 9 individuals assigned to protect you, you still managed to be caught unawares. At that moment, Han Yishu also approached. Observing that Qin Yang was flanked by several supportive teammates, she couldn't help but jest. Could it be that your teammates abandoned you this time, leading to your unfortunate demise? Han Yishu, do not slander us. The first casualty, A-rank warrior Lu Yuan, could no longer contain his retort. I was the first to charge in for Qin Yang, along with my brother Wang Yi. How dare you suggest we fled? This statement left Qin Yang utterly speechless. Lu Yuan's defense effectively silenced any words he might have wished to express. Chapter 10. What if you defeat me? The ultimate boss, Yi Yang, cannot prevail. At this juncture, witnessing the students on both sides nearly embroiled in a quarrel, Zhao Guofeng, who typically advocated for peace, promptly stepped forward. All right. Dear classmates, there is no need for us to argue here. Regardless of the circumstances, we are all already eliminated, and there is no need to dwell on such matters. Now, let us observe whether our classmate Yi Yang can confront the final boss of this dungeon. Upon hearing this, Qin Yang, who had been rendered speechless by Han Yishu's earlier remarks, couldn't help but let out a derisive chuckle. Principal Zhao, surely you do not overestimate your school's necromancer, do you? What do you mean by that? Zhao Guofeng frowned, looking at Qin Yang with surprise. Quite simply, Qin Yang replied with a sneer. While I may have been defeated by Yi Yang, that does not inherently imply he possesses the capability to confront the final boss of the dungeon head-on. To take it a step further, even if Yi Yang were to slay the final boss, what would be the cost in terms of lost skeletons? His class, at its core, is that of a summoner. Once he loses these skeletons, how much combat power will he retain? How can you be so certain? Han Yishu instinctively countered. However, before Qin Yang could respond, Zhao Guofeng sighed. Han, there is merit in Qin Yang's argument. Principal, no need to elaborate. Zhao Guofeng waved his hand. Though Yi Yang's necromancer displays formidable combat prowess now, the sheer number of skeletons he summons cannot be equated with that of true professionals. To put it plainly, every profession possesses innate talents. Regardless of their strength, these talents, even the weakest F grade, can yield commendable effects in particular situations. Yet, the skeletons he summons, as you have seen, possess nothing beyond sheer attributes. This implies that even a professional with attributes akin to those skeletons would easily overpower them. Historically, to conquer the final boss, one would require at least 1,000 professionals. Converted to his skeletons, he would need several thousand, if not tens of thousands, to stand a chance against the final boss, let alone successfully conquer it. Upon hearing this, Han Yishu fell into a profound silence. Indeed, the strength of the final boss is universally acknowledged. In previous years, the new generation of professionals participating in the novice dungeon consisted of numerous teams cooperating, with at least a few hundred, even 1,000 or 2,000 individuals, required to barely complete the conquest of the final boss. Could Yi Yang truly withstand the final boss all by himself? Frankly speaking, such a notion is utterly implausible. Even ordinary professionals need a minimum of 1,000 individuals to attempt the conquest. If we were to substitute Yi Yang's skeletons, he would require at least several thousand, if not tens of thousands. Most importantly, those skeletons lack any intelligence or adaptability. How could they possibly compare to true professionals endowed with wisdom? However, unbeknownst to Zhao Guofeng, Li Yuntian, and the others, the number of skeletons at Yi Yang's command had far surpassed their wildest imaginations. A few thousand? Apologies. But his current count of skeletons has already exceeded 20,000. It is no exaggeration to assert that, regardless of the final boss, even if the King of Heaven himself were to appear, given Yi Yang sufficient time, he could certainly whittle him down to nothing. Meanwhile, within the dungeon, as Yi Yang continuously shifted his perspective, slaying foes while simultaneously searching for the final boss within the core domain of the dungeon, he couldn't help but sigh. I never anticipated that finding the final boss would prove so challenging. I have been scouring this core zone for nearly an hour without discovering its whereabouts. Subconsciously, Yi Yang glanced at his status panel. Name, Yi Yang class, Necromancer level, 6 indeed. At this moment, Yi Yang's level had rapidly ascended to level 6. Not only that, but his experience had also surged to 94, drawing him ever closer to level 7. Although it becomes increasingly difficult to level up as one progresses, the number of skeletons Yi Yang has summoned continues to multiply with the passage of time. For an ordinary individual, reaching level 6 typically requires at least 3 to 4 days. Yet he had accomplished this feat in a mere 6 or 7 hours since entering the dungeon. Averaging a level up every hour is nothing short of astounding. Before long, just minutes later, a golden light once again enveloped Yi Yang. Ding. You have slain a LV8 horn boar, earning 8 experience points. Ding. Your level has increased. Current, LV7. Congratulations. You have received an upgrade reward. 1 point in 4-dimensional attributes and 5 points in free attributes. Comforting. Another level up. Upon seeing this upgrade notification, Yi Yang nodded in satisfaction. Name, Yi Yang occupation, Necromancer level, 7 strength, 17 spirit, 52 constitution, 17 agility, 17 at a glance. Yi Yang's spirit attribute had risen to a level surpassing the combined total of the other 3 attributes. Moreover, with the increase in level, the overall attributes of his summoned skeletons had also been elevated to 7 points, augmented by the impressive 52-point boost. If he could continue grinding monsters here, it would indeed be quite advantageous. However, the novice dungeon could only remain open for a maximum of 12 hours. If he failed to locate the final boss within that time frame, he would be forcibly returned. Contemplating this, Yi Yang felt a bit overwhelmed. Such scenarios had occurred in previous years. If he could not find the final boss, this novice dungeon, regarded as a welfare level opportunity, would have its greatest value squandered. Yet, just as Yi Yang was at a loss, he suddenly spotted a figure through the perspective of his skeleton. A skeleton? Could it possibly be Yi Yang's own skeleton? I am a B-class warrior class pursuer. If you spare my life, my talents can guide you to the final boss of this dungeon. Chapter 11. The final boss. First, eliminate Yi Yang. In his field of vision, a girl donned in tight leather armor with a ponytail appeared, her eyes reflecting a mix of admiration and fear. He recognized her. She was from his class. Named Li Qing. However, in the original body's perspective, Han Ishu had become his everything. Thus, he was entirely oblivious to the fact that, despite being an object of admiration for many, his heart was solely devoted to Han Ishu. Little did the original body realize that, after awakening a subpar profession, he was promptly abandoned by Han Ishu, who sought out Chen Yang, a partner with an SSS-level profession. Instead, the original body was utterly foolish, sacrificing an entire forest for a single old willow tree. In terms of appearance, this girl was certainly on par with Han Ishu. Yi Yang did not command his skeleton to eliminate the girl, not merely because of her looks. It is no exaggeration to say that since the cataclysmic era began over 500 years ago, the absorption of elemental energy had revolutionized everyone's physical constitution. Naturally, their appearances had also improved significantly. Even the most unremarkable girl in this world could easily eclipse the heavily made-up internet celebrities of the past. The true reason for sparing the girl's life was her profession, B-class pursuer. Her talent enabled her to track nearby monsters and apply a permanent mark, granting not only visibility of the target, but also enhancing damage for herself and her teammates. But why was she alone instead of in a team? Pondering this, Yi Yang felt a hint of confusion. However, after a brief exchange, the girl soon revealed the truth. It turned out that upon entering the dungeon, she had been part of a team. Yet, after guiding them to the final boss, her team had cast her aside. Indeed, upon discovering the final boss, her utility had diminished in the eyes of ordinary players. Hence, her teammates had deemed it necessary to replace her with someone more beneficial to the group. Upon learning this, Yi Yang sighed. This is human nature. Yet, truth be told, it was fortunate that her team had abandoned her. Otherwise, it would have taken him an additional 2 to 3 hours to find the final boss. Now, with her having marked the final boss with a hunt mark, he had secured permanent visibility, thereby saving himself considerable effort. Let us proceed, Yi Yang commanded, instructing the girl to lead his skeletons towards their destination. Lord Yi Yang, it will take approximately half an hour to reach the final boss. I hope you are not in a hurry. As they walked, Li Qing suddenly recalled something and instinctively spoke. It's nothing, Yi Yang replied nonchalantly. Having spent over 7 hours in the dungeon, he currently commanded a staggering 27,000 skeletons. This half-hour journey would provide ample opportunity for the other skeletons to slay more monsters. If all went well, he might even level up during this time. By the way, after being abandoned by your team, aren't you worried about being discarded by me once we reach the final boss? Yi Yang casually inquired, seeking to fill the silence. After all, he had merely a few hundred skeletons on the journey, also serving to ensure her safety. However, upon hearing Yi Yang's words, the girl boldly replied, I am not afraid. Furthermore, even if you were to abandon me, I would accept it. Accept it? Yes. Li Qing nodded earnestly. Lord Yi Yang, I have always liked you. However, I understood that your heart belonged solely to Han Ishu, so I hesitated to express my feelings. Today, noticing that you seemed to have had a quarrel with Han Ishu, I finally gathered the courage to speak. Otherwise, upon seeing your skeleton for the first time, I would have fled. Chuckling softly at her words, Yi Yang chose not to elaborate further. Boom. Soon, after Yi Yang's skeletons followed Li Qing for over half an hour, he finally spotted a monster emanating a faint glow in the distance. Sunlit Tiger. Category, Boss Level Strength, 120 Spirit, 110 Constitution, 150 Agility, 140 Gazing at the Sunlit Tiger. One could see its fur radiating a soft golden light, with all 4 attributes exceeding 100 points. Even its weakest spirit attribute reached 110 points. Truly formidable. However, aside from the Sunlit Tiger, numerous ordinary monsters at levels 8 and 9 surrounded it. Furthermore, there were easily 1 to 200 players who had arrived here long before them. Hey, isn't that Li Qing? No sooner had they approached than a boy with a crew cut immediately recognized Li Qing's figure. Not only he, but also several others in his vicinity had spotted Li Qing. TSK. Didn't Li Qing flee in anger after we kicked her just moments ago? Why has she returned now? Wait. Look at the multitude of skeletons behind her. Skeletons? Goodness, could they possibly belong to Yi Yang? Surely not. Aren't Yi Yang's skeletons rather weak? It said they couldn't even slay a rabbit, yet he has managed to penetrate the core area of the dungeon? Indeed. The monsters in the core area of the dungeon are all level 5 and above, let alone his skeletons. Even our fully equipped team of professionals would struggle to reach this place. Haha, let us not dwell on that. There are at least 200 people here, and over half are top-tier A-class professionals. If Yi Yang's skeletons wish to interfere with this final boss, we must eliminate them first. When the boy with the pompadour hairstyle saw Li Qing, he merely made a few mocking remarks. However, upon witnessing those almost iconic skeletal summons, a peculiar smile crept across his face. Just yesterday, he had successfully awakened as an A-class fire mage. His talent allows him to deal double damage to nearby foes each time he casts a spell. It was precisely this talent that enabled him to lead his teammates deep into the core area of the dungeon. Not just him, but the expressions of his other teammates also bore a trace of cruelty. It seemed that as soon as they took action, Yi Yang's skeletons would become mere playthings in their hands. However, Upon hearing their words, a few girls in the team felt a pang of compassion. Chapter 12. These pitiful skeletons wish to threaten us? Hiss, eliminate Yiyang? That doesn't seem right. In truth, I rather like Yiyang. Lu Shualon. Are you out of your mind? What is wrong with Shualon? I like Yiyang too. He was the top scholar in both academics and martial arts for 3 consecutive years at school, and he is quite handsome. Which girl wouldn't be fond of him? Exactly. I had a crush on him too, but it's a pity that during the awakening ceremony yesterday, the profession he awakened was too weak. Indeed, what a pity. Otherwise, I would have surely pursued him. You think you can chase Yiyang? Have you forgotten he is Han Ishu's lapdog? Didn't he have a falling out with Han Ishu? For heaven's sake, you girls are truly hopeless. Observing the comments of these enchanting girls, the pompadour-haired boy was left speechless. You can pursue him however you please, but what time is it now? We are at the most critical moment of the novice dungeon. Securing the final boss's exclusive skill scroll would directly grant eligibility for selection in the Eastern Mountain Province's training camp. Yet this group, infatuated with their past crush, is reluctant to touch Yiyang's skeletons? This is utterly ridiculous. Bro, don't expect anything from these girls. It's futile. Previously, he thought Yiyang's desperate attempts to cling to Han Ishu were outrageous, but he never expected these girls to be even more absurd. A B-class warrior boy, wielding a sword and shield, was utterly exasperated and couldn't help but advise Wang Fei. We can rely on our own strength to effortlessly crush these pathetic skeletons. Wang Fei, the pompadour-haired boy who had awakened as an A-class fire mage, replied, You're absolutely right. Taking a deep breath, Wang Fei realized that they could only depend on their group of brothers. However, just moments ago, he had heard that the 2 formidable players, Chunyang and Han Ishu, had already been eliminated from the dungeon. Though he was unaware of who was responsible, with these 2 out of the picture, the A-class and S-class professionals like them would be key contenders for the final boss's ownership. As for Yiyang, not even Wang Fei, let alone the B-class warrior, took him seriously. At this moment, after examining the boss's attributes, Yiyang could no longer be bothered to engage in idle chatter. Once his hundreds of skeletons were fully prepared, Yiyang spoke directly. You have 10 seconds. Either all of you leave, or you will all perish here. Upon hearing these words, Wang Fei and his teammates burst into laughter. Yiyang, what audacity. You think these few hundred skeletons can intimidate us into retreating from the dungeon? Old Zhao, protect me. Let us see how your bro takes on 100 with 1. For a mage, especially one like Wang Fei who specializes in area damage, the greatest fear is not overwhelming numbers. His talent allows him to deal double damage to nearby foes with every spell cast. In other words, a single fire elemental sphere could annihilate a large number of these wretched skeletons. Without a second thought, Wang Fei raised his staff. Yet before he could begin to channel the fire element, he suddenly noticed a massive influx of skeletal summons surrounding him. What the hell? How did this happen? Why are there so many skeletons? Upon witnessing such a scene, Wang Fei was instantly dumbfounded. Just moments ago, there were only 300 to 500 skeletons. How could there suddenly be so many? A glance revealed that not only were there hundreds, but he could clearly see at least 5,000 to 6,000. And these thousands of skeletons were now slowly encircling them. Bro, what should we do now? The B-class warrior Zhao Wei had never encountered such a sight before. He knew Yiyang could summon skeletons, but who would have imagined he could summon so many? Did he just excavate the entire ancestral grave? Upon hearing Zhao Wei's words, Wang Fei was also taken aback. Gulp. Wang Fei swallowed hard, forcing himself to remain calm. What to do? What else is there to do? We must quickly find a breakthrough and break out. He was confident that, despite the hundreds, with his talent and the protection of his teammates, they could still break through. After all, although there were hundreds, he could tell that the attributes of these skeletons were lacking. As long as they kept kiting them and utilized his explosive area attack skills, defeating a few hundred skeletons was merely a matter of time. But now, with thousands suddenly appearing, this was tantamount to a minor monster catastrophe. How could they possibly fight back? Without daring to think further, Wang Fei scanned the surroundings. And upon noticing that the number of skeletons behind him was relatively sparse, he immediately directed all his teammates to unleash a barrage in that direction. Everyone, let us break through together in this direction. Regardless of the cost, we must shatter this encirclement. Despite the dire circumstances, Wang Fei remained remarkably composed. He understood that his advantages lay in his innate talent and the agility skills he had honed over years at school. Most importantly, as a human, he possessed a level of intelligence that could not be matched by the skeletal minions surrounding him. Thus, the immediate priority was to escape this encirclement. Otherwise, being surrounded by thousands of skeletons would render any tactics or skills utterly ineffective. One need only recall Xiang Yu, the so-called overlord, who, despite his legendary prowess, was ultimately cornered and forced to take his own life when faced with overwhelming ambush. In open terrain or unique landscapes, a true overlord could find a path to survival even against overwhelming odds. Upon hearing Wang Fei's command, his teammates instantly grasped their objective. Not just Wang Fei's group, but all the other adventurers present also felt a sudden surge of panic. Although the skeletal army had been summoned as a consequence of Wang Fei's provocation of Yi Yang, everyone understood that Yi Yang's ultimate aim was to vanquish the final boss. If they remained passive, they would undoubtedly be reduced to mere pulp by this overwhelming tide of skeletons. Follow Wang Fei. Let us break through together. Chapter 13. Despair. Panic. War erupts. It was unclear who shouted, but at that moment, everyone united in purpose, unleashing their skills against the encroaching skeletal army. Warriors swung their swords with fervor. Mages unleashed torrents of elemental missiles. Countless arrows flew forth from longbows with dazzling speed. Indeed, the resistance displayed by these individuals far surpassed that of Qin Yang's party. It was evident that the greater the number, the more exhilarating the challenge. Thus, all skeletons converged towards this location. As the 200 adventurers mounted their rebellion, Yi Yang's interest was piqued. Previously, he had encountered only small teams lacking in resistance. Yet, these mere handfuls of adventurers stood no chance against the relentless charge of the skeletal horde. However, Yi Yang was not merely playing. Only one individual could claim the rights to the final boss. Even if he wished to spare them, he would ultimately have to engage in combat for the final boss. Moreover, Yi Yang had previously warned these individuals, giving them 10 seconds to flee. Their refusal to heed his warning left him no choice but to act decisively. Without further ado, Yi Yang dispatched commands to all skeletons, instructing them to converge at this location. In an instant, an army of 30,000 skeletons surged forth, cutting through all obstacles in a frenzied rush towards the location of the final boss. At this moment, the 200 adventurers found themselves entangled in chaotic combat with the initial wave of 5,000 to 6,000 skeletons. However, after the first clash, the number of surviving adventurers was halved. Yet, Wang Fei felt a glimmer of hope as more adventurers approached their position, whether to seize the final boss or to assist in repelling the skeletons. Regardless of their intentions, their arrival would inevitably lead to confrontation with the skeletal horde. Fei Ge, this is untenable. The number of skeletons is overwhelming. We cannot withstand this. At that moment, the B-rank shield warrior Zhao Wei was on the brink of collapse. It was preposterous. Even the A-rank and S-rank warriors summoned by Qin Yang had struggled against a single charge from Yi Yang's skeletal army. A mere B-rank shield warrior like him, were it not for the protection of others, would have long been swept away by the tide of skeletons. What troubled him further was that under Wang Fei's command, they had aimed to find an opening to lead all adventurers out of the encirclement. However, after their first charge was thwarted by hundreds of skeletons, the surrounding horde quickly closed in on them. Their situation had become even more precarious than at the outset. The relentless skeletal army was now mere inches away, mindlessly lunging at them like the zombies of a horror film. Wang Fei fought valiantly, with his innate abilities. A single elemental missile could obliterate dozens of skeletons nearby. Yet, he too was merely human. Even though elemental missiles required no mental energy to cast, his stamina was not infinite. What deepened their despair was that the small gap they had painstakingly created was instantly filled with more skeletons, who, undeterred by their losses, launched a frenzied assault without allowing them a moment to breathe. It was not just the sheer strength of the skeletons that posed a challenge. But even if they stood still and allowed the skeletons to attack, the exhaustion from breaking through the encirclement would be their undoing. Hold the line. Everyone, hold the line. In the depths of despair, Wang Fei roared incessantly. As a mage, if the frontline warriors faltered and allowed the accursed skeletons to breach their defenses, his chances of survival would plummet to zero. Yet, witnessing the endless wave of skeletons, Wang Fei felt himself on the verge of collapse. As the number of fallen adventurers around him grew, his hope dwindled to nothing. Who said necromancers are inferior to the most useless F-rank classes? He thought bitterly. Who could possibly withstand such a multitude of skeletons? In just a few minutes, upon witnessing Zhao Wei overwhelmed by a horde of skeletons, Wang Fei fell to his knees. Helplessness, breakdown, despair. At that moment, a torrent of sorrow surged within Wang Fei's heart. It was utterly terrifying. Faced with the overwhelming horde of skeletal warriors, it was utterly impossible to contend against them with mere personal strength. Thud, thud, thud. Moments later, Wang Fei, enveloped in despair, allowed the bone blades wielded by the skeletons to slice into his flesh, devoid of any inclination to resist. Outside the dungeon, confusion reigned. What is happening here? Why are so many students emerging at the same time? Upon witnessing a throng of students surging forth from the dungeon entrance, Zhao Guofeng, Li Yuntian, and others were momentarily taken aback. Not only they, but even Han Yishu and Qin Yang appeared equally astonished. Without pausing to ponder, Zhao Guofeng hurried to one of the students, unable to contain his curiosity. Lu, what transpired? How did all of you end up defeated? Sighing heavily, Lu Chang recounted the terrifying scene he had just witnessed. The sheer number of skeletons was overwhelming. We simply stood no chance. Upon hearing this, Zhao Guofeng was rendered speechless for a moment. Skeletons? Are you implying these were Yi Yang's skeletons? Indeed, Lu Chang lamented. We initially thought we could handle it easily. But before we even engaged, thousands of skeletons suddenly emerged and wiped us out. Thousands. At that instant, All present were left in a state of bewilderment. Just where had Yi Yang summoned these thousands of skeletons from? Chapter 14. The Principal's Bewilderment. Could it be that he is not as incompetent as presumed? Lu, you mustn't jest with the Principal, someone interjected. We clearly witnessed the Necromancer's abilities, even with an abundance of mana potions. Summoning a few hundred or 1,000 skeletons in a night would be the utmost limit. After a lengthy pause, as Zhao Guofeng and Li Yuntian regained their composure, they pressed for more information. However, before Lu Chang could respond, other students who had also been defeated spoke up directly. Principal, we are not deceiving you. Yi Yang truly has at least 5,000 or 6,000 skeletons, if not more. Indeed, you should have seen it. The mountains were teeming with skeletons, Principal. Absolutely terrifying. We had no capacity to resist whatsoever. Hearing their declarations, Zhao Guofeng and the others fell into a profound silence. While one person's account might be dismissed as a fabrication, how could the consistent testimonies of hundreds of students be mere coincidence? Thousands of skeletons. My heavens, how on earth did Yi Yang manage this? Just the sheer number alone, even if they were merely ants, would constitute a formidable force. Not to mention, those skeletons could evolve. With this realization, the principals felt a chill of sweat trickling down their foreheads. This profession was simply too exaggerated. Not only did it dominate over thousands of students, but it also effortlessly crushed even SSS and SS-ranked professions. Although it was still the early stages and those higher-ranked professions had yet to fully unleash their potential, what if, by the late game, Yi Yang's Necromancer would not experience any growth? Could it be that they had gravely misjudged this situation? Perhaps the Necromancer was not the most feeble class after all, but rather one of significant strength. Not only the principals, but even Han Yishu was struck by astonishment. Initially, she believed that their small numbers, combined with Qin Yang, the SSS-ranked main damage dealer, fleeing, were the reasons they could not withstand the skeletons. But now, witnessing 100 to 200 students being directly dispatched from the dungeon, what further could be said? This won't do. Once Yi Yang emerges from the dungeon, I must become his girlfriend. I cannot allow him to be snatched away by another girl. Han Yishu clenched her fists, silently resolving her intent. Chuckling softly from the corner, Qin Yang could not suppress a derisive laugh. Can you all cease with the self-satisfaction? It's merely a matter of slaying a couple hundred novice adventurers. What is there to be proud of? At his words, Zhao Guofeng, Han Yishu, and even Qin Yang's principal, Li Yuntian, were momentarily taken aback. Qin Yang, what do you mean by that? What else could I possibly mean? Qin Yang retorted with a slight smirk. I admit, Yi Yang skeletons do possess some skill, and their numbers are indeed substantial, but that is merely in the context of novice adventurers. Against the final boss of this dungeon, he stands no chance whatsoever. Why do you say that? Zhao Guofeng raised an eyebrow. Currently, most students had either been vanquished by Yi Yang skeletons or had fallen victim to the monsters prematurely. It seemed that Yi Yang was the only viable contender for overcoming the final boss. What if something were to happen to him? If Yi Yang were to falter, not only would Tianshui No. 1 High School be in dire straits, but the entire city of Tianshui would likely lose its opportunity to compete for a place in the special training camp of Dongshan Province. However, Qin Yang merely shrugged, a scornful smile adorning his lips. Do I really need to spell it out? Just ask any of the recently defeated students about the final boss, and you will soon find out. Upon hearing this, Zhao Guofeng, Li Yuntian, and others instinctively approached a student who had just emerged from the dungeon, demanding serious inquiries. The outcome, however, left them utterly stunned. The final boss not only boasted terrifying attributes with all 4 primary stats exceeding 100, but also possessed a devastating area attack skill known as the Solar Ray. Once unleashed, all within 100 meters would be instantly obliterated. Heavens, this was truly Yi Yang's nemesis. Upon receiving this information, Zhao Guofeng's face drained of color. Not to mention the potential additional mechanisms of the final boss. Just this single skill was enough to completely thwart Yi Yang. At that moment, one could not help but question why Yi Yang had been so invincible within the novice dungeon. Was it not due to his seemingly inexhaustible horde of skeletons? Setting aside how he had even managed such a feat, the mere prospect of thousands of skeletons comparable to novice adventurers was enough to instill dread in all students. Not just novices, even soldiers unaccustomed to the trials of true warfare would feel a sense of trepidation in the face of such an overwhelming display. Yet, the final boss, the Solar Tiger, was precisely the entity least deterred by sheer numbers. You think your numbers intimidate me? With a single cast of my massive area attack, the Solar Ray, I can annihilate you all. No matter how many skeletons you conjure, they shall never breach my defenses. How could one possibly contend against that? Coupled with the boss's attributes, all exceeding 100, it was practically an indomitable force. It is over. Zhao Guofeng's vision darkened, and his body teetered backward. Several teachers, witnessing the situation, rushed forward to assist him. He had initially thought that if Yi Yang could rise against the odds, he, as the principal, could ride Yi Yang's coattails to a swift ascent in his career. It was not out of the question for him to become the vice president of Tianshui City, or even the president. But now, Yi Yang was firmly restrained by this ultimate boss. Not only was there no hope of taking off, But even securing a spot in the elite training camp seemed utterly impossible. Damn it. It felt as though the heavens were conspiring against Zhao Guofeng. Just the thought of it ignited a fierce blaze of frustration within him, leaving him both heated and stifled. Principal, please remain calm. This child, Yang, is our top scholar at Tianshui No. 1 High School, and even the entire Tianshui city, having dominated both the literary and martial rankings for 3 consecutive years. Perhaps he has his own means. Alas, what means could there be? Qin Yang was correct. Defeating new professionals was indeed a skill. Yet overcoming the ultimate boss was an entirely different matter, leaving little room for advancement. I had thought I was about to make a fortunate discovery, snatching up a transcendent profession far beyond SSS rank. Little did I know that I could not escape the definition of a worthless profession. Shaking his head, Zhao Guofeng had already lost hope. Meanwhile, Li Yuntian, though his face displayed a sense of regret, secretly reveled in the situation. He feared for his friend's struggles, yet also envied his friend's success. Initially, upon seeing Chun Yang break through, he believed Tianshui No. 1 High School would be propelled to greatness by Yi Yang. Unexpectedly, it turned out to be a mere waste. Ding, you have slain the fire mage Wang Fei. Ding, ding, on the other side. Yi Yang remained expressionless as he scrutinized the series of kill notifications. For him, killing was of little consequence. His primary objective was to eliminate those participants to ensure a secure environment for battling the boss. Otherwise, it would be troublesome if those professionals interfered while his skeletons launched an assault on the boss. Now, gazing at the professionals that had been completely cleared, Yi Yang nodded in satisfaction. As for the events occurring outside, he was utterly oblivious. However, even if he were to learn of them, Yi Yang would harbor no interest. What mattered was his own profession's strength. Why should he allow others to define it? Next up was the boss. Immediately, Yi Yang's gaze fixed upon the Sunlight Tiger. Once he slayed it, he would obtain an exclusive profession skill scroll. Just the thought of it sent waves of excitement coursing through him. At that moment, the girl who had accompanied Yi Yang to this location suddenly spoke up. Yi Yang, when I was part of the team attacking this boss, I discovered that it possesses not only formidable attributes, but also a wide-ranging area attack skill. An area attack skill? This information was indeed quite significant for Yi Yang. After all, it was his first encounter with this boss, and aside from its attributes, he had no other insights. With this knowledge, I now understand how to proceed. A slight smile graced his lips as he issued an attack command to one of the skeletons. With a swift motion, the skeleton charged toward the boss, raising its bone blade to strike. Yet the Sunlight Tiger did not unleash any area attack skills. It merely lifted a paw, and with a single normal attack, it obliterated the skeleton. Following suit were the second and third skeletons, each meeting the same fate, unable to trigger the Sunlight Tiger's area attack skill, and swiftly dispatched. Clearly, 1 or 2 skeletons were insufficient. Yi Yang had initially planned to use a few skeletons to lure out the boss's area attack skill before unleashing an all-out assault with his entire army of skeletons. However, given that the boss was withholding its area attack skill, Yi Yang could not afford to act recklessly. In that case, he would simply increase their numbers. Without further ado, Yi Yang raised the number of attacking skeletons to 100 in one go. For him, summoning 100 skeletons was merely a matter of minutes, utterly inconsequential. In an instant, 100 skeletons surged forward, converging upon the boss. After a flurry of attacks, although the Sunlight Tiger did not suffer significant damage, its body erupted with a faint golden glow. Not good. This is the precursor to the boss unleashing its area attack skill. Upon witnessing this, the girl exclaimed in alarm. However, by this point, the skeletons that had charged in had no chance to retreat. Furthermore, Yi Yang had no intention of recalling them. The next moment, a thunderous roar erupted from the Sunlight Tiger. The golden glow instantly unleashed a terrifying force. Sunlight's radiance. Boom. In an instant, the 100 skeletons that had rushed to the boss's side were annihilated in a flash. Not even their remains were left. They were utterly obliterated by that wave of sunlight. It must be said, regardless of whether this boss possessed any other skills, just this one area attack could easily obliterate me. One could not deny that this was indeed a boss-level creature with over 100 points in all attributes. Its strength was astonishing. Yet, this was the extent of its power. As the impact of the sunlight's radiance subsided, Yi Yang commanded all the skeletons to charge forward. In that moment, the tens of thousands of skeletons that had gathered around surged toward the boss. With a roar, the Sunlight Tiger, faced with the relentless onslaught of the skeleton army, seemed to lose its mind, attacking furiously. A single swipe of its paw would shatter 3 or 5 skeletons. But almost immediately, the gaps left by the fallen skeletons were filled by even more skeletons. Though each individual skeleton dealt minuscule damage, their sheer numbers overwhelmed the boss. The Sunlight Tiger was left with no means of escape, completely immobilized by the relentless tide of skeletons. Meanwhile, Yi Yang observed this spectacle from beneath the shade of a tree, quietly appreciating the scene. Truly, this was the ultimate boss, and its power was beyond measure. After a full minute had passed, when Yi Yang beheld the diminishing health of the Sunlit Tiger, finally dropping by 1 point, he could not suppress a derisive chuckle. The formidable strength of the boss was indeed a factor. But the primary reason lay in the fact that the over 10,000 skeletons he had summoned could not all simultaneously engage the boss in combat. Only about 300 to 500 were capable of attacking the boss at any given moment, while the majority of the skeletons remained on the periphery, poised to replace their fallen comrades. Consequently, upon realizing this predicament, Yi Yang refrained from summoning additional skeletons from other areas. Their arrival would merely squander time, and it would be far more beneficial to continue farming monsters outside. As a result, Yi Yang not only found himself capable of battling the boss, but also witnessed his experience bar, which was nearly half full at level 8, surge to over 60. This was indeed splendid. He could vanquish the boss, while simultaneously leveling up by dispatching smaller monsters. The best part was that he had to exert minimal effort, merely lying back and directing the battle while reaping all the rewards. The thought brought a smile to his face. If others were to discover this, they would surely be envious. Not only could he effortlessly conquer the boss, but he also leveled up concurrently without any personal danger. Who could blame anyone for feeling envious? Not to mention, even from a distance, Li Qing stood utterly astonished. Good heavens! Who had the audacity to claim that necromancers were the weakest class? One individual was single-handedly facing a multitude. Moreover, he could leisurely rest amidst the chaos. Frankly, Li Qing had yet to see Yi Yang in his true form within the dungeon. She merely observed his skeletons and instinctively wished to communicate through them. To her delight, the great Yi Yang was indeed willing to spare her, which was quite gratifying. Although defeating this boss would bring no tangible benefits to her, simply being closer to the person she admired most filled her with satisfaction. Chapter 16. Clearing the dungeon. The emergence of exclusive skills. At this rate, it would take roughly less than 2 hours to conquer this boss. In 2 hours, even at my slowest pace, I could directly ascend to level 9. Yi Yang's previous speed had consistently maintained an hour per level. However, now that he had dispatched approximately half of his skeletons to engage the boss, the efficiency had naturally diminished. Nevertheless, over the course of nearly 2 hours of battling the boss, Yi Yang could summon another 5,000 to 6,000 skeletons. Therefore, even though confronting the sunlit tiger would deplete a significant number of skeletons, for Yi Yang, it was akin to sustaining negligible losses. Suddenly recalling something, Yi Yang instinctively inquired. By the way, Li Qing, do you know the cooldown time for this boss's area attack skill? It should be around 5 minutes, she replied thoughtfully. I remember getting kicked from the party because I couldn't assist after 2 consecutive area attacks. Understood. Yi Yang glanced at the boss's health, which had now been reduced to approximately 36. By calculating this health, it seemed that nearly 5 minutes had elapsed. Previously, when Yi Yang had reduced it by 1 point, it had taken less than a minute and a half. Now, seeing that the time was nearly up, Yi Yang immediately issued the command, retreat. In an instant, thousands of skeletons withdrew from the battlefield, leaving only 1,000 or 2,000 to continue whittling down the boss's health. However, the ultimate goal remained to provoke the boss's area attack skill. Sure enough, just moments after the skeletons had vacated the battlefield, the sunlit tiger erupted in a terrifying burst of pale golden light. Boom. In an instant, the remaining 1,000 skeletons were reduced to ashes. Goodness, this final boss is indeed formidable. Witnessing this scene, Yi Yang couldn't help but exclaim. So, if I withdraw the skeletons every 5 minutes and take 2.5 hours to gradually wear down the boss, I could achieve victory without taking any damage? After calculating the time, a faint smile crept across Yi Yang's lips. To annihilate the final boss of the novice dungeon without sustaining a scratch, surely, I might be the first to accomplish such a feat? Perhaps not. After all, even though the Blue Star has undergone significant upheavals for over 500 years, only a mere 200 years have passed since order was fully restored. The novice dungeon itself has existed for barely a century. Therefore, since the advent of the novice dungeon's rules, there has yet to be any record of an individual achieving a flawless solo kill of the final boss. Soon, over 2 hours slipped by. During this time, not only had the boss's health plummeted to below 1, but Yi Yang's level had also increased to a robust 78 at level 9. This was simply exhilarating. Following half a minute more, as the last vestige of the boss's meager health was eradicated by Yi Yang's skeletons, the immense form of the sunlit tiger collapsed with a resounding thud. Immediately thereafter, a cascade of system notifications appeared before Yi Yang. Ding! You have slain the final boss, the sunlit tiger, and earned 10,000 experience points. Ding! You have successfully cleared the dungeon and received the following rewards. Experience X 10,000, class-specific equipment, chest X1. Ding! Your level has increased. Current, LV 10. Ding! You have received upgrade rewards. 1 point to all attributes. 5 free attribute points. Ding! Your current level has risen to 10, successfully triggering the advancement quest. Witnessing this spectacle from a distance, Li Qing was utterly astounded. Had he truly completed the dungeon? The sunlit tiger, which had proven insurmountable for hundreds, had been so effortlessly conquered by him. Staring at the distant corpse of the sunlit tiger, Li Qing felt her scalp tingle. However, in truth, Yi Yang's conquest of this boss had not been without its challenges. It merely appeared remarkably straightforward. Over the course of these 2 hours, he had lost at least 6,000 to 7,000 skeletons in the battle against the sunlit tiger. Fortunately, he had summoned over 8,000 skeletons during this time. So the net result was about breaking even. Now, it was finally time to reap the rewards. As Yi Yang gazed at the shimmering orbs suspended in midair, he felt an overwhelming sense of satisfaction. First and foremost, of course, was the coveted, exclusive class skill scroll. The textbook elucidates that the skill scrolls produced in novice dungeons do not vanish upon usage as those from ordinary dungeons do. Instead, they merely relinquish their unique elemental energy. Upon utilization, the user acquires the skill contained within and leaves their mark upon it. Consequently, this utilized special skill scroll becomes as worthless as scrap paper to others, serving solely as proof of the user's admission into the training camp. Recalling the knowledge from the textbook, Yi Yang felt no hesitation and promptly employed this special, exclusive class skill scroll. In the next instant, ding, you have successfully used the exclusive class skill scroll, and you have acquired the exclusive skill, Necromancer Summon Skeleton Mage. Skill Summon Skeleton Mage consumes 10 points of mental energy to summon one skeleton mage to fight on your behalf. A skeleton mage? At last, I possess a summoned creature capable of ranged attacks. Yi Yang's heart swelled with exhilaration at the sight of this skill. If only my army of the undead had a skeleton mage assisting from the outset, I could obliterate this ultimate boss, the Sunday Tiger, in less than half an hour. No, I might even vanquish the Sunday Tiger in less than 10 minutes. Firstly, constrained by melee attacks. The initial skeletons summoned by Yi Yang could only surround the boss and engage in close combat. Consequently, despite the presence of thousands of skeletons encircling the Sunday Tiger, only around 300 to 500 could effectively participate in the battle. This was particularly due to the boss's large size. Otherwise, vanquishing this boss would likely take even longer. However, with the skeleton mage, the situation would be drastically different. The advantage of ranged attacks lies precisely here. Once the boss is ensnared within the fray, those skeleton mages positioned at a distance can also contribute effectively. Secondly, in comparison to the initial skeletons, the attributes of the skeleton mage are significantly enhanced. At the very least, its mental attribute alone surpasses that of the initial skeletons by a considerable margin. Yet, just as Yi Yang integrated this skill into his attributes, another familiar notification resonated. Ding! The skill Summon Skeleton Mage has successfully evolved into God-level Summon Skeleton Mage. Chapter 17, 5-star advancement task. God-level Summon Skeleton Mage consumes 10 points of mental energy, summoning one skeleton mage every 10 seconds to fight on your behalf. Remarkable, it has transformed into a God-level skill. Yi Yang was immensely pleased with this evolution of his exclusive skill. The original skill required 10 points of mental energy to summon a single skeleton mage, whereas the evolved God-level skill allows for one to be summoned every 10 seconds upon activation. This is simply exhilarating. Without further ado, Yi Yang activated the skill and patiently awaited 10 seconds before extracting a skeleton mage from the summoning space. Information: Skeleton Mage level, 10 strength, 10 mental, 20 constitution, 10 agility, 10 skill. Necromantic Missile condenses a necromantic missile to inflict significant damage on any enemy within a meter radius. Cooldown: 5 seconds. Impressive. This mental attribute is directly double that of the other 3 attributes. The most astonishing aspect is the inherent skill, Necromantic Missile. Based on current attributes, it can deal over 200 points of damage to enemies within a range of over 20 meters. This is a staggering 20-fold increase compared to the initial skeleton's damage. After reviewing the skeleton mage's attributes, Yi Yang couldn't help but feel astonished. The initial skeletons relied solely on their strength attribute for their basic attack damage. But the skeleton mage heralded a transformation for Yi Yang. If I can summon one every 10 seconds, that amounts to 640 in a single day? By the time the training camp in Dongshan province opens in 3 days, I could possess over 24,000 skeletons? This is absolutely phenomenal. Casually returning the skeleton mage to the summoning space, Yi Yang exhaled deeply, and this was merely the first reward. Furthermore, there lay a profession-specific equipment chest to be acquired upon completing the dungeon. However, unlike the skill chest, this equipment chest would vanish upon usage. Without further contemplation, Yi Yang opened it directly. Ding! You have successfully used the profession-specific equipment chest, and you have obtained the profession-specific weapon, Necromancer's Tome of the Dead. In the next moment, a dim light surged forth from the chest. Subsequently, a book-like object gradually materialized before Yi Yang. Tome of the Dead attributes. Mental 200 special. Increases all summoned creatures' 4-dimensional attributes by 10. My goodness, this weapon is rather impressive. Upon witnessing the weapon's attributes, Yi Yang was instantly astounded. Not only did it directly enhance his mental attribute by a staggering 100 points, but it also possessed a special ability that augments all of his summoned creatures' attributes by 10. While the effects of this equipment may not be immediately apparent in the early stages, they would undoubtedly become extraordinary in the later stages. Moreover, After equipping the Tome of the Dead, Yi Yang's attributes experienced a significant surge. Name: Yi Yang class, Necromancer level, 10 strength, 19 mental, 264 constitution, 19 agility, 19. This mental attribute is simply explosive. Nodding in satisfaction, Yi Yang closed the attribute panel. Finally, Yi Yang cast a glance at the additional rewards dropped by the Sunday Tiger boss. Upon a cursory inspection, he found little of notable interest. They consisted mostly of origin rewards. Of course, despite the impressive-sounding nature of these origin rewards, they were ultimately superficial. Much like the origin classes, Shun Yang's SSS class Flame Envoy and Wang Fei, who previously awakened as an A-class Flame Mage, both belonged to the Mage class, also referred to as the Origin Mage category. Conversely, Yi Yang's Necromancer can also be classified as a category of the Origin Summoner. In simple terms, it is akin to the various ethnicities on Blue Star, whether black, white, or yellow. They all belong to the same origin human race. Hence, these seemingly grand origin rewards are actually the most undesirable items for practitioners. Iron Boots requirement. Origin Warrior attributes. Agility, 12 yes. The other pieces of equipment dropped by the boss were nothing more than worthless items like these Iron Boots. However, it is fortunate that all Source Warriors can utilize them, thereby broadening their applicability. Because of this, what appears to be a mere scrap of equipment can still fetch a handsome price, as it can be easily recycled even if it is no longer needed later on. Nonetheless, since no rewards for the Source Summoner class were obtained, Yi Yang decided to stow all these items into his backpack. Now, it was time to address the advancement task. Instinctively, Yi Yang glanced at the final system prompt after clearing the dungeon. Every practitioner triggers an advancement task each time they level up by 10 levels. Upon completion, not only can one elevate their rank from 0 to 1, but they can also experience a substantial enhancement in their attribute growth. Most importantly, they would gain a second talent. This second talent was precisely the reason Yi Yang was eager to advance. Furthermore, one cannot level up before completing the advancement task. Without hesitation, Yi Yang focused his thoughts and selected the advancement button on his attribute panel. Ding! Your current level has been raised to level 10. Please select the difficulty of the advancement task you wish to undertake. 1-star difficulty reward. Gain 1 point in all attributes and 6 points in free attributes after each level up. 2-star difficulty reward. Gain 2 points in all attributes and 10 points in free attributes after each level up. 3-star difficulty reward. Gain 3 points in all attributes and 15 points in free attributes after each level up. 4-star difficulty reward. Gain 4 points in all attributes and 20 points in free attributes after each level up. There is a chance to obtain a second exclusive talent. 5-star difficulty reward. Gain 5 points in all attributes and 50 points in free attributes after each level up. You will definitely obtain a second exclusive talent. Note: once the difficulty of the advancement task is chosen, it cannot be changed. It turns out that only the 5-star difficulty advancement task guarantees the acquisition of a second talent. Chapter 18, 5-star task, Hell Mode Dungeon. After carefully reviewing the 5 tiers of attribute templates, Yi Yang couldn't help but feel a sense of astonishment. The attribute template differs from the attribute panel. Simply put, the practitioner attribute template represents one's personal growth panel, indicating how much attribute growth one can attain with each level up. Of course, he had already learned in class that the higher the star level of the attribute template, the more formidable the attribute growth it provides. However, the information regarding the second talent was merely gleaned from textbooks. Unfortunately, the information in the books was too narrow. Initially, Yi Yang believed that as long as one could advance, they would continuously gain talents. It was only upon seeing the stark differences among these 5-star attribute templates that he truly comprehended their disparities. Furthermore, he discovered the genuine path to obtaining a second talent. That path lies within the 4-star or 5-star templates. Yet, it must be said that the gap between the 5-star template and the 1-star template is indeed substantial. Compared to the initial attribute template, which allows a mere 1 point in all attributes and 5 points in free attributes for each level up, the 1-star attribute template only adds an additional 1 point in free attributes. In contrast, the 5-star attribute template not only grants a remarkable 5 points in all attributes for each level, but also an astonishing 50 points in free attributes. More alarmingly, there is also the disparity concerning the second talent. Clearly, apart from personal aptitude, subsequent efforts are equally crucial. Even if one initially awakens to an SSS level profession during the awakening ceremony, if they only complete 1-star advancement tasks thereafter, that SSS level profession will eventually blend in with the masses. Conversely, if one begins with an F level or E level profession, no matter how hard they strive later, bridging the gap with an SSS level profession is no simple feat. Only now does Yi Yang finally recognize the significance of both talent and effort. Without further contemplation, he confirmed the 5-star advancement task after reviewing these attribute templates. Ding! You have selected the 5-star advancement task. 5-star advancement task. Successfully clear a Hell Mode dungeon of level 10 or above, and you cannot form a party. What the hell? Upon seeing this requirement, Yi Yang couldn't help but exclaim in disbelief. This is utterly outrageous. No wonder it is a 5-star difficulty advancement task. If an average person were to encounter such a task, their mindset would likely crumble. It is crucial to understand that soloing a Hell Mode dungeon is akin to single-handedly overpowering all the trainees and monsters within a novice dungeon, plus having to face the final boss of that novice dungeon alone. However, it is also true that throughout history, only super geniuses have managed to accomplish 5-star difficulty tasks. Given such a high level of difficulty, it is hardly surprising. Thus, even though SSS-level professions are exceedingly rare across the entirety of Long Country, if their subsequent star-level templates are too weak, they become worthless. In other words, awakening to an SSS-level profession merely touches the ceiling of the strongest, but does not guarantee one will become the strongest. The true paragons are forged through countless battles steeped in blood and fire. Geniuses nurtured in a greenhouse will ultimately be extinguished by those who have survived numerous wars. However, this is not to say that tackling a Hell Mode dungeon is easy. If one cannot enter a training camp, merely finding a dungeon is a daunting task. It seems that after leaving the dungeon, he must seek out his teacher or principal Zhao to inquire about any leads on dungeon locations. The appearance of outdoor dungeons is entirely random. Ordinary individuals cannot grasp the locations of such dungeons. Only prominent families might possess scattered information about a few local dungeon sites. This is precisely why those families, upon discovering that their descendants have awakened true geniuses, are so eager to send them to training camps, universities, or even military academies. At the very least, sending them to the local practitioners guild is far superior to keeping them within their own families. There is no alternative. The information controlled by national-level organizations is far too powerful. This is a realm in which the influence of private family forces simply cannot compete. Within a training camp in East Mountain Province, there exists a terrifying device capable of monitoring the entire province, the Eye of Heaven. Rumor has it that the 3 supreme academies of Long Country possess even more advanced Eye of Heaven devices, capable of monitoring the entire territory of Long Country. With such resources, one could acquire dungeon location information at any time and from anywhere throughout Long Country. Pray tell, aside from national-level organizations, who else possesses such capability? Without further contemplation, Yiyang gathered all the rewards into his backpack and prepared to exit the dungeon. The final boss lay defeated, even if he chose not to exit. Within a mere 10 minutes, this novice dungeon would inevitably collapse entirely. Meanwhile, outside the dungeon, as Li Qing emerged from the astonishment of witnessing Yi Yang's solitary defeat of the Sunlit Tiger, she promptly exited the dungeon. As she materialized at the entrance, several of her previous teammates instantly recognized her. Goodness, isn't that Li Qing? Indeed, it was her. Wasn't she supposed to be with Yi Yang? How could she have exited so swiftly? Ha ha ha. Just as Qin Yang predicted, even if Yi Yang could vanquish us all, he could never overcome the final boss of the dungeon. He must have been expelled from the dungeon as well. This is too hilarious. When Qin Yang first mentioned this, I was somewhat skeptical, but it seems Yi Yang, the necromancer, is not as formidable as he appeared. TSK, while we were expelled, we merely need to recover and can re-enter the fray, but Yi Yang, the necromancer, must have had all those thousands of skeletons eradicated by the boss, right? How amusing. Without his skeleton summons, how will he level up in the future? Why do we only see Li Qing and not Yi Yang? Need it be said? His skeletons were all obliterated, leaving him too ashamed to face anyone. He must have fled. Quite true. This is simply too tragic. Furthermore, the most crucial point is that obtaining the exclusive skill scroll from the final boss merely qualifies one for entry into the training camp. If Yi Yang has lost his skeletons, not only will he struggle to pass the selection assessment for the training camp, but he will find leveling up exceedingly difficult. TSK, who could have foreseen this? He insisted on showing off, clearing everyone from the dungeon, thinking he could solo the boss, and now he faces the consequences. Upon witnessing Li Qing emerge from the dungeon entrance, her former teammates, along with a throng of students who had already been expelled, could not help but mock her. They had initially believed Li Qing was clinging to a significant ally. Now it seems she merely grasped at a ham. How utterly amusing. Nevertheless, some individuals, having not seen any news of Yi Yang at the dungeon entrance, instinctively approached Li Qing to inquire. Li Qing, why are you the only one who emerged? Where is the great Yi Yang? Chapter 19. Dare to bet. Hearing her friend's inquiry, Li Qing finally snapped out of her daze. It was unavoidable. The spectacle of Yi Yang commanding thousands of skeletons to annihilate the Sunlit Tiger was simply too awe-inspiring. Xiaoyun, what did you just ask? After a brief pause, Li Qing inquired again. I asked why you are the only one here. Where's the great Yi Yang? You were always with him, right? The girl named Xiaoyun replied, exasperatedly rolling her eyes. The great Yi Yang? Li Qing pondered for a moment. Oh. He must be organizing his loot after defeating the boss. He should be out shortly. He defeated the boss? Upon hearing this, Xiaoyun froze in place. Are you saying that Yi Yang single-handedly killed the final boss? Of course, what else could it be? Li Qing shrugged nonchalantly. However, this statement not only stunned Xiaoyun, but also left several nearby students in shock. No way, Li Qing, you can't be serious. You mean Yi Yang actually killed the boss? This is utterly insane. I have seen that final boss, and Yi Yang truly soloed the Sunlit Tiger? Incredible. To solo the final boss, he must be the first person in the history of Tianshui. Not just in Tianshui, but there hasn't been anyone like him in the entirety of Dongshan province for a century. They were in awe. At this moment, after hearing Li Qing's words, the students' perception of the novice dungeon transformed entirely. Initially, they believed Li Qing had been expelled from the dungeon alongside Yi Yang by the final boss. It turned out she had merely witnessed Yi Yang's epic solo kill and found it uninteresting enough to exit. This was simply extraordinary. The students' astonishment quickly caught the attention of several nearby principals. Upon hearing their discussion, Zhao Guofeng approached Li Qing without a moment's hesitation. Li Qing, is what you said true? Did Yi Yang truly defeat the final boss all by himself? Indeed, Principal, Li Qing affirmed earnestly. I witnessed Yi Yang slay the final boss before I exited. Excellent, excellent. A prodigy. Yi Yang is undoubtedly a prodigy. Upon hearing this, Zhao Guofeng felt as if he had received a year-end bonus, if not more exhilarating. A super genius capable of soloing a novice dungeon? Such talent had never been seen in Tianshui City, let alone in Dongshan Province in a century. With Yi Yang's abilities, Zhao Guofeng could not only aspire to become the president of the Tianshui City Professional Association, but he might even aim for a position within the Provincial Professional Association. Hurry! Zhao Guofeng turned and commanded his secretary, relay this news to President Lin. Yes. The female secretary bowed slightly before promptly making her way to the Tianshui City Professional Association. Yet at that moment, Chen Yang, standing nearby, suddenly let out a cold laugh. Li Yuntian, beside him, paused in confusion. Chen Yang, why are you laughing all of a sudden? What am I laughing at? Chen Yang snorted disdainfully. I find it amusing that Principal Zhao of Tianshui No. 1 high school is rather naive. What do you mean? Li Yuntian furrowed his brow, unable to suppress his curiosity. It's quite simple. Chen Yang smirked condescendingly. Soloing the final boss of a novice dungeon? How is that even remotely feasible? Even among the elite talents cultivated by the prestigious families of the 3 supreme cities of the Dragon Kingdom, Kyoto, Jinghai, and Jiangnan, few have achieved such a feat. And you think this is possible for a mere Yi Yang? Principal Li, do you truly believe that? Hearing this, Li Yuntian fell silent. To be fair, initially, when he heard Li Qing claim that Yi Yang had soloed the final boss, he was skeptical. However, the fact that she was the only one left in the dungeon was undeniable. She had asserted with conviction that she witnessed it firsthand. What could he possibly doubt? Yet now, after hearing Chen Yang's analysis, he found himself wavering. Indeed, such an unparalleled genius, of whom even the 3 supreme cities can scarcely nurture a handful. How can a mere orphan like Yi Yang, awakening a hidden profession of yet undetermined strength, possibly slay the final boss alone? Upon overhearing this conversation, Zhao Guofeng approached them with an air of smugness. Classmate Chen Yang, brotherly, it seems you have succumbed to delusion. Classmate Li Qing has already stated that she witnessed Yi Yang single-handedly vanquish the boss. How can you still doubt it? This is utterly laughable. Chen Yang shook his head, a smirk playing on his lips. What if Li Qing is deceiving you? After all, I have heard she once harbored a secret crush on Yi Yang. At this remark, Li Yuntian sighed deeply. Very well, very well. Zhao Guofeng sneered, turning to Li Yuntian. So, brotherly, you share this sentiment as well? There was a moment of hesitation from Li Yuntian before he replied. Brother Zhao, I truly believe that single-handedly defeating the final boss is indeed improbable. Excellent. Zhao Guofeng nodded. At that moment, he could see through the true nature of these individuals. Since this is the case, he could no longer be bothered with idle chatter. All right. Since you all believe this, let us wager. We know that once the final boss is slain, this dungeon will completely collapse in 10 minutes. Thus, we shall wait no longer than 10 minutes. If, after 10 minutes, the dungeon does not vanish and classmate Yi Yang emerges, then I shall willingly present you with 1 million dragon coins. Conversely, should he not appear, you shall present me with 1 million dragon coins, which need not be given to me, but directly to classmate Yi Yang. What say you? Do you dare to wager? Chapter 20. Yi Yang appears. The crowd is astounded. Zhao Guofeng had endured enough from these people today. It was a situation he could no longer tolerate. What nonsense. A top student from his own school being subjected to ridicule by students, and even the principal from other institutions. Who could bear such indignity? Previously, Zhao Guofeng had felt their arguments held some merit, and had thus restrained himself. Yet now, a female classmate who had been with Yi Yang had explicitly stated she had witnessed him single-handedly conquer the final boss. And these individuals still had the audacity to speak so brazenly. How could he continue to endure this? Seeing Zhao Guofeng's imposing demeanor, Li Yuntian hesitated. 1 million dragon coins was not a significant sum for him, but should he lose the wager, his face would be irreparably tarnished. Furthermore, he was only half convinced by Chen Yang's words. Hence, he found himself in a quandary. Observing this exchange, Chen Yang could no longer contain himself. Principal Zhao, if our Principal Li is unwilling to wager with you, then I shall. You wish to wager with me? Zhao Guofeng's expression turned icy as he glanced at Chen Yang. What do you think you are? You dare to challenge me? Young Chen, Do not presume yourself to be of noble lineage and act so brazenly before me. Even if you summoned your father, he would not dare to speak to me in such a manner. Those words rendered Chen Yang speechless. It was inevitable. As the principal of Tianshui's foremost academy, Zhao Guofeng's official rank was only half a tier beneath that of the vice president of the Tianshui City's Practitioner Association. For these private family factions, even encountering a mere member of the Practitioner Association necessitated careful consideration, let alone someone of Zhao Guofeng's stature. This exemplifies the power of official organizations. Otherwise, why would so many aspire to become civil servants? The pursuit of stable salaries and resource guarantees is secondary. The crux lies in the protection afforded by national organizations, which far surpasses that of private family forces. Recognizing that this avenue was futile, Chen Yang returned to Li Yuntian's side. Principal Li, wager with him. I will cover the million if necessary. Enough. Li Yuntian waved his hand. Chen Yang's words had placed him in a precarious position. He was caught between a rock and a hard place. To wager would jeopardize his reputation, yet to abstain would leave him equally demeaned. He slowly stepped forward to Zhao Guofeng. Since you wish to wager, I shall oblige you. A mere 1 million is within my means. Very well. Zhao Guofeng smiled slightly. There are at most 3 or 4 minutes until the dungeon collapses. We shall see who emerges victorious. Heh. Li Yuntian forced a smile, shaking his head. Brother Zhao, you are overly confident. You cannot truly believe that Yi Yang, an ordinary student of orphaned origins, could possess prowess comparable to the top talents nurtured by the 3 supreme cities? Upon hearing this, Zhao Guofeng instinctively prepared to retort. However, before he could utter a word, a thunderous sound echoed in the ears of the crowd. Immediately after, Zhao Guofeng, Li Yuntian, Chen Yang, Han Yishu, and the multitude of students present all beheld the astonishing sight of the novice dungeon vanishing into thin air. In the next moment, a figure familiar to all appeared before their eyes. Yi Yang. At this revelation, exclamations of shock erupted from the crowd. What in the world? The novice dungeon has disappeared. Does this mean Yi Yang truly defeated the final boss? This is impossible. To single-handedly slay the final boss of the novice dungeon? I wouldn't dare to dream of such a feat. How did Yi Yang accomplish this? I witnessed the final boss, the Daylight Tiger, possessing terrifying attributes exceeding 100 points. Exceeding 100 points is merely the boss's base strength. Its most fearsome attack could instantly annihilate anyone within 100 meters. This is uncanny. I heard this guy's skeleton was rather weak, right? Didn't he struggle against rabbits? How could he now vanquish the final boss? Heaven-defying. Oh my. Yi Yang is indeed worthy of being my longtime crush, the ultimate idol. Indeed, were it not for Han Yishu's constant flirting with Yi Yang, I would have pursued him long ago. How infuriating. Regardless, I must confess my feelings soon. I cannot let my high school life end in regret. Count me in. I too wish to confess to the great Yi Yang. At this moment, upon truly witnessing Yi Yang's figure, the crowd was left utterly astounded. Countless gazes converged upon this young man. Shock, admiration, confusion, all. Within the hearts of the thousands of students present, a myriad of emotions surged forth. Could this be a dream? This young man, Yi Yang, has truly achieved the impossible? Defeating the final boss of the novice dungeon single-handedly is something no one in Dongshan province has ever accomplished. Witnessing this, Li Yuntian was equally bewildered. He never anticipated that after taunting Yi Yang for being incapable, he would be so swiftly proven wrong. At that moment, upon witnessing the novice dungeon's disappearance and the proud silhouette of Yi Yang standing alone, Zhao Guofeng erupted into raucous laughter. Just moments ago, he had intended to explain something to Li Yuntian, but now, Yi Yang's presence before them served as the most compelling explanation. How could this be possible? I refuse to believe it. Even I, an SSS-level fire envoy, could not vanquish the final boss alone. How could a mere necromancer, capable only of summoning skeletons, achieve such a feat? Meanwhile, Chen Yang was also on the brink of mental collapse. He could scarcely believe that Yi Yang had single-handedly accomplished that which even the most prodigious talents cultivated by the 3 supreme cities would hesitate to claim. Did this not imply that he had exhibited the prowess of a top-tier genius entirely on his own? How remarkable is the man that Han Yishu has set her sights upon. On another front, Han Yishu gazed at Yi Yang with eyes brimming with admiration and adoration. This was the man she had long yearned for. What of Chen Yang, or the so-called SSS-level genius? Before Yi Yang, they were utterly insignificant. Without a moment's hesitation, Han Yishu pushed through the crowd, arriving before Yi Yang. Congratulations, Yi Yang. To single-handedly slay the final boss is truly impressive. As she spoke, she stood on her toes, arms raised, eager to embrace him in a kiss, wishing to declare to all that Yi Yang was her man. Yet, as Han Yishu's arms reached out, Yi Yang instinctively took a step back. Chapter 21. Test me? How dare you even consider testing me? Seeing Yi Yang retreat, Han Yishu was momentarily stunned. Ahem. Han Yishu, have you never heard that men and women should maintain a respectful distance? Moreover, did you not express your affection for Chen Yang? I would prefer you to keep your distance. Yi Yang's expression remained impassive as he regarded Han Yishu. He was no longer the infatuated fool he once was. After having endured 3 years of unrequited affection, one would expect some semblance of emotion to have developed, yet Han Ishu's demeanor was one of blatant disdain. It seemed that only upon witnessing his triumph over the final boss did her attitude soften. What if he were to encounter someone even more extraordinary? Yi Yang would never allow such a woman to lay a finger on him. However, upon hearing Yi Yang's words, Han Ishu felt a wave of indignation swell within her. Yi Yang, you misunderstand me. How could I ever be enamored with someone as worthless as Qin Yang? The disparity between you and him is far greater than that of man and dog. I have always liked you. Surely you must know this? Ha ha. At that moment, Yi Yang could not suppress his laughter. You have always liked me? Pray tell, can you refrain from making such absurd jokes? Have you forgotten the time during our first-year final assessments when you coerced me into feigning illness to forfeit the exam just to secure the top spot? It was only due to our grade director's pity that I was allowed to retake it. Later, when I inadvertently achieved the highest score in the second-year finals, you berated me for an entire month. In the end, you even demanded that I hand over all the rewards reserved for the valedictorian. Let us not dwell on the past. Just today, after awakening as a necromancer, you insisted that I use all my skeletons to protect you and Qin Yang. And now you dare claim that you have always liked me? Han Ishu, even if you wish to deceive a fool, you ought to employ a more sophisticated lie. At that moment, upon hearing this barrage of questions, Han Ishu felt her mind whirl in confusion. No, it is not like that. After a considerable pause, she finally regained her composure. Yi Yang, those were merely tests of your character. Now that the 3-year trial period has concluded, I know your feelings for me are genuine. You have always liked me, haven't you? Oh, spare me. Yi Yang retorted, what nonsense about tests? Let me be clear, aside from my country and its people, no one can test me. You are in no position to put me to the test. Even if I were inclined to pursue a relationship, I would choose someone like Li Qing over you without a second glance. What did you say? Han Ishu's eyes widened in disbelief. She could hardly fathom that the Yi Yang before her was no longer the obedient boy who would acquiesce to her every whim. It was as if he had transformed overnight. Yet, Yi Yang's words rang true. Compared to Han Ishu, Li Qing had at least sincerely assisted him. After leading him to the boss, she had made no demands, simply watching from a distance as he vanquished the final boss before departing the dungeon. Had she not rushed to his side upon exiting, he might have missed the chance to express his gratitude. Moreover, nearby, Qin Yang, already on the brink of insanity, felt his mental state shatter upon hearing Han Ishu's declaration. He had originally perceived Yi Yang as nothing more than an insignificant insect beneath his feet. All he needed to do was successfully complete the dungeon, wield his SSS level class to secure the final boss's first kill. And not only would he have the opportunity to toy with this insect, but he could also win the heart of a beauty. Yet now, he was publicly humiliated by Han Ishu in front of so many. The object of her affection was none other than Yi Yang, whom he had previously scorned. Heartbroken, distressed, overwhelmed with shame, a torrent of complex emotions surged through Qin Yang's mind in an instant. Yet, at that moment, Li Qing also grasped the situation. She had harbored a secret crush on Qin Yang for quite some time, but had lacked the courage to confess. After all, the entire school was aware that Yi Yang had been pursuing Han Ishu. Now, her opportunity had finally arrived. With unwavering resolve, she stood beside Yi Yang, gazing directly at Han Ishu and declared, "All right, Miss Han Ishu, as you can see, Yi Yang has no feelings for you. It is time to cease this futile pursuit." Upon the sudden appearance of Li Qing, Han Ishu instinctively froze for a moment. Yet, in the next instant, the fragmented psyche that had been shattered by Yi Yang erupted with fervor. "What do you, this harlot, think you are? How dare you judge me? Even if Yi Yang does not favor me, would he ever harbor feelings for someone like you?" Drawing a deep breath in response to Han Ishu's furious tirade, Li Qing retorted, "In the presence of Miss Han, I, a mere commoner, may indeed seem inconsequential. However, it appears that in the heart of the esteemed Yi Yang, my standing is perhaps just a tad superior to yours. You." In that moment, Han Ishu completely unraveled. Consumed by rage, she impulsively swung her hand towards Li Qing's face. Yet, at that very moment, a powerful hand swooped in and deftly swatted her wrist away. In the next heartbeat, Yi Yang retaliated with a resounding slap directly across Han Ishu's face. "Han Ishu, I never anticipated you to possess such a lack of decorum, brazenly assaulting a classmate in public. Had I known you were of such ilk, I would have never allowed my parents to rescue you 5 years ago from your disgraceful predicament. This slap serves as a lesson from me to you." At this juncture, as Yi Yang's words resonated, a few female classmates nearby could no longer contain their murmurs. Chapter 22. The Desperate Duo. Do you even deserve Yi Yang? Look, it seems my husband has fallen out with Han Ishu. Indeed, but Han Ishu is utterly shameless, having previously disregarded our god Yi Yang. And now she dares to claim she loves him exclusively? How absurd. Does she truly believe our esteemed Yi Yang would need to consider someone of her caliber? How ludicrous. She ought to take a good look in the mirror and assess her own worth. She certainly did not voice such sentiments when Qin Yang awakened his SSS class profession. Precisely. Now that my husband has single-handedly vanquished the final boss, she rushes to his side? Huh. Thankfully, Yang has regained his clarity. Honestly, I was genuinely concerned that he might be ensnared by this harlot once more. Wait, now that they are at odds, does this mean we have another opportunity? Indeed. Oh heavens, this is a splendid chance. Moreover, since Li Qing has already made her move, my husband must not allow her to steal him away. Wang Xiaoya, what do you mean by my husband? He is clearly mine. Enough of this. Yet, Yi Yang looks rather fierce right now. I find that appealing. What an odd preference. Is it so strange? I too enjoy a bit of fierceness. Stop dawdling. If we linger any longer, Yi Yang will be whisked away by Li Qing. Realizing this, a group of over a dozen girls clustered around Yi Yang. Observing Han Yishu, who resembled a drenched rat, they began to revel in her misfortune. Ahem, Miss Han, since our Yi Yang has clearly lost interest in you, might I suggest you keep your distance? What is the meaning of your incessant pursuit of my husband? Why not seek out your Qin Yang instead? Huh, I heard that in the instance of the dungeon, not only did Qin Yang flee from our divine Yi Yang, but he was utterly annihilated with no chance to retaliate. How amusing. Is this the prowess of a man with an SSS class profession? Truly formidable. All right, Han Yishu, do take your leave from my husband. He has expressly stated he no longer wishes to associate with you. With each girl chiming in, they unleashed a torrent of humiliating remarks directed at Han Yishu. In that moment, having just been slapped by Yi Yang in front of so many witnesses, Han Yishu felt the weight of their scorn and was instantly brought to tears. Yi Yang, how dare you bully me? Just wait. I will inform my father and have him teach you a lesson. With that declaration, Han Yishu turned on her heel and dashed towards her home. Not far away. Witnessing Han Yishu's heartbroken departure, Qin Yang was engulfed in turmoil. This was the prime opportunity to approach her. If he could offer her some comfort, there was a significant chance he could draw Han Yishu closer to him. After all, he had already lost his chance to qualify for the Eastern Province training camp. Losing Han Yishu would be an even greater blow. After a moment's hesitation, Qin Yang quickly stepped forward and positioned himself in front of Han Yishu. Yishu, do not be angry. That guy is utterly oblivious. He does not comprehend how good you are to him. But it's all right, I understand. Rest assured, I will treat you well for a lifetime. Upon hearing Qin Yang's voice, the formerly enraged Han Yishu gradually halted her steps and turned to glance at him. However, the more she looked at Qin Yang, the more displeased she became. In the next instant, the grievances she had just suffered from Yi Yang erupted forth, and she unleashed her fury upon Qin Yang. You think you can treat me well? Qin Yang, you wretched creature. Do you have any idea how you are the source of my current plight? Your mere SSS class profession pales in comparison to my Yi Yang's unique hidden class. You are worthless. You are not even fit to carry Yi Yang's shoes. Stay away from me. Let me make this clear. From this day forth, do not approach me. My heart belongs solely to Yi Yang. In my eyes, you are worth less than a dog. With that, Han Yishu once again spun on her heel and raced towards the Han family villa. Meanwhile, Qin Yang stood rooted to the spot, his mind ringing with a cacophony of thunderous disbelief. His SSS class profession was deemed a mere worthless occupation. He was regarded as inferior to Yi Yang. So, Han Yishu's heart had always belonged exclusively to Yi Yang. In an instant, Qin Yang felt as though he had become a mere jester. As he surveyed the classmates behind him, who were now pointing and whispering, he felt an overwhelming urge to find a hole and hide away. On the other side, however, the scene was dramatically different. Yi Yang, I have truly liked you for 3 years. Will you be my boyfriend? Husband, you know I have always been fond of you. Yi Yang, shall we go make some babies tonight? Please, be with me. Yi Yang stood amidst a throng of dozens of girls, completely encircled, unable to move an inch. With a sigh, he finally spoke. At present, I truly have no intentions of entering a relationship. Perhaps in the future. What? Upon hearing this, the girls' faces fell in despair. Seizing the fleeting moment of their distraction, Yi Yang swiftly extricated himself from the throng. At that juncture, Zhao Guofeng approached him. To be frank, he had indeed witnessed the dramatic confrontation between Yi Yang and Han Yishu earlier. He simply chose not to intervene. As the academic and martial champion of Tianshui No, one high school for 3 consecutive years, it was impossible for Zhao Guofeng to overlook Yi Yang's accomplishments. It was evident to any discerning observer how much Yi Yang had invested in Han Yishu over the past 3 years. Even to this day, he had endured her humiliation, being derided for his skeletal companions, deemed mere scraps meant to serve as shields for her and Qin Yang. Had it been anyone else, they would have long since succumbed to despair. Yet now he finally had a chance to stand tall. How could Zhao Guofeng fail to discern this? However, such matters were not ones for a principal of a single institution to meddle in. Without further ado, he directly inquired, Yi Yang, did you truly slay the final boss single-handedly? Yes, Yi Yang responded with a slow nod, retrieving the already utilized exclusive profession skill scroll from his backpack. Excellent, excellent, Zhao Guofeng exclaimed, nodding with immense satisfaction. In that case, please accompany me. This is not an appropriate place for discussion. Certainly, I appreciate your guidance, Principal. Yi Yang nodded and followed Zhao Guofeng, who led the way. However, after walking for a while, Yi Yang noticed that Zhao Guofeng was not heading back to the school. Chapter 23, The Red Alert Source Stone? This gift is rather extravagant. Is this not the Tianshui City Association of Professionals? What could Principal Zhao possibly want with me here? Upon finally arriving at the entrance of the association, Yi Yang could no longer contain his curiosity. In response to Yi Yang's inquiry, Zhao Guofeng revealed, "It's quite simple. Since you have now been granted a spot in the Eastern Mountain Province Training Camp Selection Assessment, it will be President Lin Chongfeng who will escort you there, not I. I lack the qualifications for such an honor." Understanding dawned upon Yi Yang at this explanation. He then accompanied Zhao Guofeng to President Lin Chongfeng's office. Upon seeing Yi Yang, Lin Chongfeng, who had been seated, sprang to his feet. "Principal Zhao, is this the young man you mentioned? The one capable of single-handedly defeating the final boss of the novice dungeon?" "Indeed," Zhao Guofeng affirmed gravely, stepping aside to stand beside Yi Yang. "Greetings, President Lin," Yi Yang said with a slight bow, expressing his respect. "There's no need for such formality," Lin Chongfeng replied, hastening to Yi Yang's side and lifting him with both hands. "This young man displays considerable politeness, but here, you need not be overly courteous. Please, take a seat." Lin Chongfeng gestured towards the nearby sofa. Once Yi Yang was seated, he cut straight to the chase. "I wonder if Principal Zhao has informed you about the rules of the Eastern Mountain Province Training Camp?" "No," Yi Yang shook his head. "Very well, let me explain," Lin Chongfeng said with a faint smile. "In 3 days, the selection assessment for the training camp will commence. All candidates who qualify will gather in Qingmiao City to participate in the assessment. I can give you a heads up. Although I just heard from Principal Zhao's secretary that you have reached level 10, to successfully pass the selection assessment, you must be at least level 15. Furthermore, your first-tier attribute template must be at least 3 stars or above." 15? A 3-star template? Yi Yang's brow instinctively furrowed at the daunting requirements. Do not assume that reaching level 10 is an easy feat simply because he has attained it now. This accomplishment stemmed from Yi Yang monopolizing the resources of the novice dungeon to achieve such a level. Theoretically speaking, leveling up to 15 within 3 days would be nearly impossible for the average individual. For an ordinary person, reaching level 5 in 3 days would be commendable. Even for a genius awakened to an A-grade profession, the maximum they could typically achieve in 3 days would be around levels 12 or 13. Attaining level 15 would require at least an S-grade genius. Even more outrageous was the stipulation regarding the 3-star first-tier attribute template. Yi Yang had previously witnessed the stark differences in the advancement tasks across various star levels. If the star rating of the attribute template was too low, even reaching level 20 would not compare favorably to someone with a 3-star attribute template at level 15. The disparity in attribute growth was immense. For the average individual, achieving a 3-star attribute template was akin to crossing an impassable chasm. "There's no need to be so astonished," Lin Chongfeng reassured Yi Yang, continuing. "The full name of this training camp is the Eastern Mountain Province Talent Special Training Camp. Only true prodigies can even meet the entry criteria. The final boss of the novice dungeon is merely a preliminary elimination round. This training camp is where the real trials begin. Such an environment would overwhelm even ordinary individuals if forced inside. So, do not be too surprised." "I understand," Yi Yang nodded earnestly. Subsequently, Lin Chongfeng refrained from elaborating further and presented Yi Yang with a scroll. "This is your reward. A first-tier exclusive profession skill scroll. Upon use, you will acquire a first-tier exclusive skill." Yi Yang's eyes sparkled with excitement at the sight of the scroll. Such an item was priceless in the outside world. Even millions would not suffice to procure one. However, at that moment, Yi Yang suddenly recalled his advancement task. He had chosen a 5-star advancement task, which required him to clear a dungeon of sure-level difficulty. Therefore, his immediate priority was to locate a suitable dungeon. With this thought in mind, Yi Yang unabashedly inquired, "By the way, President Lin, do you have the coordinates for the entrance to a first-tier dungeon?" "A first-tier dungeon, you say?" Lin Chongfeng pondered for a moment before responding. "You might want to check the task hall of the Association of Professionals. Perhaps there will be some commission tasks related to first-tier dungeons posted there. If not, you can contact me later." "Understood. Thank you, President Lin." Yi Yang expressed his gratitude with a nod, deeming this information quite significant. "No need for thanks. If that is the case, you may continue with your business. Come back here in 3 days at 7 a.m., and I will be waiting for you." "Indeed. This is a Crimson Alert Source Stone. Once you crush it, I shall promptly receive your coordinates and the corresponding information. When venturing outside, one must remain vigilant." Lin Chongfeng produced a palm-sized, blood-red crystal and gently placed it into Yi Yang's hand. Upon seeing this object, Zhao Guofeng's eyes gleamed with excitement. "Is this the highest-grade Crimson Alert Source Stone?" "The Crimson Alert Source Stone?" Yi Yang inquired, somewhat puzzled by Zhao Guofeng's exclamation. "Indeed," Zhao Guofeng exhaled deeply, continuing. "The Alert Source Stones are categorized into 5 primary ranks: red, yellow, blue, green, and white, each corresponding to different effects. The lowest, the white Alert Source Stone, merely grants the user a fleeting sense of danger. It is only at the blue level that one can acquire the victim's information and coordinates. As for the red Alert Source Stone in your possession, once activated, President Lin will immediately open a spatial tunnel and arrive at your side." "How remarkable." Yi Yang was momentarily taken aback. The prospect of summoning Lin Chongfeng, the esteemed president of the Tianshui City Professional Guild, a level 60 expert of the 5th tier. Directly to himself was exhilarating. However, Zhao Guofeng turned to Lin Chongfeng with a hint of remorse. President Lin, I recall that the distribution of such a red alert source stone typically occurs during the year-end bonus period. Bestowing it upon Yi Yang seems rather extravagant, does it not? Chapter 24. How could my Han family give rise to such a disloyal and unfilial wretch? Extravagance is of no concern, Lin Chongfeng replied with his characteristic gentle smile. As long as it enables Yi Yang to train steadily over the next 3 days, I would willingly part with my entire year-end bonus for his benefit. Haha. A super genius capable of single-handedly defeating the final boss of a novice dungeon. Once the special training camp selection begins, I shall relish seeing whether Ouyang Long and Zheng Yuntian dare to look down upon Tianshui City. Zhao Guofeng sighed deeply upon hearing these words. Although Tianshui City was not an underperforming city in Dongshan Province, it certainly did not rank among the top-tier cities. In the past, Ouyang Long of Qingyao City and Zheng Yuntian of Nanjiqing were contemporaneous geniuses who graduated alongside Lin Chongfeng. Regrettably, due to a poor performance on the battlefield, Lin Chongfeng's reputation suffered, relegating him to a place like Tianshui City. For years, he had endured disdain from Ouyang Long and Zheng Yuntian, particularly due to the scarcity of resources and the subpar performance of his students. The absurdity lay in the fact that Qingyao and Nanjiqing were among the foremost cities in Dongshan Province. Now, having discovered such a promising talent in Yi Yang, Lin Chongfeng's willingness to invest generously in his future seemed entirely justified. Very well, since President Lin has his own intentions, I shall not intrude further, Zhao Guofeng remarked. Yi Yang, let us proceed to the task hall and see if there are any quests related to dungeons. After bidding farewell to Lin Chongfeng, Zhao Guofeng led Yi Yang to the task hall of the Professional Guild. Strictly speaking, the Professional Guild comprises 3 main sections: the Affairs Hall, the Task Hall, and the Trading Hall. The previous location Yi Yang visited was the Affairs Hall, where Lin Chongfeng conducted his business, while they were now entering the Task Hall. The Trading Hall, on the other hand, serves as a venue for various professionals to exchange items. Upon arriving at the Task Hall, Yi Yang easily obtained a list of commissions suitable for first-tier professionals under Zhao Guofeng's guidance. Goodness, there are quite a number of tasks. Various assignments involving slaying outdoor bosses and gathering materials were available. A glance at the myriad of enticing options left Yi Yang momentarily dazzled. However, his focus was on tasks related to dungeons, which immediately eliminated over 90% of the options. After all, successfully completing dungeon-related tasks typically requires a dedicated team, rendering solo attempts nearly impossible, even for the simplest of ordinary difficulty dungeon quests. Meanwhile, as Yi Yang scoured for tasks, Han Yishu had finally returned home. Without a second thought, she recounted to her father, Han Jiqiang, the incident of Yi Yang bullying her, embellishing the tale with numerous disparaging remarks about him. Father, Yi Yang is utterly despicable. I kindly offered to help him level up, and not only did he refuse, but he even slapped me. Woe is me, you must teach this man a lesson. As she covered her left cheek, tears streaming down her face, Han Yishu's heart danced with exhilaration. Being the sole daughter of the Han family, she had always been treated like a treasured jewel. Clearly, after sharing these grievances with her father, Yi Yang was bound to face dire consequences. Yet, just as Han Yishu was plotting how to incite her father to punish Yi Yang, a powerful hand suddenly soared toward her right cheek. Smack! With a resounding slap, Han Yishu spun around 2 or 3 times before collapsing softly to the ground. Before she could comprehend the situation, Han Jiqiang's thunderous roar filled her ears. Han Yishu, how could you be so shameless? Stunned by her father's words, Han Yishu exclaimed, Dad, what are you talking about? Why do you say I'm shameless? Still unaware of your own actions, are you? He retorted. I was already aware of your little affair with that Qin family's boy. The way you treated Yi Yang deserves no less than a slap. Today, I shall ensure you receive a proper lesson. Seeing his daughter's hypocritical demeanor infuriated Han Jiqiang. Let me remind you, if it weren't for brother Yi Chuan's family sacrificing themselves during the Demon Tide 5 years ago, where would you be now? To be ungrateful is one thing, but to publicly humiliate Yi Yang before so many classmates, demanding that he summon all his creatures to protect you? My heavens, how did my Han family produce such a disloyal and unfilial wretch? If brother Yi Chuan were to learn of this from beyond the grave, I, Han Jiqiang, would never forgive myself. Jiqiang, it's not that serious, Han Jiqiang's wife, Tian Shui, interjected hastily. Our daughter was merely pursuing greater happiness during her time with that Qin boy. After all, he is an SSS-level professional. Isn't that commendable? A woman's perspective. Truly a woman's perspective. Upon hearing these words, Han Jiqiang's fury intensified. He abruptly stood up, pointing an accusatory finger at Tian Shui's face, and once again berated her. Yishu's current state is entirely your doing. If I don't intervene now, she will inevitably land herself in grave trouble. As he spoke, tears welled in Han Jiqiang's eyes, and he rushed to a secluded area in his home, kneeling down without a moment's hesitation. Brother Yi Chuan, I have wronged you. It is my failure to properly educate my daughter that has caused my dear nephew to suffer. Slap. It is my fault. In the underworld, consider this all my error. Slap. From this day forth, I shall diligently educate my daughter. May you, in your heavenly abode, forgive her for this moment of folly. Kneeling before Yi Chuan's spirit tablet, Han Jiqiang poured out his heart in prayer while relentlessly striking his own face. Witnessing this scene, Han Yishu was utterly shocked. It was her first time seeing her father in such a state of despair. Overcome with concern, she rushed to him, clasping his arm and pleading, "Father, I was wrong. I will apologize to Yi Yang. Just please, stop this." Chapter 25, The Black Spirit Forest Instance. A familiar figure. Apologize. Upon hearing Han Yishu's words, Han Jiqiang's eyes blazed with anger, nearly igniting with fury. Do you believe yourself worthy of apologizing to Yi Yang? Have you taken a good look at your current state? What am I supposed to do then? Han Yishu was utterly bewildered. She now recognized her wrongdoing, yet even an apology seemed out of reach. Humph. Han Jiqiang let out a cold snort and turned to his wife, saying, "Tian Shui, today you will bring gifts. And we shall visit Brother Ye's home to personally apologize to our dear nephew Yi Yang." Tian Shui was momentarily taken aback. Now, of course, Han Jiqiang snapped. Are we to wait until next year? What if Yi Yang is not at home? Tian Shui frowned, instinctively questioning, what if he isn't home? Han Jiqiang pondered for a moment. Then we shall wait at his doorstep until my nephew returns. In the next moment, he turned back to Han Yishu and commanded, "From this moment forth, you shall kneel before your uncle Ye's spirit. You may only rise when Yi Yang forgives us." Hearing this, Tian Shui felt a pang of pity. After all, this was her own daughter, who had already received a slap and was now being asked to kneel before a spirit. To be frank, she felt her husband was overreacting. "Jiqiang, I think you're being a bit too serious. This is just a minor mistake made by our daughter. Does it warrant such a grand gesture from the head of the Han family to personally apologize to a younger generation? You." Upon hearing Tian Shui's words, Han Jiqiang nearly fainted from rage. How could he be surrounded by such ungrateful ingrates? "Fine, if you won't go, I shall." With that, he stormed out, slamming the door behind him. 5 years ago, it was brother Yi Chuan who sacrificed his life to save him from the jaws of a beast. For this, both he and his wife, Su Qiao, had risked everything. This gratitude could not be repaid to Yi Chuan and his wife, but he could treat Yi Yang well in hopes of finding some peace of mind. However, now that two unreasonable individuals resided in his home, he had to take matters into his own hands. With this thought, Han Jiqiang swiftly made his way to Yi Yang's home. To his surprise, Tian Shui's words turned out to be true. Yi Yang was indeed not at home. After just finishing a novice instance, where could his nephew have gone? Finally, he had found a task. Meanwhile, Yi Yang, unaware of the turmoil unfolding at the Han household, was excited to discover this instance task at the Adventurers Guild Task Hall. The task was straightforward. Find the black spirit stones within the instance known as the Black Spirit Forest. For every stone found, a reward of 10,000 dragon coins would be granted, with a minimum requirement of locating at least 10 black spirit stones. These seem to drop from minor monsters within the first-tier instances. Observing the task's requirements, Zhao Guofeng remarked, although Yi Yang might not have encountered these before, as a fourth-tier adventurer, he has certainly seen plenty. However, for Yi Yang, the black spirit stones were secondary. The primary goal was to obtain the coordinates for the Black Spirit Forest instance. Yet, accepting an instance-related task was not a trivial matter. "Hello, are you certain you wish to select this task?" A beautiful attendant approached Yi Yang, inquiring softly. "Yes." Yi Yang nodded. "Very well. You will need to pay a deposit of 100,000 dragon coins. Once you complete the task, the deposit will be refunded alongside your reward. Let me handle the deposit." Yi Yang. Upon hearing the amount, Zhao Guofeng stepped forward. He had known from the start that instance tasks required a deposit. Otherwise, how could they provide the coordinates for the instance entrance? However, Yi Yang declined. "Thank you, Principal Zhao, but I still have some funds." With that, he produced his bank card, handing it to the beautiful attendant for processing. To be fair, ever since his parents passed away 5 years ago, although Yi Yang was an orphan, he was not lacking in funds. This was due to the support of Han Jiqiang, the head of the Han family, who had been aiding him, perhaps out of guilt, or perhaps to repay a debt of gratitude. Yi Yang had not refused the assistance. Thus, the 100,000 dragon coins were not a burden for him. Because of this, Yi Yang felt a sense of gratitude towards Han Jiqiang, though Han Yishu's actions had somewhat tarnished his impression of the Han family. Soon, the transaction was completed, and Yi Yang's account balance decreased from 130,000 dragon coins to 1,030,000 dragon coins. The beautiful attendant then provided him with the coordinates for the Black Spirit Forest instance. All right. After glancing at the coordinates, Zhao Guofeng nodded in satisfaction. "Yi Yang, it is already quite late. Let's head home and rest. Tomorrow morning, I will accompany you to clear the instance." "Okay." Yi Yang agreed, having felt the fatigue of a long day spent in the novice instance. How to articulate this? Despite his inaction throughout, there exists a saying that goes, the more one refrains from action, the more fatigued one becomes. Although he had not engaged in any physical exertion, he nonetheless felt an overwhelming sense of weariness. This was precisely the state of Yi Yang at that moment. Moreover, it would be a disservice to claim he had done nothing. Summoning tens of thousands of skeletal minions to undertake dungeon raids, as dictated by command orders, is in itself a task that demands considerable mental fortitude. Without further contemplation, Yi Yang bid farewell to Zhao Guofeng upon reaching the entrance of the task hall and then proceeded directly homeward. However, as soon as he arrived, he noticed two familiar figures standing at his doorstep. Uncle Han, what brings you here? Chapter 26. Setting aside the facts, was Yi Yang truly in the wrong? Upon seeing Yi Yang, Han Jiqiang's eyes immediately lit up. Nephew Yi Yang, you have returned. Yes, Yi Yang nodded before promptly inquiring, Uncle Han, is there something you wish to discuss with me? What else could it be? Han Jiqiang sighed. My daughter previously wronged you, and I only learned of it too late, causing you undue distress. I have come today specifically to offer my apologies. Additionally, here is a card with 1 million. Please do not refuse it, as it is merely a token of my goodwill, and I hope you can forgive Ishu in the future. With a gentle smile, Yi Yang replied, Uncle Han, there is no need for such measures. No, I must insist. Han Jiqiang's resolve was unwavering. If I do not come personally this time, Brother Yechuan will surely not forgive me from beyond. Today, you will return home with Uncle Han, and I will have Ishu apologize to you in person. After much back and forth, Yi Yang found himself unable to resist Han Jiqiang's determination. Soon, under Han Jiqiang's guidance, Yi Yang arrived at the Han family's villa. Han Ishu, come out. As soon as they stepped inside, Han Jiqiang called out for his daughter. Dad, what is going on? Why is Yi Yang here? Upon seeing Yi Yang, Han Ishu's expression shifted dramatically. However, before she could utter another word, Han Jiqiang bellowed, Kneel. What? Han Ishu paused momentarily, bewildered. Are you telling me to kneel before Yi Yang? Of course. Han Jiqiang's expression was stern as he reiterated, Kneel before your brother Yi Yang and apologize. I refuse. Han Ishu protested vehemently. Why should I kneel? He is the one who bullied me. I confessed my feelings in front of so many people, and he slapped me. Now you expect me to kneel? Over my dead body. Even death would be a light consequence. Hearing her words, Han Jiqiang nearly fainted from anger. Without your brother Yi Yang, where would you be today? You have exploited him for 3 whole years. 3 years. I cannot even fathom how your brother Yi Yang endured it all. If you do not kneel today, I, as your father, will kneel in your stead. Standing before Han Ishu, every word from Han Jiqiang was resolute. I will not. I have my dignity. How could you expect me to kneel before him? Han Ishu gritted her teeth, shouting angrily, and am I solely to blame for all this? Setting aside the facts, does Yi Yang bear no responsibility? You. Han Jiqiang was so enraged by her retort that he spat out a mouthful of blood. The next moment, as he attempted to say more, darkness engulfed him, and he collapsed backward. Jiqiang. Witnessing this scene, Tian Shui swiftly dashed to his side, gently supporting him. After calling her husband's name repeatedly with no response, she could only sigh in resignation. Turning to Yi Yang, she softly caressed Han Jiqiang's chest while addressing him. Nephew Yi Yang, as you can see, your Uncle Han has fainted from anger. Why not let this matter rest? Upon hearing this, Yi Yang felt a wave of exasperation. In truth, after witnessing Han Jiqiang's attitude, he had not intended to dwell on the incident with Han Ishu. After all, with his awakening of the system and the exclusive hidden class of necromancer, his strength was no longer comparable to the past. It was inconceivable that even Han Ishu, with her SS-level support class, or even Xin Yang, with his SSS-level combat class, would be of any concern to him. Before long, the gap between them would widen further. Whether they would maintain contact in the future remained uncertain. Why should he harbor resentment towards them? Yet, before Yi Yang could speak, Han Ishu, upon seeing her father unconscious, erupted in fury. This is all your fault. It's because of you that my dad is like this. You are a harbinger of disaster. Why didn't you just die alongside your parents during the demon-tide upheaval? What did you say? Upon hearing Han Ishu's words, Yi Yang's previously indifferent demeanor erupted into a murderous rage. Instinctively, he contemplated summoning the countless skeletons from his spatial realm to tear this woman apart. However, at that moment, Tian Shui recognized Han Ishu had crossed a line. Without a moment's hesitation, she raised her hand and delivered a sharp slap to Han Ishu's face. With a resounding crack, Han Ishu fell to her knees, disbelief etched across her features as she gazed at her mother. Xiaoshu, what are you talking about? Yi Yang's parents are our family saviors. How could you utter such words? I. Overwhelmed by her mother's scolding, Han Ishu covered her face, feeling utterly wronged. Yet Tian Shui paid no mind to her daughter's feelings. She turned to Yi Yang, apologizing, Nephew Yi Yang, I have failed in my upbringing. It is entirely my fault for spoiling your little sister Ishu. For the sake of Auntie and your Uncle Han, please forgive her this once. With a weary smile, Yi Yang shook his head. There is no need for further discussion. Consider it my final concession to Uncle Han. However, from this moment forth, the Yi family and the Han family shall sever ties. From now on, we will coexist like water and fire. Should I ever hear Han Ishu speak disrespectfully again, do not blame me for my lack of courtesy. With that, Yi Yang threw the 1 million dragon coins card that Han Jiqiang had just given him onto the ground. Then, With a flick of his sleeve, he exited the Han family estate without looking back. Among the entire Han family, Yi Yang harbored a modicum of affection solely for Han Jiqiang. However, under no circumstances could Han Jiqiang, regardless of his rage, ever resort to taking the life of his own daughter. As for Yi Yang, he would unequivocally never forgive that woman. Thus, it was decided that the two families would sever all ties henceforth. Should he ever encounter Han Ishu in the future, ranting before him, it would not be a matter of lacking decorum on his part. Whoever it may be it her or anyone else, whether they insult him or defame his deceased parents, he would ensure they paid a steep price in blood. This time, he would consider it a favor to Han Jiqiang for the years of selfless assistance, granting Han Ishu a fleeting chance at life. From this moment on, they would be even. Chapter 27. The Invitation from the Long-Legged Goddess. Alas, little Shu, what have you done? You've managed to infuriate your father to this extent, and even chased away your beloved brother Yi Yang. Observing Yi Yang's resolute departure, Tian Shui squatted on the ground, sighing heavily. Yet, Han Ishu scoffed dismissively. Humph, mother, you underestimate me. Regardless of the circumstances, I am an SS-class support profession, sought after wherever I go. Just watch. Tonight I shall gather my teammates to hunt monsters in the wild, and by tomorrow, I will easily surpass that Yi Yang fellow. You. Witnessing Han Ishu storm out of the house, Tian Shui's already troubled heart sank further. Her daughter was utterly lacking in understanding, having made such a grave mistake. All it required was a simple apology. Yet, she insisted on escalating matters. The most absurd part was that her husband was currently unconscious, completely oblivious to everything. Old Wang. Yes. Upon hearing Tian Shui's call, a middle-aged man promptly appeared by her side. Madam, how may I assist you? The young lady has left. Send a few people to discreetly protect her. Ensure she encounters no danger. Tian Shui shook her head and issued her command. Understood. Butler Wang nodded, promptly gathering a dozen or so second-tier professionals from the Han family and heading in the direction Han Ishu had departed. Butler Wang himself was a peak-level third-tier professional at level 40, coupled with a dozen second-tier professionals in their 20s. Safeguarding Han Ishu's safety in the first-tier wilderness would be a trivial matter. The following day, at the Yi family villa, Yi Yang awoke to the dawn. Just as he finished his morning routine and prepared to step outside, he discovered Zhao Guofeng had long been waiting at his doorstep. Principal Zhao, what brings you here? I'm here to give you this. Upon seeing Yi Yang, Zhao Guofeng chuckled lightly and produced a bank card, handing it to Yi Yang. Principal Zhao, what's this? Yi Yang instinctively inquired upon seeing the card. Zhao Guofeng waved his hand dismissively, explaining, no need to think too much about it. This is what that old rascal Li Yuntian lost to me in a bet yesterday. He tried to renege on the deal, so this morning, I specifically went to his house to retrieve it. The card contains 1 million. Consider it your startup capital. Ah, I see. Yi Yang smiled faintly and accepted the bank card. Now, I can rest easy. Zhao Guofeng nodded in satisfaction, then continued, now, you should head to the Black Spirit Forest instance. Remember, if you encounter any danger in the wilderness, don't hesitate to use it. Understood. Without a moment's hesitation, after bidding farewell to Zhao Guofeng, Yi Yang exited through the northern city gate, making his way directly to the coordinates for the Black Spirit Forest instance he had obtained the previous day. 2 to 3 hours later, Yi Yang finally beheld a deep, dark, oval entrance to the instance, suspended in midair, before him. All along the way, Yi Yang had unleashed thousands of skeletons, relentlessly searching for monsters to slay. However, the monsters in the wilderness offered meager experience and were far too dispersed. In those 2 to 3 hours, he had barely gained 30 experience points, truly disheartening. Fortunately, he had finally arrived at the instance entrance. At a glance, he saw a considerable gathering of professionals assembled before the instance entrance. It appeared they were also preparing to tackle this instance. With the coordinates for the instance quest as guidance, it was indeed a relief. Had he been fumbling around in the wilderness aimlessly, even with tens of thousands of skeletons at his command, it would have taken him days to locate this entrance. As Yi Yang stood before the instance entrance, he suddenly recalled some knowledge he had learned in class regarding instances and regions akin to them, the Outer Secret Realms. In simple terms, ever since the onset of the Great Anomaly era 500 years ago, instances and entrances to Outer Secret Realms had begun to appear randomly across the globe. Unlike the instances in traditional online games, if the monsters within an instance or secret realm are not completely conquered within a set time, the terrifying creatures may break free and invade reality. 5 years ago, the monster tide that led to Yi Yang's loss of his parents was triggered by a 5th-tier secret realm that was not conquered within the time limit, resulting in a flood of monstrous entities into the real world. Conversely, if these instances and secret realms can be successfully conquered, the benefits conferred upon the professionals would be incomparable to those offered by the monsters in the wilderness. However, while instances and secret realms are fundamentally similar, they also possess various differences. The difficulty in conquering secret realms is far greater than that of instances. The novice instance Yi Yang had previously tackled with a group of recently graduated professionals from Tianshui City was, strictly speaking, a secret realm, albeit an artificial one. Not a natural secret realm. Its purpose was straightforward: to provide new generation professionals with some training in combat techniques. Now, the Black Spirit Forest that Yi Yang was about to face was a bona fide instance. Yet, as soon as he stepped into this place, he immediately sensed numerous probing spells descending upon him. Oh, another reckless little soul looking to conquer the Black Spirit Forest, are we? Hehe, only level 10? A few moments ago, that so-called SSS-class flame envoy who ventured in was also merely level 10, I believe. Quite unfortunate. That fellow failed to last even an hour after attempting the simplest normal difficulty thrice before being slain. Oh, look at that little one, rather handsome. Almost rivaling our formidable leader. How about letting me take you under my wing? My team's configuration is quite impressive, I assure you, and I can guarantee your success. At that moment, as Yi Yang stood there, several teams immediately turned their gaze toward him. Not only that, but a strikingly elegant woman clad in a form-fitting mini-skirt, her long legs adorned with black sheer stockings, approached Yi Yang. Thank you, but I prefer to tackle this solo. Yi Yang declined the lady's kind offer, striding directly to the entrance of the dungeon. Chapter 28, Entering the Dungeon. That kid was killed again. However, upon hearing Yi Yang's words, not only the alluring lady but also the adventurers gathered at the dungeon's entrance were taken aback. What did he just say? He intends to solo the Black Spirit Forest? Surely, I must have misheard. I can hardly contain my laughter. The last fool who attempted to solo it barely lasted 10 minutes after entering the normal difficulty. It's utterly ridiculous that a freshly minted level 10, who hasn't even completed his first tier advancement quest, dares to boast so brazenly. TSK. I initially thought he might be a prodigy, but it seems he is just another fool. I wonder how long he managed to hold out once he steps inside. The last so-called flame messenger only lasted 10 minutes. I'd be surprised if he lasts even 5 minutes. If he can muster 3, he should consider himself fortunate. Indeed, this dungeon is unlike a secret realm. Stepping out of the safe zone means facing an unending onslaught of monsters. Given his frail physique, surviving for 2 or 3 minutes would be nothing short of miraculous. The lady, though somewhat incredulous at Yi Yang's intent to solo, did not take offense. Young man, do not be so arrogant. The monsters within this dungeon are not akin to those in the novice dungeons you've previously encountered. Their density is high, and their attributes are formidable. If you venture in alone, it could prove perilous. She approached Yi Yang, genuinely concerned, and offered her advice. Yet, Yi Yang resolutely declined. Thank you, but I truly wish to attempt it solo. With that, he took a bold step forward, activating the dungeon entrance. At that moment, a system prompt appeared before Yi Yang. Ding! You have opened the entrance to the Tier 1 dungeon, Black Spirit Forest. Please select the difficulty level you wish to initiate. Normal, hard, nightmare, hell, or Shura. Black Spirit Forest Dungeon Collapse Countdown, 27 days. As previously mentioned, both dungeons and secret realms have a finite existence. This collapse countdown indicates the duration of its existence. If the dungeon is not cleared before the countdown expires, the monsters within will surge into the real world. However, if the nightmare difficulty or higher is successfully cleared before the countdown ends, the dungeon will vanish entirely when the countdown concludes. Clearing the hell difficulty will have the collapse countdown. If the Shura difficulty is cleared, the dungeon will disappear outright. In other words, dungeons and secret realms hang over everyone's heads like the sword of Damocles. Successfully conquering them not only yields immense rewards, but also averts disaster. Failing to do so will unleash monsters, whose attributes far exceed those of ordinary monsters in the wild, wreaking havoc in the real world. Fortunately, the monsters in a Tier 1 dungeon only range from levels 1 to 20. However, similarly, only adventurers within the level 1 to 20 bracket are permitted entry. Hence, the adventurer teams surrounding this dungeon entrance are predominantly above level 18, with most having already reached level 20. Yet, when Yi Yang glanced at the dungeon's clearing records, he couldn't help but chuckle. Black Spirit Forest Dungeon clearing records. Normal, 8 hours, 35 minutes, 47 seconds. Hard, 21 hours, 17 minutes, 26 seconds. Nightmare, first stage 31. Hell none. Shura, none. At a glance, only the normal and hard difficulties had teams that successfully cleared them. The nightmare difficulty had only achieved a mere 31 stages. There remains a long road ahead for complete clearance. Nevertheless, recalling his advancement quest, which required him to solo a dungeon of Shura difficulty, Yi Yang made his decision without hesitation and initiated the Shura difficulty. Each time one enters a dungeon, regardless of success, there is a 24-hour cooldown before re-entry is permitted. Therefore, Yi Yang could not afford to waste time gradually acclimatizing from normal to Shura difficulty. Even if he were to clear it smoothly each time, it would still take at least 5 days to complete his advancement quest. Just as Yi Yang was about to enter the dungeon, several figures emerged from the entrance. Their eyes met, and the leader of the group, a young man, immediately recognized Yi Yang. Yi Yang, you've come to tackle this dungeon too? It was none other than Qin Yang. What? Am I not allowed to enter this dungeon? Yi Yang was taken aback to see Qin Yang emerge from the dungeon entrance. To his surprise, this fellow had reached level 10 so quickly. He must have spent the entire night grinding monsters in the wild. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to enter this dungeon. However, Yi Yang had little desire to engage in further conversation with him. After a brief reply, he stepped into the dungeon. Wait, is he really daring enough to enter the dungeon alone? Is he trying to get himself killed? Qin Yang instinctively felt his eyelids twitch as he watched Yi Yang's figure disappear. He had been present here for some time. And the adventurers who had been discussing the reckless kid attempting to solo the dungeon, who had failed after 10 minutes on normal difficulty, was indeed him. Having witnessed the strength of the dungeon monsters firsthand, Qin Yang suddenly became more cautious. This cursed place was far from something one could tackle alone. Even with a team of 9 level 20 elite adventurers accompanying him into the dungeon, they barely managed to confront the final boss on normal difficulty. Alas, their healer had run out of mana and could no longer restore his teammates, forcing them to retreat and reconsider their strategy. After all, with a total of 10 members, they could enter the dungeon 10 times a day. A few failures would not be detrimental to him. However, at this moment, upon witnessing Yi Yang entering the instance alone, Qin Yang could not help but chuckle. This madman is truly insane. I am eager to see how long you can endure within this dungeon. With that said, Qin Yang promptly found an open area, allowing the guards from his family to recuperate while adopting a posture akin to that of a spectator. Not only him, but the expressions of the surrounding onlookers, the adventurers, also became quite animated. Did you see that? That lad truly went in. Alas, during the early stages of this great upheaval, there were far too many madmen and no path for the sane. Now, only the sane can survive, yet foolishness abounds. Indeed, dreaming that he can solo the dungeon? He ought to take a moment to reflect upon his own abilities. How laughable. Once he encounters a monster within the dungeon, he will come to realize just how foolish he truly is. Certainly, who hasn't had their youthful exuberance? Ha! Brother Wong, I heard that back in the day. You too wished to solo a dungeon, only to be swiftly dispatched by the very first minor creature. Am I right? Enough with the old tales. Why bring them up now? TSK, I dare say that when this lad encounters a monster in the dungeon, his predicament will not fare much better than yours did back then. Hee, a taste of defeat will surely humble him. Since we have nothing better to do, why don't we place a wager and guess how long this young man can last? Alright, I shall go first. A maximum of 3 minutes. 3 minutes? I reckon 2 minutes is already pushing it. TSK, 30 seconds. It cannot be more than that. With that frail physique, a gust of wind could sweep him away. Ha ha ha, too amusing. Hearing the discussions of the surrounding adventurers, Qin Yang couldn't help but laugh. After all, Yi Yang at least managed to endure for 10 minutes within the dungeon. Yet, in the presence of these seasoned veterans, the likelihood of Yi Yang lasting even a minute is slim indeed. The outcome is quite evident, is it not? Chapter 29, Slaying the Shadowy Night Cat, earning 300,000 in 1 minute. Meanwhile, the alluring Qin Shiyu, upon witnessing Yi Yang's figure vanish, found herself engulfed in worry. Who wouldn't be enamored by a handsome face? If he were to perish within the dungeon, it would truly be a lamentable fate. I forgot to inquire about his profession. However, now that he has entered, it is too late for such questions. With a sigh, Qin Shiyu instinctively glanced towards the entrance of the dungeon. At the same time, as Yi Yang stepped into the instance, a phantom light screen materialized above the entrance. Yi Yang's team dungeon progress in the Black Spirit Forest, Phase 1-0. So this dashing young man is named Yi Yang. I hope he at least manages to emerge safely. The dungeon, much like the wilds, holds peril. If he is slain by a monster within, it would indeed signify his demise. Thus, those who venture into dungeons typically prepare some means of resurrection or will promptly exit if they sense danger. Better to waste an opportunity to conquer a dungeon than to be overconfident. Beep, you have entered the dungeon, Black Spirit Forest. Simultaneously, Yi Yang, who had just entered the dungeon, was oblivious to the events unfolding outside. Yet, even if he were aware, he would not be concerned. Upon entering the dungeon, Yi Yang first surveyed his surroundings. To be frank, the name Black Spirit Forest is quite fitting. Upon first glance, aside from the dim sky, there are only dense branches intertwining, resembling a tropical rainforest in the night sky. After choosing a direction, Yi Yang proceeded onward. However, just after taking a couple of steps, sudden rustling sounds erupted from all around. Here they come. In that moment, without a second thought, Yi Yang summoned from his spatial realm 1,000 skeletons, along with over 2,000 skeletal mages, surrounding himself with them. Since finishing the dungeon yesterday around 6 in the evening, a full 15 hours had passed by the time it was now 9 in the morning. Yi Yang had amassed over 54,000 ordinary skeletons. Together with the 30,000 previously summoned in the dungeon, he had a total of over 90,000 ordinary skeletons. Not only that, but during these last several hours, the number of skeletal mages had also reached over 5,000. While this may seem a modest number, the key lies in the explosive output capabilities of the skeletal mages. It is no exaggeration to say that a single skeletal mage is equivalent to dozens, if not hundreds, of ordinary skeletons. Furthermore, skeletal mages possess ranged attack capabilities, rendering them extraordinarily formidable. At the moment all 12,000 skeletons were summoned, Yi Yang swiftly issued commands to all his summoned undead. The ordinary skeletons were to protect the skeletal mages and eliminate any monsters they encountered. In an instant, the previously bewildered ordinary skeletons, just summoned, surrounded the skeletal mages. At a glance, each skeletal mage was encircled by a veritable wall of ordinary skeletons. The sense of security was overwhelming. Simultaneously, once all the undead had formed their formation, they quickly identified the source of the earlier rustling sound. As Yiyang shifted his view, the form of the monster immediately came into focus. Shura level Shadowy Night Cat, Strength, 46 Spirit, 30 Constitution, 38 Agility, 55 Skill, Swift Pounce. At first glance, the attributes of this Shadowy Night Cat were nearly invincible. No wonder it is classified as a Shura level dungeon. Merely the attributes of this single Shadowy Night Cat could easily overpower an entire well-equipped party of level 10 adventurers. Moreover, there was not just one Shadowy Night Cat near Yiyang. Following the line of sight of his skeletons, he observed a dozen or so Shadowy Night Cats within his vicinity. To be frank, even a full party of 10 peak-level adventurers at level 20 would find themselves dispatched within a minute by these dozen Shadowy Night Cats. Now, upon encountering the sudden appearance of the surrounding skeleton army, the Shadowy Night Cats were utterly bewildered. Initially, upon spotting Yiyang, they had contemplated launching a sneak attack. However, now, before them stood a formidable army of skeletons, brimming with an aura of malevolence, glaring intently at them. The ordinary skeletons would hold them back. The skeletal mages would unleash their fury. With no time for hesitation, Yiyang promptly issued combat orders to the skeletal army. In that instant, hundreds of ordinary skeletons surged forward toward the Shadowy Night Cats. Although the attributes of these Shadowy Night Cats were formidable, capable of effortlessly annihilating an ordinary skeleton with merely a basic attack, whose total attributes barely amounted to 10 points, the sheer number of ordinary skeletons was overwhelming. Even if they could eliminate them with ease, they were utterly ensnared within the encircling horde of skeletons. Despite their frantic struggles, all that met their gaze was an endless sea of skeletal foes. Most terrifying of all, while the Shadowy Night Cats fought desperately, the ordinary skeletons were not simply standing idly by, but rather swung their bone blades with wild abandon, relentlessly hacking at them. Although the damage inflicted was minimal, it nonetheless inflicted great psychological torment upon the Night Cats. It is worth noting that these Shadowy Night Cats excelled in agile, mobile combat tactics. Now, trapped in this minuscule arena, they were unable to showcase their strengths. Meanwhile, the skeletal mages on the periphery raised their staffs in unison. With a resonating hum, a wave of energy rippled through the air, and at the tips of their staffs, hundreds of skeletal mages conjured dark, gray elemental orbs, each the size of a fist, infused with the essence of death. Immediately thereafter, the spell echoed. Necromantic Missile, Necromantic Missile, Necromantic Missile. In that moment, a barrage of dark gray necromantic missiles hurtled toward the location of the 10 or so Shadowy Night Cats. In an instant, those necromantic missiles fell upon the Night Cats like a hailstorm, crashing down upon them. Boom, boom, boom. In no time, a series of terrifying damage numbers erupted from their bodies. Merely taking a single necromantic missile caused their health to plummet dramatically. With just 4 or 5 such missiles, the Shadowy Night Cats would be utterly obliterated. Yet, they now faced a relentless barrage of 700 to 800 necromantic missiles. In mere moments, the Shadowy Night Cats that had been struggling so valiantly were transformed into blood mist, completely dissipating into the air. Ding! You have slain a LV-11 Shadowy Night Cat, earning 110 experience points. Ding! Ding! Current dungeon progress, Phase 113. Upon receiving this flurry of kill notifications, Yiyang instinctively shifted his gaze to his experience bar. It must be said that the experience rewards from this hellish difficulty dungeon were indeed explosive. Just a single Shadowy Night Cat could elevate his experience bar by approximately 2 points. After vanquishing those several Night Cats, Yiyang's experience surged from an initial 22 to a staggering 55. The exhilaration was unparalleled. So if I encounter another wave of this many Shadowy Night Cats, I shall level up. The experience from this hellish difficulty dungeon is simply delightful. Taking a deep breath, Yiyang strolled over to the spot where the Shadowy Night Cats had perished and collected all the items they had dropped into his backpack. Ding! You have received a reward, Black Spirit Stone X1. Ding! Ding! 13 Shadowy Night Cats yielded a total of 26 Black Spirit Stones for Yiyang. The drop rate was nothing short of extraordinary. In a dungeon of ordinary difficulty, it would be remarkable to obtain even 1 or 2 Black Spirit Stones from such a number. However, facing the hellish difficulty Shadowy Night Cats, each one dropped 2 Black Spirit Stones. If only the outside professional teams could witness this scene, they would surely be consumed by envy. Unbelievable. In just a minute or two, I have essentially earned 260,000 dragon coins. It seems that earning money as a professional is indeed effortless. Chapter 30. The mobilization of 100,000 skeletons. The shock of the professional teams. Seeing the 20-odd Black Spirit Stones in his backpack, Yiyang felt an immense sense of satisfaction. Yet, If his previous remarks were to reach the ears of the professional teams outside, they would likely curse him to no end. What a joke. Earning money as a professional is easy. The wealth amassed by professionals is hard-won, snatched from the jaws of danger with their very lives. Who could possibly fathom a scenario like yours, where one simply reclines and effortlessly engages in a hellish difficulty dungeon? It must be noted that even the strongest professional team at the entrance, known as Wang Ji's team, remained ensnared in nightmarish difficulty. They couldn't even tackle hellish difficulty, let alone the hellish level. However, such matters were of no concern to Yi Yang. Once he had collected his rewards, he commanded the skeletons to disperse and commence their hunt for monsters. Over 80,000 ordinary skeletons and more than 4,000 skeletal mages were dispatched. This amounted to an average of 20 ordinary skeletons guarding each skeletal mage. The sense of security was absolutely overwhelming. Ding, you have slain a LV-11 shadowy nightcat, earning 110 experience points. Ding, ding. As a series of system notifications appeared before him, Yi Yang felt an immense sense of fulfillment. With nearly 100,000 skeletons mobilized, this was virtually a cataclysmic strike for the dungeon. Almost every second, numerous shadowy nightcats fell to Yi Yang's might. Outside the dungeon, as they observed Yi Yang's continued presence within for 2 to 3 minutes without emerging, the onlooking professional teams began to grow intrigued. Oh, this kid can really take a beating. He has lasted this long. Indeed, I thought he would be lucky to last a minute or two. Could it be that he found a safe spot to hide the moment he entered the dungeon? That would be laughable. I doubt he can hold out much longer. He'll likely be forced out in no time. Not only were the onlooking professional teams curious, but on another front, Qin Yang also grew anxious upon seeing Yi Yang's prolonged absence. However, as he recalled Yi Yang's profession, he quickly calmed down. Wait, this guy is a necromancer, capable of summoning numerous skeletons. Surely, throughout the night, he must have secretly summoned a considerable number of skeletons at home. So, within the dungeon, he should be able to endure for a while longer. But once his skeletons are depleted, he will find himself in a precarious position. With this thought, a smile crept across Qin Yang's lips. Even he, a distinguished SSS-rank professional, finds it exceedingly arduous to combat those shadow nightcats. How could I, Yang, a mere necromancer capable only of summoning skeletons, possibly prevail? Even if he manages to endure longer than I did within the instance, once his skeletons are exhausted, he shall possess no combat capability whatsoever. As for me, although I only lasted 10 minutes in the dungeon, as long as I can restore my state, I remain a formidable warrior. It is just the perfect opportunity to teach him a lesson once he emerges. After comforting himself with such thoughts, Qin Yang felt considerably uplifted. However, if Yi Yang were privy to these musings, he would surely be in fits of laughter. While confronting those shadow nightcats, he indeed lost a few skeletons, but it was merely a couple of hundred at most. Moreover, during the process of slaying the shadow nightcats, those lost skeletons were effortlessly replenished by Yi Yang, rendering his losses negligible. If only Qin Yang were aware that Yi Yang was currently tackling not a mere ordinary difficulty, but a sure-level challenge. One could only imagine the expression on his face. Meanwhile, the poised Qin Shiyu was growing increasingly anxious about Yi Yang's prolonged absence from the instance, fervently praying for his safety. Alas, it has been so long, and that charming young man has yet to emerge. I wonder how he is faring. Surely, he must be struggling alone in the dungeon. Upon hearing her words, several of Qin Shiyu's friends offered their reassurances. Shiyu, do not fret so. His continued presence signifies that he is still alive. If he had been slain, his body would have been teleported out. Indeed, Qin Shiyu sighed. However, had her companions seen Yi Yang casually reclining on a small hillock, leisurely observing the skeletons as they dispatched monsters, their expressions would have been nothing short of spectacular. At that moment, someone suddenly exclaimed, "Holy cow! Look, that guy's instance progress has changed." What? Upon hearing this, everyone instinctively turned their gaze toward the luminous screen at the entrance of the instance. Yi Yang's Team Black Spirit Forest Instance Progress, Phase 113. After a few moments of stunned silence, someone finally regained their composure. Holy cow! That kid managed to enter the instance alone and is actually able to take down those shadow nightcats? Ridiculous. A progress of 13 means he has already slain 13 shadow nightcats? How is that even possible? When they appear, there are usually dozens of them. Even Brother Wang's team struggles to take down just one. How could this kid single-handedly annihilate so many? Incredible. I just said he wouldn't last long, yet with such prowess. If he plays it safe, he could easily dominate. Witnessing this spectacle, everyone was left in awe. Initially, they had presumed this newcomer would not last long in the instance. Yet, in just 2 or 3 minutes, he had dispatched over a dozen shadow nightcats. Such strength is truly unparalleled. Not only the onlookers, but also Qin Yang, who had been plotting to teach Yi Yang a lesson upon his emergence, was left utterly dumbfounded. He single-handedly killed 13 shadow nightcats? How could this be possible? To recall, when he entered the instance alone, he could barely handle even one shadow nightcat. Yet Yi Yang managed to single-handedly slay 13. The disparity in their abilities was simply staggering. On another front, Chen Xiu stood frozen in disbelief upon witnessing the change in the instant's progress. No way. This young man, named Yi Yang, can truly grind monsters alone in the instance? Am I seeing this correctly? Could it be that he possesses the capability to solo this dungeon? As this thought crossed her mind, Chen Xiu felt an involuntary shiver run down her spine. She had been a professional for several years and had spent 2 to 3 years stagnating at the first-tier stage. Despite being an S-rank professional, the 3-star second-tier advancement task she chose was exceedingly challenging. After more than 2 years, she had yet to advance. It was precisely for this reason that she recognized how formidable the monsters in this tier of the instance were, to say nothing of soloing. Even managing to kill a few monsters upon first entry is considered quite impressive. At the very least, in her 2 years within the first-tier professional circle of Tianshui City, she had yet to hear of anyone managing to kill monsters alone in an instance. However, upon hearing Chen Xiu's comments, several other professionals couldn't help but burst into laughter. Sister Xiu, did I hear you correctly? This kid has merely killed a few Shadow Night Cats. Do you truly believe he can solo the entire instance? Upon hearing this, Chen Xiu shot them a glance. I merely think he's impressive. I never claimed he could truly solo the dungeon. Additionally, Wang Shun, you should keep your underlings in check. How dare they provoke me? In Tianshui City's first-tier circle, I am not intimidated by you. Seeing Chen Xiu genuinely angered, Wang Shun quickly restrained his companions. What were you thinking? Why provoke this fiery lady? Do you not know she's the most temperamental in our Tianshui first-tier circle? The brothers chuckled knowingly. Yeah, we just wanted to tease her a bit since we met her today. But really, Chen Xiu is quite delusional, thinking that a kid who just reached level 10 could actually solo a dungeon. Indeed, if he were level 11, it might be feasible, as he could grind monsters while leveling up in the instance. But at level 10, without completing his advancement task, any excess experience will merely accumulate in his experience bar, meaning he cannot grow stronger. Heh, hearing you all say this, I genuinely want to see that kid get kicked out of the instance. Old Wu, I see you're eager to witness Chen Xiu's disappointment, huh? You know me well, haha. As they gazed at Chen Xiu's imposing demeanor, the expressions of the several professionals were filled with mischievous grins. They were already yearning to see her face of disappointment when Yi Yang would inevitably be expelled from the instance. Moreover, the notion of soloing the Black Spirit Forest? In their eyes, that was an impossibility. Back in the day, their captain, Brother Wang, after 3 or 4 attempts, could barely manage to slay over 30 Shadow Night Cats in the instance, and even that was with the aid of priests and other support. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to slay even 20. Now, can we truly expect Yi Yang, a freshly awakened professional, to solo the Black Spirit Forest? Such thoughts are only the stuff of dreams that the ordinary dare not entertain. However, if they were to discover that Yi Yang is currently battling the Shura level difficulty of the Shadow Night Cats, one wonders what their reactions would be. Chen Xiu overheard the discussions among these individuals, but was too apathetic to engage with them at this moment. This charming young man, Yi Yang, possesses the ability to single-handedly vanquish dozens of Shadow Night Cats, and thus, it is impossible for him to be easily eliminated from the dungeon. Go for it. Young Master Yi Yang, once you emerge, the sisters will take you to tackle the challenging dungeons. Chen Xiu clenched her delicate fists, her gaze unwaveringly fixed on the dungeon entrance. In her view, even if Yi Yang were to exit the dungeon now, he would still have sufficient strength to fight alongside them. Yet, at that moment, Chen Xiu noticed that Yi Yang's dungeon progress had changed once again. Yi Yang's Black Spirit Forest dungeon progress, 41, at that instant. Upon seeing Yi Yang's latest dungeon progress, everyone was once again engulfed in astonishment. A progress of 41. This implies that within the span of merely 2 to 3 minutes, Yi Yang had slain an additional 20 to 30 Shadow Night Cats? My heavens, what kind of strength is this? Moreover, following the second alteration in dungeon progress, it surged forward like a locomotive, racing ahead with fervor. Within a matter of minutes, the progress escalated to 5. In less than half an hour, it skyrocketed to 15. This is madness. Truly insane. What on earth is this young man doing in the dungeon? Seriously, am I mistaken? Has he really achieved a progress of 5 in just half an hour? Meaning he could potentially clear over 30 in an hour? He could obliterate this dungeon in just over 10 hours? A freak. A monster. A prodigy. It's utterly outrageous. Is he truly human? What profession has this young man awakened to? An SSS-level profession. That cannot be. The individual who previously awakened to an SSS-level profession was eliminated from the dungeon in under 10 minutes. My heavens, what kind of prodigy have I encountered? This young man's professional prowess may even surpass that of SSS-level professionals? In that instant, the hundreds of professionals present were left in utter shock. Meanwhile, Chen Yang, upon overhearing their discussions, wore a countenance as grim as if it could drip with water. Here I am, a genuine SSS-level professional. Yet now, every time Yi Yang's dungeon progress experiences even the slightest shift, I am inevitably brought up for comparison. This feeling is more unbearable than being subjected to a corpse whipping. After all, among the professionals present, the majority are level 20 and seasoned first-tier professionals with years of experience. Only Chen Yang stands alone, akin to Yi Yang, both freshly awakened and at level 10. The most absurd part is that Chunyang was eliminated from the dungeon in under 10 minutes. Yet that fellow named Yang? Not only has he remained for over 30 minutes, but he has also slain a multitude of monsters. The disparity is glaringly evident. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. A progress of 20 means over 200 Shadow Night Cats slain. How on earth did Yi Yang accomplish this? The strength of those Shadow Night Cats is by no means inferior to that of his skeletons. How could he dispatch them so casually? Standing still? Chunyang simply could not fathom how Yi Yang managed to slay over 200 Shadow Night Cats in such a short span. No wonder he is the man I, Chen Shiyu, have set my sights on. On the other side, witnessing Yi Yang's dungeon progress continuously ascending, Chen Shiyu's previously tense emotions gradually began to settle. Not only her, but the sisters beside Chen Shiyu were also filled with astonishment. Sister Shiyu, I never imagined this charming young man, Yi Yang, could be so formidable. Indeed. Nearly an hour has passed, and his dungeon progress has surged to 284, simply astonishing. I wonder how long it will take this young man to complete the Shadow Night Cat phase. Regardless, his strength is astonishing once he emerges. I must recruit him into our team to tackle the challenging dungeons together. Absolutely. His captivating looks are already enticing, and to top it off, his strength is remarkable. I wonder if this young man has a girlfriend? Oh, if only he could become my husband. That would provide an unparalleled sense of security. Observing Yi Yang's dungeon progress soar to nearly 33 in just a short hour, Chen Shiyu's companions were instantly smitten. In this era of great upheaval, where everyone reveres the strong, they are no exception. Moreover, these girls, including Chen Shiyu, have long been entrenched in the first tier. If they could have such a powerful and handsome ally, the advancement task for the second tier would likely be a breeze. However, at this moment within the dungeon, Yi Yang remained unaware of the myriad events unfolding outside as he continued to slay hundreds of Shadow Night Cats. Chapter 32, Wang Shun. The one who was instantly slapped in the face, annihilating the Dark Crawlers. Ding, you have slain a LV-11 Shadow Night Cat, earning 110 experience points. Ding, ding. Current dungeon progress, first phase, 461. Enthralled by the continuous stream of kill notifications appearing before him, Yi Yang was too engrossed to pay much heed to anything else. To be frank, the rewards of this Shura-level dungeon are utterly outrageous. Within a mere hour, his experience bar surged to 851, although he has yet to complete the advancement task and cannot level up. As long as he can store this experience in his experience bar, it will prove quite beneficial once the advancement task is fulfilled. However, this experience bar storage is not without its limits. If memory serves, the storage limit for a level 10 experience bar should be 10,000, which corresponds to a 100-fold experience cap for level 10. Regardless, it is certain that he will definitely clear this dungeon. The only uncertainty lies in how many levels he will ascend upon completing the dungeon and the advancement task. With a flicker of anticipation in his heart, Yi Yang revealed a faint smile. However, having spent over an hour in the dungeon, he found it peculiar that he had only encountered Shadow Night Cats thus far. Most importantly, his army of nearly 100,000 skeletons had thoroughly explored the entirety of the dungeon's territory. It was merely a vast expanse of forest. In the classroom, we previously discussed the knowledge surrounding dungeons. Unlike secret realms, the monsters within dungeons appear in phases, in batches. Only after vanquishing all the creatures of the first phase will the monsters of the second phase emerge. If I am not mistaken, this Shadow Night Cat should be the monster of the first phase. Judging by the current pace, it seems that within 3 hours, I could obliterate the first phase of this Shadow Night Cat entirely. With this thought, Yi Yang felt a surge of excitement. Of course, what thrilled him the most was the prospect of defeating hundreds of Shadow Night Cats, which would yield him over 900 Black Spirit Stones. It is worth noting that a single Black Spirit Stone is equivalent to 10,000 Dragon Coins. This means that in just over an hour, Yi Yang could amass nearly 10 million. Truly, it was an exceedingly pleasant situation. Soon, after a mere 3 hours, a system notification finally appeared before Yi Yang. Ding. You have slain a LV-11 Shadow Night Cat, earning 110 experience points. Ding. Ding. Current dungeon progress. Phase 1 100. At last, the Shadow Night Cat. Now, let me see what sort of creatures inhabit the second phase of this Black Spirit Forest. Taking a deep breath, Yi Yang awaited the emergence of the monsters from the second phase. Before long, as the last Shadow Night Cat fell to the skeleton mage, mere moments passed, and several peculiar creatures, sporting smooth, dark gray skin and a gaunt, humanoid appearance, charged frantically toward the nearby skeletons. Azura-level Dark Crawler strength, 86 spirit, 50 constitution, 90 agility, 75 skill, blood devour. Each time an enemy is slain, the user can consume their blood to restore 10 health points. A detection spell was cast, and the attributes of the Dark Crawler immediately materialized before Yi Yang. However, these attributes were indeed astounding. The strength attribute alone soared to an impressive 86 points. His own skeleton, with a mere 10 points across the board, stood no chance against a single blow from this Dark Crawler. What was even more outrageous was the blood devour ability. With each kill, it could restore 10 health points. Truly, this was his nemesis. After all, the attributes of the skeleton were far too weak. A casual strike from the dark crawler could easily obliterate one of the skeletons. If it were to charge into the midst of the skeletons, it would be impossible to defeat it. Given these circumstances, a swift resolution was imperative. The ordinary skeletons surrounded the dark crawlers, while all the skeleton mages focused their fire on the nearest one. With a command given, the ordinary skeletons surged forward once more, using their bodies to impede the rapid advance of the dark crawlers. Upon witnessing this, the dark crawlers were instantly enraged, raising their arms, which stretched nearly 2 meters long, and swiftly struck down upon the skeleton before them. Smack! With a single swipe, the skeleton before it was instantaneously reduced to fragments. Unfortunately, the dark crawler remained at full health. Even after slaying a skeleton, it did not activate its blood devour skill. Meanwhile, not far away, thousands of skeleton mages had gathered their energy, the tips of their staffs coalescing into dark necromantic orbs. Kill! In the next moment, all the skeleton mages unleashed their spells. A torrent of necromantic orbs rained down upon a single dark crawler, crashing down with tremendous force. Boom, boom, boom. In mere moments, the dark crawler had not even the chance to strike a second time before its health was utterly depleted. Ding! You have slain a LV-15 dark crawler, earning 150 experience points. Current dungeon progress, Phase 2-1. Excellent. Seeing the system notification, Yiyang nodded in satisfaction. It seems that as long as I can eliminate the dark crawlers in an instant, their blood devour skill becomes irrelevant. If that is the case, aside from having slightly superior attributes compared to the Shadow Nightcat, in all other aspects, this creature is even inferior. With this thought, Yiyang could not help but chuckle. It is worth noting that the Shadow Nightcat, under the influence of the Swift Kill skill, could achieve an explosive movement speed of up to 165 points, which is 3 times the boost from agility. Yet, the dark crawler simply could not match that. Before long, within just a minute or two, the 10 newly spawned dark crawlers were swiftly exterminated by Yiyang's skeletal army. Ding! You have slain a LV-15 dark crawler, earning 150 experience points. Ding! Ding! Current dungeon progress, Phase 2-12. From the looks of it, if I can find another 10 waves of dark crawlers, I will complete the second phase. Without a moment's hesitation, Yiyang concentrated, commanding all the skeletons to begin searching for the whereabouts of the dark crawlers within the dungeon. However, if this scene were to be witnessed by others, they would likely be terrified, while others tread cautiously, drawing out monsters one by one and methodically engaging them. Many struggle to finish the first wave before the second wave arrives. Yet, he defies convention, pursuing the monsters relentlessly throughout the dungeon. Nevertheless, Yiyang was unconcerned. He simply wished to swiftly clear the dungeon to expedite his advancement task. As for the rewards from the dungeon's commission task, those were merely a secondary consideration. It is noteworthy that after slaying the first wave of 10 dark crawlers, Yiyang collected over 60 black spirit stones. The difference was stark. Compared to the previous Shadow Nightcat, each dark crawler yielded 5 or 6 black spirit stones. That was indeed quite pleasant. Moreover, the experience gained from the dark crawlers was significantly higher than that from the Shadow Nightcats. However, in terms of difficulty, the experience awarded by the dark crawlers was indeed somewhat lacking. At this moment, outside the dungeon, Chen Xiu had been waiting at the entrance for 2 to 3 hours. Upon seeing that Yiyang had finally completed the first phase, her mood turned tense. Xiaoyan, that handsome guy Yiyang has now finished the first phase. Do you think he can handle the dark crawlers in the second phase? Upon hearing those words, the young lady named Xiaoyan had yet to utter a reply when Wang Shun, standing nearby, let out a derisive laugh. I say, Xiu, you surely overestimate this Yiyang, do you not? Although he is tackling the dungeon solo, theoretically speaking, the bloodthirsty devour skill of the dark crawler is indeed of little utility. But have you forgotten? The raw attributes of the dark crawler exceed those of the Shadow Nightcat by more than double. Not to mention, there are usually dozens of them spawned at once. Even against a solitary one, Yiyang may not stand a chance. At that moment, as Wang Shun was halfway through his statement, a professional guarding the dungeon entrance suddenly shouted, Holy crap, look! The progress of Yiyang's dungeon has already changed to the second stage. Upon hearing this, all eyes converged once again. Chapter 33, Breaking Through the Second Stage. Elite Monster, Ghost Swordsman. Yiyang's team progress in the Black Spirit Forest Dungeon. Second Stage 3. Wait. Am I seeing this correctly? The progress has jumped to 3 so quickly? What on earth has this lad been doing in the dungeon? This is terrifying. Those are dark crawlers. To take down 3 in mere seconds, such efficiency would be unmatched even by Brother Wang's fully equipped team, would it not? This is insane. I truly regret not inquiring about his class's strength. Surely, he must be at least SSS rank, if not stronger. He must be a hidden class. An unprecedented hidden class at that. This intensity is simply unheard of. Look, it's already at 5. How fast? In the blink of an eye. 2 more dark crawlers have been slain? Now it's at 7. Wait, it's already 10. Good heavens. The first wave of dark crawlers has been annihilated in under a minute by this lad. This is outrageous. If memory serves, Brother Wong's team took at least half an hour to clear the first wave, did they not? How formidable. Is it possible that this dungeon is truly being soloed by this individual? This is beyond belief. Witnessing Yi Yang's astonishing monster-slaying efficiency, everyone felt a chill run down their spines. Not only them, but even Wang Shun, who had always been revered as Brother Wong, was left utterly dumbfounded. He had assumed that the terrifying attributes of the dark crawlers would make it a breeze to slaughter a mere level 10 player. Yet, he never imagined that a full 10 dark crawlers would fall before this young man in less than a minute. My goodness, could this fellow be a reincarnated deity, exhibiting such prowess? Chen Yang, standing aside, was equally bewildered. To obliterate an entire wave of dark crawlers in just 1 minute. It was important to note that even during his recent dungeon run, supported by 9 level 20 players, it took nearly an hour to manage a single wave of dark crawlers, and Yi Yang accomplished it in merely a minute? What staggering disparity could exist? In a fleeting span of mere minutes, amidst the continuous gasps of astonishment, the progress of the second stage soared to 100. Wow, this is extraordinary. We're about to enter the third stage? Goodness, this efficiency is astounding. The third stage features the ghost swordsman. Surely, this lad cannot possibly contend with them, can he? Who knows? I no longer dare to speak. Genius. As Yi Yang's dungeon progress transitioned into the third stage, everyone collectively held their breath, so tense that they scarcely dared to exhale, for they had lived over 20 years, and even the mightiest among them, Wang Shun, had never witnessed an individual capable of soloing a dungeon, and now, they were on the verge of witnessing it. Brother Wang, do you think this lad truly has a chance to solo this dungeon? One of Wang Shun's teammates tentatively inquired, for among all present, Wang Shun was the most seasoned and experienced player during the first tier. Even Qin Shiyu could not compare. However, after a moment of contemplation, Wang Shun shook his head. I find it rather improbable. Although this lad has surprised us greatly, what he faces now are foes with attributes exceeding 100 across the board, and there will be 5 of them at once. In a fully equipped team of 10, they could potentially distract a few ghost swordsmen. But this lad is alone. Simply surviving against 5 ghost swordsmen without being overwhelmed would be a feat. How could he possibly defeat them? Not even first-tier players, let alone those at the pinnacle of second-tier strength, could manage a solo run. And mind you, Yi Yang has yet to even step into the first tier. Brother Wang makes a valid point. Sighing, the teammate acknowledged Wang Shun's reasoning. Yet, had they known that the ghost swordsmen of the Shura difficulty, with attributes surpassing 100, were equivalent to the dark crawlers that had just been utterly decimated by Yi Yang, they would surely have been left speechless. However, as Yi Yang beheld the attributes of the Shura-level ghost swordsman, he could not help but draw in a sharp breath. Shura-level ghost swordsman strength, 230 spirit, 160 constitution, 280 agility, 250 skills, mastery of ghost blade chi, ghostly assassination, ghostly form 3 skills? This is quite absurd. Having scrutinized the attributes of the ghost swordsman, Yi Yang felt a surge of interest. To be frank, were he to confront such a formidable ghost swordsman with his current attributes, he would not hesitate for a moment to flee. The difficulty of a Shura-level dungeon truly bore no difference from facing the Reaper itself. Even more astonishingly, there was not just one of them. This wave included a total of 5. Moreover, this was merely the oppressive aura emanating from their raw attributes. Their first skill, the Ghost Blade Chi, unleashed a wave of sword energy with each attack, inflicting tremendous damage on all enemies within a range of meters ahead. Once activated, it was nearly impossible for an ordinary individual to withstand. In simpler terms, based on the current attributes of the Ghost Swordsman, this skill meant that with each normal attack, it could obliterate all foes within a range of 230 meters ahead. Indeed, for a first-tier professional, there exists no individual capable of withstanding the staggering damage unleashed by an overwhelming 230 points of strength. Moreover, this is compounded by a 10-fold damage multiplier. There is but one recourse, to maximize one's agility, allowing each regular attack to evade directly. Only then does a strategy become conceivable. Such is the formidable difficulty of the Azura-level dungeon. Fortunately, the skill known as Ghostly Body has no adverse effects on Yi Yang. Rather, it diminishes the challenge. For Ghostly Body reduces physical damage by 50, yet amplifies magical damage by 10. Among the skeletal army, although ordinary skeletons comprise the majority, it is the skeletal mages who constitute the true powerhouse of output. This implies that the ghostly swordsman will unwittingly incur an additional 10 points of damage. Thankfully, my skeletal army is sufficiently numerous. Let us observe who emerges triumphant in this war of attrition. Ordinary skeletons, hold the line. Skeletal mages, unleash the deathly missiles. With a sweeping motion of their arms, the first wave of over 10,000 skeletons charged towards the 5 ghostly swordsmen. Witnessing this spectacle, the 5 ghostly swordsmen did not remain passive, allowing the skeletal army to butcher them. Swish. Ghostly sword chi. In that moment, faced with the encroaching skeletal army from all directions, Each of the 5 ghostly swordsmen took charge of a distinct flank, unleashing terrifying phantasmic sword energies. In the blink of an eye, accompanied by a series of crisp sounds of bones being severed, a vast number of ordinary skeletons were cleaved in twain. Chapter 34. Final Boss, the Dark Spirit King. Goodness, these ghostly swordsmen possess quite the ferocity. Observing one of them slash through hundreds of my skeletons, Yiyang immediately adopted a serious demeanor. It must be said that as elite monsters, the prowess of these ghostly swordsmen is indeed formidable. However, these few dozen skeletons pose no threat to Yiyang whatsoever. After all, at this juncture, these ordinary skeletons serve merely as meat shields. There is no expectation for them to inflict any damage. With nearly 100,000 ordinary skeletons at his disposal, even if they could eliminate 1,000 every second, it would still require over a minute to eradicate them all. Furthermore, just as the ghostly swordsmen vented their ire upon the ordinary skeletons, the skeletal mages also sprang into action. Deathly missile, deathly missile, deathly missile. In an instant, 5,000 to 6,000 skeletal mages launched their assault simultaneously. A veritable deluge of deathly missiles surged forth, howling towards the ghostly swordsmen. Boom, 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 as vast swathes of damage erupted above the ghostly swordsmen. Their health bars plummeted to empty in an instant. The next moment, ding, you have slain a LV-18 ghostly swordsman. You have gained 18,000 experience points. Current dungeon progress, stage 320. Ding, ding, current dungeon progress, stage 3100. In mere moments, the 5 ghostly swordsmen were utterly obliterated by the barrage of thousands of skeletal mages. It is essential to recognize that the potency of the deathly missile is exceptionally formidable. Deathly missile conjures a deathly missile to inflict substantial damage on any enemy within a specified range. Cooldown of 5 seconds. Although there is a cooldown of 5 seconds, it can unleash damage up to 10 times the caster's mental strength instantaneously. Moreover, while the skeletal mages have not leveled up, their base mental strength already reaches an impressive 20 points. Coupled with the skill enhancement from the deathly missile and the 10 points of magical vulnerability from ghostly body, this equates to an attack power of nearly 220 points of mental strength. Importantly, while the ghostly swordsmen may possess robust attributes, their mental strength is relatively low. This results in a significantly diminished capacity for magical defense. When thousands of skeletal mages strike simultaneously, these adversaries find themselves entirely without recourse. However, it must be acknowledged that the experience garnered from these ghostly swordsmen is indeed astonishing. A single ghostly swordsman yields enough experience to cause Yiyang's experience bar to surge by over 180 points. Therefore, the cumulative experience from 5 of them results in a staggering increase of 900 points. Alongside Yiyang's previously accumulated experience, his experience bar now approaches 2,000. Fortunately, the capacity of this experience bar to accommodate such a volume is ample. Otherwise, the experience gained from this Azure-level dungeon would have been a considerable loss. One wonders how much this stored experience will elevate me upon completing this dungeon. It is noteworthy that Yiyang's current experience bar, nearing 2,000 at level 10, does not imply an immediate ascension to level 20 upon completing the advancement task. Rather, it signifies a mere 20-fold increase from the level 10 experience requirement. After all, the higher the level, the greater the experience needed for advancement. Additionally, each time an advancement is completed, the experience bar experiences a multiple, possibly even a 10-fold surge. Thus, even with over 2,000 experience points at present, achieving 2 levels upon completing the advancement would be a commendable outcome. Without further contemplation, upon witnessing the annihilation of the ghostly swordsman, Yiyang commanded several skeletons to gather the rewards scattered on the ground. Ding, you have obtained Black Spirit Stones X210. Ding, ding, my word. These ghostly swordsmen not only offer high experience rewards, but also yield an astonishing quantity of Black Spirit Stones. This is truly remarkable. After observing this series of system notifications, Yiyang was left astounded. The Black Spirit Stones dropped by a mere handful of ghostly swordsmen surpassed even the bounty from the previous hundreds of dark crawlers, totaling over 1,000. This is utterly exhilarating. In such a brief span, I have accrued over 10 million. In the realm of professionals, currency is not merely for sustenance. Skill scrolls and rare equipment demand exorbitant prices, often only obtainable through auctions. For instance, exclusive professional skill scrolls are scarcely available at the citywide auction in Tianshui City, occurring only once a month, with prices never falling below 7 figures in dragon coins. This, mind you, is merely the most basic, first-tier exclusive professional skill scroll. If they were of the second, third, or even higher tiers, their value would be nearly incalculable. Moreover, to Leaf Yang's recollection, in the past 5 years, the highest tier of exclusive occupational skill scrolls that had appeared in Tianshui City was merely 3rd tier, and that was an occurrence that transpired only once. Typically, 2nd-tier scrolls are fiercely contested by various clans. Even the highest grade of universal skill scrolls has only reached 5th tier at most. Furthermore, if memory serves correctly, the price at which that 3rd tier scroll was auctioned soared beyond a staggering 10-digit figure in dragon coins. That is to say, over 1 billion. Therefore, it is indeed quite essential to pursue wealth. Except for 0-tier practitioners, each tier possesses 5 skill slots. While those below the 3rd tier may find it unlikely to fill their skill slots throughout their entire lives. Of course, these considerations are not what Leaf Yang needs to ponder at present. After all, if he wishes to acquire an exclusive occupational skill scroll, he can simply venture into a Shura-level dungeon. For upon successfully clearing a Shura-level dungeon once, one is guaranteed to receive an exclusive occupational skill scroll. Unfortunately, such dungeons remain an unattainable aspiration for the average individual. Just like Wangshun and Qinshiyu, this dungeon has been available for 3 days, and they have yet to conquer even the first stage of the nightmare difficulty. In a mere month, encountering the Shura-level difficulty feels as daunting as scaling the heavens for them, let alone utterly defeating the Shura-level dungeon. If I recall correctly, the Black Spirit Forest dungeon is divided into 4 stages. Next up is the final stage featuring the boss. After collecting all the rewards into his inventory, Leaf Yang took a deep breath and steeled himself. After all, the power of that earlier spectral swordsman was already so formidable. Who could fathom the strength of the final boss in this dungeon? However, shortly after the corpses of those spectral swordsmen dissipated into the air, an array of eerie laughter echoed from all directions. Human practitioners, your souls are the finest nourishment for me. No sooner had the voice faded than Leaf Yang suddenly felt a dreadful pressure descending from above. This is bad. He instinctively retreated a few steps and looked up. In that instant, the horrifying visage of the final boss revealed itself before him. Shura-level Black Spirit King. Type: boss-level monster strength. 420 spirit, 1230 constitution, 380 agility, 350 skills. Mastery of Black Spirit summoning, Black Spirit charge, Black Spirit will. At a glance, the other attributes were unremarkable, but the terrifying spirit attribute immediately caused Leaf Yang to feel ill at ease. However, upon truly witnessing the Black Spirit King's skills, he let out a sigh of relief. It turned out to be a summoning-type boss, not a mage-type. To be fair, if it had been a mage-type boss, the restraint it would have posed to Leaf Yang would have been quite overwhelming. After all, his current combat style relies solely on the bloodletting of ordinary skeletons while using a skeleton mage for damage output. The likelihood of overcoming an opponent with wide-area suppression abilities like a mage was exceedingly slim. But if it were a war of attrition against a summoning-type boss, Leaf Yang felt undeterred. Just as this final boss made its appearance, countless dark magic circles manifested upon the ground around it. Before Leaf Yang could comprehend what was occurring, numerous monsters suddenly emerged from those dark circles. Chapter 35. No, I must have my cousin take him down. Shadow Knight Cat, Dark Crawler, Spectral Swordsman, what the hell? It's directly summoning all the monsters from the previous 3 stages. Witnessing this scene, Leaf Yang's eyes lit up. He truly did not expect the Black Spirit King's summoning method to be so straightforward and brutal. The most outrageous part was that these summoned monsters had attributes even stronger than those he had encountered moments ago, without even mentioning skills. Their attributes were at least 50% superior. Take that Spectral Swordsman for instance. The highest constitution attribute of the one he had seen earlier was merely 280 points. Yet now, the summoned Spectral Swordsman boasted a constitution attribute soaring to over 400 points. Summoned Spectral Swordsman, strength, 230 spirit, 160 constitution, 280 agility, 250 skills, mastery of spectral sword chi, spectral assassination. Spectral form status, Black Spirit will. Enhanced by the will of the Black Spirit King, all attributes increased by 50. Indeed, the reason the attributes of the Spectral Swordsman surged was due to the influence of the Black Spirit King's Black Spirit will. Even the attributes of the Shadow Knight Cat and Dark Crawler, under the enhancement of Black Spirit will, were nearly comparable to the attributes of the final boss. The Sunlight Tiger, that Leaf Yang had encountered in the Novice Dungeon. Absolutely terrifying. Meanwhile, outside the dungeon, at the moment Leaf Yang's progress in the 3rd stage hit 100, Wang Shun was utterly bewildered. No way. That was a Spectral Swordsman. A Spectral Swordsman boasting over 100 points of attribute strength. How could he have been wiped out in less than a minute? Not just him, but all the other practitioners who witnessed this scene were equally dumbfounded. What on earth is happening here? This is outrageous. The Spectral Swordsman from the 3rd stage was annihilated in less than a minute by this guy. How incredibly strong. This power is simply terrifying. I recall that when Wang encountered the Spectral Swordsman for the first time 2 days ago, it took him over an hour to barely defeat one. Indeed, and during the initial raid, when Wang managed to defeat the first Spectral Swordsman, his team nearly faced annihilation. Had it not been for their swift retreat, they might have perished within the dungeon. No. The scariest part is that Wang had a full 10-member team to reach this point, all of whom had collaborated for several years. Yes, this guy single-handedly defeated 5 Spectral Swordsmen in a minute. What kind of power is that? A monster. A freak. This is simply inhuman. Everyone was left in shock. It was unimaginable that a team of the strongest first-tier professionals from Tianshui City, after exhausting themselves for half a day, could barely defeat a single phantom swordsman, only to have it effortlessly annihilated in a mere minute by a young lad who seemingly appeared out of nowhere. This was truly astonishing. Chen Xiyu was equally dumbfounded. She anticipated that Yi Yang would be formidable, but she never expected him to be this powerful. It was no exaggeration to state that even she, upon witnessing Yi Yang entering the third stage moments ago, would certainly have been unable to contend against the phantom swordsman. There was simply no comparison. Those creatures possessed overwhelming strength, excelling in close combat, and exhibiting fierce ranged attacks. They even had passive skills like Spectral Body, which allowed them to negate 50 of physical damage. They were nothing short of invincible six-sided warriors. Yet, such a terrifying entity could not withstand even a minute before him. This level of power was something she wouldn't have dared to dream of. Yet Yi Yang had accomplished it with sheer force. How terrifying. What kind of extraordinary talent had emerged so suddenly? Could it be that he had just graduated from high school a few days ago? The thought of the recent graduation awakening ceremony for Tianshui's major high schools sent a shiver down her spine. It had only been a few days. His prowess was already sufficient to allow him to solo dungeons. Wait, Yi Yang. Why does that name sound so familiar? Could he possibly be the Yi Yang, the three-time champion of both academic and martial prowess from Tianshui No. 1 High School? Suddenly realizing this, Chen Xiyu had an epiphany. Although she had been out of school for several years, her cousin Li Qing had just graduated a couple of days ago. Her cousin had occasionally mentioned having a crush on a genius named Yi Yang back in school. However, those conversations were long forgotten, and she had never paid them much mind. Although she had previously understood that this Yi Yang excelled academically, Chen Xiyu was acutely aware that in this era, what truly mattered was the level of professional awakening one could achieve during the graduation ceremony, for that was the most pivotal aspect of life. Thus, she had merely listened to her cousin's praises without delving deeper into them. But now, it was evident that this Yi Yang was truly exceptional. Three-time champion in both academics and martial arts, soloing the Black Spirit Forest Dungeon. It was rumored that he had even secured a special class skill scroll in the Novice Dungeon, granting him an opportunity for qualification in the special training camp of Dongshan Province. This was something she absolutely had to share with her cousin. If she could win Yi Yang's heart, their futures would undoubtedly soar. If her cousin didn't act, she would have to take matters into her own hands. The thought of this ignited a surge of excitement within Chen Xiyu, whether for her cousin or herself. Securing Yi Yang as their partner would surely lead to a path of unprecedented success in the future. Meanwhile, inside the dungeon, Yi Yang remained oblivious to the commotion outside caused by his effortless slaughter of several phantom swordsmen. Facing the Black Spirit King, Yi Yang was quite serious. After all, this Black Spirit King was a summoning-type boss, but it also possessed its own damaging skill, Black Spirit Impact. He was eager to discover the true nature of this Black Spirit Impact. Let's see just how powerful this skill really is. He thought. Skeletons, advance. With a mere thought, thousands of ordinary skeletons received Yi Yang's battle command and charged towards the Black Spirit King. Necromantic creatures? I never imagined there would be humans capable of commanding the undead. The Black Spirit King sneered as he observed the oncoming wave of feeble skeletons. Very well, human. Allow me to demonstrate the true power of the Black Spirit. Black Spirit Impact. In the next instant, the Black Spirit King raised its ethereal arm, lightly pointing a slender finger towards the charging skeletons. A deep, dark, and eerie beam of energy erupted from its fingertip. Boom. In an instant, the pitch-black beam, approximately the thickness of a thigh, exploded forth, annihilating all ordinary skeletons within a radius of at least 1,000 meters. At that moment, several hundred ordinary skeletons were obliterated by the Black Spirit King's attack. However, instead of fear, a smile crept onto Yi Yang's face. It turns out to be such a pathetic area of effect skill. He chuckled. How amusing. Since that's the case, there's nothing to worry about. Skeletons. Encircle the Black Spirit King. Skeleton mages, spread out, do not form a straight line. With a mere thought, nearly 100,000 ordinary skeletons sprang into action, swiftly surrounding not only the Black Spirit King, but also the monsters it had summoned. Not only that, but skeleton mages within 100 meters of the Black Spirit King also began to mobilize. Witnessing this, the Black Spirit King sneered coldly. Impressive. You can command such a number of undead. Then let my minions have their fun. At that moment, the Black Spirit King waved its arm, and the ground once again erupted with hundreds of summoning arrays identical to the previous ones. Before long, hundreds of shadow nightcats, dark crawlers, and several phantom swordsmen crawled out from the summoning arrays. My minions, eradicate these insignificant undead. With a command, the thousands of creatures summoned surged towards Yi Yang's skeletal army. The phantom swordsmen were the first to strike. As soon as they emerged from the summoning arrays, they raised their long swords and swung them towards the skeletons in front of them. Spectral sword chi. Whoosh. In an instant, dozens of terrifying spectral sword energies erupted from the phantom swordsmen's long swords. Within moments, several hundred ordinary skeletons were obliterated by the sword chi. Immediately following this, the fastest shadow nightcats leaped into the fray. Hundreds of shadow nightcats sprang into the air simultaneously. A colossal shadow loomed, seemingly enveloping the entire sky. In the blink of an eye, hundreds of shadow nightcats sprang into action, their razor-sharp claws slashing through the air, obliterating countless skeletons in a single strike. Following closely behind, the dark crawlers surged forth. Upon encountering the skeletons, a multitude of dark crawlers leapt onto their foes, effortlessly dismantling the skeletal forms into a chaotic array of shattered bones strewn across the ground. Moreover, witnessing the relentless charge of so many fearless skeletons, the Dark Spirit King was not idle either. With a mere flick of his finger, torrents of profound dark energy erupted forth. In an instant, thousands of skeletons were annihilated by those ominous beams of light. In mere moments, the Shadow Nightcats, Dark Crawlers, and Phantom Swordsmen, alongside the Dark Spirit King, swiftly dispatched several thousand skeletons. However, at that very moment, the skeletal mages hidden within the vast army finally completed their incantations. In unison, 5,000 to 6,000 skeletal mages raised their bony staffs high, unleashing a barrage of necromantic missiles. Necromantic missiles. Necromantic missiles. Boom, boom, boom. A deluge of necromantic missiles, sufficient to darken the skies, surged forth towards the monstrous adversaries. In the blink of an eye, hundreds of summoned creatures were utterly obliterated. Following this, a flurry of kill notifications erupted before Yi Yang's eyes. Ding! You have slain LV-11 Shadow Nightcat. You have gained 110 experience. Ding! You have slain LV-18 Phantom Swordsman. You have gained 18,000 experience. Ding! You have slain LV-15 Dark Crawler. You have gained 150 experience. Ding! Ding! To his astonishment, Yi Yang realized that even defeating the summons of the Dark Spirit King would yield experience. If that were the case, he couldn't afford to eliminate the king too swiftly. Observing the overwhelming notifications of kills and his rapidly escalating experience bar, Yi Yang felt a surge of excitement. Just from this wave of skeletal mages, his experience surged from 1863 to an impressive 2,545, an increase of a staggering 680. The exhilaration was palpable. If he could continue to exploit the Dark Spirit King, it wouldn't be long before his experience bar was completely filled. With this thought igniting his enthusiasm, Yi Yang promptly issued commands to all skeletons. Only target the Dark Spirit King's summons, and refrain from engaging the Dark Spirit King himself. Soon enough, merely 5 seconds later, as the necromantic missile skill of the skeletal mages finished its cooldown, they unleashed their assault once more. Necromantic missiles. Necromantic missiles. Boom, boom, boom. With the second wave of missiles hurtling forth, yet another batch of summoned creatures was swiftly eradicated. Following this, a torrent of kill notifications flooded Yi Yang's view, and his experience surged once more, reaching over 3,400. The thrill was intoxicating. Taking a deep breath, Yi Yang resolved to drain every ounce of power from the Dark Spirit King. However, as he witnessed his meticulously summoned minions being effortlessly vanquished by the skeletal army, the Dark Spirit King fell into a state of panic. Damn it, why are these undead so formidable? Minions, arise once more, and hold back these infernal creatures. With a flourish, vast summoning circles re-emerged from the ground, and soon hundreds of new summoned beings materialized before him. Yet, before they could even engage, they were met with a barrage of terrifying dark, gray elemental missiles descending upon them. Boom, boom, ding! You have slain LV-15 Dark Crawler. You have gained 150 experience. Ding! You have slain LV-11 Shadow Nightcat. You have gained 110 experience. Ding! Ding! As Yi Yang glanced at the multitude of kill notifications, he redirected his attention to his experience bar. Name: Yi Yang level 10. Incredibly, he had gained over 400, nearly 500 experience. This was utterly delightful. Nodding in satisfaction, Yi Yang focused on the skeleton closest to the Dark Spirit King's summons. As soon as those summoned beings were annihilated, he would command the skeletal mages to cease their fire. He merely needed to let the skeletal army close in, instilling a sense of urgency in the Dark Spirit King to compel him to continue summoning. This is impossible. How can my minions be overpowered by these weak undead? He cried out. Come forth. Continue to rise. Initially, the Dark Spirit King merely raised an arm to activate the summoning circle. Yet, as he saw the skeletal army drawing ever closer, dread washed over him. Frantically waving his arms, he activated the summoning circles with wild abandon. However, despair washed over him when he realized that his minions, which once had the chance to emerge fully from the summoning circle, were now being overwhelmed by the necromantic missiles before they could even escape. Meanwhile, Yi Yang casually settled down, watching as his experience bar climbed steadily higher. Level 10 level 10 level 10 level 10. What bliss! Such an abundance of experience would likely take an ordinary player a year to accumulate. Overjoyed by the rapid increase in his experience, Yi Yang felt like bursting out in laughter. The Dark Spirit King was truly his ultimate experience farming slave. Outside the dungeon, when Wang Shen finally regained his composure after witnessing Yi Yang obliterate the third phase, one of his subordinates could not contain his curiosity and asked, "Brother Wang, there's only one final boss left. Do you think this Yi Yang could really solo this dungeon? How could that be possible? He is facing the Dark Spirit King." Upon hearing these words, Wang Shen immediately exclaimed in anger, "Don't even mention the difficulty level, even the most mediocre of ordinary difficulty. The Black Spirit King possesses over 400 points of mental strength. Just a single Black Spirit impact could obliterate us entirely, not to mention its ability to summon endless waves of monsters from the first 3 stages. If this Yi Yang can truly defeat it, I shall gladly do a handstand and consume my own waste." Chapter 37. Clearing the Dungeon. Wang Shen felt a sense of dread creeping in. After speaking, he fell silent, merely awaiting the final outcome of Yi Yang's efforts alongside his teammates. 5 minutes passed in utter stillness during the final phase. 10 minutes. The progress of the final phase remained stagnant. A full half-hour later, when Yi Yang had completed the 3rd stage yet still showed no signs of progress, Wang Shen couldn't help but chuckle. "Ha ha ha, did you all see that? This fellow is clearly unable to proceed, isn't he? Oh, this Black Spirit King is truly ineffective, isn't it?" Inside the dungeon, Yi Yang had waited for several minutes, and upon realizing that he could extract nothing further from the Black Spirit King, he felt a tinge of disappointment. Level 10. Glancing at his experience, Yi Yang couldn't help but feel disheartened. He was merely 1,400 experience points away from leveling up, so why was the Black Spirit King proving so lackluster? In truth, Yi Yang had discovered earlier that the Black Spirit King was already waning. Initially, it summoned hundreds of minions at a time, but as time went on, that number dwindled to dozens, and eventually, just a few. Now, it could only summon one every half an hour. Each time it unleashed the Black Spirit impact, the once dark visage of the Black Spirit King grew increasingly pale. It was utterly pathetic. "Enough. Since you hold no further value, I shall send you on your way," commanded Yi Yang. With a single order, thousands of skeleton mages, who had long been poised for action, sprang into action. A deluge of necromantic missiles surged toward the Black Spirit King. Boom, boom, boom. In an instant, the Black Spirit King's health plummeted to the depths. It didn't die instantly? Seeing the Black Spirit King left with less than 10 health points, Yi Yang felt somewhat surprised. But soon, he comprehended the situation. It wasn't that the Black Spirit King's health was particularly robust, but rather that its mental attribute was exceedingly high, resulting in formidable magical defenses. No matter. If one assault couldn't finish it off, then a second wave shall follow. Continue. With a flick of his wrist, the battalion of skeleton mages launched their next attack. However, upon witnessing this scene, the Black Spirit King was utterly terrified. "No, no, no. Please. Great Necromancer." It attempted to plead for mercy. Yet, before it could finish its sentence, the second wave of merciless necromantic missiles struck again. The Black Spirit King didn't even have time to let out a final cry before its health bar was completely drained. The damage from the skeleton mages was astonishing. With a slight sigh of admiration, Yi Yang observed the towering form of the Black Spirit King, 5 to 6 meters tall, crash to the ground, followed immediately by a cascade of system notifications filling his screen. Ding. You have slain the final boss, the Black Spirit King, and gained 100,000 experience points. Ding. You have successfully cleared the dungeon and received rewards, 200,000 experience points, 1 exclusive class equipment chest, 1 exclusive class skill chest. Ding. You have successfully cleared the hellish Black Spirit Forest dungeon, completing a first-tier advancement task. Ding. You have obtained a 5-star attribute growth template, raising your level cap to level 20. Ding. You have acquired a first-tier talent skill, Soul Transfer. Ding. Your level has increased. Current level, LV11. Ding. You have received an upgrade reward. 5 points to all attributes, 50 points to free attributes. Ding. Your level has increased. Current level, LV12. Ding. 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 Your level has increased. Current level, LV18. Ding. You have received an upgrade reward. 5 points to all attributes, 50 points to free attributes. Incredible. Having just cleared the dungeon, he leaped directly to level 18 with 58 experience points. Does this mean that with just 2 more levels, he can embark on the second-tier advancement task? Seeing this string of system notifications, Yi Yang couldn't help but feel elated. He had anticipated that the hellish difficulty Black Spirit Forest dungeon would yield high experience rewards, but he never imagined it would be this substantial. After just 1 wave, he had surged up by 8 levels. It was simply exhilarating. This remarkable elevation of 8 levels also brought about a significant transformation in Yi Yang's attribute panel. Name: Yi Yang class, first-tier Necromancer level, 18 strength, 59 mental, 704 constitution, 59 agility, 59 first tier, 5-star attribute growth template. Gains 5 points to all attributes and 50 points to free attributes upon each level up. At a glance, Yi Yang's other attributes had all increased by 40 points. His mental attribute was particularly astonishing, skyrocketing from just over 260 points to now over 700 points. Moreover, even his class information had changed to first-tier necromancer. Additionally, upon Yi Yang reaching level 18, the attributes of his little skeleton and skeleton mages had also undergone a substantial enhancement. Information: skeleton strength, 18 mental, 18 constitution, 18 agility, 18 information, skeleton mage strength, 18 mental, 36 constitution, 18 agility, 18 at a glance. The base attributes of the little skeleton had risen to 18 points, and with Yi Yang's mental enhancement, it effectively reached 19 points. Compared to the previously negligible increase, this was now a noticeable improvement. The skeleton mage's enhancements were even more pronounced, boasting a base mental attribute of 36 points, which, when combined with enhancements, amounted to a staggering 385 points of mental strength. In the later stages, with hundreds of thousands, or even millions of attributes, the augmentation would be truly formidable. For now, however, there was no need to rush. Taking a deep breath, Yi Yang began to organize the other gains this dungeon had bestowed upon him. Meanwhile, outside the dungeon, the strategy guide information for Yi Yang's dungeon has now been revealed to everyone. Yi Yang's team progress in the Black Spirit Forest dungeon, final stage 100. At this moment, upon seeing the glaring words cleared, the crowd erupted into fervor. Could this be a hoax? Cleared? This individual, named Yi Yang, actually managed to single-handedly conquer the entire Black Spirit Forest dungeon? Unbelievable. The most astonishing aspect is that his completion time was merely a little over 4 hours. This is over half faster than the record set by Wang Ji's fixed team. The speed at which he soloed the dungeon is simply extraordinary, surpassing that of established teams. This is nothing short of explosive. My heavens, what have I just witnessed? Is the world truly this transformed? A newly ascended level 10 adventurer can directly solo a dungeon? Moreover, with efficiency surpassing seasoned teams? Abnormal. A prodigy. A monster. This fellow is nothing short of extraordinary. Initially, no one dared to believe that Yi Yang could solo the Black Spirit Forest dungeon. In fact, everyone thought that if Yi Yang could endure even 10 or 8 minutes in the first stage, it would be quite impressive. However, in just over 3 hours, he effortlessly obliterated the first stage S Nightshade Cat. A mere 10 minutes. The second stage S Dark Creeper was also completely crushed by him. In less than a minute, the third stage's 5 Phantom Swordsmen were instantly dispatched by this lad. Even though it took him over half an hour to finally defeat the Black Spirit King in the ultimate stage, no one present would dare to regard Yi Yang's achievement of single-handedly vanquishing the Black Spirit King in 30 minutes as an ordinary feat. To put things into perspective, Wang Shun and his fixed team took over 3 hours during their first successful run. Yi Yang, on the other hand, accomplished it in merely half an hour. This alone is an extraordinarily remarkable achievement. Little did they know that had it not been for the lucrative rewards from the Black Spirit King, this final boss would have succumbed to Yi Yang in less than 10 seconds. What expressions would they wear upon discovering this truth? However, within the dungeon, Yi Yang remained blissfully unaware of the commotion he had stirred outside. After collecting all the rewards dropped by the Black Spirit King into his inventory, Yi Yang began to organize his newfound treasures. Chapter 38, Stealth Skeleton, an abnormal first-order talent skill. First and foremost, Yi Yang received a first-order talent skill after completing a 5-star advancement task. First-order talent, Soul Transfer, consuming 1 point of mental power. You can swap places with any of your summoned creatures. Goodness, this talent is explosive. With just 1 point of mental power, I can exchange positions with any summoned creature. If this were on the battlefield, wouldn't my mobility be nothing short of divine? Eager to test this talent, Yi Yang immediately conducted an experiment. Soul Transfer, whoosh. As Yi Yang focused his intent on an ordinary skeleton several kilometers away, his figure instantaneously vanished from its original location without a sound. In its place stood the ordinary skeleton he had locked onto with his mind. Meanwhile, he himself had teleported several kilometers away. Wait, this talent has no cooldown? This means as long as my mental power is sufficient, I can teleport indefinitely? This is simply mind-blowing. Upon witnessing this effect, Yi Yang felt a shiver run down his spine. Initially, he believed his survival capabilities were rather poor, beyond gaining the vision of his skeleton army, allowing him to detect danger from a great distance. He had almost no means of self-preservation. If he were to be charged at recklessly by an enemy, he would have no escape route whatsoever. Thus, each time Yi Yang entered a dungeon and commenced his battles, he would reserve hundreds, if not thousands, of skeletons to protect himself against any sudden enemy assaults. Yet despite these precautions, he was acutely aware that confronting flying monsters would leave him utterly defenseless. But now, Yi Yang need not worry about such a predicament. With the extensive range of soul symbiosis, combined with the high mobility of soul transfer, his safety was nearly guaranteed. In fact, he might not even need to reserve any troops in the future. He could deploy as many summoned creatures as he possessed. The further his skeleton army was from him, the greater his safety became. This was simply exhilarating. After calming his excitement, Yi Yang shifted his focus to another reward, the exclusive class skill chest. Without a moment's hesitation, he opened it. Ding! You have successfully used the exclusive class skill scroll. You have acquired the exclusive skill, Necromancer Summon Stealth Skeleton. Skill, Summon Stealth Skeleton. Consuming 10 points of mental power, summon one stealth skeleton to fight on your behalf. A stealth skeleton? My goodness, does this mean a stealthy assassin within my skeleton army? Upon seeing this skill, Yi Yang's heart skipped a beat. After all, assassins are synonymous with burst damage, striking unseen. Who would have thought I could obtain the ability to summon a stealth skeleton? This is absolutely thrilling. Without further thought, Yi Yang immediately learned it, eager to inspect the attributes of this stealth skeleton. However, just as he integrated this skill into his attribute panel, before he could summon it, another system prompt appeared before his eyes. Ding! The skill Summon Stealth Skeleton has successfully evolved into a Divine Level Summon Stealth Skeleton. Divine Level Summon Skeleton Mage. Consuming 10 points of mental power, summon one stealth skeleton every 10 seconds to fight on your behalf. Oh dear, I almost forgot about this. Shaking his head, Yi Yang chuckled ruefully. Subsequently, he activated this skill. After 10 seconds, the first stealth skeleton materialized in Yi Yang's summoning space. Immediately, he summoned this stealth skeleton before him. Information, stealth skeleton level, 18 strength, 36 mental, 18 constitution, 18 agility, 36 skill, necromancer stealth. The stealth skeleton possesses a permanent invisibility effect. Attacking will break its invisibility, but it can re-enter stealth after 10 seconds. A critical strike will deliver a terrifying blow. My goodness, this stealth skeleton is truly extraordinary. Equipped with the remarkable ability of permanent invisibility, this entity can even re-enter stealth after being attacked. However, it seems that the cooldown period for re-entering invisibility is somewhat extended. Nonetheless, this is of little consequence. If it were capable of instantly returning to invisibility, this stealthy skeleton would indeed be invincible. Most notably, its first attack after becoming visible can inflict a staggering damage equivalent to tenfold its power attribute, which is truly formidable. Coupled with the inherent double power attribute that this invisible skeleton possesses compared to an ordinary skeleton, the resultant damage is nothing short of explosive. Having thoroughly examined the attributes and skills of this stealthy skeleton, Yi Yang was utterly astonished. The previous skeleton mage had already provided him with immense delight, but he never anticipated that this invisible skeleton would surpass even the skeleton mage in strength. Should he encounter foes that even the skeleton mage cannot approach, the stealthy skeleton can forcefully charge in, swiftly eliminating the enemy in a single wave. Exhaling a deep breath, Yi Yang felt an overwhelming satisfaction with the stealthy skeleton. This skeleton army not only instills fear in their adversaries, but can also induce panic. After all, an invisible skeleton is nearly impossible to defend against. Without skills or items that counter invisibility, this stealthy skeleton is virtually unbeatable. Next came a treasure chest containing exclusive class equipment. To be frank, the value of exclusive equipment is not inferior to that of exclusive skills. This is because, regardless of whether it is general equipment or class-specific equipment, its attributes and effects pale in comparison to those of exclusive class equipment. Furthermore, for an average individual, while equipment will inevitably need to be replaced later on, the discarded items can still be sold. However, for Yi Yang, selling such equipment poses a significant challenge. Not only does he possess a hidden class, but he also holds the unique position of being the sole individual with this hidden class. In other words, throughout the entire world, he is the only necromancer. Thus, even if he were to sell the replaced equipment, no one else could make use of it. Nonetheless, the attributes of the exclusive class equipment alone were enough to deeply entice Yi Yang. Ding! You have successfully opened the class exclusive equipment treasure chest, and you have obtained the class exclusive weapon, Resurrection Pendant of the Necromancer. In the next moment, a necklace-like item materialized before Yi Yang. Resurrection Pendant. Attributes. Spirit, 300. Constitution, 100 set bonus. If all undead summons under your command perish, there is a 30 chance they will be resurrected. By the heavens, the ability to resurrect summons directly? This is nothing short of a divine skill for me. Upon witnessing the attributes and effects of the Resurrection Pendant, Yi Yang was instantly taken aback. This was extraordinarily powerful. All deceased undead summons have a chance of being resurrected. Although the probability stands at only 30, it is still remarkably formidable. Not to mention, during Yi Yang's recent endeavor to conquer the Black Spirit King, despite the apparent lack of pressure, he lost around 30 to 40,000 ordinary skeletons over the course of half an hour. Additionally, he had also lost several hundred skeleton mages. Unfortunately, while creatures such as Shadow Night Cats, Dark Crawlers, and Phantom Swordsmen would be instantly annihilated by the skeleton army at the first sight, the Black Spirit King was relentlessly unleashing Black Spirit Shock. Each instance of Black Spirit Shock could easily cost Yi Yang several hundred skeletons. This was still under the condition that they were spread out. Had they been clustered together, a single Black Spirit Shock could have potentially wiped out over 1,000. Had he possessed the Resurrection Pendant earlier, he could have mitigated 30 of those losses. It would have been absolutely delightful. Regrettably, the Resurrection set currently consists of only this singular pendant. If he could obtain another piece for the set bonus, it would be truly exhilarating. Nevertheless, the attributes of this resurrection pendant alone are already quite formidable. Without further hesitation, Yi Yang adorned the pendant. Instantly, his spirit surged to over 1,000 points, with his constitution attribute rising to 159 points. Lastly, there were the black spirit stones dropped by the Black Spirit King. Wait, what is this black spirit pearl? Chapter 39. What? He was actually facing a Shura level difficulty? As Yi Yang glanced at the over 10,000 black spirit stones dropped by the Black Spirit King, he suddenly noticed an item named Black Spirit Pearl materializing in his backpack. However, this was the first time he had encountered such an item and had no idea of its purpose. Oh well. He would inquire about it later with President Lin or Principal Zhao. They should know its use. After placing the Black Spirit Pearl in his backpack, Yi Yang temporarily set it aside. Upon checking the quantity of Black Spirit stones, he found that after defeating the Black Spirit King, the total had skyrocketed to over 14,000. This meant he had earned over 100 million from this dungeon run. How satisfying. It was time to exit the dungeon. Exhaling a deep breath, Yi Yang waved his arm, summoning the entire army of thousands of skeletons back to the summoning space before promptly choosing to exit the dungeon. Meanwhile, outside the dungeon, the crowd of adventurers gathered at the entrance of the Black Spirit Forest dungeon were eagerly awaiting Yi Yang's return. After all, he was the only individual they had ever witnessed capable of soloing a dungeon. Moreover, his efficiency in clearing the dungeon even exceeded the highest record set by Wang Shun and his fixed party by a factor of 2. Truly remarkable. I tell you, once Brother Yi Yang emerges from the dungeon, no one should dare to compete with me. I absolutely must team up with him for the hard-level dungeon. Haha, old Lu. Please stop joking. You, a mere mage, do you really think he would take notice of you? Exactly. I'm an S-level priest when it comes to hard-level dungeons. Brother Yi Yang will surely need my support. Ha, stop kidding around. You, with your 2-star attribute template as an S-level priest, do you really think he would consider you? Everyone, step aside. I want to see who dares to compete with me. This time, the record for the hard-level dungeon in the Black Spirit Forest must belong to me. Wang Shun, Brother Yi Yang as a teammate is a done deal. At this moment, Wang Shun forcefully pushed through the crowd, positioning himself at the very front of the dungeon entrance. However, Chun Shiyu could no longer bear to watch. She and her friends also squeezed into the heart of the crowd. Wang Shun, I must say, you are far too shameless. Who was it that looked down on Yi Yang just moments ago? And you, a mere S-level warrior, do you think Brother Yi Yang would look at you? Indeed, it is we sisters who hold the greatest potential to draw Yi Yang into our ranks. Do not all vie for him. Hee. Upon hearing Chun Shiyu's words, Wang Shun immediately chuckled. Do not blame me for lacking courtesy, Chun Shiyu. If you truly wish to contest with me, I shall have no choice but to resort to physical means. If it comes to blows, then so be it. Do you think I fear you? Before Wang Shun could make a move, Chun Shiyu and her companions swiftly assumed a battle-ready stance. However, at that very moment, a nearby adventurer, closest to the dungeon entrance, suddenly exclaimed, "Look, Yi Yang has appeared." Upon hearing this, Wang Shun, Chun Shiyu, and the other adventurers abandoned their dispute, all turning their gazes towards the dungeon entrance. A familiar, slender figure gradually materialized before their eyes. It was none other than Yi Yang. In that instant, all present erupted into a frenzy, rushing towards Yi Yang. Big Brother Yi Yang, take me to the dungeon. I am an A-rank warrior with formidable defensive capabilities. Yanggu, do not heed him. I am an S-rank shield of 10,000 lights, a 4-star attribute template, far superior to him. Brother Yi Yang, choose me. I am an S-rank priest. Look at me. Brother Yi Yang, I have always admired you. Witnessing this scene, Yi Yang momentarily felt bewildered. What on earth are you all doing? Upon hearing Yi Yang's words, Wang Shun eagerly squeezed in front of him, saying, Big Brother Yi Yang, I truly did not anticipate your immense strength, managing to solo a dungeon. Surely, you are about to challenge a hard difficulty dungeon, correct? Our team has several individuals with attempts left, and we are the strongest adventurer group in Tianshui City. Join us. Yi Yang was left utterly perplexed. Soloing a hard difficulty dungeon? What does that mean? But soon, he grasped the situation. They mistakenly believed he had just cleared the simplest, normal difficulty dungeon. Without further ado, Yi Yang directly explained to Wang Shun and the others, no need. You need not attempt this dungeon again. Wang Shun was momentarily taken aback. What do you mean? What do you mean by not needing to attempt again? However, before Yi Yang could elaborate, an adventurer standing by the dungeon entrance shouted, What the hell? Look at this. Why is the dungeon entrance about to disappear? At this exclamation, all eyes instinctively converged on the dungeon entrance. They beheld the previously dark and profound entrance beginning to shimmer and fade, as if it would vanish entirely in no time. Witnessing this, Wang Shun's eyes widened in shock, his scalp prickling with tension. No way. Could it be that Yi Yang was indeed challenging a Shura-level dungeon? The thought struck him like a bolt of lightning, leaving him momentarily dazed. Not just him. The other adventurers, upon hearing this explanation, were equally stunned. No way. How is this possible? A Shura-level dungeon? Surely this is a jest. It cannot be. This is absolutely impossible. A Shura-level dungeon. let alone soloing it. Even entering as a group would lead to instant annihilation. How did this guy manage it? What on earth did he just do? This is terrifying. I cannot believe I have witnessed someone soloing a Shura level dungeon. Mother, my life has not been in vain. Not only the ordinary adventurers, but as the entrance to the Black Spirit Forest dungeon completely vanished, Chen Xiu was left utterly astonished. The dungeon entrance truly disappeared. Yi Yang had indeed just cleared a Shura level dungeon. How could this be possible? As Yi Yang moved further away, the murmurs behind him gradually faded away. Next, he proceeded to submit the dungeon quest. Over 2 hours later, Yi Yang successfully arrived at the task hall of the Adventurers Guild. Hello, I am here to submit the Black Spirit Forest dungeon quest. Upon locating the previous beautiful attendant, Yi Yang spoke directly. Alright. The attendant nodded lightly. The Black Spirit Forest quest requires at least 10 Black Spirit Stones for submission. If you have fewer than 10, the deposit will not be refunded. I understand. Yi Yang nodded. I have over 14,000. Excuse me, how many did you say? Chapter 40 Hanishu, what? Yi Yang has cleared the dungeon. Soon, when Yi Yang laid out all the Black Spirit Stones from his bag, the beautiful attendant was utterly dumbfounded. Before her lay over 10,000 Black Spirit Stones, piled high like a small mountain. Not only the attendant, but even the bystanders who witnessed this spectacle were left in shock. Oh my heavens, are those Black Spirit Stones? There are far too many. How many times did this person farm the Black Spirit Forest dungeon? Incredible. He must have cleared the Black Spirit Forest entirely. The onlookers, all first-tier adventurers in their teens or 20s, were acutely aware of the drop rates for Black Spirit Stones. Typically, a person clearing a normal difficulty Black Spirit Forest dungeon would only receive a few hundred. With a stroke of luck, maybe over 1,000. It could not exceed that. This meant that he must have cleared the dungeon at least a dozen times. Moreover, the Black Spirit Forest dungeon had only recently appeared 3 days ago. How did he manage to clear the dungeon over a dozen times in 3 days? Even if he possessed such strength, it was implausible for him to have the stamina for it. Nonetheless, despite witnessing this overwhelming quantity, they dared not make a move. Firstly, being able to acquire this many Black Spirit Stones indicated the terrifying prowess of this young man. Secondly, this was the official transaction hall. Who would dare to act here? Risking a confrontation with the authorities? After a moment, when the beautiful attendant regained her composure, she promptly addressed Yi Yang. Sir, this quantity is simply astounding. I need to count them. Please rest assured, it will only take a few minutes. Very well. Yi Yang was not pressed for time and casually found a seat nearby, awaiting the attendant's counting. At that moment, at the former entrance of the Black Forest dungeon, Chen Yang's mind shattered as he witnessed Yi Yang clearing the Black Spirit Forest dungeon, and at a Shura level difficulty no less. Originally, he believed that he had awakened to a prestigious SSS level profession, destined to stand atop the pinnacle of existence and become an unparalleled powerhouse. This sentiment, however, was not solely his. Every student who had awakened an SSS level profession throughout history harbored similar aspirations. Yet, the majority of these individuals squandered their lifetime of fortune, only to find that after awakening to their SSS level profession, not only did their spirits soar, but they also felt a profound disillusionment. To put it bluntly, among 10 students with SSS level professions, at least 8 found themselves ensnared in the first-tier 5-star advancement tasks. Many could not even break through the level cap of 10, ultimately leading to a complete collapse of their mental state. The outcomes were stark. Either they faded into obscurity or succumbed to despair, resulting in tragic self-destruction. For failing to surpass the advancement tasks meant an inability to level up. A mere level 10 was trivial as time progressed. Those with A and even B level professions would steadily ascend to levels 40 or 50, easily overpowering them. Now, having witnessed Yi Yang's true prowess, Chen Yang was engulfed in utter despair. He could hardly endure 10 minutes in a standard difficulty dungeon, while Yi Yang breezed through the Shura level difficulty dungeon in one fell swoop. The chasm between them was nothing short of astronomical. Perhaps this was the essence of true genius. Perhaps Yi Yang had never even regarded him as a contender. With a bitter smile and a shake of his head, Chen Yang, with the support of his family's guards, slowly rose to his feet, preparing to depart from this place of turmoil. However, after taking just a few steps, he suddenly caught sight of a familiar figure. Hanishu, what brings you here? Chen Yang, what are you doing here? The moment their eyes met, both exclaimed in unison. The previous day, under the guidance of her family's guards, Hanishu had spent a whole night battling monsters in this area, finally reaching level 10. Unfortunately, despite being an S-level profession, she belonged to the support category, which inevitably lagged behind Chen Yang's SSS level combat profession in terms of leveling efficiency. After a brief pause, Hanishu scrutinized Chen Yang and disdainfully remarked, Chen Yang, you can't possibly be here to grind the Black Spirit Forest dungeon, can you? I have already inquired. And the nightmare level first clear for the Black Spirit Forest dungeon has yet to be achieved. This time, it will undoubtedly belong to me. You and that Yi Yang will surely find yourselves beneath my feet. Chuckling at Hanishu's arrogant tone, Chen Yang instinctively scoffed, Hanishu, perhaps you should check if the entrance to the Black Spirit Forest dungeon is still present? Han Ishu paused, then turned her gaze towards the direction behind Qinyang. Indeed, while there were still a few first-tier practitioners around level 20 lingering in the vicinity, the entrance to the dungeon was nowhere to be found. What is happening? Where has the dungeon entrance disappeared to? The task delegate at the trading hall informed me that the entrance was right here. Are you bewildered? I am equally confused. Qinyang pushed past Han Ishu, and, upon reaching her back, spoke in a low voice. I cannot comprehend why Yi Yang was able to single-handedly clear the Shura-level difficulty of the Black Spirit Forest dungeon. With that, he turned and departed the scene without a backward glance. Yet, upon hearing this, Han Ishu was left utterly flabbergasted. What? Someone actually cleared the Shura-level difficulty of this dungeon? And alone? How is that possible? A genius like this emerging from Tianshui City, and she, Han Ishu, was completely unaware? Suddenly realizing something, Han Ishu spun around and shouted towards the direction Qinyang had gone. Qinyang, what did you just say? Yi Yang cleared the Shura-level difficulty of the Black Spirit Forest dungeon? At this realization, Han Ishu felt a chill run down her spine. However, Qinyang had long since walked away, oblivious to her cries. In the office of the guild president, Lin Chongfeng sat in his chair, gesturing for the middle-aged man before him to take a seat wherever he pleased. Old Wu, what brings you here after all these years? The man, known as Wu Ning, was also a president of a municipal guild, specifically from Silverlight City. Help yourself to a drink. There's a variety of spiritual teas in that cabinet. The two were contemporaries and had once fought side by side in the battlefield against beasts, so they exchanged pleasantries without much formality. Wu Ning, feeling at home, took a packet of spiritual tea and began brewing it. After a moment, Wu Ning swirled his teacup, gazing at Lin Chongfeng with interest. Old Lin, you seem to be in good spirits today. Encountered something fortunate? Ah, not really. Lin Chongfeng waved his hand dismissively. Just came across a few promising talents. This year, Tianshui City finally has someone capable of sending a few individuals to the special training camp in Dongshan Province. Well, it seems you have indeed encountered some good fortune. Wu Ning, unhurried, crossed his legs and continued to inquire. So, tell me about these promising talents in Tianshui City. What is their situation? Lin Chongfeng's lips curved into a slight smile, brimming with pride. It's nothing much, really, just an awakening of an SSS-level combat profession, another S-level support profession, and most astonishingly, a unique hidden profession that shot straight to level 10 in the novice dungeon yesterday. If all goes well, they should break through the first-tier advancement tasks today. What? Just an SSS-level profession and a hidden profession, and you call them promising talents for Tianshui City? Hearing this, Wu Ning let out an incredulous chuckle. What are you laughing at? Has Silverlight City produced some promising talent? Lin Chongfeng was taken aback, unable to fathom why Wu Ning, as one of the 3 least powerful cities in Dongshan Province, would find such amusement. Years ago, he, Wu Ning, and Li Feng had all been sent to the 3 weakest cities in Dongshan Province due to their failures on the battlefield. Besides himself and Wu Ning, only Li Feng remained in Jiangyan City. Unfortunately, both Wu Ning and Li Feng had been workaholics, tirelessly devising ways to cultivate promising talents over the years, all in hopes of one day escaping this desolate place. To his astonishment, the ever-busy Wu Ning found the time to visit him at this moment. Furthermore, the peculiar smile he had just displayed only intensified Lin Chongfeng's suspicions. As the saying goes, one fears not only for a brother's misfortunes, but also for his sudden rise to fortune. If Wu Ning were to soar high, leaving him behind, how much more lonely would Lin Chongfeng become? Wu Ning, however, did not linger on pleasantries. After savoring a sip of exquisite spiritual tea, he spoke nonchalantly. In truth, he has not such a remarkable talent. He merely awakened 3 SSS-level combat professions, along with 1 SS-level combat profession and an SS-level support profession. Alas, you wouldn't believe it, those 3 SSS-level combat professionals toiled late into the night yesterday, managing to clear a hellish dungeon at a 4-star difficulty. And they've only just reached level 15. Oh, the lowest among them is merely at level 14. The 2 with SS-level professions are in the direst situation. You can't imagine they only completed a 3-star advancement task this morning, and they're still languishing at level 13. It's south enough to drive me to despair. I wonder if the SSS-level professionals in our city can compare to those hidden professions from your Tianshui. As Wu Ning sipped his tea, he lamented in an exaggerated tone. Lin Chongfeng felt his chest heaving in frustration, nearly reaching a boiling point. To speak frankly, since being assigned to Tianshui City over a decade ago, and after the arduous journey of securing a few professionals into the special training camp 5 or 6 years ago, only to see them eliminated in the preliminary rounds, Lin Chongfeng had gradually succumbed to despondency. For a full 5 or 6 years, no one from Tianshui City had managed to breach the ranks of the special training camp selection tests. In recent years, he had been remiss in nurturing the new generation of professionals, scarcely bothering to inquire about the circumstances of those talented students. He had relinquished authority to the heads of several prominent universities, allowing them to cultivate talent at will. Were it not for the sudden emergence of a dark horse like Yi Yang this year, he might have gone years without knowing how many professionals had awakened in those universities. Yet, Even Yang had only just reached level 10 yesterday. Whether he had completed any advancement tasks remained uncertain. One could easily surmise that he was likely fretting over his advancement tasks. Now, let us take a glance at the state of affairs in Yinzhou City this year. 3 SSS-level combat professionals, 2 SS-level support professionals. Who knows how many S-level advanced professions lie in wait behind them? The most remarkable aspect is that those 3 SSS-level combat professionals had directly surpassed a 4-star advancement task last night, rocketing to level 15. Even the 2 students with SS-level professions had completed their 3-star advancement tasks. Without a doubt, once tomorrow concludes, these 5 will band together, supplemented by several S-level support professions, aiming to ascend to level 15 and meet the criteria for the special training camp selection, an endeavor that is as good as guaranteed. As for what follows, with the backing of these SSS and SS-level new generation professionals, Wu Ning is certain to be promoted to Dongshan province tomorrow. In the end, only he and Li Feng, who lacks any prowess, will remain as the last 2 unfortunate souls in Dongshan province. Ha ha ha. All right, old Lin, there's no need for you to be upset. Who knows, perhaps next year, Tianshui City will take off. Wu Ning lamented, but alas, Yinzhou City is in dire straits, with so many top-tier professionals emerging this year. It seems I have exhausted my luck for a lifetime. Seeing Lin Changfeng's frustrated expression, Wu Ning could not help but chuckle. However, given their long-standing friendship as classmates and comrades, it was indeed necessary to offer some timely words of comfort. Yet, Wu Ning's final remark nearly made Lin Changfeng spit out a mouthful of blood. Knock, knock, knock. Just then, a series of knocks echoed from the office door. Come in, Lin Changfeng sighed, setting down his teacup. Outside the door, a secretary clad in a black and white professional outfit gently pushed the door open. President Lin, there's a young man named Yi Yang who wishes to see you. Yi Yang. Lin Changfeng raised an eyebrow, beckoning the secretary with a wave of his hand. Let him in. Understood. The secretary stepped back a few paces, allowing Yi Yang to enter. Greetings, President Lin. And this gentleman is? Yi Yang greeted Lin Changfeng. But upon noticing the other middle-aged man in the office, he paused momentarily. It appeared this person must be a friend of President Lin, for such familiarity would not be afforded to a stranger in his office. Without delay, Lin Changfeng gestured for Yi Yang to take a seat and proceeded with the introductions. Old Wu. This is the awakening of the only first-tier hidden profession I mentioned to you. Yi Yang. Yi Yang. This is President Wu Ning of Yinzhou City. Hello, President Wu. Wu Ning scrutinized Yi Yang before casually remarking, Old Lin, I must say, this young man is quite handsome. If this were 500 years ago during the era of peace, countless young ladies would surely have been smitten by him. Alas, we now dwell in an era of great upheaval. Being handsome will not fill one's stomach. Only formidable strength can truly attract the opposite sex. Upon hearing Wu Ning's words, Lin Changfeng immediately grasped his underlying meaning. Was he not openly belittling the talents of Tianshui City? Oh, so Yinzhou City boasts 3 super geniuses who have swiftly ascended to level 15 in just a day, thus belittling our lone first-tier hidden profession that has only reached level 10 in a single day? Old Wu, kindly close your mouth. Returning to his seat, Lin Changfeng turned to Yi Yang and inquired, Yi Yang, may I ask what brings you here today? Indeed, I have a matter to discuss. Yi Yang nodded, producing a black spiritual orb from his backpack and handing it to the secretary to pass to Lin Changfeng. I just acquired this black spiritual orb from the Black Spirit Forest dungeon, and I wanted to inquire what it is used for. Black spiritual orb? Goodness. It truly is a black spiritual orb? Upon seeing the glossy, jet-black orb roughly the size of his palm, Lin Changfeng's eyes brightened. I've heard that this item can only be obtained from the nightmare-level Black Spirit Forest dungeon, correct? I believe so. Yi Yang shrugged. He was unsure if it could indeed be obtained from nightmare-level difficulty. After all, he had just obtained it directly from the final boss of the Shura-level difficulty. Beside him, Wu Ning was also somewhat taken aback. After receiving the Black Spirit Pearl from Lin Changfeng and scrutinizing it earnestly, his expression subtly shifted. He had not anticipated that a student who had awakened a mere first-level hidden class would possess such competence. The fact that he could conquer a nightmare-level dungeon was indeed impressive. To claim that this strength rivals that of an SS-level class would hardly be an exaggeration. After all, the 2 SS-level classes in Yinzhou City could only manage to clear nightmare-level difficulties due to the presence of an SSS level guiding them, barely scraping through. Indeed, the Black Spirit Pearl was remarkable. I recall that this item can merge several pieces of generic source class equipment into a singular piece of exclusive class equipment. However, since the Black Spirit King is a first-tier monster, this Black Spirit Pearl can only fuse one piece of first-tier exclusive class equipment. After returning the Black Spirit Pearl to Lin Changfeng, Wu Ning casually shared this information. Upon hearing this, Yi Yang was slightly astonished. He had not expected that the item he had inadvertently acquired would hold such significant value. At that moment, Lin Changfeng could no longer suppress his curiosity and finally posed his question. Yi Yang, this Black Spirit Pearl is indeed a treasure for you first-tier class practitioners. How did you negotiate with your teammates who accompanied you through the dungeon? Did you truly forsake all other rewards within the dungeon to obtain this item? Huh. Yeong was taken aback for a moment. What teammates, President Lin? I obtained this all by myself. Chapter 42. Has the president lost his mind? You soloed a Shura-level dungeon. Upon hearing this, Wu Ning, who had just taken a sip of tea, immediately spewed it out. What did you just say? You soloed a nightmare-level dungeon. Are you joking? That's utterly impossible. Not only was Wu Ning astonished, but Lin Chongfeng was also horrified. Yeong, you mustn't jest with the president about such matters. No, I truly did it myself, Yeong replied, shrugging as if discussing something entirely unrelated. However, Wu Ning could not contain his disbelief. Impossible. This is absolutely inconceivable. Soloing a dungeon, let alone a nightmare level 1? Are you joking? Do you even comprehend the difficulty of a nightmare level dungeon? Young man, it's not that I doubt your capabilities, but you likely haven't even stepped into a nightmare level dungeon before. Yeong felt a wave of exasperation wash over him. He realized why Lin Chongfeng had appeared to be forcing a smile when he first arrived, while internally, he seemed quite distressed. It seemed he had been vexed by the so-called president of Yinzhou City for some unknown reason. However, this had nothing to do with Yeong. He promptly interjected, well, Mr. Wu, I believe you may have misunderstood. I did not solo a nightmare-level dungeon. I soloed. Haha, I knew it. Before Yeong could finish, Wu Ning slapped his thigh and burst into laughter. Don't even say you couldn't solo a nightmare-level dungeon. Even a 20-level SSS class practitioner with a 5-star template would find it challenging to solo a first-tier nightmare-level dungeon. Old Wu. Yi Yang's words were abruptly interrupted by Wu Ning, prompting Lin Chongfeng to glare at him. Yeong hasn't he finished speaking. Why are you interrupting? Have you any manners? Yeong, what were you trying to say? Yeong shrugged, seemingly unperturbed by the interruption, and declared, I was trying to say that I soloed a Shura-level dungeon. What? At that moment, both Lin Chongfeng and Wu Ning exclaimed in unison, causing the decibel level in the room to surge dramatically. No. This can't be true. Lin Chongfeng rubbed his temples, striving to stabilize his emotions. After a moment, he finally spoke. Yeong, you're not jesting, are you? You just claimed you soloed a Shura-level dungeon? Before Yeong could respond, someone entered from outside. It was Wang Kai, one of the 3 vice presidents of the Tianshui City Practitioner Guild and the general manager of the Tianshui City Trading Hall. Oh, what a rare visitor. Mr. Wu, you are here as well. Wang Kai greeted Wu Ning before turning to report to Lin Chongfeng. President Lin, there has been news that the Black Spirit Forest dungeon has been completely cleared. Many individuals who previously accepted the commission tasks are now seeking to withdraw their deposits. I came to request your approval for 1 billion dragon coins. As this pertains to the deposit receipts for the dungeon commission tasks, please verify and sign. What did you say? The Black Spirit Forest has been cleared? Lin Chongfeng was utterly dumbfounded. Yeong might deceive him, but Wang Kai had been his subordinate for over a decade. He could not possibly be lying. Young Wang, are you implying that the Shura-level difficulty has been completed? Yes. Wang Kai appeared taken aback. Such occurrences were not unprecedented, after all. Commission tasks for dungeons required deposits. After the deposits were submitted, they were reviewed by Lin Chongfeng and subsequently handed over to the financial department. If a dungeon was cleared or expired, he would naturally need to approve funds to refund those individuals. Why was President Lin so shocked by this perfectly standard procedure? After taking a moment to calm himself, Lin Chongfeng once again inquired, Young Wang, do you know the name of the individual who cleared the Shura-level Black Spirit Forest dungeon? I believe it was someone named Yi Yang, if I recall correctly. I also forgot. Just now, Wang Shun was eager to meet you, but I stopped him. Wang Kai chuckled, a smug expression on his face as if to say he had handled yet another issue for Lin Chongfeng. However, Lin Chongfeng's expression instantly darkened. You go fetch Wang Shun for me now? Huh. Wang Kai paused momentarily. What do you need to see him for? Don't dawdle. Hurry and bring him here. Yes. At Lin Chongfeng's reprimand, Wang Kai immediately complied. Moments later, he returned from the trading hall, leading Wang Shun before Lin Chongfeng. President Lin, I have significant news to report. I have discovered an extraordinary talent. He actually soloed a Shura. Mid-sentence, Wang Shun suddenly noticed Yi Yang sitting nearby. With a thud, the towering figure of Wang Shun, standing at nearly 2 meters tall, crumpled down to his knees. Why Yang, what are you doing here? Oh, I just encountered a Black Spirit Pearl in the Black Spirit Forest and came to inquire with President Lin about what it is. Yi Yang shrugged and casually replied. However, Lin Chongfeng could no longer contain himself and sternly urged, Wang Shun, what were you about to say? Finish your thought. Upon hearing Lin Chongfeng's words, Wang Shun glanced at Yi Yang and then at the unfamiliar middle-aged man with a gloomy expression beside him, uncertain about what had transpired. Nevertheless, he dared not hesitate in responding to Lin Chongfeng. I wanted to inform you that I discovered an extraordinary talent in the North District. This individual single-handedly cleared the Shura-level dungeon in the Black Spirit Forest. You mentioned that if I recommended a genius to you, I would receive some rewards. So I thought boom. At that moment, Lin Chongfeng was utterly stunned by Wang Shun's revelation. The situation had become remarkably clear. Yi Yang had indeed spoken the truth. He had genuinely defeated a dungeon of Shura level difficulty all by himself. Not only Lin Chongfeng, but also Wu Ning was taken aback. How could this be possible? Clearing a first-tier dungeon at Shura level difficulty, solo? Each word was familiar, yet when strung together, they felt so foreign. Was it truly within the realm of possibility for an ordinary person to accomplish such a feat? Ironically, just moments ago, he had boasted to Lin Chongfeng about a so-called SSS-level genius from Silver Mirror City, who had advanced through the first tier in a single day and leveled up 15 times the next day. Yet now, here emerged an individual from Tianshui City capable of soloing a Shura-level dungeon. It must be noted that such talents are exceedingly rare, not only in Dongshan Province, but throughout the entirety of the Dragon Kingdom. Haha, TSK, old Wu, don't wear such a grim expression. This year, Silver Mirror City has produced so many SSS-level geniuses. I wonder if our fortunate individual capable of soloing a Shura-level dungeon can measure up, don't you think? It is said that a smile never truly disappears, but merely shifts. At this moment, Wu Ning, who had just been brimming with confidence, found himself utterly dejected. Conversely, Lin Chongfeng, who had been seething with frustration, seemed to have experienced a revival of spirit. Chapter 43, Beast Blood Potion. A special method for dungeon clearing? After bidding farewell to Wu Ning, no, it should be said that he was driven away, Lin Chongfeng casually bestowed a reward of 1 million dragon coins upon Wang Shun, sending him on his way. Subsequently, he invited Yi Yang back into the room and, without hesitation, stated, quickly, "Tell me how you managed to solo a dungeon of Shura-level difficulty." To be honest, Lin Chongfeng was immensely intrigued by this subject, not to mention ordinary individuals. Even with his decades of experience as an adventurer, having encountered countless prodigies, he had never before witnessed someone as formidable as Yi Yang. He had seen those who could solo normal-level dungeons. He had heard of geniuses who could tackle difficult and even nightmare-level dungeons. Yet, he had never encountered anyone who could directly solo a Shura-level dungeon. And now, such a genius stood right before him. How could he not be excited? However, truth be told, Yi Yang's experience of soloing the dungeon was not particularly elaborate. Nevertheless, even as he merely recounted the events, Lin Chongfeng listened with rapt attention. Truly impressive. Astonishingly impressive. So, that Black Spirit King ended up working for you? Upon hearing this, Lin Chongfeng felt utterly fascinated. After all, who wouldn't want to resolve a dungeon as swiftly as possible? Yet Yi Yang had taken an unconventional route, managing to train the final boss, the Black Spirit King, as if it were a mere dog. Incredible, simply incredible. By the way, President Lin, what should I do with this Black Spirit Pearl? Can I immediately have someone craft a piece of exclusive occupational gear for you? Regarding Lin Chongfeng's excitement, to be honest, Yi Yang found it difficult to empathize. He had come here solely to ascertain what the Black Spirit Pearl truly was. Now that he understood its immense power, he certainly wouldn't let it go to waste. After pondering for a moment, Lin Chongfeng replied, "How about this? You first hand over the Black Spirit Pearl to me, and then I will take a drop of your blood. By tonight, I will be able to present you with a piece of exclusive gear for a necromancer. Oh, by the way, what type of gear would you like?" The fact that he could choose the type of gear surprised Yi Yang. Of course, Lin Chongfeng smiled. Since it is handcrafted, you can choose whatever type you wish. As for the initial expenses for purchasing universal base equipment and the craftsman's fees, I will take care of that. Then I would like a ring as my gear, Yi Yang said with a smile, directly expressing his request. All right. You lads sure know how to pick the most expensive option. Lin Chongfeng laughed heartily, not taking it too seriously. However, it must be noted that the most expensive types of gear are indeed rings and necklaces. But it mattered little. Since he had already declared he would sponsor Yi Yang's crafting, the cost was of no consequence. After all, it was merely a first-tier piece of gear. And for Lin Chongfeng, it couldn't be too expensive. Suddenly recalling something, Lin Chongfeng reached into his backpack and produced over 100 vividly red potions. In truth, given your accomplishment in soloing a Shura-level dungeon, I should have expressed my gratitude earlier. In my moment of excitement, I almost forgot. Here are 100 first-tier beast blood potions, which can directly enhance your monster-slaying experience gains by 100 for 1 hour. Additionally, here are 10 second-tier beast blood potions, which can amplify your monster-slaying experience gains by 200, also lasting 1 hour. Focus on leveling up in the coming days. Strive to reach a level that satisfies you before the training camp opens. Beast blood potions? Upon seeing these items, Yi Yang was somewhat taken aback. He had only seen such things in textbooks and was witnessing them in reality for the first time. It must be noted that these items had never even appeared in the trading hall of Tianshui City, even at the monthly auctions held in the trading hall. Only a scant few bottles, never exceeding 10, make their appearance. Even a single first-tier beast blood potion commands a staggering price of at least 1 million. As for the second-tier beast blood potions, they are virtually priceless, with some fetching upwards of 10 million. It is no exaggeration to say that even if Yi Yang has amassed over 100 million dragon coins from clearing dungeons, their worth pales in comparison to the more than 100 bottles of beast blood potions casually gifted by Lin Chongfeng. Most importantly, these items cannot be procured with money alone. Given a choice between 100 first-tier beast blood potions and the same sum of dragon coins, anyone with a sound mind would undoubtedly select the former. Is it not somewhat excessive for President Lin to bestow such a lavish reward? To be honest, Yi Yang found it hard to believe that clearing a Shura-level dungeon would yield such outrageous rewards. However, Lin Chongfeng merely shook his head nonchalantly. If it were an ordinary first-tier team, this reward might indeed be excessive, but you are different. To put it plainly, this is part of my year-end bonus, a personal investment in you. Just accept it. All right. Thank you, President Lin, Yi Yang replied earnestly, nodding his head. With these beast blood potions, he could level up at an accelerated pace. No need to thank me. I was unaware of your capability to solo a Shura-level dungeon. That was my oversight. Had I given you these potions sooner, you might have already been able to embark on your second-tier advancement quest. Lin Chongfeng sighed. There was little he could do. He could not foresee the future and could only make amends as best as he could. Regrettably, Yi Yang had already cleared a dungeon today. If he wished to continue, he would have to wait until tomorrow. But wait, upon this realization, Lin Chongfeng suddenly recalled something he had overlooked. Oh right, Yi Yang, you mentioned that you soloed a Shura-level dungeon, correct? Yes, Yi Yang nodded. What about it, President Lin? Haha, that's splendid. Since you soloed it, you can form a party to share others' dungeon attempts. You might not know this, but the experience gained from defeating monsters in a dungeon is not divided among teammates. There is such a mechanism? Yi Yang was genuinely unaware of this, as this knowledge was not covered in his studies. In fact, there was scant information about dungeons in the classroom. Since the onset of the Great Mutation era over 5 centuries ago, traditional subjects like language and mathematics have lost their significance. Practical skills, monster bestiaries, combat techniques, and wilderness geography have become the focal points of education. There is indeed information regarding dungeons, but it is of little use to the average person. Hearing Yi Yang's words, Lin Chongfeng smiled lightly. Indeed, many people form parties to enter dungeons to share attempts, and most will aim for a full team of 10. This is so that if they fail the dungeon strategy, they can return to the dungeon by passing the team leader to others. I understand, Yi Yang nodded earnestly. If that were the case, he indeed needed to find a team. Moreover, he would not require them to exert themselves, as long as they refrained from unnecessary chatter. They could provide dungeon attempts. With this thought, Yi Yang's excitement surged. Initially, he was thrilled to have obtained beast blood potions to expedite his leveling process. However, if he could not clear dungeons, he would waste an entire day. Now, with Lin Chongfeng's suggestion, his leveling efficiency could increase exponentially. Furthermore, he had previously been puzzled as to why Chunyang and the others could enter the dungeon multiple times in the Black Spirit Forest, while he could only enter once. Now, everything was clear. Chapter 44. You just lie there, I'll handle it, little ant. Is my cousin home? After returning home, Chen Xiu headed straight to the Tian Shui Li family. Her goal was clear, to find Li Qing, no matter what it took. If there was even the slightest chance, she had to bring Li Qing and Yi Yang closer together. This guy is too strong. If they could become family in the future, Chen Xiu could bask in that glory as well. To be honest, she also wanted to. Unfortunately, during their time in the Black Spirit Forest dungeon, Yi Yang had shown her no affection whatsoever, refusing even to invite her to join his party to hunt monsters. Thus, Chen Xiu was left with no choice but to resort to such tactics. Otherwise, with such a formidable man, she would have seized the opportunity long ago. How could she allow someone else to take advantage of it? At that moment, upon hearing Chen Xiu's words, Wang Shuiying, Chen Xiu's maternal aunt, spoke up. Your cousin is in the bedroom. She has been sleeping since she cleared monsters all night yesterday. Still sleeping? If she sleeps any longer, she won't realize how many opportunities she has missed. Saying this, Chen Xiu pushed open Li Qing's bedroom door. Li Qing, wake up. Li Qing rubbed her eyes and finally recognized her visitor. Oh, it's Sister Xiu. What is up? I have something to ask you. What is your relationship with Yi Yang from your school? It's all right. Just yesterday, he brought me to clear the beginner dungeon, Li Qing recalled, feeling a sense of happiness. She was well aware of the fuss that had been made with Han Yishu the day before. Moreover, Yi Yang had stated before Han Yishu that he would rather choose her than grow closer to Han Yishu. Wasn't that an obvious opportunity for her? However, upon hearing this, Chen Xiu exploded with frustration. What? He actually took you to clear a dungeon? What's wrong? Is there a problem? It's a big problem. Chen Xiu sighed, exuding an air of exasperation. Subsequently, she recounted everything that had transpired that morning to Li Qing. Then, she got straight to the point. Let me tell you. This is a huge opportunity for you. If you could become the woman by Yi Yang's side, your future happiness would be beyond measure. If it weren't for my older sister, I wouldn't let a man like him slip through my fingers. You need to act quickly while you still have a chance. Otherwise, once he grows stronger, you might not even have the right to gaze upon him for a lifetime. But, I can't just force myself onto him, can I? Upon hearing Chen Xiu's words, Li Qing felt a wave of panic. Her inherently shy disposition made the idea of pursuing a boy seem utterly implausible. How could she possibly muster the courage? Nevertheless, I must inform you that just moments ago, I received a message stating that Yi Yang is currently in the quest hall, likely seeking another task to undertake in the dungeons. The opportunity is right before you. It is up to you to seize it. Do not overthink it. In matters of love, a woman pursuing a man is akin to a mere veil separating them. Simply express your affections boldly. As she spoke, Chen Xiu wore a sly smile on her face. Do you really think I can do it? Enough hesitation. Yi Yang is undoubtedly being watched by countless girls right now. If you delay even a minute, you'll face a multitude of rivals. Chen Xiu was nearly exasperated. If she hadn't already been rejected by Yi Yang, she would have jumped at the chance long ago. All right, I will give it a try. Li Qing rose from her seat, and after a thorough makeover by Chen Xiu, they headed straight to the quest hall. Meanwhile, in the quest hall, Yi Yang had arrived and was preparing to look for a first-tier dungeon task. Once at the venue, he knew there would be plenty of adventurers gathered at the dungeon entrance. He simply needed to find a team member who appeared quiet and not overly bothersome. After all, he was only seeking to join a dungeon run. This seems promising. The Venomous Swamp dungeon has been open for 18 days. Only 12 days remain. The task is to find the illusory poison herb, rewarding 1 million dragon coins for each herb. Without further contemplation, he paid a 2 million dragon coin deposit and accepted the quest, receiving the coordinates for the Venomous Swamp dungeon entrance. However, just as he exited, he encountered a familiar face. Hey, why Yi Yang, is that you? What a coincidence. Upon seeing Yi Yang, Li Qing became flustered, struggling to articulate her thoughts. After much internal deliberation, she finally managed to say, "What are you up to?" "I'm off to tackle a dungeon," Yi Yang casually replied. Suddenly recalling something, he added, "By the way, have you completed a dungeon run today? If not, we could team up." His intention was clear. He sought someone who hadn't yet participated in a dungeon. Li Qing's shy demeanor and tranquil nature made her an ideal teammate. Moreover, she had previously assisted him during a novice dungeon, and now he had the perfect opportunity to repay her kindness. Yet, upon hearing Yi Yang's invitation, Li Qing's face flushed a deep crimson. Was Yi Yang actually inviting her? Was this akin to a date? Did he truly harbor feelings for her? Within mere moments, her mind conjured a flurry of romantic scenarios. On the way here, Chen Xiu had armed her with numerous flirtation lines. However, when confronted with Yi Yang, all those lines vanished from her memory. After all, she had never anticipated that Yi Yang would take the initiative to invite her. Chen Xiu had even told her that when she previously invited Yi Yang, he had turned her down without a second thought. "Is it really alright for me to join? I haven't run a dungeon today, but I worry I might slow you down, considering my rather weak skills." "Not to worry," Yi Yang chuckled softly, shaking his head. "Once we're in the dungeon, you can just lie still. I'll handle everything." Li Qing's face turned an even deeper shade of red upon hearing Yi Yang's words. However, Yi Yang, uninterested in prolonging the moment, promptly added her to his party and headed towards the Venomous Swamp dungeon entrance in the eastern district of Tianshui City. Along the journey, Li Qing followed Yi Yang like a dutiful girlfriend. After more than 2 hours, they finally arrived at the dungeon entrance around 6 in the evening. Throughout that time, Yi Yang had made good use of it, summoning all his skeletons from the summoning space to hunt monsters in the wild. By the time they reached the entrance, his experience had increased from 58 to 74, a modest gain of 16, but still commendable. Upon reaching the dungeon entrance, Yi Yang took a moment to observe the surroundings. Unlike the entrance to the Black Spirit Forest dungeon, which had only recently opened, the Venomous Swamp entrance was bustling with adventurers, at least 1,000. It was understandable. The Black Spirit Forest had only emerged days prior, and many preferred to wait for someone to conquer its nightmare-level difficulty before reaping the rewards without effort, simply paying for the strategy. In contrast, the Venomous Swamp had already been conquered at the nightmare level several days earlier. After all, many precious materials could only be found within the nightmare and hell level dungeons. "Yi Yang, do we need to find other teammates? Can we manage with just the two of us?" Li Qing quietly inquired as she followed Yi Yang to the dungeon entrance. "Don't worry," Yi Yang replied nonchalantly, then pushed his way into the crowd, making his way toward the Venomous Swamp dungeon entrance. Halfway through, however, he was suddenly stopped by a middle-aged man in his 30s. "Young man, are you here to run this dungeon as well?" Yi Yang glanced at him. "What is it?" "If you're inviting me to join your party, I'm afraid I must decline. I already have a teammate." Hearing this, the middle-aged man instinctively glanced at Li Qing beside Yi Yang and then shook his head. "No, I meant to warn you that you should hold off on entering this dungeon for now." "Why is that?" Yi Yang asked, puzzled as to why they couldn't proceed. "Don't you know? This dungeon has already been reserved by the Yin Zhaochu family. They are reportedly seeking a material called the illusory poison herb within the Hell level or Azura level dungeons." The middle-aged man explained candidly. "Illusory poison herb?" Yi Yang found the name somewhat familiar. "But why is there a task for it in our Tianshui City quest hall?" That task was posted by the Liu family in Tianshui, aiming to compete with the Yin Zhaochu family. Both families are keen to gather this material. However, the Liu family in Tianshui City is not particularly formidable. Just the day before yesterday, after a minor clash here, the members of the Liu family were driven away, leaving only the people from the Yin Zhaochu family. "I see." Yi Yang, however, was too indifferent to ponder such matters extensively. His sole desire at present was to enter the dungeon, slay some monsters, and accept the quest for the illusory poison herb, which, to put it plainly, was merely to acquire the coordinates for the dungeon entrance. The actual value of this material held little significance for him. In fact, one could even argue that should Yi enter the dungeon and not seek a single illusory poison herb, ultimately forfeiting his deposit, he would essentially be spending 2 million to purchase the coordinates for a dungeon entrance. Not a particularly unfortunate trade-off. Yi, why don't we just switch to another dungeon instead? Upon hearing the words of the middle-aged man, the usually timid Li Qing could not help but whisper, "No need." Yi replied with a gentle smile, disregarding the middle-aged man's advice, as he grasped Li Qing's hand and strode directly toward the dungeon entrance. Hey, why don't you listen to the advice? The second-tier professional from the Chu family stationed at the dungeon entrance exclaimed, panic evident in his tone. They truly will resort to violence. Observing the scene, the middle-aged man became alarmed. This was the nature of large families. Moreover, not only large families, but it was widely acknowledged that the wilderness was a lawless domain. To survive in the wild, one either needed formidable strength or must accept the ever-present risk of losing one's life. After all, even if one were truly slain, the blame could simply be shifted onto the wild beasts, insisting one was killed by a monster. What could anyone do about it? Except for those prominent families capable of exerting the effort to investigate, ordinary individuals had no chance for vengeance. It was precisely for this reason that members of those families would act with impunity in the wilderness. Once one departed from the safety of the city, in the wilderness, only strength would speak. Just moments ago, a group of audacious first-tier professionals had attempted to forcefully enter the dungeon. Yet, within mere moments, they were annihilated by the second-tier professionals from the Chu family. Nevertheless, Yi harbored no fear. Although his ordinary skeletons were weak, bolstered by the presence of the skeleton mage and the stealth skeleton, those mere second-tier professionals were destined to be obliterated. After all, could a mere second-tier professional hope to compare with the spectral swordsman and the dark spirit king within the Azure-level dungeon, whose attributes soared to 400 or 500 points? It is no exaggeration to say that even ordinary second-tier professionals, upon reaching level 30 and attaining the pinnacle of their tier, would be fortunate to average attributes of 200 to 300 points. At that moment, as Yi approached the dungeon entrance, a dozen level 30 professionals suddenly blocked his path. One burly warrior stepped forward, towering nearly 2 meters, looking down at Yi with disdain. Kid, this place is already reserved by our Chu family. If you wish to live, you'd best scram. With that proclamation, the group of second-tier professionals behind him immediately closed in. Step aside. Yi coldly uttered 2 words, his piercing gaze sharp as a dagger, slicing through the bodies of those second-tier professionals. Huh? A mere child still unformed dares to flaunt his might before me? The burly warrior sneered as he cast a detection spell on Yi. A necromancer? I haven't seen this class before. Come, let me see just what sort of creature you are. Saying this, the warrior unsheathed his long knife, swinging it downward toward Yi head. With a swift slash, Yi was instantly cleaved in two. Ha, what a joke, this skeleton nonsense. The warrior began to laugh, but his mirth was abruptly stifled as he beheld the shattered skeleton on the ground. What the hell is this trick? The burly warrior was momentarily stunned. Just a second ago, he had seen that young man standing alive before him. How could he suddenly transform into a pile of broken bones when the blade fell? What? Still searching for me? At that moment, Yi-Yong's voice echoed from not far behind the burly warrior. What? Upon hearing that eerie voice, the warrior felt a chill run down his spine. Nearly jumping in fright. When did you get behind me? The burly warrior stumbled back a few steps, pointing at Yi-Yong in sheer terror. However, Yi-Yong had no desire to engage in further conversation. Stealth skeletons, attack. In an instant, hundreds of skeletons eerily materialized from the air, surrounding the burly warrior. Before he could react, the skeletal beings wielding dual blades descended upon him. Swish, swish, swish. In mere moments, the warrior, bewildered, was subjected to a gruesome execution by the stealthy skeletons. Within seconds, his body was reduced to a skeleton adorned with mere scraps of flesh. Witnessing this scene, all present widened their eyes in shock. What sort of sorcery is this? Where did those skeletons even come from? In the blink of an eye, a peak second-tier professional was slain by those skeletons? How formidable! At that moment, everyone was left astonished. Their gazes toward Yi-Yong now reflected fear and trepidation. No one had anticipated that a mere level 18 professional, just having advanced to the first tier, could effortlessly annihilate a second-tier professional. How utterly outrageous! Not only the onlookers, but also the burly warrior's companions were left dumbfounded. The sudden appearance of those skeletons was simply too bizarre. They had not even noticed when the dual blade-wielding skeletons had emerged beside them. Yet, none of that mattered anymore. If those skeletons could obliterate the burly warrior, they were equally capable of dispatching them. After all, the burly warrior was an S-class main defensive fighter with a physique attribute exceeding 300 points. If even such resistance could be effortlessly overcome by those dual-blade skeletons, how could they, being so fragile, hope for any chance of survival? Realizing that remaining there would likely lead to a fate akin to their leaders, someone shouted, "Retreat. We must call for help from our Chu family." Instantly, The dozen or so second-tier professionals turned tail and fled without a backward glance. However, they had scarcely ventured far when they were met with an overwhelming sight: the vast, encroaching army of skeletons. What in the world is this? Chapter 46, Annihilation. Let us directly engage at the level of hellish difficulty. Upon witnessing the skeletal horde, the group of seasoned adventurers fell into disarray. Yet, one among their ranks, a leader, quickly discerned that the strength of these skeletons was entirely different from that of the previously elusive ones. Brothers, do not panic. These skeletons are feeble, possessing attributes barely reaching 20 or 30. We are second-tier adventurers. With proper coordination, we can easily find a breakthrough and escape. His words immediately calmed the group. Indeed, skeletons with attributes of only 20 or 30 points were, at best, equivalent to mid-tier first-tier adventurers. What were they so worried about? Without a second thought, the group of second-tier adventurers banded together and charged in a unified direction. Thunderstrike, shield charge, rain of arrows, boom, boom, boom. In an instant, the skeleton army was swiftly cleaved apart by the combined area attacks of these second-tier adventurers, creating a massive breach. With a glimmer of hope ignited, the adventurers erupted in excitement. Ha ha ha, these skeletons are far too weak. Indeed, if it weren't for Kai being ambushed earlier, we would have easily turned the tide. Brothers, let us break through. Singing their battle cries, the second-tier adventurers, emboldened by fervor, charged recklessly towards the skeletal legion. Yet, it wasn't long before they realized something was amiss. Damn it, there are too many of these skeletons. We just blasted a huge hole with our area attacks. But within mere seconds, more skeletons flooded in to fill the gap. However, it was already too late for them to retreat. My God, just how many skeletons are there? We can't kill them all. It's utterly terrifying. Could it be that all these skeletons were summoned by that young man? Impossible. How could he possibly possess such immense spiritual power? One of the mage adventurers, after unleashing an area attack, found himself momentarily stunned. As he surveyed the battlefield, he was met with a sea of bone-white skeletons stretching for miles in every direction. The notion of exterminating them all was simply unfathomable. To make matters worse, as a mage, his sensitivity to elemental forces far surpassed that of his physical counterparts. Just as they were surrounded, he suddenly felt a terrifying surge of deathly elemental energy rushing towards them. Instinctively, he lifted his gaze. What met his eyes was a sky darkened by thousands of shadowy death missiles, resembling a pitch-black cloud, looming ominously overhead. Oh my God! Ah! In that moment, the mage and his fellow second-tier adventurers had no time to resist before being obliterated into dust by the countless death missiles. At last, it was over. Standing at a distance, Yiyang let out a gentle sigh of relief. In the next instant, with a mere thought, he caused the vast legion of skeletons surrounding them to vanish, all drawn into his summoning space. It was as if they had never existed. If it weren't for the remnants of the shattered bodies of those second-tier adventurers strewn across the ground, one could scarcely believe that a fierce battle had just transpired here. This is utterly brutal. How could a dozen second-tier adventurers simply cease to exist? Who on earth is that individual? Could it be that all those thousands of skeletons were summoned by him? How astonishing. I just checked his information. Wasn't he merely a first-tier adventurer? How could he possess such strength? A necromancer? I've never encountered such a class before. Could it be yet another bizarre hidden profession? This is absurd. A dozen second-tier adventurers, utterly incapable of putting up any resistance against him, were all eradicated? This is quite extraordinary. At that moment, the onlookers nearby were left in stunned silence. How could this individual be so formidable? A first-tier adventurer dispatching second-tier ones without so much as a blink. This is simply preposterous. However, Yiyang cared little for their astonishment. It was these second-tier adventurers who had insisted on obstructing his entry into the dungeon, and if it weren't for his earlier invocation of spirit transfer, that bald warrior's blade would have indeed cleaved him in two. Their intent was evidently lethal. How could he possibly bypass them? Now that the matter was settled, Yiyang felt no inclination to dwell further. Let us go, Li Qing. As the captain, you shall initiate a hellish difficulty dungeon. Turning to Li Qing, he spoke decisively. Yet, Li Qing, just regaining her composure from the shock, was momentarily bewildered by Yi Yang's words. Are you serious, Yiyang? Just the two of us? A hellish difficulty dungeon? Upon hearing this, the surrounding adventurers were equally unsettled. Did I just hear that right? He intends to tackle a hellish difficulty dungeon? Surely he doesn't believe that having dispatched a few second-tier adventurers gives him the right to challenge such a daunting task. How audacious. The most outrageous part is that his party consists of only 2 individuals. Indeed. Moreover, the female companion is a hunter. I've seen this class before. And aside from tracking monsters, she is of little use. Is he really planning to solo the hellish dungeon? Has he lost his mind? Unfazed by their murmurs, Yiyang insisted to Li Qing. Yes, let us proceed with the hellish difficulty. Very well, Li Qing replied, opening the dungeon entrance while adding, but I must warn you, I am of little use in this hellish dungeon. You needn't concern yourself with that. Did I not mention before that you only need to stay put while I handle everything? Yiyang casually remarked, patiently awaiting Li Qing to open the dungeon. All right, She nodded obediently and promptly opened the dungeon. Ding. You have unlocked the entrance to the first-tier dungeon, Venomous Marsh. Please select the difficulty level you wish to commence. Normal, hard, nightmare, hell, or Shura. Countdown to the collapse of the venomous space dungeon, 12 days. I choose Shura level difficulty. Taking a deep breath, Li Qing endeavored to steady her emotions before directly initiating the Shura level challenge. Heaven, please ensure my safety. As she activated the dungeon, Li Qing silently offered her prayers. However, if Yi Yang were to overhear this, he would surely burst into laughter. If this were her first attempt at a Shura level dungeon, a prayer would indeed be warranted. Yet, having already navigated a Shura level dungeon once before, she felt no pressure whatsoever in penetrating this venomous marsh. Moreover, compared to her previous conquest of the Black Forest, her prowess had multiplied several times. Name: Yi Yang class, first tier necromancer level, 18 strength, 59 spirit, 1004 constitution, 159 agility, 59. A glance at his attributes revealed an astounding spirit value exceeding 1,000, resulting in a remarkable 10-fold enhancement to all attributes of his skeletons. Presently, the base attributes of a normal skeleton had already reached 18 points, and with the spirit boost, it soared to around 20 points. The skeleton mages were even more formidable, boasting a foundational spirit attribute of 36 points, which, when augmented, reached a staggering 40 points. Most terrifying of all was the necromantic missile, which dealt damage equivalent to a 10-fold spirit power boost. This translated to a fearsome attack power of 400 spirit points. Absolutely overwhelming. Furthermore, Yi Yang's skeletal army had seen substantial reinforcement over the past few hours. The number of normal skeletons had increased from over 73,000, following the completion of the Black Forest dungeon, to over 87,000. The count of skeleton mages had also swelled to nearly 9,000. The number of stealth skeletons remained relatively modest, as they were an ability recently acquired and, akin to skeleton mages, could only be summoned once every 10 seconds, totaling less than 1,500 at present. However, should these 1,500 stealth skeletons execute a decapitation maneuver and focus their fire on a single target, the resultant damage would be nothing short of terrifying. After all, the ability of infinite invisibility was exceedingly formidable. Chapter 47. Venomous Demon Spider. The girl was left dumbfounded. Closing the attribute panel, Yi Yang instinctively glanced at the strategy record for the Venomous Marsh Dungeon. Venomous Marsh Dungeon strategy record. Normal, 15 hours 53 minutes 18 seconds. Hard, 42 hours 16 minutes 47 seconds. Nightmare, 105 hours 22 minutes 8 seconds. Hell, second stage 56, Shura, not yet available. At a glance, while the progress for the Venomous Marsh had reached hell level difficulty, the record for this dungeon was significantly longer than that of the previous Black Forest. Was the Venomous Marsh indeed more challenging than the Black Forest? With a slight smile, Yi Yang dismissed further contemplation and followed Li Qing into the dungeon. Look, those two have entered. Goodness, are they really attempting the Shura level dungeon? I just heard. That girl is indeed facing the Shura level. Incredible. Are today's youth truly so audacious? Or do they remain oblivious to the sheer intensity of the Shura level dungeons? It's laughable. The nightmare level I previously attempted was already insurmountable, especially the first stage with the venomous orb, which was utterly unmanageable. And yet, they dare to tackle the Shura level? How amusing. Perhaps that young man seeks to impress his sister? This time, it appears he is truly risking his life for bravado. Watch as he gets annihilated within the hour. Upon entering the dungeon, Yi Yang and Li Qing attracted the eager attention of hundreds, if not thousands, of adventurers awaiting to witness what Yi Yang was capable of. After all, this was a Shura level challenge. Throughout history, few adventurers had managed to conquer it solo. Even in groups, the risk of total annihilation was exceedingly high. Otherwise, how could it be that this Venomous Marsh dungeon had been available for over half a month and only just reached hell level difficulty? Moreover, this dungeon could arguably be considered the most challenging among all first-tier dungeons. Meanwhile, within the dungeon, the discussions of the adventurers were lost on Yi Yang. Upon entering, he surveyed his surroundings, enveloped in a shadowy emerald gloom. In the distance, twisted and gnarled branches littered the ground, appearing as though they would snap at the slightest touch. Ding. You have been affected by the venomous miasma, reducing your attack power by 10 and your defense by 30. Oh, so this is the source of the discomfort upon entering the dungeon. It was no wonder he felt slightly unwell. A reduction of 30 in defense posed little concern for Yi Yang, as the three types of skeletons he commanded did not possess particularly high defense. Fortunately, the diminishment in attack power was minimal, which was a fortunate turn of events. How strange. Yi Yang, can we truly conquer this Shura level dungeon? At that moment, Li Qing, having taken in her surroundings, could not suppress a nervous gulp. Beads of sweat began to form on her brow. Fear not, Yi Yang replied with a calm smile, summoning his entire skeletal army from the depths of his spatial realm. Before them lay an army of skeletons numbering a staggering 100,000, instantly filling their field of vision. Attack. With a mere thought, the 10,000 skeletons commenced their assault. In no time, some skeletons detected the first wave of monsters. Yiyang shifted his perspective, discovering a horde of 2 to 3 dozen spider-like creatures, approximately half a meter in size, crawling upon the branches. At that moment, as Yiyang gazed upon them, those 30 pairs of eerie, green eyes were fixated intently on him. Shura level venomous demon spider, strength, 55 spirit, 60 constitution, 50 agility, 40 skill, demon spider's web, releases a web within a meter radius, inflicting damage and applying a 1-second immobilization effect. Immobilization, unable to move. It must be noted that while the attributes of these venomous demon spiders were somewhat akin to those of the previous Shadow Knight cats, their skill, the demon spider's web, was exceedingly formidable. Their basic attack released a web that, while dealing minimal damage, imposed a 1-second immobilization effect that was truly terrifying. To comprehend the situation, one must realize that for an ordinary individual, even the slightest misstep could lead to an unending chain of control, leaving no escape whatsoever. Unless one possesses exceptional agility and skill, navigating the first stage of this dungeon is virtually impossible. My heavens, is this the monstrous difficulty of an Azura-level dungeon? Its attributes are simply extraordinary. Just as Yiyang was about to command the skeletons to engage, Li Qing suddenly spoke up. However, those venomous magic spiders were still 1,000 meters away, obscured by a tangle of dead branches and twigs. How could Li Qing possibly see them? Li Qing, did you also spot those venomous magic spiders? Ah, yes, Li Qing instinctively replied. When we first entered the wilderness and you summoned those skeletons, I received a prompt indicating that I could switch my perspective to that of the skeletons. Goodness, this innate skill can even be shared with teammates? Yiyang was taken aback. He had always played solo, never teaming up with Li Qing even in the novice dungeon, and thus was unaware of this information. It felt as though a new world had opened before him. However, if this soul symbiosis talent can be shared with teammates, what about the second talent, soul transfer? With this thought in mind, Yiyang immediately summoned an ordinary skeleton from his spatial realm, placing it a few meters away. Subsequently, he focused on Li Qing and the skeleton, promptly activating his talent. Soul transfer, whoosh. In the blink of an eye, Li Qing and the skeleton exchanged positions. The sudden displacement startled Li Qing, causing her to scream. Yet, Yiyang was utterly astonished. My goodness. I had no idea that all my innate skills could be shared with my teammates. However, it seems that only soul symbiosis allows teammates to utilize it freely, while soul transfer can only be used by myself. After testing this effect, Yiyang was thoroughly amazed by the necromancer class. Truly, innate skills are beyond compare. The effects are indeed far superior to ordinary skills. Moreover, he had felt that his talents extended beyond this. It now appeared that there was still significant potential for development. Without further contemplation, after testing the effect of this second talent, Yiyang commanded the skeletons to engage the venomous magic spiders. Small skeletons at the front. Protect the skeleton mages from harm. Skeleton mages, unleash your attacks. With a single command, thousands of ordinary skeletons surged forth, encircling the venomous magic spiders perched on the branches. Hiss, hiss, hiss. In that moment, the venomous magic spiders sensed the hostility emanating from the skeletal army. The next second, dozens of webs erupted from their bodies. However, these mere webs could not hinder the advance of the skeletal forces. When the foremost skeleton became ensnared by a spider's web and was rendered immobile, the following skeletons trampled over its body without hesitation, crossing over with ease. If a mere human were to witness this scene, they would surely be terrified to death. At that moment, the skeleton mages at the rear began their assault. Necromantic missile, necromantic missile, necromantic missile. In mere moments, with hundreds of necromantic missiles soaring through the air, not only were the venomous magic spiders obliterated, but even the decayed branches beneath them were completely annihilated. Ding. You have slain a LV-11 venomous magic spider, earning 110 experience points. Ding. Ding. Current dungeon progress. Stage 1023 what? This single venomous magic spider only contributed 0.01 to the progress. Chapter 48. The bewildered genius of the Chu family. Why is everyone dead? Upon seeing the dungeon progress, even Yiyang couldn't help but feel astonished. No wonder this venomous swamp dungeon is so challenging to clear. Just the first stage requires considerable time. However, this posed no concern for Yiyang. After all, it was merely a matter of summoning skeletons. He didn't need to lift a finger, allowing him to take his time. Ding, you have slain a LV-11 venomous magic spider, earning 110 experience points. Ding, watching the stream of kill notifications, Yiyang felt immense satisfaction. In just half an hour, his experience bar for level 18 was completely filled. Ding, your level has increased. Current, LV-19. Ding, you have received upgrade rewards. 5 points to all attributes, 50 points to free attributes. How delightful. The effects of this second-tier beast blood potion are astonishing. The experience bar of 26 filled up so swiftly. One must admit, this second-tier beast blood potion is exceptional, although its duration is limited to 1 hour. Its effects are explosive. A direct doubling of experience gain is simply exhilarating. After leveling up, Yi Yang allocated the generous 50 points of free attributes directly to his mental attribute. Furthermore, under the enhancement of the 5-star attribute growth template, his other attributes also received a significant boost upon leveling up. Name: Yi Yang class, 1st tier Necromancer strength, 64 spirit, 1059 constitution, 164 agility, 64 excellent. Satisfied, Yi Yang continued observing his skeletal army as they dispatched more foes. Additionally, witnessing Yi Yang's formidable skeletons, Li Qing, who had been tense, began to relax. Yi Yang, your skeletons are astonishingly powerful. How could they so effortlessly dispatch monsters from an Azura-level dungeon? Having witnessed the orderly and regimented slaughter carried out by Yi Yang's skeletons, Li Qing was utterly awestruck. This is the super genius who topped the academic and martial rankings at Tianshui No. 1 High School for 3 consecutive years. Commanding an army of 100,000 skeletons is as simple as eating and drinking. To be honest, if I were to be handed control of these 100,000 skeletons, just directing them to slay monsters would likely exhaust me. Yet here Yi Yang sits, completely unfazed. However, should Yi Yang hear such thoughts, he would probably be amused to no end. These skeletons require no guidance whatsoever. The dungeon is of a finite size. Once the skeletons are released, they can simply be left to roam freely without expending any mental energy. However, upon witnessing the progress of Yi Yang's dungeon from outside, the onlookers, originally mere spectators, were rendered utterly dumbfounded. Goodness, look! The dungeon progress has shifted. First phase at 023. This fellow has only been in the dungeon for less than 2 minutes, and has already slain over 20 venomous spider monsters? Unbelievable. Those venomous spiders possess control skills. How could they possibly be dispatched so effortlessly? It's absurd. The progress has now escalated to 056. How swift. The efficiency of monster slaying is terrifying. It's risen again. Now, at 121. My heavens, this individual is on a killing spree. Indeed, in such a brief span, he has already vanquished over 100 venomous spiders. How extraordinary. Do the webs of those venomous spiders not affect him at all? As Yi Yang's dungeon progress surged dramatically, the onlookers became frantic. It is essential to note that this is a dungeon set at the Azura difficulty level. In just a minute or two, he has obliterated more than 100 monsters. To put it bluntly, even in a dungeon of ordinary difficulty, they could not hope to match such a pace. Moreover, let alone slaying. Even locating that many monsters within a couple of minutes would be an impossible feat. Yet, they were now witnessing this horrifying spectacle firsthand. At that moment, several figures appeared at the dungeon's entrance. Yet another failure. This hellish difficulty of the venomous marsh is simply insurmountable. The speaker was a youth named Chu Ran, a prodigious SSS-level talent from the Jiang family in Silverlight City. This time, he had accompanied his family on a mission to gather illusory venom grass, coming to Tianshui City with 9 peak first-tier escort professionals for some practical experience. However, he had not anticipated that the hellish difficulty of the venomous marsh would far exceed their expectations. Previously, they had exerted all their efforts and barely managed to breach the first phase. Yet this time, they could not even withstand the first phase's progress of 10. They had been too complacent. They could not recklessly unleash their skills. I must regain my focus. Taking a deep breath, Chu Ran prepared to restore his state before plunging back into the dungeon. However, at that moment, he suddenly noticed something amiss. Wait, where are Chu Feng and the others? Why are they nowhere to be seen? After searching the area for a while, Chu Ran could not find the bald warrior who had been guarding the dungeon entrance and his companions. What is going on? Chu Ran was bewildered. He summoned a first-tier professional nearby and insisted they interrogate him. Soon, he understood the reason behind it. Someone named Yi Yang? He killed all our Jiang family members? Where did this guy come from? He even entered a dungeon at Azura difficulty? Is he out of his mind? Chu Ran furrowed his brow. However, when he glanced at the screen at the dungeon's entrance that recorded the progress of those entering the dungeon, he was instantly taken aback. Li Qing's team progress in the Venomous Marsh Dungeon. First phase 836. What the hell? Are you kidding me? You mean he just entered a little over 10 minutes ago and has already reached a progress of 8 in the first phase? Those are venomous spiders. How could he possibly do it so quickly? Upon seeing Yi Yang's dungeon progress information, Chu Ran was instantly dumbfounded. It is worth noting that during his last venture into a dungeon of hellish difficulty, he had spent nearly 2 to 3 hours and still hadn't reached a progress of 10. Yet this fellow had only been inside for mere minutes and had already surged to 8? How could this be so outrageous? Young master, I heard that a prodigious talent named Yi Yang has suddenly emerged in Tianshui City. Could it be this person? At that moment, one of his escorts approached him slowly and whispered, "Prodigious talent? Just how prodigious?" Chu Ran instinctively inquired, furrowing his brow. The escort pondered for a moment before responding. It is said that he can solo clear dungeons of Azura difficulty, and he just did it today? How is that possible? Chu Ran instinctively shouted. Even with the combined efforts of several SSS-level talents from the Jiang family, we couldn't clear a dungeon of Azura difficulty. How can he solo it? I only heard it as a rumor. Young master, please Please don't be angry. The escort, feeling Chu Ran's wrath, hurriedly bowed and apologized. However, Chu Ran was too consumed with thoughts to care about that. Soloing a dungeon of Azura difficulty? Very well. Let me see what abilities you possess to clear this Azura-level venomous marsh all on your own. Yet, as the escort beside him contemplated that Yi Yang was indeed the super prodigy capable of soloing dungeons of Azura difficulty, he could not help but grow anxious. Instinctively, the escort lowered his head and whispered to Chu Ran, "Young master, if this dungeon is truly cleared by that brat solo, what about the illusory venom grass task entrusted to us by the master?" Chapter 49, Chu Ran's scheme. Sharing a bed with Yi Yang? Hearing the escort's words, Chu Ran, who had been wearing an expression of eager anticipation, suddenly fell silent. Indeed, although the family had summoned him merely for training, the primary task was to gather illusory venom grass. After all, this was a competition against the Liu family from Tianshui. But soon, Chu Ran chuckled nonchalantly. "You don't mean to say you genuinely believe this fellow could solo a dungeon of Azura difficulty, do you? There's no need to fear the improbable. It's the unlikely that brings dread." The escort appeared troubled, glancing at Chu Ran and saying, "Young master, if he truly clears the Azura difficulty, this dungeon will disappear." Chu Ran chuckled lightly. "Do not worry. Even if what you say is true, and he can indeed solo the Azura difficulty, once he exits the dungeon, we can still acquire the illusory venom grass. How will we obtain it?" The escort's eyes brightened, immediately inquiring. "Very simply," Chu Ran replied, a smirk playing on his lips. "We shall ask him to give it to us." At the mention of the word ask, Chu Ran notably emphasized it. Upon hearing this, the escort, who had previously worn a troubled expression, suddenly brightened. "Ha, I understand. Young master, you mean, once this brat emerges from the dungeon, we will." As he spoke, the escort made a gesture across his throat towards Chu Ran. "After all, this is the wilderness. One could take a life without a trace. For there is no one to question the perpetrator. Look at you, so anxious." Chu Ran, wearing an air of sagacity, mused that we ought to first engage in courtesy before resorting to force, shouldn't we? Although the illusion poison grass is something our Chu family has earmarked. If he truly possesses the capability to solo a hell-level dungeon, he would indeed be a top-tier talent. Should he be inclined to join our Chu family, it would be a tremendous boon for us. If he is unwilling, then we must tactfully negotiate with him through our Chu family representatives. Indeed, indeed. The guard nodded fervently, assuring the young master that he would summon Captain Chu Fei at once. "Please do not trouble me with these matters. I am keen to observe how long this fellow can endure in the hell-level dungeon," Chu Ran replied, nodding. Chu Fei is the captain of their family's elite guards, boasting an impressive level of 40 and standing as a pinnacle SS-class professional. Despite having heard from that passerby about Yi Yang's massacre of over a dozen of their second-tier clan members, if Yi Yang were truly wise and willing to join their clan, those incidents would not amount to significant issues. Upon returning home, it could simply be reported to his father, the head of the Chu family, that they had valiantly perished in the line of duty to protect themselves. However, should he refuse to join, the peak SS-class Chu Fei would impart a lesson to Yi Yang about the principles of conduct. Furthermore, he could seize the illusion poison grass that Yi Yang harvested from the hell-level dungeon. Regardless of the outcome, there would be no losses for him. Within the dungeon, Yi Yang, no, it should be referred to as Yi Yang's summoned army of over 10,000 skeletons, continued to engage in combat. Bored, he opened the dungeon progress panel to take a glance. Current dungeon progress. Phase 12636. Wait, it's been an hour, and I've only managed to progress by 26? This is exceedingly slow. Yi Yang sighed. It seemed that merely completing this first phase would require 4 to 5 hours. At this point, Yi Yang finally understood why the completion rate for the Venomous Marsh dungeon at the normal difficulty level spanned over 10 hours. Not to mention, if even this first phase demanded 4 to 5 hours of his time, how could an ordinary team fare any better? Completing the normal difficulty in 15 to 16 hours is already quite a remarkable feat. Nevertheless, after this hour, Yi Yang's level also reached 19 with 73 experience points. Nearing the threshold of level 20. Yi Yang, is there anything I should do? Li Qing, who had been sitting beside Yi Yang, felt somewhat bashful. After all, since entering the dungeon, she had done nothing at all. They had claimed to be tackling the dungeon together, yet she had merely taken a rest. Yi Yang glanced at her and half-jokingly remarked, "If you are willing, you could seek out those venomous spider monsters for some practice. If you desire, I can activate my talent skill and teleport you right in front of them." No, I truly cannot do that," Li Qing replied, her eyes darting. "Those are all hell-level monsters. How could I possibly contend with them?" She was quite aware of her own capabilities. As a mere B-class hunter, she possessed no talents beneficial for combat. Recklessly approaching the venomous spiders would only spell doom for her. By the way, resting on these roots is quite uncomfortable. How about I create a temporary sofa for you, Yi Yang? Suddenly inspired, Li Qing proposed. Sure, Yi Yang acquiesced, for indeed, lying on these roots was far from pleasant. Moreover, the venomous marsh was littered with slender branches, leaving no room for support. Compared to the environment of the previous Black Spirit Forest, This was a marked decline. A sofa would be exceedingly comfortable. Without hesitation, Li Qing gathered a collection of dry twigs from the surroundings and quickly fashioned 2 cozy makeshift beds. Here, Yiyang. Lie on this one, Li Qing said as she placed the makeshift bed before him. Yiyang did not hesitate to recline upon it. Ah, you mustn't say. This is rather comfortable. He had to admit, Li Qing's craftsmanship was impressive. By the way, Yiyang, are we really not going to do anything? What else do you wish to do? Yiyang closed his eyes to rest and casually replied. Nothing much, just find it a bit surreal. I feel as though I am not here to tackle a dungeon, but rather on a vacation, Li Qing remarked, reclining on her own makeshift bed. She never imagined that one day, while tackling a dungeon, it would be so leisurely. That woman, Han Yishu, is such a fool. She pursued such a remarkable talent for 3 whole years, only to end up secretly meeting that Qinyang. She likely has no idea that even when Yiyang was still in school, many harbored secret affections for him. Yet, Han Yishu, in her folly, willingly let such a fine man slip away. It is simply laughable. And now, she found herself lying next to the object of her affections, Yiyang. While they may not be on the same bed, she was nonetheless content. One could only wonder what Han Yishu would feel upon witnessing this scene. Chapter 50. Yes, Yiyang must be testing me. Meanwhile, Han Yishu, having just exited the entrance of the former Black Spirit Forest dungeon, was now back in Tianshui City. Throughout her journey, Han Yishu was engulfed in a tumult of emotions. She had originally thought that with just one night's effort, leveraging her SS-class formidable profession, she could effortlessly surpass Yiyang. However, to her astonishment, Yiyang had soloed a hell-level dungeon within that same night. At this moment, Han Yishu was filled with profound regret. To solo a hell-level dungeon is a feat accomplished by only the most exceptional talents across the entirety of Longhua. Such a prodigy should have been easily within her grasp. Yet, due to her moment of foolishness, she had inadvertently drawn Chunyang's attention, causing Yiyang to shift his attitude towards her dramatically. That's right. All of this turmoil was instigated by Chunyang. If I merely distance myself from him, will I not be able to win back Yiyang's heart? Surely. Just like a few years ago, I was testing Yi Yang's sincerity towards me. The words he spoke to me yesterday must have been a trial as well. Yes, it must be so. With this revelation, Han Yishu felt a sudden clarity. Yishu, what are you doing here? At that moment, a familiar voice suddenly echoed in her ear. Turning her head, she discovered it was her close friend from school, Xiaoya. Is there something you need? She inquired. What could I possibly need? Xiaoya shrugged. I was just here shopping, but I noticed Yiyang seems to have left with Li Qing. Didn't you want to reconcile with Yiyang yesterday? Aren't you worried he might be swept away by that Li Qing? Yiyang. Upon hearing this, Han Yishu momentarily froze. Do you know where they went? She asked. Well, I heard it was to the venomous swamp. Xiaoya replied thoughtfully. The venomous swamp? The instance that the Liu family and the Yin Zhaochu family are competing over in the East District? Ah, I don't know about that. I just happened to pass by and saw it. Xiaoya shrugged. If there's nothing else, I'll be on my way. I have matters to attend to at home. All right. Han Yishu nodded, and after seeing Xiaoya off, she immediately headed towards the direction of the East District's venomous swamp instance. The Han family had considered tackling this instance previously, but upon realizing the number of families involved, including the Liu family, who were their adversaries, they decided to abandon it. Thus, Han Yishu was aware of where the venomous swamp instance was located. No way. Yiyang, you belong to me. That woman Li Qing is not worthy of you. You can only be by my side. As she ran, Han Yishu cursed Li Qing in her heart, wishing her a miserable fate. Inside the instance, Achu. Just as Li Qing intended to take a short nap on the small bed like Yiyang, a sudden sneeze jolted her awake. What's wrong? Yiyang slowly opened his eyes and casually asked. I don't know, Li Qing shrugged. Perhaps it's the noxious miasma in this instance that's a bit overwhelming. All right then, Yiyang replied, seemingly indifferent. Just then, as he was about to close his eyes and continue resting, a dazzling golden light enveloped him. Ding! You have slain a LV-11 venomous demon spider, and you have gained 110 experience points. Current instance progress, phase 134-55, ding. Your level has increased, current level, LV-20. Ding. You have received upgrade rewards, 5 points to all attributes, 50 free attribute points. Ding. Your current level has advanced to level 10, successfully triggering the second tier advancement task. Finally reached level 20? After allocating all 50 free attribute points to his spirit, Yiyang gazed at the advancement task. Ding. Your current level has risen to level 20. Please select the difficulty of the advancement task you wish to undertake. 1-star difficulty reward. Gain 5 points to all attributes and 60 free attribute points upon each level up. 2-star difficulty reward. Gain 10 points to all attributes and 100 free attribute points upon each level up. 3-star difficulty reward. Gain 20 points to all attributes and 200 free attribute points upon each level up. 4-star difficulty reward. Gain 30 points to all attributes and 300 free attribute points upon each level up. Also, have a chance to obtain a third exclusive talent. 5-star difficulty reward. Gain 50 points to all attributes and 500 free attribute points upon each level up. Also, guaranteed to obtain a third exclusive talent. If memory serves, this second-tier attribute growth template is enhanced based on the first-tier attribute growth template. If the first-tier template only qualifies as 1 star, then even completing the 5-star task in the second-tier attribute template would not allow one to compare with those who consistently completed 5-star tasks. Thus, it is akin to slacking off at the start and expecting to make up for it later. It's simply impossible. After reviewing the effects of the 5 major star-rated second-tier attribute growth templates, Yeong suddenly recalled what the teacher had lectured about, attribute growth templates, in class. In summary, to become a top-tier powerhouse, one must not only awaken as a top-tier class such as SSS at the beginning, but also select the highest star-rated growth templates for attributes in the subsequent stages. Otherwise, if one ever slacks off, thinking that awakening an SSS class makes the star rating of future template selections irrelevant, they will inevitably be eliminated. Consequently, the special training camp in Dongshan province, when screening talents, not only has level requirements, but also requirements for star ratings of attribute templates. However, Yeong was certainly not foolish, even if he wasn't a top achiever for 3 consecutive years. Merely observing the differences between these star ratings makes it obvious how crucial high-star templates are for a practitioner. Without further contemplation, Yeong decisively confirmed the 5-star advancement task. Ding! You have chosen the 5-star advancement task. 5-star advancement task. Successfully clear a Shura level instance at level 20 or above, and you cannot form a team. Additionally, obtain a Starshine Source Stone. Starshine Source Stone? What is that? Upon seeing this second-tier advancement task, Yeong couldn't help but furrow his brow. Clearing a Shura level instance at level 20 or above is quite understandable. It's merely a matter of grinding through a second-tier instance. However, regarding this Starshine Source Stone, Yeong had never encountered such knowledge before. This was unavoidable. In school, even when studying information about practitioners, it only covered first-tier practitioners at most. Beyond that, one either needed to attend advanced academies, rely on personal exploration, or seek guidance from other experienced individuals. It seems that after this instance run, I will need to consult President Lin again. Yeong pressed his lips together, feeling somewhat helpless. Although he didn't know anything about the Starshine Source Stone, President Lin is already at level 60, a practitioner who has accumulated strength at the pinnacle of the 5th tier for many years. He must know what this is. Nevertheless, it was clear that directly attempting to complete this second-tier advancement task within the instance right now was impossible. After all, the first condition of the advancement task is to solo the instance. Currently, Li Qing is still in Yi Yang's party, even without needing the Starshine Source Stone. They couldn't complete the task using this instance. However, this instance was entered thanks to her, so there was no other choice. After clearing this instance, the day would nearly be over. By the time I consult President Lin about what the Starshine Source Stone is, I can immediately commence strategizing for this second-tier advancement task. However, just then, a familiar object suddenly appeared before Yeong. Wait, isn't that the illusionary poison herb? Alas, it turns out that this item does not drop from monsters after all. After casually shifting his perspective to a skeleton in search of prey, Yeong suddenly spotted the illusionary venom herb listed in the quest item compendium. Just as he focused his gaze upon this herb, a system notification abruptly appeared. Ding! Your summoned creature has fortuitously discovered a special treasure within the Toxic Swamp Dungeon, illusionary venom herb. Do you wish to collect it? To his astonishment, this item was not dropped by monsters, but rather existed directly within the dungeon. Yeong was somewhat taken aback upon seeing this notification. He had initially believed that the illusionary venom herb from the quest could be directly obtained from monsters, but perhaps its low drop rate was the reason he had never acquired it. It now seemed that he could only find it within the dungeon. Without hesitation, Yeong commanded the nearby skeletons to collect all of the illusionary venom herbs. Subsequently, a flurry of system notifications began to appear. Ding! You have collected illusionary venom herb X1. Ding! Ding! After gathering a dozen or so herbs, the notifications finally ceased. He had not anticipated being able to collect so many at once. If his memory served him right, a single illusionary venom herb was worth a staggering 1 million. By this reckoning, had he just earned over 10 million in one go? This speed of earning was indeed remarkable. He had never expected the Toxic Swamp quest to be this lucrative. Reflecting on the previous task regarding the Black Spirit Stone, which had yielded a mere 10,000 for each, the contrast was stark. Illusionary venom herb, a special herb essential for alchemists in the creation of certain antidotes. An essential material for antidotes, one might say. No wonder the Tian Shui and Yin Zhao families covet this material so intensely. Without this herb, the production of antidotes would be impossible. A cursory glance at the information regarding the illusionary venom herb left Yeong rather indifferent. He was not an alchemist himself. He was merely intrigued by the material that both families were fiercely competing over. However, the ability to collect over a dozen in such a short time surely indicated that it was not a rare herb. Why then, did these two families expend such tremendous effort to vie for it? Little did Yeong know that if his words reached the ears of the Yin Zhao and Tian Shui clans, he might well be met with scorn. Indeed, while he found gathering herbs to be relatively undemanding, It was worth noting that in a hell-level dungeon, securing even 1 or 2 herbs was considered extraordinarily fortunate. The yield of illusionary venom herbs was higher in the Shura-level dungeons, yet for most ordinary adventurers, the dangers of harvesting in such a challenging environment far outweighed the benefits. Initially, the Tian Shui clan had recklessly entered a Shura-level dungeon, only to meet their demise within 2 hours. Since that incident, no one from either family dared to venture into the Shura-level dungeon again. Thus, the purpose of the Chu family bringing the prodigy Chu Ran here was purely for the sake of honing his skills. They were unconcerned with how far he could progress in the hell-level dungeon, merely wishing to temper his combat resolve while collecting more illusionary venom herbs. However, these matters were of no concern to Yi Yang. Having accepted the task of gathering illusionary venom herbs, he was determined not to overlook any found within this dungeon. So far, after less than 2 hours in the dungeon, Yi Yang had not only progressed to 4,866 in the first stage, but he had also summoned over 8,000 skeletons. The ordinary skeletons contributed around 6,700, while the skeleton mages and stealthy skeletons added up to approximately 1,300. In the next moment, he summoned all of these skeletons. Immediately thereafter, Yi Yang issued a steadfast command to this battalion of skeletons: seek out the illusionary venom herbs. Once discovered, they were to collect them all. The reason Yi Yang had not previously gathered any illusionary venom herbs was that the initial batch of skeletons sent to hunt had only focused on defeating monsters, thus neglecting the herbs entirely. This was the skeleton's Achilles heel. Once they fixated on a target, they would pursue that singular goal. Had Yi Yang not fortuitously stumbled upon a cluster of illusionary venom herbs during his prospective shifts, he might have truly faced a loss on this task. Yet, just as this legion of over 10,000 skeletons set forth, a series of system notifications soon appeared before Yi Yang's eyes. Of course, it was not merely this batch of skeletons. He had also issued commands to the previous contingent of a staggering 100,000 skeletons. However, their primary objective was monster slaying, with the collection of illusionary venom herbs being secondary. If encountered along the way, they would certainly gather them. Before long, mere minutes after issuing his command, a surge of system notifications flooded in. Ding. You have collected illusionary venom herb X1. Ding. Ding. After another hour had passed, Yi Yang glanced at his inventory, and the number of illusionary venom herbs had reached nearly 500. In other words, this amounted to a value of 500 million dragon coins. My goodness, no wonder the deposit for this quest was 200,000. It turned out to be even more lucrative than the previous Black Spirit Forest task. Yi Yang had previously cleared the Black Spirit Forest and earned just over 100 million. Yet now, in a little over an hour, he had directly accrued nearly 500 million. The exhilaration was palpable. However, after this hour had elapsed, the frequency of notifications regarding the collection of illusionary venom herbs noticeably diminished. It appeared that the quantity of herbs had dwindled. Yet, considering these herbs existed solely within the dungeon, it was only natural that their numbers would decrease with each collection. Yi Yang was not overly concerned about this. He then glanced at the system notification. Current dungeon progress. First stage 8795. At last, he was nearing completion, with at most half an hour remaining. He should soon progress to the second stage. After exhaling a deep breath of stale air, Yi Yang finally caught sight of a glimmer of light. Chapter 52. Sudden Attack? The arrival of the black magic giant wolf. One must admit, grinding through this instance is exceedingly tedious. All one can do is lie there, utterly powerless to act. It is enough to drive anyone to the brink of boredom. Yet, at that moment, Yi Yang suddenly sensed a dangerous aura encroaching upon him within the instance. Without a moment's hesitation, he turned his gaze towards the source of the ominous energy and was met with the sight of at least several dozen venomous magic spiders furiously charging toward him from a gnarled branch a mere 10 meters away. Upon witnessing this scene, Li Qing, who stood beside Yi Yang, was instantly struck with terror. It is worth noting that even a single one of these venomous magic spiders possesses attributes that could easily overpower an ordinary first-tier practitioner. Now, confronted with a horde of them, how could she possibly fight back? However, just as Li Qing instinctively thought about fleeing, she suddenly remembered Yi Yang was right beside her. This realization caused her to hesitate. If she ran away, would Yi Yang not be left in peril? In that instant, Li Qing sprang up from the makeshift wooden bed with a swift motion, positioning herself defiantly in front of Yi Yang. Yi Yang, you must retreat. I will hold them off. As she spoke, 2 daggers, emanating a dim glow, materialized in her hands. These were the exclusive weapons of the B-grade class. The Hunter, dual blades. However, Yi Yang simply shook his head nonchalantly. There is no need for such alarm. Since I have brought you into this instance, rest assured, there is no danger. Observing Li Qing's defensive stance, still resolutely protecting him, a warm current surged within Yi Yang's heart. Yet, upon hearing his words, Li Qing displayed a look of disbelief. No danger? Yi Yang, are you jesting? A few of these venomous magic spiders could easily end our lives. You have dispatched all your skeletons to slay monsters, have you not? How can there possibly be any combat power left? Although Li Qing did not fully comprehend the intricacies of Yi Yang's necromancer class, her hours spent in his company had afforded her some insight into the source of his combat prowess, which predominantly relied on his skeletal minions. With all his skeletons dispatched, how could he possibly have any combat capability remaining? However, just as they were conversing, the venomous magic spiders, which had originally been merely a dozen meters away, had now charged right up to them. We're doomed. Li Qing felt her scalp tingle in horror. Yi Yang, take care of yourself. With that exclamation, she brandished her dual blades and hurled herself recklessly at the foremost venomous magic spider. But at that moment, Yi Yang placed a hand firmly on Li Qing's shoulder. Following that, with a swift motion, he invoked soul transfer. With a rush, the air rippled as the positions of Yi Yang and Li Qing abruptly changed. Li Qing, still in a daze, found her dual blades embedded straight into a dead tree before her. As she beheld this unexpected turn of events, she was left utterly bewildered. Where have you brought me? Were we not just surrounded by a dozen venomous magic spiders? This is my innate skill, soul transfer, Yi Yang explained without hesitation. This ability allows me to instantly switch positions with any skeleton, and it can also be utilized on teammates. He added, did I not demonstrate this to you earlier? How could you forget so quickly? Staring at Li Qing, who seemed utterly flabbergasted and still in shock, Yi Yang felt a mix of amusement and exasperation. This skill can teleport such a distance? Upon hearing his words, Li Qing instinctively glanced around. The makeshift bed and the horde of venomous magic spiders that had threatened them were nowhere to be seen. However, before Li Qing could steady her racing thoughts, she suddenly pointed and shouted, a spider! There's still a venomous magic spider here. Hearing her exclamation, Yi Yang instinctively followed her gaze, only to realize with dismay that they had unfortunately teleported directly into the presence of another group of venomous magic spiders. Yi Yang couldn't help but feel exasperated. Yet, this was a rather normal occurrence. Truly, apart from the initial safe zone of the instance, there were scarcely any secure locations to be found. It was entirely reasonable for monsters to suddenly appear before them, but Yi Yang soon grasped the situation. He had commanded his skeletal army to relentlessly seek out and eliminate monsters. Therefore, since he had switched places with his summoned skeletons, it was only logical that they would end up in front of these creatures. Not wishing to dwell on it further, Yi Yang once again placed his arm upon Li Qing's shoulder and invoked soul transfer. With a swish, they were transported once more. Upon surveying their surroundings, Yi Yang was relieved to find that there were no monsters in sight. It seemed that the skeletal minions he had just switched places with had yet to locate any foes. Finally, he could breathe easy. With a sigh, Yi Yang lamented the loss of the makeshift wooden bed he had just begun to find comfortable, which was quite inconvenient. Yi Yang, are you feeling fatigued? Noticing Yi Yang's pallor, Li Qing could not help but inquire. She too had scanned the vicinity and, upon confirming the absence of threats, felt a sense of relief. This innate skill must surely be quite taxing on your mental energy, right? Allow me to gather some branches and leaves to make you another small bed for you to rest upon. Without waiting for Yi Yang's response, Li Qing dashed off to collect materials nearby. One must admit, having someone attending to you is indeed quite pleasant. At the very least, he no longer had to lie beneath the shade of trees every time he entered an instance. As he reclined on the makeshift bed, Yi Yang began to ponder. Perhaps he should consider stowing a bed or even a sofa in his backpack. That way, he could simply lie down and take a nap during instances. It would surely be far more comfortable than lying on a heap of dead branches and leaves. With this thought, Yi Yang suddenly found his idea to be exceedingly rational. However, should others hear this, he feared he would be mercilessly ridiculed. Goodness! While others approach the ordinary difficulty dungeon, they are all on the brink of despair as if facing a formidable enemy. Yet here you are, tackling the hellish difficulty dungeon. And you even contemplate bringing a bed or perhaps a sofa. Why not just bring an entire seaside villa and live in the dungeon? Such extravagance is simply excessive. However, just as Yi Yang relocated twice, settling down with a sense of tranquility, a system notification appeared. Ding! You have slain a LV-11 venomous spider, earning 110 experience points. Current dungeon progress. Phase 1 100. Have we finally completed it? Let me see what awaits in the second phase of this venomous swamp. Reclining on that cozy little wooden bed, Yi Yang placed his hands behind his head, leisurely anticipating the monsters that would soon emerge. Moments later, as the last venomous spider was swiftly dispatched by a horde of suddenly materializing invisible skeletons, several massive wolves, cloaked in pure black fur, gradually revealed themselves behind the skeletons. At last, the second phase monsters have arrived. Switching his perspective to the invisible skeletons, Yi Yang quickly discerned the attributes of those colossal wolves. Hellish level black magic giant wolf, strength, 118, spirit, 80, constitution, 100, agility, 130, skills, pack tactics, magic wolf strangle. A detection spell was cast, and the attributes of the 7 or 8 black magic giant wolves instantly materialized before Yi Yang. At a glance, the staggering base strength of 118 and agility of 130 were enough to instill fear. Even more daunting was the passive skill, pack tactics. which augmented their strength and agility by 20. Calculating their maximum potential, the strength and agility of these black magic giant wolves soared to an astonishing 141 and 156, respectively. Truly ferocious. Meanwhile, outside the dungeon, Han Ishu hastened her pace, finally arriving at the location. Chapter 53. Why is your husband bringing another woman inside? Oh, isn't that the eldest daughter of the Han family, Han Ishu? What brings you here? Upon seeing Han Ishu, Chu Ran's eyes sparkled with interest. After all, she was a prodigy who had awakened an SS-level profession. Even in the prestigious Silver Light City this year, she was considered a top-tier individual. Moreover, the Tianshui Han family wielded considerable influence, rivaling their own Chu family. Thus, Chu Ran was already acquainted with Han Ishu. However, when faced with Chu Ran's friendly overture, Han Ishu appeared disinterested. Do you think I need to report my whereabouts to you? Just because you awakened an SSS-level profession doesn't make you superior. Do you really believe that no one else in Tianshui City has awakened an SSS-level profession? Not at all, Chu Ran replied with a faint smile. I was merely curious, as the Han family had previously declared they would no longer compete for the illusionary poison grass. I was wondering if the eldest daughter of the Han family had developed an interest in this matter. Huh, Han Ishu scoffed. Don't read too much into it. I am not here to compete with your Chu family for these resources, and since the Han family has already stated they would not participate in this dungeon, how could I, Han Ishu, break that rule? That is good to hear, Chu Ran pondered. So, why is Miss Han here? I'm here to find my husband. Find your husband? Who is your husband? Hearing this, Chu Ran was utterly shocked. More so than if he had learned that Han Ishu was intent on competing for dungeon resources. After all, regardless of strength, Han Ishu was undeniably beautiful, scoring at least a 9 out of 10 in looks. The man she referred to as her husband must surely be exceptional. Han Ishu glanced towards the dungeon entrance, where the names of the teams currently tackling the dungeon were displayed on a screen. However, upon seeing the name of the team leader, her expression darkened instantly. Following Han Ishu's gaze, Chu Ran's mouth twitched involuntarily. The eldest daughter of the Han family, you truly didn't realize that you were involved with a womanizer? What do you mean by that? Han Ishu shot him a glare. I meant the man who entered with that woman. His name is Yiyang. Yiyang. Upon hearing this name, Chu Ran felt as though lightning had struck his brain. Yiyang. Just moments ago, his guard had mentioned this name, stating that this extraordinary talent had just completed the feat of soloing a hellish difficulty dungeon. Originally, Chu Ran had deemed such strength improbable. At the very least, this Yiyang should not coincidentally cross paths with him. Now, hearing Han Ishu utter this name, Chu Ran was utterly dumbfounded. Soloing a hellish difficulty dungeon. Just this terrifying achievement alone was enough to surpass all talents in Silver Light City. It should be noted that the 3 SSS-level prodigies of Silver Light City, along with 2 SS-level prodigies and a handful of S-level prodigies, had spent an entire day attempting to conquer the hellish difficulty dungeon and had barely managed to scrape through. And this Yiyang, he could actually achieve the feat of soloing a hellish dungeon. This was utterly mind-boggling. It should be noted that the selection examination for the Dongshan Province training camp was just around the corner. If he encountered such an extraordinary existence during the selection examination, how could he possibly compete? At this moment, he disregarded all pretenses and instinctively asked Han Ishu, Miss Han, is it true that this Yiyang has indeed soloed a hellish difficulty dungeon? How do you know? Han Ishu furrowed her brow, surprised by the question. Goodness, it's true. Upon hearing Han Ishu's response, Chu Ran was utterly stunned. Han Ishu had no reason to deceive him. But the fact that Yiyang was her husband was something Chu Ran had never anticipated. Wait a moment. If this Yiyang is your husband, then why did he just bring another girl inside? In an instant, Chu Ran's curiosity ignited, and he sensed that something was amiss. A woman's words can be deceiving. If Yiyang were indeed the husband of Han Ishu, it would be utterly inconceivable for him to consort with another woman. Unless Han Ishu is deceiving me. Yes, she must be fabricating this. When she claimed that Yiyang could conquer the Shura-level dungeon, she was obviously lying. With this thought, Chu Ran felt an immediate sense of relief. Miss Han, could you speak with a semblance of credibility? Yiyang is your husband? Then why did he bring another woman into the dungeon instead of you? Chu Ran questioned. And to think he can single-handedly tackle a Shura-level dungeon? Spare me your jesting. Do you have any idea what kind of prowess is required to conquer a Shura-level dungeon? Have you ever witnessed the monstrosities that dwell within? Upon hearing Chu Ran's remarks, Han Ishu was momentarily rendered speechless. Believe it or not, I can hardly be bothered to argue these points with you. All right, then we shall see. Chu Ran replied with a serene smile. If he truly can solo a Shura-level dungeon, then my family, the Chus, shall cease our forays into the venomous marsh to seek the illusory, poison grass henceforth. What does that have to do with me? Han Ishu regarded him with an expression akin to that of a fool. Whether you pursue the illusory poison grass or not has no bearing on me or, for that matter, our Han family. You. Chu Ran was left speechless by her retort. He had long heard of Han Ishu's haughty disposition. Yet her arrogance exceeded even the most ludicrous of rumors. No wonder she had been cast aside by a man with such a temperament. Even a dog would spit before departing. Could you repeat that? Originally, Hanishu had already been humiliated by Yi Yang the previous day, pushing her to the brink of despair. Now, being ridiculed without cause by this outsider, she was on the verge of losing her composure. However, Chu Ran found her too trivial to engage with, and simply gazed quietly at the dungeon strategy information before him. Li Qing's team progress in the Venomous Marsh Dungeon. Phase 2-0. Is it finally time to commence the second phase? Suddenly noticing the progress jump to Phase 2. Chu Ran's heart raced. It was known that in this dungeon, his highest achievement had merely reached Phase 256. This was the pinnacle record for the Venomous Marsh. Yet now, Yi Yang was attempting it at Shura level difficulty. The Black Magic Giant Wolf. The charge ability could enhance agility by 20, and the Magic Wolf's onslaught allowed for instantaneous advances on enemies, inflicting quintuple damage based on strength attributes. A single touch would mean certain death. Absolutely impossible. Taking a deep breath, Chu Ran silently observed the record screen above the dungeon entrance. However, in less than 10 seconds, the dungeon's records suddenly changed. Li Qing's team progress in the Venomous Marsh Dungeon. Phase 226. Chapter 54. Slaying the Black Magic Giant Wolf. This individual must not be spared. How is this possible? Upon witnessing the progress of Yi Yang's dungeon, Chu Ran was left in utter disbelief. That was the Black Magic Giant Wolf, and it was at Shura level difficulty. A progress of 26 indicated that in less than a minute, he had directly slain over 20 Black Magic Giant Wolves. To recall, when he first entered the hellish difficulty, it had taken him nearly an hour to barely defeat the first wave of Black Magic Giant Wolves. Yet, before their team could even recover, the second wave of Black Magic Giant Wolves had already descended upon them. Left with no choice, they had to retreat and seek alternative strategies. Even now, their team had only managed to reach Phase 256. This individual is far too formidable. If we encounter him in the upcoming training camp selection assessment, will the talents of Silver Mirror City be utterly doomed? One must admit, Chu Ran possessed quite a keen intuition. Although he knew he had awakened an SSS-level profession, his attribute template was merely 4-star. Fortunately, he had successfully awakened a second talent. While the growth attributes of his template were somewhat inferior to that of a 5-star template, there were no significant drawbacks. Yet now, observing Yi Yang's performance, it was likely that he had obtained a 5-star growth template. When would Chu Feng arrive? Turning to his escort behind him, Chu Ran instinctively inquired, "Young master, I have already sent a message to Captain Chu Feng. He should arrive in approximately 2 hours. The escort, sensing Chu Ran's intense emotions, was startled and promptly reported back. 2 hours? That should suffice. Chu Ran's eyes narrowed, his gaze towards the dungeon entrance growing increasingly malevolent. This individual must not be permitted to leave this place alive. To be frank, although Chu Ran had never taken a life, he had certainly contemplated such actions numerous times. After all, since awakening, he had been training in the wilderness. He had encountered more than a few oblivious marauders in those wilds. However, most of those marauders had been dealt with by the escorts accompanying him. Now, if Yi Yang were not neutralized, it would be impossible for him to distinguish himself in the training camp. Meanwhile, within the dungeon, indeed, the quantity of illusory poison grass is finite. The total of over 1,200 illusory poison grass must be the limit of this Shura-level dungeon. For Yi Yang, he was indifferent to the fate of the Black Magic Giant Wolves. It was of no consequence. Despite the formidable attributes of the Black Magic Giant Wolves, they were inconsequential before the skeletal army. Moments prior, as the Black Magic Giant Wolves had just emerged, they were swiftly annihilated by a concentrated assault from the skeletal mages. Until now, ultimately, the skeletal legion, numbering around 120,000, was dispersed throughout every corner of this dungeon. Should those Black Magic Giant Wolves dare to respawn, they would be met with an onslaught of at least 1,000 ordinary skeletons, along with hundreds of skeletal mages unleashing their fury. There was not a shred of hope for survival. However, after dispatching the second wave of skeletons, and after 2 to 3 hours of relentless gathering, the illusory poison grass was completely depleted, leaving Yi Yang somewhat disappointed. With 1,256 pieces of illusory poison grass, the total value approximated 1.2 billion. Assuming each was worth 1 million. Having secured all these illusory poison grass into his inventory, Yi Yang felt a profound sense of satisfaction. This venture into the Venomous Marsh Dungeon, without even considering the experience gained, yielded a value equivalent to 10 times that of the previous Black Spirit Forest dungeon. The exhilaration is simply unparalleled. Ding, 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 you have slain the LV-16 Black Magic Giant Wolf, earning 160 experience points. Current dungeon progress, stage 265. Given the current pace, it seems that each Black Magic Giant Wolf contributes approximately 0.1 to the progress. In other words, about 1,000 Black Magic Giant Wolves must be defeated to completely clear the second stage of this dungeon. Quite commendable. If the respawn rate is swift, it should take no more than a couple of hours to thoroughly conquer this stage. Relaxing on the small bed that Li Qing had crafted for him, Yi Yang nodded in satisfaction. Even more unexpectedly, after merely completing the first stage, his experience bar had already surged to 73 at level 20. This is indeed delightful. However, although the dungeon has only just reached the first stage, he no longer needs to fret over experience points. Unlike the level 10 experience bar, which is much more limited, the level 20 experience bar can accommodate a maximum of 20,000 experience points, equating to 200 times the experience of level 20. Moreover, the previous shortage of experience was due to encountering a summoner-type boss at the end. Even after exhausting that Black Spirit King boss, he only garnered a meager 70 to 80 times the experience. Let us continue the hunt. I am eager to discover what exclusive class skills await upon the completion of this Azura level dungeon. Each time one clears a dungeon of Azura difficulty, an exclusive class skill scroll is invariably dropped. Naturally, this toxic swamp is no exception. Soon, after a little over an hour, a system notification appeared before Yi Yang. Ding! You have slain the LV-16 Black Magic Giant Wolf, earning 160 experience points. Current dungeon progress, Stage 2 100. How astonishing! Upon seeing the progress update, Li Qing was equally taken aback. Nearly 6 hours had elapsed since they entered the dungeon, and she had merely been lying beside Yi Yang. Yet the dungeon had advanced directly to the third stage. Is this the bliss of simply lounging around? It is utterly delightful. As they approached the third stage, Yi Yang felt less excitement and more a sense of monotony. After all, while others must scout the terrain, assess monster conditions, and strive to swiftly eliminate the spawned creatures, he merely needed to lie back and relax. How tedious. Why is there not anything else to occupy my time? It is worth noting that for others, if the spawn monsters are not swiftly eradicated, the numbers will only increase. Yet, before Yi Yang, whether it be the toxic magic spider or the black magic giant wolf, they were dispatched almost instantly. They had scarcely any time to survive. Before long, after the complete extermination of the black magic giant wolves, the elite monsters of the third stage finally materialized before Yi Yang. At a glance, amidst the murky swamp, several massive crocodile-like creatures with tough, gray-black skin, each measuring over 10 meters in length, began to crawl towards them. Outside the dungeon, upon witnessing Yi Yang's dungeon progress, the onlookers among the professionals were left utterly speechless. No way, am I seeing this correctly? The black magic giant wolves of the second stage were wiped out in under 2 hours by that young man. This is terrifying. The most absurd part is that he is tackling a dungeon of Azura difficulty. I can barely make it through the second stage of a normal difficulty dungeon in 2 hours. Where did this prodigy come from? And why have I never heard of him before? His prowess is simply extraordinary. Indeed, at this rate, the death crocodile of the third stage will likely not impede him for long. Do not jest. The death crocodile's passive ability of tough skin alone is formidable enough. Regardless, this young man single-handedly conquering the second stage is an unprecedented feat. Judging by his age, he must be a recent high school graduate, right? I recall the awakening ceremony for high school graduates just concluded a couple of days ago, meaning this young man has only developed his abilities for 2 or 3 days and already possesses the strength to solo an Azura level dungeon. This is terrifying. Surely, I am not dreaming. Nearby, when Shu Ran overheard the discussions among the professionals, his already irritable mood was further exacerbated. Feeling as though he had a thorn in his side, a lump in his throat, he must be eliminated. This individual cannot be allowed to live. Initially, Shu Ran had considered recruiting Yi Yang into the Chu family. However, given his current strength, how could he possibly acquiesce to such a request? To take a step back, even if Yi Yang were to agree and join the Chu family, with his terrifying potential, it would not be long before the entire Chu family would be subservient to him. At that moment, a familiar voice suddenly echoed in Chu Ran's ear. Chapter 55, The Arrival of a Third Stage Practitioner. Instantaneous Domination. Young master, Chu Feng has arrived. What are your orders? Standing beside Chu Ran, the captain of the Chu family's guard unit, Chu Feng, wore a solemn expression. Upon seeing him, Chu Ran finally felt somewhat reassured. You have arrived at last. My request is simple. Once this person completes the dungeon and, if he emerges alive, immediately eliminate him. Upon hearing Chu Ran's command, Chu Feng instinctively glanced at the progress screen above the dungeon entrance. Li Qing, a woman? Chu Feng blinked, finding it somewhat incredulous. How could a girl exert such immense pressure on his young master? What profession could she possibly have awakened? It is known that Chu Ran has already awakened an SSS-level profession. It is almost impossible for anyone to surpass him. Not this woman. Chu Ran shook his head and quickly clarified. It is the man who entered with her. His name is Yi Yang. What of him? Chu Feng inquired directly. Chu Ran did not answer his question but instead stated, this Yi Yang is currently soloing this dungeon, and it is of Azura difficulty. Soloing an Azura-level dungeon. Upon hearing this, Chu Feng finally understood what his young master meant. Soloing an Azura-level dungeon. Moreover, he had already breached the second stage. This is, by all accounts, an existence that transcends common sense. Young master, are you suggesting that I should eliminate him immediately? Indeed. Chu Ran nodded. The selection assessment for the special training camp is imminent. I can tolerate the presence of those stronger than myself. However, the existence of such a perverse individual during the selection is absolutely intolerable. If we do not take action now, opportunities will swiftly slip away. Chu Feng represents the pinnacle of strength that can be summoned from the Chu family. An SS-level profession. Peak Tier 3. A formidable level 40 prowess. Beyond this, those individuals are either family elders or leaders of the collateral branches of the Chu family. Although Chu Ran is the strongest prodigy of the direct lineage, he is unable to summon the collateral branch leaders. Nevertheless, even with Chu Feng's prowess, annihilating a mere Tier 2 practitioner would be a trivial endeavor. Moreover, Chu Feng has not come alone. He has brought along more than a dozen high-ranking guardians of Tier 3 strength from the Chu family. This force is daunting enough that even Yi Yang, a mere Tier 1 practitioner, should consider his place, let alone a Tier 4 practitioner. Young master, I understand. In an instant, even Chu Feng grew serious. Meanwhile, within the confines of the dungeon, Yi Yang was blissfully unaware of the profound reaction triggered by the Chu family's prodigy upon witnessing his dungeon progress. Upon shifting his perspective to the skeleton, Yi Yang finally laid eyes on the attributes of the death crocodiles. Shura-level death crocodile, category, elite monster strength, 430 spirit, 300 constitution, 500 agility, 400 skills, mastery of death roll, venomous fangs, resilient hide. So, this is what an elite monster of the third stage looks like. There should only be this wave, much like in the Black Spirit Forest, right? Glancing at the attributes of this group of death crocodiles, Yi Yang felt no particular anxiety. After all, as long as they did not spawn right next to him, no matter how formidable their attributes, they posed no threat to Yi Yang himself. Furthermore, even if they did appear before him, he could simply use soul transfer to extricate himself from danger. Moreover, although Yi Yang had never studied dungeon knowledge in school, he often overheard discussions about high-tier dungeons from his parents while they were still alive. The difficulty of Tier 1 dungeons is not exceedingly high, at the very least. In terms of dungeon terrain and monster mechanics, they are not very complex. It is only after reaching Tier 2 that the true challenges of dungeons begin. Concepts such as global debuffs, special attack formations, and various unique monster mechanisms. It is no exaggeration to say that merely studying the unique mechanics of monsters in high-tier dungeons can consume a significant amount of time and energy. Some individuals have even sacrificed their lives in pursuit of understanding dungeons. However, failing to study these aspects could lead to catastrophic consequences once the dungeon's duration ends and the monsters cross into the real world. The losses would extend far beyond mere lives. 5 years ago, the Tier 5 dungeon in Tianshui City faced a catastrophic tide of chaos due to the inability of anyone to conquer its nightmarish difficulty, resulting in a calamity that swept through several cities. Not only Tianshui City, but neighboring cities like Yinzhou and Ninghai also suffered severe repercussions. Let us engage directly. The next stage should be the final boss phase. With a command, Yi Yang's army of skeletons surged forward without hesitation, converging upon the 10 death crocodiles. Boom. In that moment, as over 10,000 skeletons charged forth, the very ground of the dungeon began to tremble. Sensing the murderous intent emanating from the skeletons, the death crocodiles wasted no time and launched their own charge. Bang, bang, bang. In mere moments, as the 10 death crocodiles barreled forward, vast swathes of skeletons were shattered into fragments, littering the ground. Goodness, who would have thought these death crocodiles would be such a challenge? The ordinary skeletons simply cannot hold them at bay. This predicament left Yi Yang somewhat troubled. If he could not restrain these death crocodiles, the skeleton mages would be unable to take action. After all, the skeleton mages require 1 second to gather energy before unleashing their necromantic missiles. Though 1 second may seem brief, it is ample time for the death crocodiles to cover considerable distance. There was no choice. With agility attributes of 400, they are not to be trifled with. The speed is simply too formidable. Under these circumstances, hitting them with necromantic missiles would be impossible. I refuse to be deterred. Press on. Increase the density of encirclement. We must trap these death crocodiles. Without further thought, Yi Yang summoned all the skeletons back into the summoning space and unleashed over 100,000 skeletons in proximity to the death crocodiles. In an instant, the vast horde of skeletons formed an impenetrable wall of bones, firmly encircling the death crocodiles. Just then, the death crocodiles charged once more. However, this time, they found it far more challenging to navigate through the sea of skeletons than before. They managed to dash less than 100 meters within the skeleton legion before being forcibly intercepted. Although nearly 1,000 skeletons were lost in the process, Yi Yang felt no twinge of regret. It simply did not matter. The little skeletons perishing was inconsequential. After all, at a rate of 1 skeleton per second, he hardly felt any sorrow. At last, I have managed to halt them. Skeleton mages, it is your turn to act. With a command, over 10,000 freshly summoned skeleton mages swiftly raised their staffs. As the 1 second energy gathering time swiftly elapsed, the following instant, necromantic missile, necromantic missile, necromantic missile. Boom, boom, boom. In an instant, a torrential downpour of necromantic missiles cascaded from the skies. The next moment, the downpour intensified. These missiles, sufficient to blanket the heavens, descended upon the death crocodiles in an overwhelming barrage. The death crocodiles barely registered what was happening before being utterly annihilated by the necromantic missiles. Ding. You have slain a LV-19 death crocodile, earning 18,000 experience points. Current dungeon progress. Phase 3 Ding. Ding. Current dungeon progress. Phase 3 100. With this series of kill notifications, a wave of death crocodiles materialized before Yi Yang. These death crocodiles had barely appeared for a minute before they were utterly annihilated by Yi Yang in an instant. At this moment, just as Yi Yang eliminated all the death crocodiles in Phase 3, the crowd outside the dungeon erupted in a frenzy. Chapter 56. The final boss, the Death Raven, descends. Holy hell, are you serious? The death crocodiles of Phase 3 were wiped out by that kid in merely 2 or 3 minutes. It's utterly absurd. If I recall correctly, even the nightmare-level death crocodiles boast over 300 points in all attributes. How formidable must these death crocodiles at the Azura level be? Indeed, a genius, truly an unparalleled genius. The next stage is the final boss. Could it be that this Azura level venomous swamp will be soloed by this kid? Damn, I thought he was just boasting. But it seems he genuinely possesses this power. Incredible. I never imagined I would witness a super genius capable of soloing an Azura level dungeon in my lifetime. Despite having watched Yi Yang raid the dungeon for several hours, not a single one of the professional teams wished to depart. After all, who would want to miss the opportunity to witness a super genius personally soloing an Azura level dungeon? However, Chu Ran was growing anxious. He had attempted the hell level dungeon 4 or 5 times, and at most, he had struggled in the second phase, never even catching a glimpse of the death crocodiles in the third phase. Yet now, Yi Yang had obliterated those death crocodiles in merely 2 or 3 minutes within Phase 3. How could such a prodigious talent not instill trepidation? Only the final boss phase remained. Yi Yang, I hope you were slain by the final boss, the Death Raven, to spare me the effort of confronting you. Gazing at the prominent Phase 3 100 progress indicator above the dungeon, Chu Feng felt his heart race wildly. To be honest, facing someone of such strength, Chu Ran had no certainty of victory. Whether he could even survive an encounter with him was an uncertainty. Fortunately, their clan's commander, Chu Feng, had arrived just in time. With over a dozen Tier 3 guards at his disposal, Chu Ran brimmed with confidence that he could easily handle Yi Yang. Most importantly, after eliminating Yi Yang, he would be able to freely claim a substantial amount of illusionary poison grass. This would undoubtedly earn him great merit within the family. A perfect dual benefit. Of course, if Yi Yang were to be killed by the final boss, the Death Raven, then all these troublesome matters would be rendered moot. If memory serves, the Death Raven's passive ability, Death Power, inflicts double damage to enemies at full health. Furthermore, it possesses the ability to become invisible. If all goes as expected, Yi Yang would stand no chance against a single strike from the Death Raven. Reflecting upon the information regarding the final boss at nightmare difficulty, Chu Ran remained quietly in place. At that moment, after annihilating all the death crocodiles, a chilling cry suddenly pierced the sky. Immediately after, a shadowy avian figure, as dark as ink, surged toward Yi Yang. Sensing the impending danger, Yi Yang had no time to think. His instincts prompted him to activate his innate skill, Soul Transfer. In the next moment, Yi Yang and a nearby skeleton swapped places. Where Yi Yang once stood, the struck skeleton was instantly pierced through with a hole the width of a thigh. Following this, the skeleton collapsed, its bones scattering across the ground. Good heavens! Is this the final boss? Its speed is astonishingly rapid. I nearly failed to react. Taking a deep breath, Yi Yang finally relaxed. Subsequently, as Yi Yang shifted his gaze to the skeleton near the bird, he beheld its attributes. Azura level Death Raven. Type, boss level monster strength. 860 spirit. 820 constitution. 750 agility. 1230 skills. Mastery of Death Power, Dark Stealth, Death Assault. No wonder it moves so swiftly. It possesses over 1,200 points in agility. However, its other attributes are equally formidable. Thankfully, I wasn't T-struck. Otherwise, with over 800 points in strength, I would have been impaled. Upon seeing the Death Raven's attributes, Yi Yang felt a cold sweat break out. Its speed is too fast. Moreover, it is a flying creature. How am I supposed to combat this? I have a plan. Just from that one attack earlier, I've discerned its weakness. It appears that after each attack, it enters a state of brief rigidity. Although this stiffness lasts only 3 to 5 seconds, if I exploit it well, I could easily deal with it. With my formidable mental power, despite the Death Raven's strength, its vulnerabilities lay bare before me. In that case, once it takes to the sky, I'll first recall the skeleton mages. As soon as it touches down, I will unleash the skeleton mages to commence the assault. But I must remain cautious. Although those creatures were dispatched by the skeleton summons, ultimately, the aggro of the monsters is still calculated against me. Therefore, this flying final boss, once it attacks, will most likely target me directly. With this thought, Yi Yang waved his arm, gathering all the skeleton mages back into the summoning space. As for himself, he sought refuge in a hillside cave. Of course, Yi Yang was not truly hiding. Entering this cave was part of his strategy. Indeed, just as Yi Yang anticipated, Mere moments after he entered the hillside cave, he sensed a wave of danger swiftly approaching. Looking up, he saw the death raven hurtling toward him from midair. Huh, finally. I've been waiting for you. The last time it was my oversight, but this time it is you who seeks your own demise. With unwavering focus on the ominous harbinger of death, Yiyang dared not divert his attention. Soon enough, as it approached within mere meters of him, Yiyang activated his second innate ability once again. Soul transfer, whoosh. As the surrounding space rippled once more, Yiyang's figure vanished from its original spot. In its place stood a small skeleton, ready to confront the harbinger of death's assault. Boom. The harbinger of death pierced through the skeleton once again. However, at that very moment, it plunged into the depths of the hill's cavern. Block the entrance. Skeleton mages, focus your attacks on the cave's mouth. At the command, all the skeleton mages raised their staffs in unison. A second later, before the harbinger of death could escape the cave, it was met with a relentless barrage of necromantic missiles. Boom, boom, boom. As wave after wave of these missiles struck the harbinger, the health of this ultimate boss plummeted dramatically. Health, 90. Health, 72. Health, 55. Chapter 57. Piercing through the dungeon. The emergence of the second revitalizing accessory. Meanwhile, outside the dungeon, the onlooking players felt a surge of anxiety as they witnessed the progress of the final stage escalating with each passing second. What the hell is that kid doing inside the dungeon? Why is the ultimate boss losing health so rapidly? Indeed, it's almost 10 points of health per second. How outrageous is that? This is extraordinary. In the blink of an eye, he has reached over 60% progress in the final stage. How absurd. I thought he would engage in a fierce battle upon reaching the final boss stage. Yet it seems this ultimate boss cannot withstand his firepower. On the other side, Chu Ran was equally dumbfounded. He had initially hoped to leverage the ultimate boss to directly punish Yiyang. However, to his utter astonishment, this fellow was able to inflict such damage on the ultimate boss, losing over 10% of health in a mere second, even when fighting lesser monsters. He had never achieved such an astounding efficiency. Was Yiyang treating this ultimate boss as if it were merely a minor adversary? However, what Chu Ran did not realize was that had the harbinger of death not been trapped within the cavern, with thousands of skeleton mages, only a few hundred at best could truly make an impact each second. Otherwise, it would have been overwhelmed. If 100 skeleton mages had unleashed their full fury, the harbinger would have been obliterated in an instant. Yet, despite this, within mere breaths, Yiyang had decisively pierced through the final stage of the toxic marsh dungeon. Upon witnessing this scene, the onlookers erupted in disbelief. What the hell am I seeing? Someone is truly capable of soloing a Shura-level dungeon. This is unbelievable. I never thought I would witness such a prodigy in my lifetime. It's simply outrageous. It's beyond comprehension. This guy is handling the boss more easily than I deal with minor monsters. What a sight to behold. Damn it. I've been stuck at the first tier for 4 to 5 years. Had I possessed such strength, I would have been standing shoulder to shoulder with the mightiest long ago. Indeed, not only would I want such power for myself, but even to have this genius guide me through a few dungeons would be worth it. I'm consumed by envy. All the players present had not anticipated that what began as an ordinary day would lead to the emergence of such a talent. Yet, beside them, Chu Ran felt a sense of urgency. Though he had not foreseen Yiyang's ability to conquer the dungeon, he was prepared nonetheless. Chu Feng, prepare for action. The moment someone emerges from the dungeon, we strike. We cannot afford to give him a single chance to resist. Chu Ran took a deep breath. Such a genius is terrifying. To conquer a Shura-level dungeon is already absurd, but to do it solo? If he escapes, neither I nor the other prodigies in Eastern Mountain Province will have any hope of survival. Yes. Upon hearing Chu Ran's words, Chu Feng, who had long been prepared, responded immediately. Not only Chu Feng, but even the dozen or so elite third-tier guards behind him bore solemn expressions. Just by their appearance, one could sense a murderous intent emanating from them. Meanwhile, within the dungeon, Yiyang was unaware of the impending danger lurking outside. Mere seconds ago, just as he had defeated the ultimate boss, the harbinger of death, pinning it to the cavern entrance, several system notifications appeared before him. Ding. You have slain the ultimate boss, the harbinger of death, earning 300,000 experience points. Ding. You have successfully cleared the dungeon, Shura-level toxic marsh. Receiving rewards, experience X1, 000,000, exclusive class equipment chest X1, exclusive class skill chest X1. In that moment, a plethora of rewards burst forth from the ultimate boss, not to mention other rewards. The completion reward of this dungeon alone propelled Yiyang's experience from just above level 20 to a staggering 586 points. This was astonishing. He had not expected the greatest reward from the toxic marsh to be the completion bonus. It is noteworthy that previously, even a toxic demon spider yielded only 110 experience points, totaling just over 1 million experience for the entire first stage. Yet now, the experience from the dungeon completion reward alone reached a remarkable 1 million. Coupled with the individual experience reward from defeating the harbinger, it amounted to an astounding 3 million. This was significantly more than the experience gained from all the minor monsters in the first stage combined. Truly exhilarating. However, the completion of the dungeon was merely the most basic reward. The real treasures awaited Yi Yang. Without a moment's hesitation, he stowed all the rewards in his backpack and immediately opened the exclusive class equipment chest. Ding! You have successfully used the exclusive class equipment chest. And you have obtained the exclusive class equipment. Necromancer's Revitalization Ring. What? A revitalization ring? Isn't this the other piece of the revitalization jewelry set? My luck is truly extraordinary. Upon witnessing the exquisite item extracted from the exclusive equipment chest, Yi Yang's eyes sparkled with delight. He had initially thought that acquiring this ring would be a daunting task, yet here he was, having so swiftly gathered another piece of the revitalization jewelry ensemble. Such a delightful turn of events. Revitalization ring, attributes, spirit 300, agility 100 set bonus. When all summoned undead minions under your command perish, there is a 30% chance they will resurrect immediately. Once Yi Yang adorned himself with the revitalization ring, not only did his attributes surge significantly, but the resurrection effect also manifested as a prominent 22, indicating its activation. From this moment forth, there exists a chance for all my fallen skeletons to rise again. This truly embodies the essence of a necromantic catastrophe. A genuine necromantic disaster is never defined by the sheer number of undead legions or the magnitude of the skeletal forces at one's disposal. Rather, it lies in the very core of the undead lineage, undying immortality. To die and be reborn. Thus, regardless of whether Yi Yang initially commanded a legion of 10,000 skeletons or 100,000, he never perceived such numbers as a catastrophe of grand scale. However, with the acquisition of this revitalization ring, he finally grasped a semblance of a true necromantic calamity. For a true undead legion is undeniably eternal. As long as the necromancer remains alive, those undead forces shall serve him for eternity. Name: Yi Yang class, first tier necromancer strength, 69 spirit, 1414 constitution, 169 agility, 169 simultaneously. With the dawning of this revitalization ring, Yi Yang's attributes experienced another significant boost. Just considering his impressive spirit of over 1400 points, he could elevate the attributes of his undead legion by over 14 points. This was indeed a gratifying enhancement. Next, it was time to unveil the exclusive skill scroll. Let us see what kind of undead I can summon this time. Without hesitation, he retrieved the exclusive class skill scroll from his bag and opened it forthwith. Ding! You have successfully used the exclusive class skill scroll, and you have received the reward. Necromancer Skill Fusion Scroll. A skill fusion scroll? What is this? Aren't exclusive skill scrolls supposed to yield skills only? Upon seeing this notification, Yi Yang was momentarily taken aback. He had never encountered such a situation before. Extracting one scroll from another? This was quite novel. Curious, Yi Yang promptly examined the details of the Necromancer Skill Fusion Scroll. Chapter 58, Skill Fusion? A new breed of skeleton. Necromancer Skill Fusion Scroll allows the fusion of two skills into a single enhanced skill. Note: limited to first-tier exclusive skills. Incredible. Two skills can indeed merge into one enhanced skill, and it must be exclusive skills? Perfect. Let me test this intriguing item and see what I can create. Taking a deep breath to steady his nerves, Yi Yang directly employed the Necromancer Skill Fusion Scroll. Immediately, a system notification appeared before him. Ding! You have used the Necromancer Skill Fusion Scroll. Do you wish to fuse Summon Skeleton Mage and Summon Invisible Skeleton? Wow, it truly can be fused. Confirm. Slightly astonished, Yi Yang swiftly selected confirmation. The two skills merging together surely wouldn't yield an inferior result, would it? Otherwise, this Necromancer Skill Fusion Scroll would be a waste of effort. As Yi Yang confirmed the fusion, the skill icons for Summon Skeleton Mage and Summon Invisible Skeleton began to blur on his skill panel. Moments later, the two skill icons gradually converged, blending harmoniously into a singular new skill icon. Before long, as the skill icon became distinct, a brand new skill manifested before Yi Yang. Ding! You have successfully fused Summon Skeleton Mage and Summon Invisible Skeleton. You have acquired a new skill, Summon Invisible Skeleton Archmage. Summon Invisible Skeleton Archmage consumes 10 spirit points to summon one Invisible Skeleton Archmage to fight alongside you. Wow, an Invisible Skeleton Archmage? This feels rather overpowered. Just then, before Yi Yang could summon this brand new skeleton, another system notification suddenly appeared. Ding! The Summon Invisible Skeleton Archmage has successfully evolved into a God-level Summon Invisible Skeleton Archmage. God-level Summon Invisible Skeleton Archmage consumes 10 spirit points to summon one Invisible Skeleton Archmage every 10 seconds to fight alongside you. Almost forgot. With a slight smile, Yi Yang no longer hesitated. He immediately spent 10 spirit points to activate this brand new skill. 10 seconds later, a brand new type of skeleton appeared before Yi Yang. Information: Invisible Skeleton Archmage level, 20 strength, 20 spirit, 100 constitution, 40 agility, 60 skill 1. Necromantic Missile. Conjures a necromantic projectile that inflicts significant damage on any enemy within a range of meters. Cooldown of 1 second. Skill 2. Necromantic Cloak. The invisible skeleton archmage possesses a permanent invisibility effect. Attacking will break its invisibility, but it can re-enter invisibility after 10 seconds. A hidden strike will deal a devastating blow. This invisible skeleton archmage is simply astounding. Upon witnessing this entirely new breed of skeleton, Yi Yang was utterly astonished. Firstly, the attribute changes were remarkable. The original skeleton mage only boasted double the spirit attribute compared to a regular skeleton, while the invisible skeleton merely doubled the strength and agility attributes. However, once these two skeletal breeds fused, not only did their attributes not diminish, but they also skyrocketed. The spirit attribute surged 5-fold, while the agility attribute equated to 3 times that of a regular skeleton. Even the constitution attribute surpassed that of a normal skeleton by double. Simply astonishingly powerful. Furthermore, following the fusion of the two skills, the abilities previously belonging to the skeleton mage and the invisible skeleton were seamlessly integrated into this new breed, the invisible skeleton archmage. Moreover, both skills underwent enhancement. Let us first discuss the Necromancer's magic missile. Initially, this skill was known as the Necromancer's missile, but after its evolution into the Necromancer's magic missile, its attack range expanded dramatically from a mere mental attribute of x 1 meter to an astounding x 10 meters. This constitutes an instantaneous 10-fold increase. Moreover, the cooldown period was drastically reduced from 5 seconds to a mere 1 second. The exhilaration is simply unparalleled. Next, we turn to the Necromancer's Veil. Originally a rather straightforward skill known as Necromancer's Invisibility, it has now evolved into the Necromancer's Veil, transforming the former single target damage of x 10 points of strength into a terrifying total attribute damage of x 10 points. Considering the current attributes of the invisible skeletal archmage, if the damage were merely x 10 points of strength, it would amount to only 200 points. However, with a total attribute damage of x 10 points, it skyrockets to an impressive 2,200 points. This is a staggering increase of 11 times. Such power is indeed extraordinary. Even more astonishing is that when these two skills merge, the previously overwhelming number of 120,000 skeletal mages, along with over 3,000 invisible skeletons, undergo a complete metamorphosis. They all evolve into a brand new unit, the invisible skeletal archmage. Just imagine, if this invisible skeletal archmage were to unleash the Necromancer's magic missile while under the effect of the Necromancer's Veil, it would result in a double amplification. The mere thought of this stirred excitement within Yi Yang. However, all the creatures in the venomous marsh dungeon had already been vanquished, leaving no beasts available for him to experiment upon. No matter, once he exits the dungeon, he can easily find some wild creatures to test his newfound power. Yi Yang remained unperturbed. After collecting all his rewards, he prepared to exit the dungeon. Next, he would embark on the quest for his second-tier advancement. Glancing at his advancement task panel, Yi Yang did not dwell on it further. With a wave of his hand, he summoned all the skeletons into the summoning space and then departed the dungeon with Li Qing. There was a commotion at the dungeon entrance. They were emerging. Chu Feng, be ready to act. The moment Chu Ran noticed the changes at the dungeon entrance, he became tense. However, before Chu Feng could speak, Han Ishu stepped forward. Chu Ran, are you intending to harm my husband? I will never allow that. Han Ishu. A smirk crept onto Chu Ran's lips as he cast her a glance. Do you truly believe that as a mere first-tier practitioner, you can deter us? Humph. In any case, I will not allow you to lay a finger on my husband. You will have to step over my dead body first. Han Ishu declared resolutely, positioning herself in front of Chu Ran and his guards. Yet, her bravery did not stem from a belief in her own prowess. It would be absurd, no matter what level of power she had awakened. She was still only at the first tier, faced with a peak third-tier practitioner and over a dozen third-tier elite practitioners. She would barely be able to serve as a minor inconvenience. Han Ishu's confidence was bolstered by the strength of her family, the Han family of Tianshui, whose power was not in the slightest inferior to that of the Yin Zhao family. If Chu Ran dared to act against her, he would have to confront the wrath of the entire Han family. Moreover, if Yi Yang were to emerge and witness her risking her life for him, he might be deeply moved. The mere thought filled Han Ishu with boundless courage. Damn it! Chu Ran's composure began to fray. He never expected Han Ishu to appear so unexpectedly. What do we do, young master? The young lady of the Tianshui Han family is blocking our way. We simply cannot act. Chu Feng was equally bewildered. If they targeted Han Ishu, their family would surely face repercussions. I have a plan. After a brief pause, Chu Ran snorted. When that fellow emerges from the dungeon, I will hold off Han Ishu, and you can directly attack Yi Yang. Yes, young master is brilliant. But do be cautious. Chu Feng effusively praised. Enough with the pleasantries. Keep your eyes on the dungeon entrance. Chu Ran commanded decisively. Yes, Chu Feng replied, his gaze shifting from Han Ishu to the dungeon entrance. At that moment, two figures slowly emerged before the crowd at the ominous green dungeon entrance. Observing this scene, Chu Ran did not hesitate for an instant. He summoned his staff and shouted at Han Ishu. Han Ishu, You leave me no choice. Chapter 59. Chu Ran was left in a state of shock. This was a calamity. Frost breath. In the next instant, Han Yishu felt an overwhelming chill enveloping her. If she were to be caught in this frigid aura, she would likely be frozen in place. This was the second talent effect of the SSS tier class, the Lord of Glacial Ice. Sensing the impending frost, Han Yishu did not hesitate. She rolled to the side. One must admit, her 3-year high school experience alongside Yi Yang was not in vain. As a top-tier genius who dominated the martial arts and academic rankings at Tianshui No. 1 high school for 3 years, her agility was second only to Yi Yang himself. Effortlessly, she evaded the attack. Chu Ran, you dare to strike at me? Han Yishu gritted her teeth. Do you think I fear you? Blessing of the Holy Light. With that, Han Yishu unleashed her SSS tier class ability, the second talent of the Holy Light Maiden, causing her attributes to surge. A divine, silvery light radiated from her being. In the next moment, without a second thought, she charged directly towards Chu Ran. Such a foolish woman, so easily ensnared. As an SSS tier practitioner, Chu Ran was not intimidated by Han Yishu, a mere SS tier support class. His intentions were straightforward. First, he sought to ascertain whether there were any hidden members of the Han family nearby to protect Han Yishu. If there were, he would feign a confrontation and pretend to retreat in defeat. He was not afraid of Han Yishu. Rather, he was wary of the Han family behind her. If there were no reinforcements, it would be simple. He would incapacitate her to prevent her from disrupting his plans. Second, there lay his true objective. Drag Han Yishu out. After all, his target is Yi Yang. As long as that man is eliminated, how to deal with Han Yishu is of no consequence. Meanwhile, at the entrance of the dungeon, Yi Yang, hand in hand with Li Qing, slowly emerged before the crowd. However, before he could fully regain his composure, he sensed a dangerous aura swiftly approaching him. Spirit transfer. Without a moment's hesitation, in an instant, Yi Yang unleashed a multitude of skeletons while simultaneously teleporting himself and Li Qing to a distance of over 100 meters away. The third-tier practitioner, Chu Feng, had yet to comprehend what had transpired when he struck down upon the 2 skeletons with his blade. With a single slash, those 2 skeletons were instantly reduced to a pile of shattered bones, scattering across the ground. What just happened? Witnessing this scene, Chu Feng was suddenly flustered. He had clearly seen a man and a woman appear before him. How had they suddenly transformed into 2 skeletons? Was this the young man's unique ability? Brandishing his longsword, Chu Feng scanned the surroundings and quickly spotted Yi Yang not far away. That lad is quite quick on his feet. He managed to evade my attack. Observing the youth, a cruel smile crept upon Chu Feng's face. No wonder he has garnered the young master's attention. If I were to dispose of you so easily, that would indeed be rather dull. Hearing Chu Feng's words, Yi Yang, with an icy demeanor, could hardly be bothered to respond. Instead, he directly inquired, "Why are you attacking me? Why? You haven't earned the right to ask such questions." As he spoke, Chu Feng stomped fiercely on the ground, unleashing a tremendous surge of power that propelled him directly in front of Yi Yang. So fast. Witnessing Chu Feng's extraordinary speed, Yi Yang's heart tightened. This was certainly not the prowess of an ordinary first or second-tier practitioner. At the very least, it was the strength of a third-tier or even fourth-tier practitioner. Moreover, such power could easily overwhelm both common skeletons and the stealthy skeletal mage Yi Yang had just summoned. There was no time for contemplation. Yi Yang activated spirit transfer, once more, evading Chu Feng's second attack. While lacking in strength, your ability to flee is quite commendable. In that case, I shall enjoy toying with you. Noticing Yi Yang inexplicably reappear behind him, Chu Feng was not in a hurry. However, when Chu Ran observed the situation, he immediately grew anxious. Chu Feng, don't waste time talking. Since you've already engaged, go for the kill. Understood. Upon hearing his master's command, Chu Feng wasted no time. With a swift slash, a terrifying wave of blade light erupted, instantly cleaving a vast opening through the skeletal army that sought to encircle him. This was Chu Feng's SS-ranked class ability, the Radiant Swordsman's fourth talent, Brilliant Light. Each attack unleashed a barrage of high damage, wide-ranging radiant blade light. With this talent alone, it was impossible for the skeletons to surround him. However, after 2 or 3 consecutive displacements, Chu Feng began to understand the mechanism behind Yi Yang's sudden disappearances and reappearances. Could he transfer positions with these skeletons? If that were the case, I shall shatter all of your skeletons. Swish, swish, swish. With several swift slashes, terrifying blade lights swept across the area. In mere seconds, thousands of skeletons were obliterated. Hiss, it seems this won't work either. Yi Yang had initially intended to ensnare this third-tier practitioner with common skeletons and then unleash the stealthy skeletal mage's concentrated fire. However, it was abundantly clear that these ordinary skeletons were utterly ineffective. Not wishing to squander any more time, Yi Yang waved his hand and summoned all the skeletons back into the summoning space. How about it, lad? Are you frightened now? Surrender quietly. Upon witnessing the immediate disappearance of the skeletons, Chu Feng could not help but smile. He had thought this genius was formidable. Little did he know he was merely a coward. Indeed, no matter how talented, a genius crumbles before the chasm of power. In that case, I shall send you off swiftly to your next life. Before he could finish his words, the previously arrogant Chu Feng abruptly fell silent, frozen in place. Too daunted to move. Chu Feng, what is wrong with you? Move. Seeing this, Chu Ran grew frantic. Why was Chu Feng hesitating? What was taking so long to dispatch a first-tier practitioner? However, before Chu Feng could respond, he beheld a terrifying sight. A deep crimson circular space-time tunnel, approximately 2 meters in diameter, materialized near Yi Yang. Immediately after, a figure of a formidable middle-aged man emerged, instilling dread in all present. Upon witnessing this, both Chu Ran and the previously eager to attack Chu Feng were left utterly stupefied. How could the president of the Tianshui City Practitioner Guild appear in such a place? This is it, we are done for. Chapter 60. Why are you like a damned adhesive? Indeed. The middle-aged man who now stood before everyone was none other than Lin Changfeng, the pinnacle of 5th-tier strength, level 60, and president of the Tianshui City Practitioner Guild. Just moments ago, when Yi Yang had summoned all his skeletons back into the skeletal space, he had already realized that defeating such a formidable opponent, or rather, a group of 3rd-tier practitioners, was practically an impossible task, particularly considering that Chu Feng was a peak 3rd-tier practitioner of SS rank intensity. However, since Chu Ran wished to summon aid against him, he too could call upon assistance. With that thought, Yi Yang utilized the red alert source stone that Lin Changfeng had previously bestowed upon him. A few seconds prior, Lin Changfeng had been occupied in his office when he noticed the opened red tunnel before him. He immediately understood the situation. After all, he had only given this artifact to Yi Yang. Without a moment's hesitation, Lin Changfeng traversed the space-time tunnel and appeared before the crowd. Upon seeing the throng of 3rd-tier practitioners and the presence of Yi Yang, Lin Changfeng quickly grasped the situation, especially with the prominent Chu family's eldest son, Chu Ran, present. Is this not the child of the Silver Radiance Chu family? What brings you here? Have you exhausted the dungeons in Silver Radiant City and come to Tianshui City to flaunt your prowess? Or do you harbor ulterior motives towards the geniuses of our Tianshui City? At this moment, upon seeing Lin Changfeng, Chu Ran was also taken aback. He had anticipated that someone from the Han family would secretly protect Han Yishu, but he never expected Lin Changfeng to clandestinely safeguard this Yi Yang. Moreover, the manner of his appearance was exceedingly peculiar. The Chu family lacked high-ranking officials within the establishment, thus they had never encountered this crimson alert source stone. President Lin, what do you intend to do? Chu Ran gritted his teeth, striving to stabilize his emotions. However, the oppressive aura emanating from a pinnacle 5th-tier professional was overwhelmingly potent. Even though Chu Ran feigned calmness, his entire body trembled uncontrollably like a leaf in the wind. What do I intend to do? Upon hearing Chu Ran's words, Lin Changfeng chuckled. Perhaps you should reflect on what you have already done. As he spoke, Lin Changfeng prepared to take action. President Lin. At that moment, Chu Ran shouted in alarm. We have done nothing wrong. We merely learned that there are formidable geniuses in Tianshui City and wish to engage in some friendly sparring. Ha ha ha, friendly sparring? Upon hearing this, Lin Changfeng burst into laughter. You dare to call it sparring? Sending a pinnacle 3rd-tier professional to spar with a novice 1st-tier professional from Tianshui City? These are merely personnel dispatched by the Chu family to ensure my safety. Chu Ran exerted all his strength to explain. Just then, a flustered Chu Feng hurried back to inquire about the situation. There was no choice. This was the president of Tianshui City. Even if we gathered our entire Chu family, we might not be able to contend with him alone. Chu Ran swallowed hard, his anxiety reaching new heights. Withdraw. With a command, Chu Ran aimed to lead everyone he had summoned to retreat. However, upon witnessing this scene, Lin Changfeng merely smiled. Still hoping to escape? In an instant, Lin Changfeng's figure appeared behind Chu Feng. A massive hand shot out, firmly grasping the crown of Chu Feng's head. At this moment, accompanied by a piercing scream, Chu Feng's body went limp and he knelt on the ground. Yet, Lin Changfeng felt no semblance of pity. Capturing someone requires evidence, but retaliating only requires a coordinate. These few individuals have dared to act tyrannically on their own turf. As the president of Tianshui City, how could he possibly let them go? Why did you come to our Tianshui City to commit violence? Do you not know that when leaving your own city, it is wise to tread carefully? President, I was wrong. I shall never dare again. At this moment, Chu Feng felt as if a steel clamp had seized his skull. Upon hearing Lin Changfeng's inquiry, he could not afford a moment's contemplation before blurted out. It was all Chu Ran's doing. He commanded me to eliminate that Yi Yang, and I was merely following orders. You even dared to attempt to eliminate our Tianshui City's genius? You possess quite the audacity. Acting tyrannically in Silver Radiant City is one thing, but to have the gall to come to Tianshui City to flaunt your power is another. Lin Changfeng was infuriated beyond measure. In that instant, he tightened his right hand, crushing Chu Feng's head. At that moment, Chu Feng's head burst open like a watermelon, red and white matter splattering everywhere. Nevertheless, Lin Changfeng paid no heed to such details. Without a second thought, He turned his gaze towards the direction in which Chu ran and the other dozen third-tier professionals were fleeing, having lost all desire to pursue. It was not that he could not catch up. Rather, he simply did not wish to chase. What if it were a ruse to lure him away? If he left this place, those third-tier professionals might stealthily circle back to attack Yi Yang, and that would be a grave miscalculation. Yi Yang, are you unharmed? Returning to Yi Yang's side, Lin Chongfeng scrutinized him, expressing concern. I have arrived late. President Lin, please do not say such things. Yi Yang smiled faintly. Your presence here is already a pleasant surprise to me. Let us not dwell on trivialities. I will personally discuss matters with the president of Silver Radiant City regarding Chu Ran and his associates. These individuals are truly reckless. A mere civilian family daring to exert influence across cities. I truly wonder who holds authority in this place. After a brief moment of venting, Lin Chongfeng produced another crimson alert source stone and handed it to Yi Yang. Yi Yang, take this. Although the Chu family's members are unlikely to trouble you for the time being, should any unforeseen events arise, you may utilize this alert source stone. Another one? Yi Yang was somewhat taken aback. President Lin, do you possess many of these? Certainly. Lin Chongfeng chuckled. Having served as president of Tianshui City for nearly a decade, I can confidently say I have at least 5 or 6. Very well, thank you, President Lin. Yi Yang nodded, accepting the crimson alert source stone. Previously, he had not regarded this item as particularly extraordinary, but after this usage, Yi Yang fully comprehended its significance. There is no need for formality between us. Lin Chongfeng smiled lightly. Since there is nothing further to discuss, I shall take my leave. With that, his figure vanished from the spot. However, just as Yi Yang prepared to return after watching Lin Chongfeng depart, Han Ishu suddenly approached his side. To be honest, it was only at this moment that Yi Yang realized Han Ishu had also arrived here. Yi Yang, are you alright? I was so worried about you. Please return with me, will you? Ignoring Li Qing beside Yi Yang, Han Ishu reached out to grasp Yi Yang's hand. However, Yi Yang waved his arm, evading Han Ishu's advance. Apologies, Miss Han, but it seems we have no connection, do we? Why are you here instead of seeking your genius from the Qin family? Upon hearing Yi Yang's words, Han Ishu felt deeply wronged. Yi Yang, you misunderstand me. I have nothing to do with that Qin Yang. What you do or do not do has no bearing on me. Yi Yang was equally exasperated. Why was this person so clingy? At that moment, Li Qing also interjected. Miss Han, would you kindly step aside? We still need to return. Upon hearing those words, Han Ishu was instantly enraged. Li Qing, could you possibly believe that Yi Yang truly harbors feelings for you? He merely uses you to provoke me. What are you even worth? After this outburst, Han Ishu turned directly to Yi Yang and declared, Yi Yang, I know you are testing me, aren't you? You are well aware that I have always liked you. Please, do not continue associating with such a woman. Let us reconcile. Chapter 61. A worthless piece of trash like you is unwanted even when you throw yourself at someone, right? Ugh. Upon hearing this, Yi Yang nearly retched up his breakfast. Han Ishu, could you refrain from being so repulsive? No one would want someone like you, even if you threw yourself at them. With that, Yi Yang shoved Han Ishu aside and took Li Qing's hand, departing without a second glance. I am the worthless one. Unwanted even when I throw myself at someone. Han Ishu was instantly on the verge of collapse. She could hardly believe that the once obedient Yi Yang would utter such words. Of course, she was oblivious to Yi Yang's thoughts. At the Tianshui City Professionals Guild, Yi Yang arrived directly after returning from the wilderness. There was no choice. During the previous perilous moment, he had only called Lin Chongfeng over. But he had forgotten to ask about another crucial matter. That was the essential material required for the advancement task, Starlight Source Stone. Starlight Source Stone? In the office. Upon hearing Yi Yang's inquiry, Lin Chongfeng became somewhat curious. Yi Yang, why are you suddenly asking about this? It's a requirement for the second-tier advancement task. Yi Yang replied directly. I am uncertain where to gather this item, which is why I came to consult President Lin. However, upon hearing this, Lin Chongfeng stood up abruptly. Materials for the advancement task? Yi Yang, you are already at the second tier? Indeed. Yi Yang shrugged in affirmation. My heavens. What an astonishing rate of advancement. The first time I met you, you were barely under level 10, yet hadn't completed the first-tier advancement task. Just over a day has passed, and you are already about to embark on the second-tier advancement task? Upon hearing Yi Yang's words, Lin Chongfeng found it hard to believe. In just one day, he had surged up by 10 levels. It is worth noting that the qualification for the elite training camp in Dongshan province was merely level 15. Furthermore, that could only be opened the day after tomorrow. It was unimaginable what Yi Yang would become if allowed to develop for just one more day. Nevertheless, when Lin Chongfeng heard Yi Yang mention the Starlight Source Stone, he could not help but be astonished. Yi Yang, since the Starlight Source Stone has appeared in your advancement task, you surely did not choose a 5-star difficulty advancement task, did you? How do you know, President Lin? Yi Yang asked, intrigued. That's simple. Lin Chongfeng shook his head. You wouldn't know this yet, as you are not yet at the second tier. Starting from the second tier, most future advancement tasks will require the Starlight Source Stone. Moreover, only 5-star advancement tasks necessitate this item. Now it made sense. Yi Yang finally understood why Lin Changfeng was aware he had chosen a 5-star difficulty task. It was because all advancement tasks beyond the second tier required this item. Then where can one obtain this? Yi Yang instinctively inquired. Lin Changfeng did not hesitate and explained, it is quite simple. You must achieve a flawless kill on the final boss in a Shura level difficulty dungeon, while at the second tier or above to obtain a Starlight Source Stone. A flawless kill on the boss. If that is the case, coupled with the base requirements of a 5-star advancement task, it would indeed require a solo flawless kill. Wouldn't it? Thinking of this, Yi Yang couldn't help but frown. For ordinary professionals, a flawless kill simply meant avoiding any damage from the boss. As long as one's agility and skill were sufficiently high, it could theoretically be accomplished. However, for someone of my necromancer profession, it may pose a challenge. I wonder if I can consider it a flawless kill if I only lose a few skeletons, but take no damage myself? Upon hearing Lin Changfeng's explanation, Yi Yang began to ponder. Regardless, he had finally grasped the avenues for collecting the Starlight Source Stone. Thank you, President Lin. I shall seek a second-tier dungeon immediately. With that, Yi Yang rose to leave. You are going now? Lin Changfeng was somewhat taken aback. It is already past 1 a.m. Are you certain you do not wish to rest for a while? What rest could a professional afford? Yi Yang casually replied. Are you not tired? Lin Changfeng expressed concern. It's merely a solo run of a Shura-level dungeon. It doesn't feel particularly exhausting. Yi Yang responded, surprised. A solo run of a Shura-level dungeon? Upon hearing this, Lin Changfeng was utterly speechless. Does this sound like something a mere mortal could say? It should be noted that Shura-level dungeons are the highest difficulty available. Most individuals would not even dare to attempt it, even with a fully equipped party. Yet here you are, making it sound as simple as dispatching a few minor monsters. However, what Lin Changfeng did not know was that Yi Yang was merely eager to test if he could sustain losses among his skeletons while remaining unharmed, thus qualifying as a flawless solo run of the dungeon. By the way, President Lin, Yi Yang suddenly recalled something as he was about to leave and instinctively asked, do you know the coordinates for the entrance to a second-tier dungeon? A second-tier dungeon? I am not quite sure about that. Lin Changfeng frowned. Why do you ask? Oh, it's nothing. I was just thinking that at this hour, the task hall should be closed. If I wished to seek a commission for a second-tier dungeon, I would not be able to find one. The staff of the Tianshui City Professionals Guild generally adhere to fixed working hours. Not only is it now past midnight, but they also cease operations shortly after 6 p.m. There is no alternative. This is the excellent benefit of working within the system. Fixed hours with excellent benefits. Beyond the regular salary, there are even beast blood potions, universal equipment chests, and universal skill scrolls among the materials. Most importantly, if someone within the system encounters danger, assistance arrives swiftly, accompanied by superior protective measures. For instance, Lin Changfeng receives a Red Alert Source Stone as part of his year-end bonus. If he were to personally utilize this Red Alert Source Stone, he could potentially summon formidable individuals from the Provincial Professional Guild for assistance. Such a powerful protective system is utterly incomparable to the influence of civilian family factions. A child from a family like Charin's has likely never encountered a Red Alert Source Stone. This is precisely why so many individuals are vying to join official organizations like the professional guilds. Furthermore, even civilian family factions are eager to align themselves with official guilds. However, the Long Kingdom's Central Guild has historically enforced a strict decree, prohibiting any members within the system from establishing families or mingling with civilian powers. Thus, apart from supplying talent to the official ranks, civilian family factions are comprehensively suppressed by local professional guilds. This situation is particularly fervent in Dongshan Province. Nevertheless, it is already midnight. Since Yi Yang intends to seek out a second-tier instance, without the tasks from the Professional Guild's mission hall, there are essentially no channels left to acquire instance coordinates. Relying on his vast number of skeletons to explore? Certainly. Theoretically, it is possible. However, the sheer expanse of a wild area far exceeds imagination, even if one were to find it. The time consumed would not merely be a matter of a day or two. Upon hearing Yi Yang's words, Lin Changfeng smiled slightly. Isn't that simple? As the president of Tianshui City, I can just call someone to open the door for you. Surprised by the power of this assertion, Yi Yang couldn't help but feel astonished. After all, in this world where strength is revered, Lin Changfeng is practically a local sovereign in Tianshui City. As long as he does not engage in any egregious acts, the authorities tend to overlook his actions. Moreover, it is entirely reasonable to facilitate access for nurturing his family's talent. Soon, after Lin Changfeng made a few casual phone calls, Yi Yang witnessed the previously dormant mission hall illuminate once more. Even the vice president of Tianshui City, Wang Kai, whom Yi Yang had met earlier, appeared before him. Upon seeing Yi Yang, Wang Kai greeted him with a cheerful smile. So, you are the one seeking a second-tier instance task? Follow me. Feel free to choose any task you desire. Such is the authority of a city's leader, Yi Yang thought, somewhat astonished. All right, you all carry on. I have a few matters to attend to, so I won't accompany you in searching for tasks. With Wang Kai's guidance, Lin Changfeng had no desire to squander time further. He had something far more pressing to attend to. Under Wang Kai's lead, Yiyang swiftly located a suitable second-tier instance task. Chapter 62. Danger. Do not enter the instance. However, upon seeing the task, Yiyang noticed something amiss. President Wang, why has this task turned into an unclaimable status? Indeed, Yiyang initially thought the second-tier instance task was quite favorable, given its proximity, a mere 2-hour journey. Yet, just as he intended to claim it, he discovered it was marked as unclaimable. Oh, this. Wang Kai glanced over and explained to Yiyang. This is because the instance has either been cleared at the sure difficulty level or has completely collapsed. But the deposits from those who accepted the task have yet to be refunded. Hence, while such tasks still appear on the list, they are technically unclaimable. I see. Upon hearing this, Yiyang fell silent. On the task list for instance commissions, there was only this one second-tier task. The others were either first-tier or above third-tier. So, President Wang, does Tianshui City have no other second-tier instance tasks? After returning the task list to Wang Kai, Yiyang couldn't help but inquire. Second-tier instance tasks? Wang Kai pondered for a moment, then suddenly recalled. Oh, I almost forgot that Tianshui City's second-tier instances are about to run dry after more than a month. Just recently, the Han family cleared the only second-tier instance we had. Therefore, at present, there are temporarily no second-tier instance commissions available. We will have to wait until a pioneering team discovers a new instance entrance before any can be issued. Is that so? Yiyang frowned. If Tianshui City lacks second-tier instances, how will he complete his advancement task? Seemingly perceiving Yiyang's thoughts, Wang Kai contemplated briefly before stating, if you are currently seeking a second-tier instance, Yinzhou City is an excellent choice. Yinzhou City. Indeed. Wang Kai nodded and continued. In recent years, Yinzhou City has been inundated with second-tier instances. There are so many that even local professionals haven't had the time to clear them. Consequently, the president of Yinzhou City often calls for reinforcements from second-tier professionals in other cities. After all, you know the restrictions of second-tier instances. They are limited to professionals below level 30. Individuals like us, at level 5, while powerful, cannot enter the instances. To be frank, Yinzhou City has experienced numerous second-tier monster tide riots due to the proliferation of second-tier instances. Although high-level professionals can easily defeat the monsters that emerge from these instances, should they breach the city, they still pose a significant threat and cause substantial casualties among civilians and lower-tier professionals. Absurdly, the professional guild in Yinzhou City has even begun to personally intervene, issuing instance extermination tasks. If one can successfully conquer an instance at the sure difficulty level, they may receive considerable rewards. Therefore, if you wish to find a second-tier instance, you should consider visiting Yinzhou City. Upon hearing this, Yiyang was taken aback. Yinzhou City had experienced numerous monster tide riots in recent years. They were even calling for second-tier professional reinforcements from outside. If that is the case, then Yinzhou City is like a paradise for him at this moment. In light of this, he expressed his gratitude to President Wang. Without hesitation, Yiyang resolved that the following day would mark the commencement of the Dongshan Province training camp selection process. His time to develop is limited to just one final day. Since second-tier instances are rampant in Yinzhou City, he would seize the opportunity for a significant sweep. A whole day stretched before him, accompanied by an unlimited number of second-tier dungeons. Yiyang could hardly fathom the extent of his potential growth. Nevertheless, it was imperative to first complete the advancement task for this second-tier dungeon. Upon hearing Yiyang's words, Wang Kai responded with a nonchalant smile. No need for formality with me. All right, I shall set off now. Without hesitation, Yiyang departed from the task hall and made his way directly to the Fiat station in Tianshui City. Along the journey, Yiyang pondered over his current strength. After his recent encounter with Chu Ran, he had come to a stark realization regarding his capabilities. Engaging in combat with a practitioner at the pinnacle of the third tier was nearly an impossible feat. Gazing out at the scenery beyond the window, he swiftly acknowledged his standing. With the current quality of his skeletons, should he clash with practitioners of ordinary second or third tier, it would be a dominant scenario. However, facing a peak third tier or even fourth tier practitioner would render him virtually defenseless. Yiyang remained remarkably clear-headed. Despite having acquired the divine skill system, he would not recklessly engage with someone whose strength far surpassed his own. The experience with Chu Feng had left him with an indelible impression. Although capable of summoning a multitude of skeletons, he understood that sheer quantity could not compensate for a disparity in quality. If the gap in power was too vast, numbers would be of no consequence. For instance, Chu Feng could obliterate a large number of skeletons with a single strike, leaving Yiyang unable to even approach, let alone attack. Thus, while he could effectively handle practitioners at the peak of the third tier and below, he recognized that he would stand little chance against those at the pinnacle of the third tier or above. The disparity in strength was simply too great. Next, he could only await the awakening of his talents beyond the second tier. The thought brought a faint smile to his lips. Thus far, his necromancer talents had never once disappointed him. Before long, upon arriving in Yinzhou City, Yiyang made his way directly to the task hall. Unlike Tianshui City, due to the rampant second-tier dungeons, the hall was ablaze with lights even at 3 or 4 in the morning. Not only was the task hall bustling, But the trading hall was also filled with numerous practitioners engaged in their endeavors. Indeed, even within the confines of a structured profession, one must still toil in the face of crises. With a serene smile, Yiyang entered the task hall and began to search for second-tier dungeon tasks. In stark contrast to Tianshui City, the first-tier dungeon tasks in Yinzhou City were on the verge of extinction, while second-tier dungeon commissions appeared to be in abundance. It was not long before Yiyang discovered a second-tier dungeon task, Desert Ruins. This dungeon was set to collapse in just 2 days. Given that, he resolved to take on this impending catastrophe. Without a moment's thought, Yiyang accepted the task. Unlike Tianshui City, the second-tier dungeon commissions in Yinzhou City required no deposit. Upon accepting a commission, one would directly receive the coordinates for the dungeon. This was different from ordinary commissions. The second-tier dungeon commissions in Yinzhou City were nearly all personally issued by the local practitioners guild to clear dungeons. As long as one was willing to accept the second-tier dungeon clearing task, they would be granted the coordinates without delay. Without further contemplation, once Yiyang accepted the task, he proceeded straight to the coordinates of the dungeon entrance. As anticipated, upon arriving at the entrance coordinates of the Desert Ruins dungeon, he found hundreds of practitioners poised and ready. However, the expressions of the second-tier practitioners were marked by an overwhelming gloom. What could be the reason for such despondency? Navigating past the gathered practitioners at the dungeon entrance, Yiyang approached the entrance itself. At that moment, upon glancing at the dungeon's clearance records, he finally comprehended why the practitioners wore such troubled faces. Desert Ruins Spatial Dungeon Collapse Countdown. 1 day, 21 hours. Desert Ruins Dungeon Clearance Records. Normal level, 13 hours 16 minutes 22 seconds. Hard level, 42 hours 27 minutes 38 seconds. Nightmare level, second phase, 38. Hell level, none. Azura level, none. No wonder these practitioners appeared so despondent. It was clear that the dungeon was on the brink of collapse. If they could not swiftly conquer the dungeon at the nightmare level, a second-tier tide of chaos would likely ensue. Throughout his life, Yiyang had only experienced a tide of chaos once, 5 years prior. Although a second-tier tide could not be compared to the catastrophic fifth-tier upheaval, he could still envision the devastating consequences should such chaos spread within Yinzhou City. Countless ordinary citizens could perish in its wake. Indeed, despite the fact that Blue Star had entered an era of great upheaval for over 5 centuries, not everyone could awaken to become practitioners. According to statistics from the Dragon Kingdom, only about 10 of individuals successfully became practitioners. This meant that over 90 of humanity remained as ordinary individuals, unable to awaken. However, these individuals were not the utterly helpless common folk of 500 years ago. Yiyang was aware that after the awakening ceremony, even those who did not become practitioners would still acquire a talent related to their daily lives. Although these life-related talents could not compare to those of combat practitioners, they still played a significant role. For instance, the culinary talents of cooks could imbue their dishes with special effects, and consuming food prepared by a chef could even enhance one's attributes. Similarly, the healing talents of medical practitioners offered additional benefits in treating ailments. Furthermore, there were also potion makers, artisans, and so forth. For example, the beast blood potion that Yiyang had previously utilized was crafted by such life-related practitioners. Legend has it that an item crafted by a top-tier artisan could be worth as much as the economy of a small city. Despite the fact that ordinary individuals do not become professionals, as long as one possesses a commendable talent for life skills and applies themselves diligently, a prosperous future is still within reach. Frequently, nations will cultivate elite life professionals, even venerating certain exceptional life practitioners as national treasures. However, what is most outrageous is that some inherently timid individuals even yearn for the awakening of their life skills, hoping to meander through life in safety. At the very least, this way, they need not confront monstrous beasts on a daily basis, thereby significantly enhancing their own security. Thus, should the tide of monsters erupt within the city, it is not just the second-tier wave that poses a threat. Even a first-tier wave would greatly impact those ordinary citizens or life professionals. Given this, is it not fortuitous that I have arrived here? With this thought, Yiyang's spirits lifted considerably. He had initially feared that the second-tier dungeon in Tianshui City had become inaccessible, jeopardizing his advancement quest. Yet, he had unexpectedly stumbled upon such a fabled location. Without a moment's hesitation, Yiyang opened the entrance to the dungeon. Ding, you have opened the second-tier dungeon entrance, Desert Ruins. Please select the difficulty level you wish to engage. Normal, hard, nightmare, hell, or Shura. Note, the nightmare level and above for second-tier dungeons will incorporate special mechanisms, including but not limited to global dungeon states, monster enhancements, and more. Unlike the first-tier dungeon, upon opening the entrance to the second-tier dungeon, Desert Ruins, Yiyang was immediately greeted with a notification. Indeed, the difficulty of this second-tier dungeon far surpassed that of the first tier. The Venomous Marsh was considered one of the most challenging dungeons within the first tier, yet it was only at the Shura level that a global dungeon state emerged. In contrast, the second-tier dungeon, Desert Ruins, activated the global state even at the nightmare level. With a slight sigh of admiration, Yi Yang was eager to enter the dungeon. However, at that moment, a young female practitioner suddenly called out to him, "Handsome, don't enter the dungeon." Upon hearing this, Yi Yang paused momentarily. "What's the matter? Why can't I go in now?" Chapter 63, Desert Ruins. The girl sigh. The girl approached Yi Yang, regarding him with an expression of surprise. "There is a second-tier dungeon nearby that will collapse in 10 hours, if you enter now. Won't you just run into the monster tide when you come out?" Understanding dawned upon Yi Yang after her explanation. "So, I just need to clear this dungeon within 10 hours, right?" The girl's expression turned to one of disbelief. What kind of thinking did this person possess? Did he not see that even the completion record for the normal difficulty took a full 13 hours and more? 10 hours, what could that possibly accomplish? Sighing, she decided not to bother with him any further. Truly, there were more than one fool like him who sought their own demise. After casting a lingering glance at Yi Yang, she turned and walked away. It was a pity. This young man could certainly rely on his looks. So why was he so reckless? It seemed that handsome individuals often lacked common sense. Regardless, she had to make her escape swiftly. After all, in 10 hours, this area would be leveled by the impending monster tide, and she needed to hurry back to report this matter to the president of Yinzhou City. If only that guy had chosen a more ordinary dungeon, he might have had a chance. Yet he opted for the Desert Ruins, the most difficult dungeon in the second tier to conquer. With a sigh, although the young female practitioner wished to linger a bit longer, her companions were urging her to leave. "Miss, the monster tide is about to arrive. We should hurry." "Understood," the girl nodded. A mere chance encounter. Though he was undeniably handsome, she had to prioritize her life and flee. "Handsome, I hope you can survive this monster tide." With a final sigh, the young practitioner, escorted by several powerful companions, hurried back toward the city. On the other hand, Yi Yang did not dwell on this too much. After watching the unexpectedly appearing girl depart, he promptly selected the Shura difficulty for the dungeon. In the next moment, as a familiar sensation of dizziness washed over him, Yi Yang was swiftly immersed within the dungeon. At that instant, a series of system notifications appeared before him. "Ding! You have entered the second-tier dungeon, Desert Ruins. Ding! You are affected by the Shura-level sandstorm fog. Defense decreased by 30, visibility reduced by 50, movement speed reduced by 50. Indeed, this was a second-tier dungeon. The global negative status alone was far beyond what an ordinary individual could endure. The reduction in defense and visibility was not too significant for Yi Yang, but the halving of his movement speed would considerably hinder his exploration of the dungeon. With a mere thought, Yi Yang summoned his skeletal legion from his space, bringing forth an impressive host of ordinary skeletons numbering 110,000, alongside over 16,000 stealthy skeletal mages, all standing before him. As the saying goes, an army of 100,000 can darken the skies. Yi Yang now commanded a legion of 130,000 skeletons, and even at the limits of his visibility, the landscape was blanketed in a sea of pale bones. In just 10 hours, the monster tide would commence. If that were the case, I must hasten my progress. Without hesitation, Yi Yang issued a battle command to all the skeletons. Immediately search for monsters. With his command, the vast multitude of skeletons swiftly dispersed. Before long, a group of skeletons was the first to uncover the initial batch of monsters hidden within the desert. Before Yi Yang's eyes appeared several yellow giant scorpions, each over a meter long, lurking beneath the sands. Shura-level desert giant scorpion, strength, 125 spirit, 110 constitution, 150 agility, 120 skill, venomous scorpion tail. Each successful attack inflicts a venomous damage of points per second, lasting until the target perishes. Good heavens! If an ordinary team of practitioners attempted to conquer this desert giant scorpion, the difficulty would be utterly outrageous. With that venomous tail, anyone struck would surely meet their demise, unless the team was exceptionally well equipped and boasted powerful clerics. Upon witnessing the attributes of the desert giant scorpion, Yi Yang was taken aback. Although this was a Shura-level difficulty dungeon, distinct from the ordinary hell and even nightmare-level desert giant scorpions, the fundamental mechanics of the monsters would remain unchanged. This knowledge was something he had long since absorbed during his classes at school. Thus, even at nightmare or hell difficulty, the most one could expect was a reduction in toxin damage. Nonetheless, the affliction would still persist until the target's demise. To nullify this mechanism, one would either need to purify the toxins immediately after being poisoned or rely on extraordinary agility to evade all attacks from the desert giant scorpions. While it was true that only a few scorpions would appear at a time, a single misstep could lead to an assault from these creatures. And if the priest failed to cleanse the poison in time, the consequences would be a significant loss of status. Setting aside the difficulty of the strategy, the mental strain alone was formidable. However, this venomous scorpion tail, though formidable to an average practitioner, posed little threat to Yi Yang. Not to mention, Yi Yang was utterly unconcerned about losing his skeletal legion. With merely a few hundred scorpions, they were no match for his skeletal army. Onward! He resolved to dispatch them swiftly, without hesitation. After absorbing the attributes of the desert giant scorpion, he decided against wasting any time. He had only 10 hours. He needed to conquer this dungeon expeditiously. Upon receiving Yi Yang's battle command, thousands of skeletons surged forth, encircling the few hundred desert giant scorpions and immobilizing them completely. Almost immediately, hundreds of invisible skeletal mages concealed in the air revealed themselves. In the next instant, the skeletal mages raised their dark gray wands, which emanated a faint aura of death. Compared to the wands of the previous skeletal mages, which appeared to be mere bones picked up from the roadside, these wands were finely crafted and exuded a robust quality. A second later, as the necromantic projectiles coalesced, they were unleashed upon the desert giant scorpions. Chapter 64. Could it be that you have someone special in your heart? In an instant, hundreds of necromantic projectiles were released. Necromantic projectile. Necromantic projectile. Necromantic projectile. Originally, the necromantic missiles were merely dark gray and subdued, but now they had transformed into an inky black hue, appearing eerily sinister. Boom, boom, boom. The desert giant scorpions, having relished in slaughtering the ordinary skeletons before them, were utterly unprepared for the impending danger, only to be obliterated by the necromantic projectiles. Following this, a series of kill notifications appeared before Yi Yang. However, upon seeing the notifications, Yi Yang could not help but furrow his brow. Ding. You have slain a LV-21 desert giant scorpion, earning 210 experience points. Current dungeon progress, 0.05. Ding. Ding. A mere 0.05 progress for a single desert giant scorpion? This meant he would need to slay 2,000 scorpions to complete the first phase. As he contemplated these kill notifications, Yi Yang's frown deepened. The most critical issue was not only the minimal progress from each scorpion, but also the slow rate of respawning. A full half-hour had passed, and he had only achieved about 13 progress. It appeared that merely completing this first phase would require over 7 hours. He hoped that subsequent stages would allow for quicker slaying. Having roughly calculated the time required for the first phase, Yi Yang sighed. Just the first phase would consume 7 to 8 hours. If the following stages did not conclude within 2 hours, he feared he would be caught in the chaos of the demon tide. At this juncture, although Yi Yang remained in the dungeon, seemingly doing nothing but watching his skeletal legion gradually eliminate foes, the urgency of time began to induce a sense of anxiety within him. Meanwhile, under the guidance of a dozen guards, the young female practitioner successfully returned to the northern city gate of Silverlight City. Here, safety was assured, at the very least. She would not be immediately endangered by the onset of the demon tide. However, upon reaching the northern gate, the young practitioner halted, gazing longingly in the direction from which she had come. "Miss, why have you stopped?" inquired one of the guard captains, his curiosity piqued. "Are you waiting for someone?" "No," she replied, shaking her head. "Then why not proceed?" The northern gate, while safer than the wilderness, would still be susceptible to the spread of the demon tide if it erupted. Second-tier practitioners in the wild would be nearly powerless against such a surge. The guards grew anxious. This young lady was none other than Shun Mingyu, the esteemed daughter of the Shun family. Should anything happen to her, the family patriarch, Shun Guangming, would undoubtedly hold them accountable. Yet, Shun Mingyu, upon hearing the guards' concerns, calmly responded, "Hasn't someone already gone to notify President Wu? He should be returning soon to dispatch forces to secure this area. While that may be so, you must understand that the city's defense forces are limited. They can maintain order within the city against human disturbances, but during a demon tide, reinforcements must be summoned from other cities. This back and forth takes time. Moreover, even if President Wu manages to gather sufficient forces, they will only guard the city and will not attend to the wilderness." The guard sighed, attempting to explain. But Shun Mingyu showed no inclination to leave. "If you are afraid, you may go ahead. I will wait here for someone to return. After all, we are already within the city, and I will be safe." "You are waiting for someone?" The guard, upon hearing this, was taken aback. "Did we not come out for training alone? The young master of the Chu family and the young lady of the Qian family did not accompany us. Don't mention that wastrel Chu ran to me." Upon hearing that name, Shun Mingyu couldn't help but feel a wave of nausea. "It is utterly impossible for me to be with him. I have my own standards for the kind of man I like." "Miss, do you perhaps have someone in your heart?" The guard furrowed his brows, the flames of gossip igniting within him. It seemed that the young lady had not been in contact with anyone for quite some time. How could she suddenly have feelings for someone? Moreover, the man favored by their esteemed lady must be extraordinary indeed. Yet, Shun Mingyu merely chuckled lightly. "Not exactly. I'm merely somewhat curious. If he manages to survive today, I would truly like to learn more about him." As she spoke, the image of a solitary young boy emerged in her mind. A boy standing alone at the entrance of the notoriously difficult second-tier dungeon known as the Desert Ruins. Even knowing that a tide of monsters was about to erupt, he was intent on entering the dungeon. From her recollection, Shun Mingyu had no impression of this person, which indicated he was certainly not a resident of Silver Mirror City. However, since she had mentioned the dangers, and yet this man persisted in diving into the dungeon, there could only be two possibilities. First, he possesses great confidence in his own abilities. Second, he is truly a reckless fool, even in this era of great upheaval. Humanity remains a visual species. If one has both strength and looks, countless admirers will inevitably be drawn to them. This man already possessed the latter. As for his strength, if he truly survives today, or manages to endure the perilous monster tide, it would imply not only is he handsome, but also extraordinarily powerful. Chapter 65. Han Ishu is left dumbfounded. Alas, Shin Mingyu found herself vexed by her family's incessant pressure. Her father had issued an unyielding decree. If she did not find a suitable partner, she must enter into a marriage alliance with the Chu family. She was unwilling to become a pawn in their game, yet after surveying the men surrounding Silver Mirror City, none of them met her expectations. How could she possibly let go of the sudden appearance of a potential candidate? After all, there was little danger in this place. Even if the monster tide truly spread to this location, she could simply retreat under the protection of her guards. 3 hours had already passed. The desert ruins were renowned as the most formidable second-tier dungeon. Surely he and T perished from the venom of those desert scorpions? Shin Mingyu's mind was filled with the figure of Yi Yang, and she found herself silently praying for him. However, it was not love at first sight. Upon first seeing Yi Yang, she was initially captivated by his looks, yet she soon felt a sense of familiarity. But no matter how hard she tried, she couldn't recall where she had seen him before. At that moment, Shin Mingyu's phone suddenly rang. Oh, is that Ishu? Seeing the caller ID piqued her curiosity. Han Ishu and Shin Mingyu had known each other for a long time, maintaining a close friendship. However, Ishu's sudden call left Shin Mingyu puzzled. After answering, she directly inquired. Ishu, what is the matter? Nothing much. I just heard that Silver Mirror City might be facing a monster tide. I saw the Silver Mirror Guild dispatching people to our Tianshui City to recruit adventurers. Are you in any danger? If you need assistance, the Han family can come to help. As a member of a prominent family in Tianshui City, Han Ishu was quick to learn of any disturbances. Upon hearing news of a potential monster tide in Silver Mirror City, she immediately thought of her dear friend, prompting her call. Yet, Shin Mingyu brushed it off. Rest assured, the monster tide hasn't begun yet, and it's merely a second-tier monster tide. There's no real danger. Please give my regards to Uncle Han. All right. Han Ishu nodded. And after exchanging a few more pleasantries, they hung up. At that moment, Shin Mingyu suddenly had an epiphany. Of course, I remember where I've seen this man. He was the very dog that Ishu had often spoken about, who was infatuated with her. Had Ishu not called, Shin Mingyu might not have connected the dots. Now, everything came rushing back. During their previous meals, Han Ishu had mentioned having a clingy admirer she couldn't shake off. Though he was decent-looking, his status as an orphan meant he would likely amount to nothing in the future. It was known that Han Ishu had a discerning eye. At least in terms of aesthetic standards, both women held high expectations. Therefore, Shin Mingyu had been curious about what kind of man could make Han Ishu overlook his lack of potential, merely stating he was decent. As a result, Ishu had casually flipped through her records and shown Shin Mingyu a photo of this man. However, it was merely an everyday snapshot where he happened to appear in the background. Shin Mingyu had paid little attention at the time, and this was over a year ago. Back then, she was more focused on helping Han Ishu devise strategies to rid herself of this admirer, and she had only glanced at his appearance. The advice she had given Han Ishu was to keep this academically successful admirer at bay until after the graduation awakening ceremony. Then find someone whose strength matched her own to flaunt in front of him. This way, when he saw the budding relationship between Han Ishu and her new partner, he would naturally step aside. Moreover, if this admirer awakened a promising profession, they could consider pursuing something with him. If unsatisfactory, they could simply make their intentions clear. This plan had lingered in Han Ishu's mind for over a year. Until the graduation awakening ceremony concluded, she and Chun Yang began their journey together, followed by a series of events in the novice dungeon. However, because of all these incidents, Han Ishu was now filled with regret. What Han Ishu did not know was that the original Yi Yang had died of rage the very day he had seen her walking hand in hand with Chun Yang. Furthermore, she could not have anticipated that the Yi Yang now was entirely different from the one she once knew. Thus, if this man possessed such formidable strength, why had Han Ishu not pursued a relationship with him? Shin Mingyu found herself perplexed by the circumstances. After all, from her initial foray into the novice dungeon to the current series of events, she remained utterly oblivious. She had not witnessed Han Ishu striding confidently, hand in hand with Chun Yang, as they passed before Yi Yang. Nor had she seen Han Ishu publicly humiliate Yi Yang in front of countless classmates at the entrance of the novice dungeon in Tianshui City, even compelling Yi Yang's summoned skeleton to serve as a shield for Chun Yang. From that moment forth, whether it was the original Yi Yang or the current Yi Yang, there could be no possibility of any further connection with Han Ishu. At the entrance of the Venomous Swamp dungeon, the failure to deal with Han Ishu on the spot was entirely due to her familial ties with Han Jijiang, who had always supported her over the years. I must uncover the truth behind these matters. If I am not mistaken, this man has already reached level 20. Meanwhile, Ishu appears to have only just breached the first tier of her advancement quest, standing at a mere level 11. If they truly are together, how could this man not be leveling alongside Ishu? Could it be that they had a falling out? Chapter 66. The Maiden's Obsession. The Ruins of the Desert Palace. To this day, Shen Mingyu remains unaware that Han Yishu has been seen with Qin Yang. After all, these events transpired over the course of merely 2 or 3 days. Furthermore, considering the subsequent series of rather disreputable incidents for Han Yishu, how could she possibly disclose such matters to Shen Mingyu? Yet, the more she remained in the dark, the stronger Shen Mingyu's curiosity grew. If this man truly is the so-called simp that Han Yishu mentioned earlier, it implies that he, like herself, is merely a recent high school graduate from 2 days prior. In just 2 days since her graduation, she has toiled endlessly to reach level 16, while this man has catapulted himself to level 20. One must not underestimate the significance of a mere 4-level difference. Even for Shen Mingyu, it would require days of relentless practice and deprivation to achieve such a feat. Yet, this man, having started on the same footing as them, has managed to ascend to level 20. This clearly indicates that his prowess far exceeds her own comprehension. If that is the case, then there is no doubt about it. His strength must be formidable. If he were to become my partner, would I not be able to extricate myself from the ambiguous ties with the Chu family? No. I must return to seek him out. Suddenly struck by this realization, Shen Mingyu could no longer contain her emotions and sprinted back in the direction she had just come from. Nearly 4 hours had passed. That man must have experienced the challenges of the desert ruins by now. He may have already retreated from the dungeon. Perhaps I might encounter him along the way. Glancing at the time instinctively, Shen Mingyu felt no hesitation and made her way directly toward the entrance of the desert ruins dungeon. Witnessing this scene, the guards were taken aback. "Young miss, where are you headed? The magical tide is about to erupt. The wilderness is perilous." Ignoring the guards' concerns, Shen Mingyu continued her frantic dash as if she had not heard them at all. Along the way, the adventurers fleeing toward the city observed her with curiosity. Isn't that the young lady of the Shen family? Why is she heading into the wilderness now? Indeed, does she not realize that the magical tide is about to erupt? Is she out of her mind? Venturing into the wild at such a time is akin to courting death. The thoughts of youth are truly inscrutable. Alas, she may very well perish in the wilderness this time. Observing Shen Mingyu's reckless journey, the adventurers could only shake their heads in dismay. However, the guard was not foolish. He assigned a few individuals to accompany him in safeguarding Shen Mingyu, while sending one back to report to the Shen family. After all, they too only possessed peak 3rd-tier strength, while protecting themselves during the magical tide would not pose much of a problem. If they were to become too deeply embroiled in danger while also safeguarding Shen Mingyu, it would be a task beyond their capabilities. Meanwhile, within the dungeon, Yi Yang remained oblivious to the turmoil occurring outside. After resting for several hours, Yi Yang opened his eyes and surveyed the current progress of the dungeon. Current dungeon progress, phase 19768. Wow, what a fortuitous awakening. To have slept just in time for the dungeon's conclusion. Indeed, after calculating the necessary time to conquer the first phase, Yi Yang had chosen a comfortable spot to rest. After all, he had stayed awake the entire previous night and entered the desert ruins dungeon in the early hours of the morning. No one could withstand such exhaustion. A brief slumber was imperative. Unfortunately, the endless expanse of shifting sands offered no suitable place for a restful sleep. It was only through summoning hundreds of skeletons to burrow beneath the sands and support his body, combined with the soft and flowing nature of the sand itself, that he managed to construct a makeshift bed. Truly, having someone to care for one makes a world of difference. If Li Qing were here, I might have had a proper bed to sleep on. Stretching languidly, Yi Yang felt significantly more rejuvenated. However, after a slumber lasting 7 to 8 hours, his summoning space had accumulated a considerable number of skeletons. Over 28,000 ordinary skeletons. More than 2,800 invisible skeleton mages. Excellent. Since you have been summoned, it is time for you to get to work. With a mere thought, tens of thousands of skeletons appeared at Yi Yang's side. Without further ado, he promptly issued combat orders to the skeletons. Just then, a system notification materialized before him. Ding! You have slain a LV-21 Desert Scorpion, and you have gained 210 experience points. Ding! Ding! Current dungeon progress, phase 100. At last, it is complete. Now, onto the second phase. Yi Yang squinted, observing as the last desert scorpion fell to the onslaught of the invisible skeleton mage's necromantic projectiles, eagerly anticipating the appearance of the monsters in the second phase. However, after several minutes of waiting, the monsters of the second phase remained conspicuously absent from Yi Yang's field of vision. It should be noted that Yi Yang currently commanded the sight of over 160,000 skeletons. Yet, despite this, he could not find a single trace of the second phase monsters among the ranks of his skeletons. However, at that moment, Yi Yang suddenly discerned a structure resembling a palace through the gaze of a skeleton. Yet, this palace appeared to be in a state of profound decay, resembling a mere relic of the past. Could it be that this desert ruin refers to the remnants of this palace? Thus, was the monster of the second phase concealed within these dilapidated walls? Contemplating this, Yi Yang promptly commanded all the skeletons to surge into the palace ruins. In no time at all, within a span of mere 3 to 5 minutes, over 10,000 skeletons rushed into the palace. Some skeletons charged directly through the main entrance, while others scaled the crumbling walls of the palace. There were even skeletons that, though momentarily stalled beneath the towering walls, utilized the bodies of their fallen comrades to ascend and forcibly leap over. From a distance, the sight was utterly breathtaking. As the skeleton army breached the palace, Yi Yang soon beheld the monsters of the second phase. Chapter 67, The Enchanting Siren. The skeleton army faces ruin. Gazing ahead, from a distance of several hundred meters, a dozen half-human, half-serpent creatures abruptly emerged into Yi Yang's line of sight. As they appeared, Yi Yang also observed the attribute information of these serpent-like beings. Azura class Serpent Siren Strength, 100 Spirit, 210 Constitution, 120 Agility, 110 Skill. Enchanting Gaze. Casts an enchanting gaze upon enemies within a radius, inducing a state of entrancement. Entrancement. When the individual attacks, they disregard both friend and foe. Goodness, these attributes are indeed formidable. Upon seeing the attributes of the Serpent Sirens, Yi Yang narrowed his eyes. While the other three attributes were rather ordinary, the staggering Spirit attribute exceeding 200 points was truly terrifying. However, as Yi Yang beheld them, these Serpent Sirens also caught sight of the skeleton army charging towards them. Ah, so they are undead creatures. How fierce these little skeletons are. I wonder what it would feel like to have these beings serve as consorts for our serpent matriarchs? It must be quite a robust sensation. After all, they lack the muscular physique of other living beings. I cannot wait to engage. Sisters, attack. When the Serpent Sirens beheld the skeleton army, rather than panic, their eyes gleamed with a lascivious expression. At that moment, from the eyes of the dozen Serpent Sirens, two beams of ghostly green light shot forth, striking the skeletons at the forefront. Immediately, those skeletons affected by the ghostly light turned their charge towards their comrades behind, brandishing their bone blades. Yet, before these bewitched skeletons could strike their first blow, the advancing skeleton horde trampled them underfoot, continuing their relentless charge towards the Serpent Sirens. It is important to note that the ordinary skeletons under Yi Yang's command were singularly focused on the charge. Any that turned back were akin to cowards on the battlefield. While they might evade death at the hands of the enemy, the relentless tide of their comrades would offer no chance for these traitors to survive. There was even no need for Yi Yang to intervene. Within moments, those enchanted skeletons were entirely annihilated. The following skeleton army continued to surge forward over their fallen bodies. Is this the effect of enchantment? It seems to have some impact, yet not substantial. After witnessing the effects of the enchanting gaze skill, Yi Yang couldn't help but chuckle softly. To be fair, such mental type attack skills rely on spirit strength for their effectiveness. Ordinary skeletons possess weak spirit power, making them susceptible to the effects of enchantment. Moreover, the skeleton army charges with unwavering focus. This type of area attack skill easily strikes a multitude. However, even if several hundred skeletons fell victim to enchantment and were slain, it was of no consequence to Yi Yang. In just a few breaths, the remaining skeleton horde had already reached the Serpent Sirens. As they approached, the Sirens finally displayed signs of alarm. Although they possessed intellect, it was not particularly high. At most, they exhibited the most primitive form of animalistic wisdom. Faced with the charging skeleton army numbering in the tens of thousands, the mere aura of their advance rendered the Sirens paralyzed with fear. Yet, Yi Yang would not grant these serpent creatures an ounce of opportunity for survival. Surround them completely. The invisible skeleton mage shall now take action. An order was given. In an instant, a vast multitude of skeletons encircled the unfortunate dozen Serpent Sirens tightly. Even though the ordinary skeletons were not exceptionally powerful, these mage-type creatures found themselves completely immobilized when surrounded by the ordinary skeletons. Subsequently, over 1,000 invisible skeleton mages, concealed in the air, revealed themselves. Instantly, countless staves infused with the essence of death were raised high, gathering the terrifying breath of death at their tips. The next moment, Necromancer's bolt. Necromancer's bolt. Necromancer's bolt. Boom, boom, boom. A relentless barrage of Necromancer's bolts surged forth, striking directly at the Serpent Sirens. In just 1 second, before the Sirens could react, they were utterly engulfed by thousands of Necromancer's bolts. In an instant, a flurry of kill notifications appeared before Yi Yang's eyes. Ding! You have slain a LV-26 Serpent Siren, earning 260 experience points. Ding! Current dungeon progress. Phase 201. Ding! Ding! Goodness, I did not anticipate that this particular Serpent Siren would yield such minimal progress. Only a dozen spawn per wave, and each one contributes merely 0-1? So, I must slay 1,000 Serpent Sirens to progress through this phase of the dungeon? Upon seeing these kill notifications, Yi Yang couldn't help but frown. He had already spent nearly 8 hours in the first phase, and only 2 hours remained until the time of the magical tide's eruption mentioned by that girl. However, if one were to calculate thus, merely defeating this second stage would require at least 3 to 4 hours. Yet soon, Yi Yang sensed that it was not so simple. The speed at which these serpent women monsters respawn appears to be significantly quicker than that of the previous desert giant scorpions. Witnessing this scene, Yi Yang's spirits were instantly lifted. However, perhaps it is not the rapid respawn rate of the serpent women, but rather that this palace ruin is too confined in scope compared to the vast desert. Once tens of thousands of skeletal forerunners surged into this palace ruin, they nearly occupied a significant portion of it. If all the skeletons were to flood into this palace ruin, every corner would surely be brimming with their skeletal presence. Furthermore, with the omnipresent invisible skeletal archmages covertly assisting in the extermination of these serpent women, their speed in dispatching them is naturally far superior to that of the previous desert giant scorpions. Without further contemplation, after annihilating this batch of serpent women, Yi Yang promptly issued combat orders to all the skeletons. Chapter 68, Serpent Matriarch, the Frightened Maiden. All skeletons charge into the royal palace ruins. Sweep away all serpent monsters. With a flicker of thought, the skeletal army that had been wandering outside instantly altered their course, all rushing towards this palace ruin. In less than half an hour, a staggering number of 140,000 ordinary skeletons, along with over 20,000 invisible skeletal archmages, stormed into the royal palace ruins. As far as the eye could see, the skeletal army nearly filled every nook and cranny of the palace ruin. The once golden, sandy hue was entirely obscured by the ghastly white skeletons. Soon, wave after wave of kill notifications erupted frantically before Yi Yang. Ding! You have slain a LV-26 serpent woman. You have gained 260 experience points. Ding! Current dungeon progress. Stage 226. Ding! Ding! Once all the skeletons had surged into this ruin, in less than 10 minutes, the dungeon progress skyrocketed to 13. In under half an hour, the progress surged to an astonishing 42. Quite delightful. If this pace continues, it would take just over an hour to completely clear this second stage. This is indeed a source of great comfort. Observing the current speed of dungeon progression, Yi Yang exhaled a deep breath of relief. He certainly did not wish to be unwittingly ensnared in the maelstrom of the demon tide. Nonetheless, given his current prowess, once he completes this dungeon and successfully breaks through to the second tier, even if he were to confront the second tier demon tide, it may not pose a significant threat to him. It is worth noting that merely relying on the strength of those hundreds of thousands of skeletons, Yi Yang could effortlessly withstand the second-tier demon tide. Furthermore, with the extraordinary talent of soul transfer, even if he were to ultimately falter, escaping from the clutches of the demon tide would be an effortless endeavor. Before long, as Yi Yang anticipated, after an hour and a half, the progress of the second stage soared to 9,995. Mere seconds later, as the last serpent woman fell to the concentrated fire of dozens of invisible skeletal archmages, a system notification appeared before Yi Yang. Ding! You have slain a LV-26 serpent woman. You have gained 260 experience points. Ding! Ding! Current dungeon progress. Stage 2-100. Excellent. Finally, it is time to advance to the third stage. Upon completing this dungeon, not only will I directly break through the second tier's advancement task and acquire a new talent, but I will also obtain a second tier exclusive class skill scroll. I wonder what skill this second tier exclusive class skill scroll will bestow upon me. Frankly, ever since the last time I obtained that fusion skill scroll, I have been increasingly eager to discover what peculiarities might lie within this exclusive skill scroll. Initially, I thought it could only yield skills. Yet now, it seems far from that. Wait, at this moment, it appears that the external demon tide is about to commence. In that case, I shall wait until I emerge to see if I, as a newly transformed second-tier practitioner, can withstand this wave of demon tide. Initially, Yi Yang felt a twinge of anxiety upon learning he was to face the demon tide. However, now that the demon tide has already begun, he can only resign himself to the unfolding events. Yet, he remains curious about the current situation outside. Pondering slightly, as Yi Yang beheld the monsters of the third stage materialize within his view, he immediately directed his mental focus upon them. At first glance, the third stage monsters are still those snake women creatures. Were it not for their attributes, Yi Yang might have thought he was still within the second stage. Abyssal grade, Serpent Matriarch, Solia category, Elite monster. Strength, 850 spirit, 600 constitution, 920 agility, 800 skill, death strangulation. Abyssal grade, Serpent Matriarch, Ellie category, Elite monster. Strength, 420 spirit, 1500 constitution, 600 agility, 530 skill, spirit annihilation. Abyssal grade, Serpent Matriarch, Elixia category, Elite monster. Strength. Upon inspection, there are 10 Serpent Matriarch monsters before me, each varying in attributes. Some possess outrageously high physical attributes, while others exhibit exceedingly exaggerated spiritual attributes, and some have agility stats that are nothing short of extraordinary. Each serpent monster possesses a unique method of attack, utterly monstrous. Invisible skeletal mages seize the opportunity for a sneak attack. Ordinary skeletons engage them and bind them. The moment the battle orders were issued, Yi Yang became indifferent to the outcome. Though the attributes of the ordinary skeletons may not be formidable, as long as they can delay their attacks, the invisible skeletal archmages will be able to find their own opportunities to strike. After several rounds of combat, Yi Yang has now realized that compared to the previous ordinary skeletal mages, the current invisible skeletal archmages exhibit superior agility and casting speed. Once they find an opportunity, they will annihilate their targets in an instant. At that moment, upon receiving Yi Yang's battle orders, tens of thousands of ordinary skeletons charged fearlessly towards the 10 serpent matriarchs. Meanwhile, outside the dungeon, at this moment, Shun Mingyu had just arrived at the entrance of the Desert Ruins dungeon. However, upon seeing the time, the guards trailing behind her could not help but urge her to reconsider. Miss, it seems the tide of monsters has already begun to stir. We should leave promptly. If it spreads here, escaping later will be exceedingly perilous. Upon hearing their words, Shun Mingyu had no inclination to respond. She stood frozen in place, her gaze fixed upon the screen above the dungeon entrance, which displayed the progress of the instance. How is this possible? This person has cleared it so swiftly? In just 10 hours, he has completed 2 phases? Chapter 69. The third phase has been breached? The sight of the dungeon progress caused Shun Mingyu's legs to weaken, and she nearly collapsed, saved only by the quick reflexes of a female guard who caught her just in time. It was beyond comprehension. The speed at which this man was clearing the dungeon was utterly terrifying. She doubted her own eyesight but never questioned Yi Yang's prowess. This was astonishing. It was common knowledge that an ordinary team of adventurers would take over 10 hours just to reach the second phase. Yet, Yi Yang, all alone, had conquered it in less than 10 hours. The other guards, witnessing their young mistress's expression of sheer disbelief, grew increasingly curious. Miss, what is it? Why are you so shocked? Is there something amiss with this dungeon clearer? Regaining her composure, Shun Mingyu instinctively replied, this individual entered alone, and in under 10 hours. He has completely cleared 2 major phases of this Desert Ruins dungeon. Do you understand why I am astonished? One person, solo clearing? In 10 hours he has breached both phases of the dungeon. Upon hearing this, the other second-tier guards were taken aback. If their captain was unaware of the significance of this achievement, they, as second-tier professionals, were all too well aware. This Desert Ruins was reputed to be the strongest second-tier dungeon in Silverlight City. This man was defying the odds. Just then, everyone present suddenly felt the ground tremble beneath them. Instinctively looking ahead, they saw an endless horde of monsters charging toward them. Alarmed, the guards exclaimed, Miss, this is dire. The tide of monsters has spread to this location. We must leave immediately. I refuse. Shun Mingyu remained resolute, refusing to budge. If I leave, what will happen to this dungeon clearer? He will be caught in the tide of monsters as well. Miss, while this person is indeed powerful, his life cannot compare to your invaluable existence. Perhaps this is simply his fate. We must retreat at once. As countless monsters bore down upon them, the guards' anxiety intensified. However, this time, Shun Mingyu stood firm, silently observing the dungeon progress on the screen. Form ranks. Ensure the young mistress's safety. Seeing Shun Mingyu's unwillingness to depart, the captain of the guards had no choice but to issue a command for the second-tier professionals to form an outer perimeter, while the third-tier professionals shielded Shun Mingyu, encircling her in preparation for the impending onslaught of monsters. To be honest, in such circumstances, they longed to flee. However, even if they managed to escape back to the Shin family, if they failed to protect Shun Mingyu, they would still face execution at the hands of Shin Guangming, the family patriarch. Even attempting to go into hiding, a mere third-tier rogue could be eliminated at any moment. In this era, most individuals who became professionals either joined official organizations or allied themselves with a prominent family. Once it was discovered that one had no connections, they became easy prey for others. Thus, they felt they had no alternative but to steadfastly guard Shin Mingyu's safety, hoping to find a glimmer of hope amidst the monstrous tide. Boom! Moments later, when the seemingly endless horde of monsters surged toward them, the 100 or so second and third-tier guards plunged into battle against the beasts. At that instant, Shun Mingyu suddenly noticed the dungeon progress had changed once more. Yi Yang's team Desert Ruins dungeon progress. Third phase 100. How could this be? Just a few minutes had passed, and he had cleared the third phase again? At this moment, upon seeing Yi Yang's progress, Shun Mingyu was utterly astounded. Just moments ago, the monstrous horde had charged toward her, and in the blink of an eye, the dungeon progress had surged from 0 to 100 in the third phase. She had not even grasped what had transpired in between. What on earth had he accomplished within the dungeon? The third phase was supposed to be the domain of the 10 great serpent matriarchs. Had he truly eliminated them all in a mere blink? Shun Mingyu's admiration for Yi Yang intensified. Could this extraordinary individual really be a high school graduate from the same day as her? How could she, an SSS-ranked professional, struggle to clear a first-tier dungeon while he had already single-handedly conquered a second-tier dungeon? What a vast chasm of difference. He was not only handsome, but also possessed incredible strength. What was Han Ishu thinking? Such a man had not been drawn to her side. Thoughts of Han Ishu sent Shun Mingyu into a whirlwind of confusion. Yet Ishu, if you do not cherish such a man, then you cannot blame me for making my move. In that moment, Shin Mingyu had fully set her sights on Yi Yang. Firstly, to counter her family's pressure. Secondly, for her own future. She could not permit herself to be associated with the likes of Chu Ran, even if it meant death. Now that she had a goal, she could not afford to waver. The final boss stage was upon them. If her memory served her right, the ultimate boss was said to be a Hydra. Could he truly defeat this boss? Shin Mingyu gently bit her lower lip, her heart racing with anxiety. She truly did not wish for the moment she had finally set her sights on a potential partner to witness his demise within the dungeon. Regardless, the man had demonstrated his undeniable prowess by advancing to the final stage of the desert ruins single-handedly. Shin Mingyu would much prefer Yi Yang to withdraw from the dungeon immediately, escaping alongside her from this tumultuous wave of monsters. Meanwhile, within the dungeon, ding. You have slain the LV-28 Serpent Queen, Soria. You have gained 28,000 experience points. Ding. Current dungeon progress. Stage 2 10th. Ding. 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 Current dungeon progress. Stage 3 100. Upon seeing this series of kill notifications and the final display of 100 for the third stage's progress, Yi Yang finally breathed a sigh of relief. Chapter 70. The final boss, the Hydra Woman. Just one last stage remains. He hoped that the situation outside wasn't too perilous. Yi Yang furrowed his brow. Nearly an hour had passed since the young female adventurer had informed him of the monster wave's eruption. Theoretically, the entire wilderness area might have already been overrun by the monstrous horde. As for whether this monster wave had not yet spread into the city, that remained an unknown. After all, Yi Yang had only experienced one monster wave before. At that time, he was merely 12 or 13 years old and hardly comprehended the gravity of the situation. However, just as the last Serpent Queen fell to the relentless assault of numerous invisible skeletal mages, Yi Yang soon beheld a colossal serpent creature emerging slowly from the center of the palace. At first glance, the serpent creature retained its serpentine tail and human body, but it boasted an astonishing 9 heads atop its neck, presenting a truly terrifying visage. Yet, if one were to focus solely on the faces of the 9 heads, each bore an alluring charm. Furthermore, the creature's immense body, stretching hundreds of meters long, exuded an overwhelming sense of oppression from the moment it appeared. To confront this Hydra woman directly would likely render Yi Yang breathless under the weight of such pressure. Fortunately, at present, Yi Yang remained far away in the desolate desert, entirely out of harm's way. At that very moment, as the Hydra emerged, Yi Yang caught sight of its attribute information. Demon level, Hydra woman, Aishelia, classification, boss level monster. Strength, 3200 spirit, 4500 constitution, 3600 agility, 4000 skills. Death whip, enchanting gaze, illusory serpent, soul impact. At a glance, these formidable attributes were clearly beyond the reach of a mere second-tier adventurer, with over 3,000 in physical attributes and exceeding 4,000 in both spirit and agility. This creature certainly did not resemble a typical second-tier boss. With such extraordinary physical attributes, Yi Yang pondered whether his invisible skeletal mages would still stand a chance against it. After scrutinizing the Hydra woman's attributes, Yi Yang couldn't help but furrow his brow in trepidation. Most astonishingly, the true strength of this boss did not lie solely in its attributes, but rather in the fact that each of its heads possessed an extraordinary skill. Nevertheless, Yi Yang felt no inclination to retreat. There was no choice. This was his second-tier advancement task. Regardless of the daunting difficulty akin to scaling the heavens, he had to confront it head-on. To take a step back, even if it meant sacrificing his entire army of skeletons, he would not hesitate, provided he could vanquish this boss. After all, should his skeletal legion be wiped out, he could always summon more given time. The small skeletons charged directly at the boss to draw her attention, while the invisible skeletal mages waited for the opportune moment to strike from behind. With the battle strategy set, Yi Yang promptly issued combat commands to his skeletal army. In that instant, over 100,000 ordinary skeletons bravely surged forth towards the Hydra woman. However, as they approached, the Hydra woman regarded these undead beings before her with a glimmer of disdain in her eyes. Hiss! Did they truly believe they could challenge her with such insignificant skeletons? Very well. Let them witness the might of the Serpent Clan. Soul impact. Swish. At the moment the Hydra woman unleashed her skill, 2 eerie, transparent beams of light erupted from her eyes. In the next instant, Yi Yang merely sensed a slight fluctuation in the surrounding air before nearly 5,000 of his charging skeletons were annihilated in an instant. Holy moly, this creature is formidable. Witnessing this scene, Yi Yang, who had been leisurely reclining on his desert cot, suddenly sat upright. He had anticipated the boss might be powerful, but he never imagined it would be this strong. In a single soul impact, he couldn't even perceive the source of the attack as thousands of his skeletons were wiped out. Moreover, those vanquished skeletons left no remains, completely dissipating into thin air. Invisible skeletal mages, hold your fire. Continue to await the right moment. Ordinary skeletons, disperse your formations. Do not allow the Hydra woman to suppress you en masse. Without a moment's hesitation, Yi Yang commanded the invisible skeletal mages. Losing a few ordinary skeletons was inconsequential. However, He could not afford to lose his invisible skeletal mages so easily. After all, they represented his strongest offensive capability, and should they reveal themselves now, they would undoubtedly be obliterated within moments by the Hydra woman. However, as over 5,000 skeletons fell, influenced by the Resurrection Jewelry set, over 1,000 skeletons swiftly revived. Excellent. The Resurrection Jewelry set truly is formidable. This single wave effectively saved me nearly half an hour. Observing the impressive revival effect of the Resurrection Jewelry set, Yeong nodded in satisfaction. However, at that moment, before the reverberations of the soul's impact had ceased, the second head of the Hydra maiden stirred once more. Insignificant undead creatures, let us see if you can withstand the allure of my beauty, Aishelia. Enthralling gaze. Buzzing. In that instant, as the second head of the Hydra maiden's eyes transformed into a deep crimson hue, a beam of blood-red light erupted forth from her pupils. In the next heartbeat, thousands of skeletons were instantaneously ensnared by the enchantment. Compared to the initial allure cast by the serpent women, those skeletons now under the spell of the Hydra maiden became even more frenzied. Fortunately, as the enchanted skeletons succumbed to their newfound state, the advancing ranks of skeleton warriors immediately recognized them as adversaries and promptly engaged. For a duration of 1 to 2 minutes, after the loss of nearly 20,000 skeletons, the previously bewitched ones were finally vanquished.